Chapter 140, Konoha's first 5-year plan, the first generation's feelings and admiration, 4/5. Please customize. I haven't agreed yet, nor have I completely refused. Koshiro shook his head and chuckled. Didn't you say that this person can be won over to you and used to help you overthrow the world government and build a new order in the future? The master will naturally not refuse directly. I just agreed with him to meet again in a month to have a good chat, and I briefly mentioned you and your mother and some of your general ideas. Long was attracted and agreed. So, 1 month, no. Now it's 26 days later, you have to bring your mother here on time to meet Long. Advertisement. It's best to fool him directly, ahem. It's to convince him to join us, or even to sign a contract with you. Such talents who can set off a big wave in the future should not be missed. His own disciples want to unify the pirate world in the future, change the order of the pirate world, and make the world a better place. As a master, he naturally has to help. In addition, he himself is very dissatisfied with the current world government and the chaotic world order. Oh? 26 days later? Sure. Hearing this, Xianqing raised his eyebrows slightly, and gave Koshiro a thankful look and said, "Thank you, teacher. Don't worry, I know how to convince Long, I will do my best to convince him, He still has this confidence. In his opinion, Long should still be in a period of lack of theory and confusion at this time. It is a good time to contact and persuade." Haha. Okay. As long as you have confidence. After hearing this, Koshiro also smiled knowingly and took a sip of tea. Then, after chatting with Xianqing for a while, Xianqing said goodbye and left. He returned to the ninja world with Mikoto and others. You go to practice first. I'm going to the Hokage building to discuss something with my mother and others. As soon as he came back, Xianqing said to Mikoto and others. Okay. You go and get busy. Mikoto and others naturally had no objection, and immediately waved their hands and called Minato to go to the training base in the Uchiha clan. Xianqing took some time to come to the Hokage building. After the report, he came to the Hokage office under the guidance of a new Anbu and met his mother. Mom. Master Mito. First generation. As soon as he came in, Xianqing raised his hand and greeted several people. Well. Are you back? How is the situation on the front line? Uchiha Yuri listened, nodded, and then looked up and asked. Uzumaki Mito and first generation also looked at Xianqing after hearing this. Xianqing walked to the sofa nearby and sat down in the first generation room and said, there are basically no major problems. The rest is just about the Sand Ninja. I killed the Kazekage and thousands of Sand Ninja elites. It depends on what they choose. It's best to surrender, sign a contract, and give compensation. If they don't want to, I may need to make a trip to completely defeat them. But even so, it won't take much time. Yet. Uchiha Yuri listened and nodded with satisfaction, that's good. We are discussing your succession ceremony. Hokage robe, and other preparations are being made in a hurry. The sculpture of the Shadow Rock has been contacted and can be started at any time. Advertisement. Just wait for the frontline troops to return. Since you are back, take over the responsibilities of the Hokage in advance and start dealing with things. It's really not easy to be the Hokage. These days we have been dying and have no ground to stand on. Now I can finally be free. Hearing this, Uzumaki Mito also smiled with relief and said to Xianqing, yes. We are all old, and this kind of responsibility should be handed over to you young people. After hearing this, Xianqing immediately looked at the two young grandmothers with a dark face and said speechlessly, if you want to be lazy, just tell me directly. Is this excuse interesting? Don't you know whether you are old or not? Haha. Hehe. After hearing this, Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha's Hilly couldn't help laughing. Hashirama on the side also laughed heartily. Okay. Stop laughing. Seeing them laughing non-stop, Xianqing immediately showed helplessness and waved his hand for them to stop. Then, he let go and took out a reform plan, development plan, and new power structure of Konoha and handed it to Uchiha Chiri and the others said, this is my reform and development plan for Konoha in the next 5 years, and the details of the new power structure adjustment plan. You all take a look. If you have any opinions, feel free to raise them. Let's discuss and adjust all the unreasonable places. After that, when I take over, I will start to implement this new plan. Oh. Uzumaki Mito and the others listened, and the sister-in-law took the document with some surprise and said, I didn't expect you to make a plan in advance, so let's take a look first. As she said, the three of them began to read the plan carefully. Wow! What a bold plan! Research Department. There is also this new school expansion and enrollment plan, and the subject learning content adjustment plan. There is even an ideological education class. This is very necessary. As they read, several people exclaimed and discussed from time to time. After a while, they read the plan thoroughly. Then, the first generation couldn't help but praise, the planning and layout are very good. It feels like there are more plans than the current Konoha structure. Did you really do this alone? What else? After hearing this, Xianqing spread his hands and said, who can come up with such a plan for me? Haha. You are awesome. I admire you. First generation gave Xianqing a thumbs up after hearing this, especially the school plan, it's just too good. According to your setting, children should start their enlightenment from preschool. Starting from the age of 6, they will start to take over the basic education of elementary school, including the basic 3-body technique, basic physical skills, ninja tool throwing, chakra refinement, ideological and moral education, history, chemistry, biology, and physics classes. Even the middle and upper grades of elementary school need to learn chakra control, actual combat drills, and even low-level ninjutsu. At the same time, there are also elective specialty classes, interest classes, etc. After graduating from elementary school, you will become a genin, and there will be regular genin training and intensive classes. Chunin also has chunin training and intensive classes. Even Jainin has Jainin training seminars, etc. The planning of this ninja school alone is extremely detailed, more than Tobirama made too many good and grand plans at the beginning. Not to mention, you are also planning to open up ordinary people to learn, cultivate ordinary doctors, nurses, craftsmen, scientific research, governance, ideological education, and many other talents. Advertisement. This is to make full use of ninjas and ordinary people and develop their potential as much as possible. It can be imagined that if you really follow this plan, Konoha will become extremely prosperous and powerful in the future. But the financial pressure will be greater. This plan completely subverts the past phenomenon of the first generation. Yes, he himself took over very little education in the past and was considered half illiterate. He didn't know much about government affairs and governance. How could it be possible to plan the development of Konoha? Suinking's plan was made by combining the education structure of Zuxia in the previous life with the specific situation of the ninja world, and then adjusted and planned. Indeed. Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha Yuri nodded in agreement. Uzumaki Mito even said, not only education, but the division of labor in other departments is also perfect, much better than the current structure. As the highest authority in the ninja village, the Hokage should not be buried in these scattered affairs, big and small. Otherwise, how can he have time to practice and become stronger? How can he have time and experience to deal with those major affairs related to the development and future of the village? You can't be exhausted, right? If you grab everything and want everything, you will eventually manage nothing well. Isn't that what the third generation did in the past? Moreover, he was corrupted by power and changed his heart. Such a reform with clear division of labor and division of part of the Hokage's authority can also prevent the emergence of completely authoritarian Hokage in the future, which is beneficial to the development of the village. As for worrying that the Hokage will lose his seat and be sidelined, that is completely unnecessary. 0. Hokage must be respected by strength. As long as the strength is sufficient, there is no need to worry about these problems. In addition, aren't most of the authority of Anbu and the finance department still in the hands of the Hokage? These two are the most important. Without soldiers and money, nothing can be done. On the contrary, with these two, it will be easy to secure the position of Hokage. That's right. Uzumaki Mito listened, nodded in agreement, looked at Xianqing with some emotion and said, I didn't expect that you have such a thorough understanding of power at such a young age. It seems that we don't have to worry about whether you can control Konoha in the future. If it's you, there will be no problem. In addition, there is another benefit of dividing power in this way, which is to further win the hearts of many ninja clans and ninjas in the village. It's a good thing. She thought Xianqing was so ambitious that he would take the concentration of power very seriously. Now it seems that she misunderstood him. He seems to really just want to make the world better under his transformation. Indeed, Xianqing, you are very courageous. Senju Hashirama, who was standing by, listened and looked at Xianqing with emotion and said, not everyone can see through power, resist the temptation of power, and make wise choices. I think, even if Tobirama knew this, he would only be relieved and feel that he had misjudged Uchiha, right? They didn't do these things as well as Xianqing did. He was thinking, if the rights of the village could be reasonably distributed at the beginning, would Madara not part ways with him, be bewitched by others, and leave the village? Has Uchiha already integrated into the village? Unfortunately, these thoughts are destined to not get answers. The past cannot be changed, and we can only focus on the present and the future. Maybe. Xianqing listened and shook his head without comment. The second generation is too prejudiced and hostile to Uchiha, this is the fundamental problem. If he knew, the first thing he would think of would definitely not be gratified, but to stop me from becoming Hokage, right? So, let's wait until I become Hokage and publicly try the third generation and Danzo before resurrecting him. Will the second generation be pleased with him because of this? He doesn't believe it. Unless he implements these policies in the future and really makes Konoha better. There is only a slight possibility. Chapter 141, Uchiha Madara is covered in seals, and the Shura of the ninja world wants to vomit blood, 5/5. Please subscribe. Ahaha. That's right. Tobirama is like this. He can't let go of his hatred and prejudice against Uchiha. I've talked about him for many years, but to little avail. Ah. After hearing this, the first generation smiled helplessly and shook their heads with a sigh. It looked like Tobirama was hopeless and his stubbornness gave him a headache. Advertisement. Little did they know that he was actually very stubborn. Let's not talk about that guy from the second generation. At this time, Uchiha Yuri directly changed the subject, smiled at Xianqing and teased, I think you delegated most of the government affairs and task allocation, not only for the reasonable redistribution of power, but also to be lazy, right? Don't think I don't understand you, kid. You are actually quite lazy most of the time, and you are afraid of trouble. Humph. How could she not know her own child? Fortunately, Xianqing is still very diligent and persistent in practicing to become stronger. Otherwise. Hey? Is that so? Uzumaki Mito and the first generation were both slightly stunned when they heard it, and couldn't help looking at Xianqing with inquiring eyes. Hehe. Xianqing saw it, smiled and touched the back of his head and said, I knew I couldn't hide it from you, Mom. This is indeed one of the reasons. But I think it's right. Seeing my precious time wasted on dealing with these trivial disappearances is simply a waste of my life. RR equals as a Hokage, as long as I continue to improve my strength, and make plans for the village in the general direction, and control the general direction of development, isn't it enough? Details, just leave it to the people below. Otherwise, what's the use of them for me? Anyway, under my governance in the future, the capable will be promoted and the mediocre will be demoted. Don't worry about big problems. It is the truth to take the big and let go of the small. That's right. Uchiha Yuri smiled and nodded. Next, several people discussed the details of the clauses in detail, and adjusted and practiced some unreasonable clauses or clauses that Xianqing ignored. The plan began to be further improved and rationalized. The discussion lasted until noon. Xianqing and his friends did not even go to eat, but directly took out a lot of food from the storage space and ate while discussing. Gurgle. Smelling the delicious food made from the meat of sea kings or fierce beasts, and feeling the rich vitality and nutrition contained in these foods, the first generation swallowed his saliva greedily, staring at the food on the sofa table, and couldn't help asking, why are there no bowls and chopsticks and food for me? Can I have some too? It smells so good. Also, what is this? Why does it feel so nutritious and full of vitality? Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, you are a living dead, what do you eat? Isn't this a waste? Just stay here. Wait until Xianqing finds a way to completely revive you. These foods are very precious in the ninja world, and can't be wasted. Asterisked it. He looked at his wife with resentful eyes, feeling that there was no love. Okay. Let the first generation eat some. It's not that precious. Uchiha Yuri couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so he couldn't help but smile. He waved and took out a set of bowls and chopsticks and a piece of meat and placed them in front of the first generation. He made a gesture of invitation and said, no more. Don't waste it, but it's okay to taste it. Anyway, there is no shortage of food now. Advertisement. Every day, many people in the pirate world are arranged to hunt sea kings or fierce beasts. Not only for cooking, but also for supplying the ever-expanding nutrient pill factory. The demand for this thing will continue to increase in the future, and the production must be continuously expanded. Fortunately, the pirate world is big enough, and the products of sea kings and fierce beasts are rich enough, so there is no need to worry about hunting them all. Thank you. Hehe. When the first generation saw this, they were immediately delighted, put their hands together and bowed to Uchiha Yuri, then they couldn't wait to pick up the rice bowl in front of them, picked up the chopsticks and ate. Delicious. So delicious. While eating, the first generation couldn't help but exclaim. This is not an exaggeration, but he really thinks the food is much more delicious than what he had eaten in his life. Especially the meat of the sea kings, which is really rich in nutrition and vitality. Unfortunately, he did waste some of it, and it couldn't be digested and turned into nutrients for himself. This made the first generation was a little disappointed, and couldn't help looking at Xianqing and asked, Xianqing, when can you find a way to really revive me? I hate this half-dead state now. If it doesn't work, I'll just return to the netherworld. So I won't have to stay here and be greedy. It's hard to hold. Wait a little longer. Xianqing listened, waved his hand and said, I'll try hard, and it should be almost done in another year or so. Just right, during this period, the first generation's favorability will be maxed out. Well, It shouldn't take so long at all. Since the first generation saw his plan for Konoha, the first generation's favorability towards him has been constantly improving. At this time, it has reached 76 points. It's not far from the contract requirements. It's estimated that it will be almost done in a few days or 10 days. I wonder what the result will be if the first generation, who has transformed into a living dead, contracts with me. Will it work? Xianqing couldn't help thinking. He is very curious now. Will it take so long? That's going to be tough. The first generation looked bitter when they heard this. Don't worry. Suankai smiled and waved his hand, saying, don't worry, at worst I can find you an old friend who shares the same pain. In addition to the second generation who will be resurrected, I have also resurrected Uchiha Madara. What? The first generation, Uzumaki Mito and the others were all shocked when they heard this. Uchiha Yuri frowned and said, resurrected? Where is he now? He won't get out of control, will he? Although he had confidence in his son, it turned out to be Uchiha Madara. He was not easy to deal with. Indeed. The first generation also nodded seriously. As I said before, I can actually break free from the shackles of this technique at any time, and Madara must be able to do so as well. Don't worry. Xianqing felt the concern of several people and smiled slightly. I didn't use White Zetsu as a sacrifice, but found a rock shinobi genin who had done many evil things from the prison of the frontline camp, and used him as a sacrifice to revive Uchiha Madara. I checked, such Uchiha Madara, the strength is at most between Genin and ordinary cage level. The key is that I haven't activated him yet, I just summoned the soul and made the body of impure world reincarnation. Advertisement. I'm going to ask my mother and Lord Mito to help you put some more powerful and difficult to break seals on him. Further seal his strength and further restrict his behavior. Then, let him out to accompany the first generation. Well. It's better to catch Black Zetsu. Or you can ensure Uchiha Madara won't run away. These are uncontrollable. That's good. Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha Yuri heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. They both waved their hands and said, no problem, we'll help you add seals later. Okay. The meal took half an hour to finish. After that, they continued to discuss Konoha's first 5-year plan. They even called in temporary high-level officials from many villages and representatives of some large and small ninja clans to join the discussion. When these people first saw the content of the plan, they were all amazed. Of course, these representatives were actually very happy that Xianqing was willing to delegate more power in the plan. They felt that letting Xianqing be Hokage seemed to be much better than the third generation. You know, the third generation has been in power for many years, but has been suppressing various ninja clans, seizing power and embezzling the interests of the village, including himself. He wants to control everything and wants to control everything. This makes the ninja clans very uncomfortable. This plan is very big, and there is obviously not enough time to discuss and finalize it thoroughly. In total, Xianqing and his team spent 5 days to finalize it. Xianqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. This reform and development plan has been finalized, and even the appointment of personnel in various departments in most of the new structures has been finalized. The subsequent succession and the reform after taking over will be much easier. In addition, during these few days, Xianqing also completed the many seals and modifications to the body of Uchiha Madara Impure World Reincarnation with the help of Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha Yuri. Ensure that Uchiha Madara cannot escape no matter what. And he can control his strength from being completely sealed and unable to move to ordinary before cage level, he could adjust at will. It also ensured that he could not hurt anyone without Suanking's permission. Even, Uchiha Madara could not even escape. Not only were his coordinates monitored in real time, but once he escaped from the designated area, he would not only be completely sealed, but also be unable to resist the history. He would also be directly teleported to a death cell specially set up for Uchiha Madara in Uchiha. Or, under Suanking's will, he would lose consciousness and be teleported to a small black room specially set up for him in the time-space gate space by Xianqing. With multiple insurances, he was sure that he had no chance to escape. Only after doing this did Xianqing awaken Uchiha Madara and hand him over to the first generation. I hope the first generation can successfully bring Uchiha Madara back. IXE. The next moment after being activated, Uchiha Madara opened his eyes, and then saw Hashirama and Xianqing and others. He suddenly came to his senses, looked at Xianqing and others with a wary face, and made a fighting posture, wanting to kill Xianqing and others. But the next moment, he felt his whole body soften, and he sat down on the ground. He said in disbelief, "What happened to me? Where is my strength? And this feeling, is this reanimation jutsu? Did you revive me in this form? Even, did something to me?" Speaking of this, Uchiha Madara looked at Xianqing and others with disbelief and resentment. He even wanted to tear them into pieces. "Don't struggle. It's useless. We have made complete insurance. You can't escape, and you can't hurt anyone in Konoha. Xianqing saw it and looked at Uchiha Madara with a faint smile. Then, he roughly told Uchiha Madara about the locks and defensive measures he prepared for him. Well, of course, it only said what kind of restrictions there were, not the specific content of the restrictions. He is not stupid. After hearing this, Uchiha Madara felt a blackness in front of his eyes, an urge to vomit blood, stretched out his hand that had recovered a little strength, and pointed at Xianqing and others with trembling hands. He was so frustrated. If eyes could kill, Xianqing and others would have been torn into pieces by Uchiha Madara at this time. Too damn cowardly, too damn insidious. Chapter 142 Uchiha Madara, Hashirama, shut up. Don't drag me into revealing your dark history. 1/5. Please subscribe. It's over. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but sigh in his heart at this time. Just by listening to the sealing methods imposed on him, he carefully sensed it and knew that the situation would be even worse than Xianqing said. He basically had no chance of escaping by himself. This was clearly to prevent him from being resurrected by Black Zetsu with reanimation jutsu, so they chose to strike first. However, they succeeded. Advertisement. It can be said that they had planned everything. They blocked all possibilities. There was no room for maneuver. It seems that I can only rely on Black Zetsu. I hope he can be more powerful, find out my situation earlier, find me earlier, and help me get rid of the control. Xianqing kid, you wait for me. When I successfully escape and am resurrected in the peak way, I will definitely settle accounts with you and cut you into pieces. Uchiha Madara swore in anger in his heart. He has never suffered such a great humiliation. Ahaha. At this time, first generation touched the back of his head and looked at Uchiha Madara, smiling and comforting, right. Actually, you don't have to be so unhappy. After we eliminate Black Zetsu and make you turn over a new leaf, I will convince Xianqing to lift these restrictions for you. Even, it is not impossible to be truly resurrected in the future. Look at it openly, look at it openly. To be honest, if he fell into Madara's situation, he would definitely feel very uncomfortable. But there is no way. Who made Madara go the wrong way? Hehe. Hashirama, you really don't care about war. It's not you who is imprisoned by the seal and restrictions, of course you can look at it openly. What if you try it like I am now? Uchiha Madara complained angrily looking at Hashirama. Hehe. Isn't there anything we can do? The first generation touched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. Aren't you fooled by that Black Zetsu and want to destroy the world? We must stop you. Speaking of which, you were also stupid at the beginning. It's so easy to be fooled by that Black Zetsu. This is not like you. Madara, aren't you always smart? Don't you think I'm stupid? Uzumaki Mito had already selectively told the first generation some information about the origin of Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara, and some information about the future. Not only to clear his doubts and persuade him not to always think about returning to the pure land of the underworld. At the same time, it is also to facilitate Hashirama to persuade Uchiha Madara in the future and strive to win him back. Only Hashirama can do this kind of thing. It is difficult for others to do it. Hey! Uchiha Madara looked at the first generation in shock when he heard what they said and asked, what do you mean I was fooled by Black Zetsu? Can you speak? Also, who told you that I was fooled by Black Zetsu and turned against you? Do you understand? Black Zetsu is a life I created with my own consciousness. Anyone can betray me, but he absolutely cannot. Of course, although he said so, Uchiha Madara may not have no doubts in his heart at this time. After all, the birth process of Black Zetsu was very unexpected and could not be replicated. Even he himself did not know the specific reason for his birth. He was suspicious by nature and had always kept this doubt in his heart. Today, it was provoked by the first generation. Impossible. Hashirama heard what Uchiha Madara said, shook his head firmly and said, is it so easy to create life? If Black Zetsu was really created by you, can you create a second Black Zetsu? No. Uchiha Madara fell silent after hearing this. After a while, he raised his head again and said, it is true that it cannot be done, but this kind of thing is full of unexpectedness. This alone cannot prove that Black Zetsu is not the product of my will. In addition, I want to correct you again. When I chose to leave Konoha, I had not created Black Zetsu yet. He was created by special means after I opened the Rinnegan. What you said is completely inconsistent. No. At this time, Xianqing smiled and said, to tell you the truth. Black Zetsu is the mother of Sage of Six Paths Kagaya Princess Mu Pu Mu created a life form temporarily using yin-yang escape before being sealed by the Waterway Sage. It is Kagaya Princess's will. Moreover, this BD has lived for more than 1,000 years. For more than 1,000 years, he has been working hard to resurrect and save his mother. He has never been the product of your will. He even fooled Indra, one of the sons of Sage of Six Paths. And Indra and even us the ancestor of the Uchiha clan. This is impossible. Uchiha Madara heard this and immediately widened his eyes, with a look of disbelief. What Sage of Six Paths, the mother of the Sage of Six Paths, how did you know all this? Advertisement. Kid, if I remember correctly, you are only 10 years old, how did you know the truth of more than 1,000 years ago? Don't tell me that I saw it from the clan's classics. When I left Konoha, I took away a lot of precious classics from the clan, and there was no record of these left in the clan. Xianqing listened, shook his head and said, don't worry about where I got it from, I just know it anyway. As for repeatedly emphasizing that you were not fooled by Black Zetsu to turn against the first generation and leave Konoha, this idea is also wrong. Don't forget, you have read the contents of the stone tablet in the basement of the Nanjiahe shrine, and then you know that the fusion of Uchiha and Senju ultimate power can obtain all things in the world. Only then did you know the so-called way to achieve permanent peace, infinite Tsukuyomi, isn't it? What? Uchiha Madara heard this, his pupils shrank suddenly, looked at Xianqing, and then looked at Uchiha's Hilly, with a look of doubt. How do you know this? Did Uchiha's Hilly open the eternal eye? But that's not right. Uchiha's Hilly, your parents and brothers and sisters, except for a younger sister, are long gone. It seems that your sister has not yet opened Manjiki Sharingan, let alone losing your eyes. In addition, during the battle that day, I also saw clearly that your Sharingan was only Manjiki, not Eternal Eye. The pattern of Eternal Eye is more complicated, which is a combination of two pairs of Manjiki Sharingan patterns. But your pupil power is very high in quantity and quality. Even I have to admit that you are a super genius. Is it because of your pupil power that you can see the real content on the steel in advance? Uchiha Madara was frantically trying to make up for it. Don't guess. Uchiha Yuri listened, shook his head, and directly opened his Manjiki, with an indifferent face. I am indeed still only Manjiki Sharingan. In addition, even if the pupil power is as strong as mine, I can't see the part of the steel that can only be seen by the Eternal Eye. The six-path steel modified by Black Zetsu is obviously not that simple. She didn't lie to Uchiha Madara about this, she really tried. No, what do you mean by Black Zetsu modifying the steel? Uchiha Madara grasped the key point in Uchiha's Hilly's words and asked with a look of doubt. He just felt a little headache. The doubts and suspicions in his heart grew more and more. Literally. Uchiha's Hilly looked at Uchiha Madara with pity and said, as a special life form created by Kagaya, the mother of Sage of Six Paths, using yin-yang escape and her own will, Black Zetsu naturally possesses power that ordinary people cannot master. The key is yin-yang escape. The steel of Sage of Six Paths, ordinary people really cannot modify it and keep its original effect. Is this probably the main reason why you firmly believe in the contents of this steel? But this obviously does not include Black Zetsu. He has mastered yin-yang escape, and even experienced the Sage of Six Paths era in person, fooling the Uchiha ancestor Indra's existence. He can naturally modify the contents of the stone tablet. Of course, he did not modify too much. The content about the 10,000 things is the part that has not been modified, and it is also true. But the point about the way to achieve permanent peace and the infinite monthly degree is undoubtedly forged by him. The real purpose is not to achieve permanent peace, but simply to receive the power of 10 tails and infinite Tsukuyomi to revive his sealed mother, Tsutsuki Kagaya. You have to know that 10 tails was originally a sacred tree, and even planted by the Tsutsuki clan. The fruit was eaten by Kagaya princess, she became the ancestor of Chakra in the ninja world. When she was sealed by the Sage of Six Paths, 10 tails and the Chakra fruit were eaten by the Sage of Six Paths were separated. One became the Gedo statue, and the other was split and became the 9-tailed beasts. If you want to revive and liberate Kagaya, you naturally want the power of the 10 tails, and you also need a caster with enough strength and potential as a carrier. Who do you think this unlucky caster will be? Seeing Uchiha's Hilly's sarcastic look and hearing his words, Uchiha Madara was furious. But he had to admit that what Uchiha's Hilly said made him more and more suspicious of Black Zetsu. It was because Uchiha's Hilly and the others knew too much. At the same time, what they said was too logical. You know, the real records of Indra, Sage of Six Paths, Gedo statue, 10 tails, etc., are almost gone in the ninja world at present. But Uchiha's Hilly and the others can talk about it clearly. This is very abnormal. Why do you think infinite Tsukuyomi cannot truly achieve permanent peace? Advertisement. Uchiha Madara couldn't figure it out, so he took a deep breath, tried to find loopholes, and asked Uchiha's Hilly. Isn't this very simple? Uchiha's Hilly looked at Uchiha Madara with an idiotic look. Uchiha Madara's face turned red again, and he felt insulted. Before he could get angry, Hashirama in front of him looked at Uchiha Madara with surprise and said, Isn't this very simple? Madara. This stone tablet was left by the Sage of Six Paths. According to legend, the Sage of Six Paths created the ninja sect and passed chakra to humans. The original purpose was to achieve permanent peace and create a beautiful world without war, peace, and harmony. If infinite Tsukuyomi can really achieve permanent peace, why doesn't he do it himself? Instead, he has to engrave it on the stone tablet for future people to discover and do it. It's impossible that he will be dying when he understands this. Uchiha Madara was originally Hashirama was confused by the previous question and felt that it was unreasonable. As a result, Hashirama finally said this sentence. Uchiha Madara was like grabbing a life-saving straw. He didn't care whether it was logical or not. He nodded repeatedly and said, why not? I think it is very likely that the truth is like this. Hashirama listened and looked at Uchiha Madara with a speechless and contemptuous face and said, Madara, you have become stupid. What? Hashirama, you BD. Uchiha Madara was furious when he heard this. With a red face, he angrily said to the first generation, what qualifications do you have to say that I have become stupid? Of the two of us, you are the stupidest one since the beginning of the Japanese Revolution, okay? The first generation can say anything about him, but they can't say he is stupid. Uchiha Madara has always felt that between himself and Hashirama, Hashirama is the stupid one. Hashirama is just a fool. Otherwise, how could he do so many stupid things? Hey! However, the first generation was immediately dissatisfied after hearing this, and they stretched their sleeves and retorted, that's not the case. I've always been smarter than you, okay? When we played the game of skipping stones, I won every time. Also, we competed. Shut up. When Uchiha Madara heard this, his face suddenly changed. He didn't know where he got the strength from. Before the first generation could tell the dark history that would make them socially dead, he stood up and rushed over to cover the first generation's mouth, and said sternly, you still say you are not a fool, can you say such a thing? Forget it forever. At this moment, Uchiha Madara wished he could travel back in time and kill the person who agreed to compete with Hashirama to see who could hit the farthest. He was too ashamed to face anyone. E.g. Hashirama was interrupted and his mouth was covered. He struggled for a while before he could speak. He looked at Uchiha Madara with dissatisfaction and said, Madara, what are you talking about? Uchiha Madara asked with a fierce face, what do you think? What do you want to say? Don't you have any idea in your heart? That's why he said that Wang Mujian was a fool. Who would say such a dark history in public? So that he would be killed by society? Oh! Hashirama himself might not think that this was a matter of social death. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara was even more speechless. He felt that Hashirama was simply his nemesis. Talk to me about business, don't retreat. Uchiha Madara took 2 deep breaths, shook, and said angrily. Okay. Hashirama saw Uchiha Madara like this, and quickly raised his hand to express his opinion. He no longer entangled in the matter of peeing, but continued to analyze, not to mention that people like the waterway immortal are not so easy to die, even if he can't he pass on this method of achieving permanent peace to his 2 sons or descendants? Why engrave it on the stone tablet under your family shrine, and hide it with special means so that it cannot be viewed by non-eternal eyes? As if he is afraid that the world can easily know this method. Isn't this contradictory? Just tell me if this is the reason. Uchiha Madara was a little speechless. Uchiha Madara, who had died once and had his defense broken many times, could listen to some things and think at this time. He had to admit that what Hashirama said made sense. For a while, he began to doubt the authenticity of the contents of the stone tablet. But he still wanted to continue struggling in the end, and also to resolve his last doubt. Perhaps it is because the realization of this method requires the eternal eye as a basis, and it is necessary to go further. To obtain Rin-Egan. But when it comes to this, he can't continue. Because he found that this problem also has loopholes. That is, Uchiha's ancestor, Indra, one of the sons of Sage of 6 Paths, must have the eternal eye. It is even possible that he has Rin-Egan. Even if not, he can completely obtain the power of the Ascendant to open the Rin-Egan like him. You know, Sage of 6 Paths also had a son at that time. You can say that the 2 brothers are not in harmony and have turned against each other. It is impossible to cooperate. But he also turned against Hashirama, didn't he still obtain Hashirama's power and open the Rin-Egan? The key is that Sage of 6 Paths did not tell this method to his 2 sons, but chose to engrave this method on the stone tablet and hide it. This is very problematic. So, is the content of the stone tablet really false? I was deceived by Black from beginning to end. Zetsu cheated. Uchiha Madara muttered with empty eyes. Obviously. Xianqing nodded affirmatively at this time, looked at Uchiha Madara with pity and said, of course, it doesn't mean that everything on the stone tablet is false, it's just that the way to achieve permanent peace, infinite Tsukuyomi is false. 9 true and 1 false, Tuan is the reason why you believe it. You were fooled and used by Black Zetsu. Chapter 143 Did the Sage of 6 Paths die on purpose? Uchiha Madara's hatred for Black Zetsu, 2/5. Please subscribe. Uchiha Madara's eyes lighted up after hearing this, and he began to feel endless anger and hatred towards Black Zetsu. So, everything he had done over the years, including turning against Hashirama and even killing Hashirama, was all done wrong under the deception of Black Zetsu? He couldn't accept this. His life was denied. For a moment, he felt ashamed. Advertisement. He felt that he couldn't face Hashirama. Ti. Xianqing saw his current state, and his mouth curled up slightly, and suddenly turned to say, if you really follow this method to achieve permanent peace, it can actually be achieved. Hey! When these words came out, Uchiha Madara and the first generation were stunned and looked at Xianqing. The look seemed to say, are you kidding us? You said so much before, all kinds of conspiracy theories, and you suddenly told me that this method can really achieve permanent peace? At this moment, Uchiha Madara and Hashirama had the urge to kill people. Even Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha Chiri looked at Xianqing with a playful look at this time. Knowing the truth, they felt that Xianqing was playing tricks on Uchiha Madara again. Haha. Don't be impatient. Seeing this, Xianqing immediately waved his hand and explained with a smile, as far as I know, using infinite after Tsukuyomi, all the people in the ninja world will be pulled into the illusion world and fall into a permanent sleep. In this way, the war will indeed end. And it will end forever. Not because of anything else, but because all people and even creatures trapped in infinite Tsukuyomi will be completely transformed into white Zetsu after a period of time. At that time, all humans and even animals in the ninja world will completely disappear, leaving only white Zetsu. In this way, the ninja world will naturally achieve permanent peace. Because even humans and animals no longer exist, there will naturally be no disputes or even wars. Don't you think so? Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama. Ha! What a cold joke. At this time, Uzumaki Mito laughed and joked, by then, all humans and animals will be extinct, which is equivalent to the end of the world. Indeed, the world will be peaceful forever. It must be said that Black Zetsu still sees through the essence of human nature and the essence of human beings. As long as there are humans or even animals, the struggle will not stop. If you really want peace, either destroy the world or unify the ninja world with absolute force and reasonable system, so as to obtain temporary relative and peace. If you want this relative peace to last forever, then the only way for the ruler is to be immortal. At this point, Manwohu looked at Xian deeply. As for immortality, she felt that Xianqing would definitely be able to achieve it in the future. After all, Xianqing is so magical, isn't he? The current health-preserving exercises and longevity techniques alone can greatly extend Suinking's lifespan. As for the limit, it is not clear yet. But 1,000 years is probably only the lower limit, and the upper limit will depend on the future. In addition, since Xianqing can suddenly realize the longevity technique by breaking through the limit of health-preserving exercises, it may not be impossible to break through the limit again in the future to suddenly realize a more powerful method of prolonging life and improving qualifications. She is quite looking forward to it. She and the Senju people who are lucky enough to have a contract with Xianqing will have the opportunity to stand by Suinking's side and see the future scenery. This seems to be very good. Is immortality really possible? The first generation frowned after hearing this. Why not? Advertisement. Uzumaki Mito smiled faintly and said, didn't you see that Chiri and I have regained our youth and extended our lifespans? Nothing is impossible. And, you may not know that the Tsutsuki clan is a species of immortals with extremely long lifespans. Even if she hadn't been sealed, the mother of Sage of Six Paths, Tsutsuki Kagaiji, would still be alive and well. Hiss. The first generation and Uchiha Madara couldn't help but gasp after hearing this. Uchiha Madara's eyes were even more glittering with desire. If he had a long lifespan, why would he have to linger on and plot in the dark? He could have unified the ninja world with his powerful strength and done whatever he wanted. It's a pity. If what you said is true, then Black Zetsu seems to be an immortal, but why is Sage isn't it the Sage of Six Paths? Why did he die of old age? Uchiha Madara asked with a puzzled look. He couldn't figure this out no matter what. The Sage of Six Paths must be much stronger than his peak period after opening the Rinnegan, right? Sage of Six Paths is the son of Tsutsuki Kagaya, half alien, and such a being can't live forever? Then how did Xianqing and others restore the youth and extend the lifespan of Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha's Hilly? Yes. That's right, Uchiha Madara has reacted at this time. The real cause of Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha's Hilly's misfortune is actually Uchiha Xianqing, a 10-year-old kid. The root of everything seems to be him. This makes him even more curious about Suinking's secret. As soon as Uchiha Madara asked this question, Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha's Hilly Uchiha and Yuri were all stunned and couldn't figure it out. They all looked at Xianqing. I'm really not sure about this. Seeing this, Xianqing touched his chin and pondered, logically speaking, the lifespan of a sage of Six Paths who has achieved the level of Six Paths should be very long. But he is indeed dead. This may have a lot to do with him removing 10 tails from his body. Without the power of 10 tails, as 10 tails Jinkraki, he lost his immortality and life. This is the same as the current tailed beast Jinkraki dying after being extracted from the tailed beast. But he obviously went to die on his own initiative. As for the purpose, I don't know at the moment. Maybe, it's not a good thing. He felt that the Sage of Six Paths was playing a big game. And actively seeking death and going to the Pure Land of the Underworld was a key link. He even suspected that this Pure Land of the Underworld might be created by him combining the original Underworld of the Ninja World. This is not impossible. If this speculation is true, then the purpose of the Sage of Six Paths is obvious. Erosion control of the power of the Underworld, at the same time, based on the Pure Land of the Underworld he created, constantly catalyze and absorb a large number of powerful ninja souls and more chakra by provoking wars in the ninja world. Continuously improve their own strength. In order to, in addition to strengthening themselves, there may be no possibility of dealing with the arrival of Tsutsuki. He didn't believe that the Sage of Six Paths didn't know that someone from the Tsutsuki clan would descend upon the ninja world in the future. Even if he didn't know it at first, he must have discovered the truth after sealing his mother. Then, he discovered that he had a limit when he was alive. Just like ordinary ninjas are affected by the shackles of their bloodline and cannot break through the upper limit. The Sage of Six Paths may have faced this dilemma later. He wanted to continue to become stronger to deal with the big troubled enemies in the future. But he was restricted by his bloodline and could no longer make progress. What to do? Wait to die? Obviously not. Then, he might have discovered the underworld through his Rinnegan Eye technique or other means, and found the possibility of continuing to improve. Advertisement. However, this method requires him to become a dead person, leave his body, and practice in the form of a soul. So, he extracted the 10 tails in his body and took the initiative to die? Of course, these are just Xianqing's guesses. What the truth is, we need to wait until the Sage of Six Paths is captured in the future and search his memory to find out the truth. Is that so? Uchiha Madara and the others frowned when they heard this. They also felt that there must be some conspiracy behind the Sage of Six Paths' actions. But these are not issues they can consider now. When are you going to capture Black Zetsu? Uchiha Madara turned to Xianqing and asked. He no longer believed in Black Zetsu. He acknowledged the fact that Black Zetsu had been plotting against him. So, the person he hated the most at this moment was Black Zetsu. As for the plan originally given to Black Zetsu, Uchiha Madara had completely given up hope. Not to mention that Black Zetsu induced him to come up with these plans not for him. He was now in the hands of Xianqing and the others, and was also set up with so many powerful seals and layers of insurance. He didn't think Black Zetsu could easily rescue him from Konoha. Since Uchiha Xianqing and the others dared to release him to Hashirama's care, they must have a foolproof plan waiting for him. So, instead of thinking about how to escape, it is better to expect Xianqing and the others to capture Black Zetsu. He will repay. Repay this damn thing Black Zetsu at that time. This can only be done later. You know, Black Zetsu has a special form of existence, keen perception, and super ability to escape and save his life. It is not so easy to catch. Xianqing shook his head helplessly. Of course, he would not admit that he actually wanted to let Black Zetsu do things a little bit and collect the tails to revive Kaguya. He was also quite interested in Kaguya, the naive and sweet girl. He thought that he might be able to collect her for emergency use in the future. She is also a good potential stock. In addition, Black Zetsu will definitely target other ninja villages when he does things. Especially collecting the tailed beasts, which is bound to cause other ninja villages to suffer heavy losses and start to form a group. This will also be of great benefit to his unification of the ninja world in the future. If he simply develops and strengthens Konoha, then if he wants to unify the ninja world in the future, he can only forcefully attack the 4 major ninja villages. This method is easy to increase the hatred of the people of the 4 major ninja villages towards him and Konoha. After unification, it may take more time and energy to sort out and smooth out this hatred. Too troublesome. But if there is a common enemy like Black Zetsu, it will reduce a lot of hatred. If it is supplemented by economic erosion, and the threat of invasion by Otsutsuki in the future, perhaps, it will greatly reduce the difficulty of unifying the ninja world. His strength is improving very quickly. It is estimated that he will be completely invincible in the ninja world in a few years. At that time, he can of course unify the ninja world by force with absolute force. But this method has too many disadvantages, and it will be much more difficult to increase the favorability in the future. Delay his subsequent attack to control the pirate world. So, it might as well change the way to unify the 7. And extend the time of unification. It will save more time. Chapter 144, Xianqing, I feel like Uchiha Madara and the first generation are a perfect match. The Sand Ninja surrenders, 3/5. That's right. Uchiha Madara was also troubled by Black Zetsu's ability to escape and survive. In the past, he thought Black Zetsu was one of his own, so this ability naturally surprised and pleased him. Now that Black Zetsu has obviously become his old enemy, Uchiha Madara is disgusted by these abilities of Black Zetsu. People are indeed fickle. Okay. Madara. There's no rush for this kind of thing. Advertisement. Hashirama felt the change in Uchiha Madara, smiled and patted his shoulder and said, trust Xianqing and the others. Black Zetsu will definitely trap him in the future. When the time comes, after squeezing out his surplus value, the worst that can happen is that he will be handed over to you to deal with. We still have a long life in the future. Come on, accompany me to Konoha for a stroll. We haven't been like this for many years. Let me tell you, Konoha has changed a lot now. As he said that, Hashirama directly put his arm around Uchiha Madara's shoulders and helped him up, restored some strength for him, and then nodded to Xianqing and the others and smiled and pulled Uchiha Madara away. Hashirama, don't hold me. I can walk by myself. Also, who wants to go to Konoha with you? What's so good about this broken village? Don't you know that I hate it now? As he walked, Uchiha Madara struggled and roared. Hey! Madara, don't be so arrogant. In fact, you still like Konoha very much in your heart, right? Don't be so arrogant, I understand. Haha. Hashirama said happily. Uchiha Madara 1. Uzumaki Mito. Uchiha's Hilly. In the end, Uchiha Madara was still reluctantly dragged by the first generation to visit Konoha. Uchiha Madara was very wild and no longer noisy, as if she had accepted reality. Tisk tisk. It turns out that there is always a way out. Only the first generation can convince Uchiha Madara. Xianqing saw this scene of pulling and shook his head in amazement. Bang! Uzumaki Mito on the side heard it and directly reached out and knocked on her head, saying unhappily, if you can't speak, don't speak. It's as if they are a couple. The heavy part is underscore. Xianqing touched his head with a dazed look on his face, and looked at Uzumaki Mito with a faint look, as if saying, isn't it? Uzumaki Mito saw this and immediately glared at Xianqing fiercely, raised his hand and made a gesture to hit him. Xianqing quickly raised his hand in surrender. Sure enough, you can't argue with a woman on this matter. Even if this woman is not young anymore. Pfft. Uchiha's Hilly, who was standing by, saw all of this and couldn't help but chuckle. You know what, the relationship between the first generation and Uchiha Madara is really a bit weird. They don't seem like ordinary friends. Don't you think so, Ju? Shut up, you. Uzumaki Mito's face darkened slightly after hearing this, and he glared at Uchiha's Hilly and angrily said. Then he thought of something and forcibly changed the subject. He flipped his hand to take out 10 ancient books and raised them to Xian and Uchiha's Hilly. Didn't you want to find my records about Uchiha Guang and Senjo's collection before? Here. I found it. It's in here. It's also in the sealed location, take a look. What? Xianqing and Uchiha's Hilly were both shocked after hearing this, and they didn't bother to tease Uzumaki Mito and first generation. They quickly took the ancient book from Uzumaki Mito and flipped through it quickly. Really? Uchiha Yuri was surprised. She was sealed in Kyunmu Mountain. I remember that was a branch station that we took over, right? Uchiha Yuri said, looking at Uzumaki Mito for confirmation. It is only more than 200 kilometers away from the current Konoha, not too far. Yet. Uzumaki Mito nodded affirmatively, yes. The Senju and Sarutobi clan used this to set a trap to attract Uchiha Guang, and then successfully ambushed her and sealed her. How about it? Do you want to rescue her? CHCH, of course. Xianqing and Uchiha Yuri looked at each other and nodded together. Advertisement. Then let's go there tomorrow afternoon when we have some free time. Anyway, the map near there has been opened, and we can teleport there directly. If the seal is not troublesome, we should be able to come back soon, and it won't take much time. However, at this point, Uzumaki Mito looked at Xianqing and reminded them, according to the records in this ancient book, Uchiha Guang had already been abandoned by the Uchiha clan at that time, plus what the Uchiha clan did to her before. She may have always hated Uchiha. You need to pay attention to this, so as not to fall over at that time. You must also be prepared to change her attitude towards Uchiha and even life, and reshape her three views. This is not simple. Don't expect a person who has been trained and used as a weapon since childhood to be a normal person. Understood. Uchiha's Hilly and Xianqing listened, and their faces became serious. Xianqing nodded with a serious look and said, I will find a way when the time comes. Rescue the people first and bring them back. Okay. Let's go. Uzumaki Mito naturally had no objection and immediately finalized the matter. Xianqing separated from them and ran to find Mikoto and the others to practice. Time went back to a few days ago. Rock Shinobi Front Camp. Tsuchikage, it has been confirmed that the Kazekage is indeed dead on the Sand Shinobi side. In addition, the Sand Shinobi has indeed suffered heavy losses, at least 2 main elites have died. At present, the Sand Shinobi camp is also a bit chaotic and the morale of the army is unstable. It is just temporarily suppressed by Ebas and Cho. They are now divided internally. Some want to seek revenge on Konoha, but more still want to negotiate peace with Konoha and withdraw troops. I guess they will most likely choose to negotiate peace with Konoha and withdraw their troops. I think this is our chance. We can take advantage of their peace talks to surprise them and catch them off guard. How do you think about recovering the benefits lost from Konoha from the Sand Ninja side? Huang Tu followed the traces all the way back from the Sand Ninja camp and immediately reported all the information to his father and gave suggestions. After listening, Onoki pondered for a moment and said decisively, when they finish the peace talks with Konoha and lead the army to withdraw from the front line and return to the Sand Ninja village, we will ambush him halfway. 11. It's better not to tell ya about this matter. Lest Konoha take this opportunity to blackmail us again. This is not what I want to see. This kind of humiliating thing is enough once. Before finding the group Flying Thunder God technique to counter Xianqing, he can only give in and compromise in front of Yat. In order to avoid greater humiliation. Is that so? Huang Tu frowned and said, but if we wait until the Sand Ninja signs a peace treaty with Konoha's usual nature, they are likely to sign an alliance with the Sand Ninja. At that time, wouldn't it be more troublesome for us to attack the Sand Ninja? It's better to take advantage of the fact that the Sand Ninja has not signed a new alliance with Konoha and launch a surprise attack. In this way, Konoha will really have nothing to say, right? So, it's troublesome to be inferior to others. There are many concerns when doing things. That's not how it works. Onoki shook his head and said, if we attack the Sand Ninja while they are negotiating, it would be a big slap in the face of Konoha. At that time, they will definitely find fault. On the contrary, we will attack the Sand Ninja after they sign a peace treaty or even an alliance. Konoha will have nothing to say and will not intervene. Because we are also Konoha's allies and have signed an alliance. This is just a problem between us. Besides, Konoha will not get much benefit from taking action at that time, and will not take action against us for the Sand Ninja. Really? Huang Tu suddenly realized after hearing this, and looked at his father with admiration. Advertisement. Sure enough, he was still too young. Okay. This matter is settled. Let's start preparing. Onoki waved his hand and made a decision. Yes. At the same time, the Sand Ninjas, as expected by Onoki and the others, finally chose to follow Yahiden. Because the Sand Ninjas really couldn't afford to fight. And they couldn't see the possibility of winning. Coincidentally, Konoha also didn't want to continue fighting, and wanted to end the war as soon as possible, lead the army to Gaishian, and witness Xianqing take over as the fourth Hokage. So, the two sides negotiated smoothly. But it took only 2 days to reach a peace agreement and re-sign the covenant. Of course, as the defeated ninja, the Sand Ninjas were also required to pay compensation worth 1 billion. Although Joe and the others were reluctant. But facing the unmatched strength of Konoha and the turbulent military, they gritted their teeth and agreed. But there was also a small request, which was to use minerals and sand gold instead of money and other materials as compensation. Naturally, there was no reason for Orochimaru to disagree. Minerals, Konoha just needed them. This is a win-win situation. Yet. No problem. The Sand Ninjas can repay the compensation at a lower cost, and Konoha can also obtain a large number of high-quality minerals. Hey! Finally it's done. We should pack up and start to return to the village. After signing the peace treaty, compensation treaty, and new alliance, Orochimaru, Tsunade and others breathed a sigh of relief, and Tsunade stretched his body and said, Tay. Orochimaru on the side also smiled and nodded, finally it's done. I heard that the village is already preparing for Xianqing to take over. We have to quickly arrange the front-line affairs and set off to return to Konoha. Otherwise, it will delay Xianqing's time to work hard. This is not good. At the same time, Orochimaru is still thinking about his research department. I wish I could fly back directly. BB. At this time, Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru and Tsunade uncomfortably and asked tentatively, since the war is over, I won't return to the village recently, right? It's just right, I want to go out and travel, what do you think? He didn't know how to face his teacher when he went back. Obviously, he knew that his teacher and the family behind him had been taken down. Only after Xianqing took over as the fourth Hokage, the opportunity was taken by the public. Not only him, most of the ninjas in the front-line camp knew about this. He was afraid that his teacher would ask him to help and plead. Similarly, he didn't want to see his teacher's miserable end. If possible, he still wanted to plead for his teacher. After all, the third generation was both a teacher and a father to him. At this time, he had not experienced more troubles in the future, and he had not despaired of the third generation. But after knowing the bad things his teacher did in the past and how much profit he had embezzled from Konoha, he was a little unwilling. In short, it's a dilemma. Chapter 145, Orochimaru admonishes Jiraiya, and the news of the changes in Konoha finally spreads, 4/5. Please subscribe. What? Tsunade and Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya in surprise. But they soon realized the reason. Orochimaru didn't wait for Tsunade to speak, and looked at Jiraiya with a serious expression, admonishing him, Jiraiya, I know why you do this. But even for the sake of the teacher and your own future, I don't recommend you to do this. Advertisement. Escape can't solve any problems, it will only make the problem worse. As a companion, although he always dislikes Jiraiya, a fool, in his daily life. But the relationship between the two is still very deep. He doesn't want Jiraiya to stand on the wrong side, take the wrong path, and drift away from himself, Xianqing, and Konoha, and finally stand on the opposite side of Xianqing. If that happens, Jiraiya will definitely not have a good end. From Orochimaru's understanding, Xianqing probably doesn't have a good impression of the third generation and those toads pretending to be gods in Mount Maiboku. Jiraiya's situation is already very dangerous. By the way, before Orochimaru signed the contract with Xianqing, he was very concerned about those fools in Mount Maiboku. I don't like Jiraiya, this stupid toad. He actually used a prophecy of the Child of Destiny to fool Jiraiya, and it seems that he will spend his whole life on this. But in Orochimaru's opinion, the Child of Prophecy and the prediction of the future are all nonsense. The future. Only when it is in your own hands is it called the future. The toads of Mount Maiboku did this, probably not only to fool Jiraiya Whiteheads, but more importantly, they wanted to influence Konoha and the direction of the ninja world through Jiraiya. This is quite bad. When did humans need you toads to control the future? You are simply ignorant of life and death. After making a contract with Xianqing and obtaining a lot of information about the past and the future, Orochimaru had even less good feelings for the toads of Mount Maiboku. Because the future Jiraiya is even more miserable, and he was completely fooled. He spent his whole life looking for the Child of Prophecy. In the end, he even died on this. Jiraiya's future without Xianqing ended so miserably. With Xianqing's future, Orochimaru could foresee that if Jiraiya continued to stand firmly on the side of the toads of Mount Maiboku and be fooled by them, he would sooner or later be fooled to stand on the opposite side of Xianqing and seek death. The final outcome would only be worse than before. That's right. I also think that Jiraiya, you can't escape or leave at this time, but come back with us to the village to face everything. As disciples, we should also witness the teachers taking over at this time, whether it is good or bad. Tsunade also vaguely guessed Orochimaru's thoughts, and said with a serious look. Because she knew Xianqing's thoughts better than Orochimaru. She even heard Xianqing complain that he hoped Jiraiya would not go the wrong way and end up standing against him. This is not a good sign. Orochimaru, Tsunade, you. Jiraiya listened, looked at the two of them in surprise and helplessness, and didn't understand why they applied so seriously at this time. As if he did so, there would be extremely serious consequences. He really just wanted to escape, and didn't want to see his teacher being tried and ending up in a miserable situation. This is not okay? Don't bother us. Anyway, you have to go back with us honestly. Otherwise, we will tie you back even if we have to tie you up. Don't think about sneaking away, I have left the mark of Flying Thunder God on you. No matter where you run to, I can always find you. Humph. Tsunade raised his fist and threatened. Hey? Flying Thunder God mark? When? Where? Jiraiya's face suddenly changed drastically after hearing this, and he hurriedly touched his body and looked up and down, but he didn't find any clues at all. He looked at Tsunade with a broken face and said, Don't be so cruel, right? Can you remove the Flying Thunder God mark? I'm afraid I won't run away. This is no longer a question of running or not. Advertisement. With the Flying Thunder God mark on my body, my life may be in danger at any time. Because once Tsunade wants to determine his location and situation and teleport over one day. It turns out that he is collecting materials. Jiraiya couldn't imagine how miserable he would die in that scene. Haha. Don't even think about it. I will keep this mark and keep an eye on you at any time, Tsunade also saw the reason for Jiraiya's panic, and immediately sneered and pointed at his eyes with his finger, and then pointed at Jiraiya, indicating that he was staring at him. Jiraiya. She certainly wasn't so bored that she would stare at Jiraiya, the big pervert. She didn't even leave the Flying Thunder God mark on Jiraiya. Because she hadn't really mastered it yet. But she could use the teleportation function to lock and teleport to Jiraiya at any time. She said this mainly to scare Jiraiya and make him restrain himself in the future. Peeping is a conscienceless act. Haha. Orochimaru on the side also saw Tsunade's thoughts, and immediately laughed happily, watching the show the whole time. Kr. Jiraiya listened and pointed at with a trembling finger. Tsunade gnashed his teeth and said, You are so cruel. I will go back with you. As he said this, he still looked aggrieved and muttered, Really? I have never seen such an excessive teammate. They all caught me alone. Besides, the old man is like that, what's there to see? Going there will only make things difficult for myself and embarrass the old man. Of course, he did not mean to plead for the third generation. Because, if he still had a little conscience, after seeing the wrong things done by the third generation and the evidence, he knew that the third generation was indeed not worth pleading for, and there was no way to plead for them. Hee. That's about right. That's it. Hurry up and pack up, we will set off tomorrow morning. Tsunade crossed his arms and smiled proudly, and urged. Yes. Jiraiya responded weakly. By the way. At this time, Tsunade couldn't help asking Orochimaru, we still need to leave a small number of ninjas at the front camp to guard the camp and guard the border, right? Have you arranged everything? Yes. Orochimaru nodded affirmatively, I have arranged everything. Next, 5 teams will continue to stay here to guard the border and keep an eye on the movements of the Japanese and Sand Shinobi. As for the Rain Shinobi? They have been completely defeated, and they dare not offend the ninjas of Konoha again. That's fine. I'll go and rest first. Tsunade listened, nodded in understanding, and went back to her tent to rest. It was not until the next morning that she learned that Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Hitaki Sakumo, Narashikayama and others led thousands of ninja troops and rushed to Konoha. At the same time, Cloud Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi received the news that Konoha had changed internally, the third generation group had been offline, captured and suppressed, and were waiting for public trial. For a time, the top leaders of the 4 ninja villages were all furious. In the frontline camp of Rock Shinobi. Damn it! I didn't expect that Konoha would have such a big change a few days ago. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the old man, was actually driven out of office, and even he and the family behind him were suppressed. He is just a waste. Why don't you dare to resist more and let Konoha's internal chaos and fighting start? After receiving the news, Onoki was furious and cursed. If there was a fight within Konoha, why would he be so frustrated and passive in the past few days? Maybe, he has already led Rock Shinobi to attack the heartland of the Land of Fire and torn a large piece of meat from Konoha? Advertisement. What a pity. What a pity. Onoki shook his head with a depressed look. What a good opportunity. He missed it. Please give me flowers. By the way, Uzumaki Mito is still alive? In fact, he has regained his youth? His strength is also stronger? What's going on? And Uchiha Yuri too. Why has Konoha become a little weird in recent years? Don't our spies in Konoha have more detailed information in this regard? Also, have you figured out the secret of Uchiha's nutritional pills? Onoki looked at the intelligence chief who came to report with a depressed and puzzled look and asked. After hearing this, Rock Shinobi, the intelligence chief, shook his head helplessly and said, whether it is Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha Chiri's rejuvenation and further improvement in strength, or Uchiha's nutritional pills, they are far from our spies' access. Not to mention us, even 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Konoha's internal personnel basically don't know. Maybe, only Uchiha Chiri and Uzumaki Mito know it. By the way, our spies also sent back news that Konoha seems to have resurrected 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. I don't know if it's true. This point has yet to be confirmed. After all, those two are godlike existences. Especially the latter, for his own Tsuchikage, it is a taboo existence. What? Sure enough, Onoki almost jumped up when he heard the news, and asked in horror, are you telling the truth? Did our people really see Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara? How is this possible? Could it be that Senju Tobirama's forbidden technique reanimation jutsu is used? What exactly does Konoha want to do? Onoki began to get restless. He didn't understand why Konoha resurrected Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara at this time. It doesn't make sense. Konoha is not facing a village extinction crisis now. On the contrary, Konoha, which had just defeated the Rock Shinobi and the Sand Ninja and forced them to sign a peace treaty and compensation agreement, was obviously in the limelight and was doing well, okay? Our people don't know about this for the time being. The Rock Shinobi intelligence minister shook his head and said, at present, we only received news that these 2 people were seen wandering around in Konoha, and the rest is unclear. Then go and collect it. Onoki said angrily, give me all the intelligence trends inside Konoha. I want to know more information. Yes. The intelligence minister immediately took the order. No. But even so, Onoki still walked back and forth uneasily, and decided, I have to pass this information to the other 3 major ninja villages as soon as possible, especially Cloud Shinobi, and find a way to unite with them to put pressure on Konoha and make them explain the resurrection of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Try to make them cancel this matter and send these 2 god tiers back to the netherworld. The dead should stay where the dead should stay, and they really shouldn't continue to run to the world of the living to scare people. He, an old man, can't stand such intimidation. Then do we still want to sneak attack the Sand Ninja? Huang Tu, who was standing aside, couldn't help asking after hearing this. Of course. After hearing this, Onoki looked at Huangtu unhappily. What's the conflict between uniting the three major ninja villages to put pressure on Konoha and our sneak attack on the Sand Shinobi to gain benefits? Hurry up and prepare. The main force of Konoha has begun to evacuate, and the Sand Shinobi is almost there. We don't have much time to make arrangements. This time, we must tear a piece of meat from the Sand Shinobi to make up for our losses. In this way, he can give an explanation to the Lord of the Land. At the same time, ease the contradictions and economic pressure within Rock Shinobi. Too many ninjas can't be supported. Yes. I will make the final preparations now. If nothing goes wrong, we can set off tonight. Huangtu immediately accepted the order. Chapter 146 Ebi's Counter Ambush. Cho, Onoki, wait for me, 5/5. Please subscribe. At the Sand Shinobi front camp. Cho, Ebis, Luasha and others also received the news. Fit. Cho said angrily, damn it. Why didn't I receive the news earlier? No. Sister. Advertisement. Ebis on the side heard it, shook his head, and comforted, even if we knew the news earlier, it wouldn't change anything. Because, the turmoil in Konoha this time did not cause real turmoil and chaos in the Leaf. It didn't cause a big loss to Konoha. Everything was suppressed by Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha Chiri. Even now, Konoha is more difficult and more stable than when Sarutobi Hiruzen was in control. This is not a good thing. Hearing this, Cho calmed down a little. She had to admit that her brother was right. Damn it. Didn't it spread a few years ago that Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha Chiri were dying? Why are they not only alive now, but they look better and stronger? What secrets are Uchiha hiding? Cho said angrily. If it weren't for these two old men, Cho believed that Konoha would definitely be in chaos this time. After all, Danzo wanted to harm the Uchiha clans, but he was killed in the end. If it weren't for Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha Chiri suppressing Sarutobi Hiruzen and Konoha at the critical moment. April 17th, the Uchiha clans and Sarutobi Hiruzen must have a battle. This is a life and death situation, there is no room for easing. It's a pity that everything is ruined. In addition. At this time, Ebis shook his head and said, I don't know if you have noticed that from the intelligence, Konoha seems to be preparing for the ceremony of the new Hokage to take over, but no news about the next Hokage has been announced so far. Konoha seems to be waiting for something. I have reason to suspect that they are waiting for Uchiha Xianqing and Gai Xian, the soldiers on the front line of Konoha. I even suspect that the person who will take over the fourth Hokage is most likely Uchiha Xianqing. What? The high-ranking sand ninjas present were all shocked. One of them said, no way. Uchiha Xianqing is from the Uchiha clan? Konoha is willing to have a Hokage from the Uchiha clan. In addition, he is only 10 years old, right? Can he be a Hokage at this age? Can he convince the public? After hearing this, the others looked at him speechlessly. Ebis also twitched his eyes and said, do you want to listen to what you are talking about? Don't you know Senju, have the Uchiha and the three Uzumaki clans been allied for several years? The reputation of the Uchiha in Konoha has long been reversed. Even if a Hokage from the Uchiha clan is born, it is not a problem. As for Uchiha Xianqing, with his strength, age is no longer an obstacle. Others listened and nodded in agreement. Indeed, the ninja world is a world where strength is respected after all. Cho frowned and said, if this is true, then things will be troublesome. This Uchiha Xianqing is so powerful and so radical. If he becomes Hokage, Konoha's attitude towards the outside world will probably change in the future, right? When Konoha has strong offensiveness and aggression, other ninja villages will have a headache. Especially ninja villages with weaker strength like their Sand Shinobi. This is indeed a trouble. Ebis nodded. This was what he was worried about before. But now he saw that everyone was hit by this speculation. He had to stand up and comfort everyone. In fact, you don't need to worry so much. Things may not be as bad as we think. It may not be all bad to let Uchiha Xianqing, a demon-level young genius, become Hokage. What do you mean? After hearing this, everyone looked at Ebis expectantly. Want to hear what he has to say? Advertisement. What do you think? Ebis pondered for a moment, smiled and said, at this time, Uchiha Xianqing's strength is obviously still in a rapid rise. If he hadn't become Hokage, he would definitely spend a lot of time practicing to become stronger. His strength will only become more and more terrifying in the future. But now that he has become Hokage, he has to spend most of his time every day dealing with various affairs of the village. In this way, it will inevitably affect and delay his speed of practicing and becoming stronger. Wait until he has been a Hokage for a few years. Hokage, if he misses the golden period of best growth, everything will be irreversible. From this point of view, it is the most beneficial for us for him to become Hokage. Otherwise, I can't imagine how strong he will be if he continues to practice and become stronger. It is probably only a matter of time before he surpasses the first Hokage Senju Hashirama and the ninja Shura Uchiha Madara. Two of these heaven-defying characters are enough, so let's not have a third one. They can't afford it. Really? Cho and others heard it, their eyes lit up, and they felt relieved. After that, they discussed it and decided to withdraw their troops and return to the village tomorrow, and then everyone left. Only Cho and Ebis were left here. Brother, do you really think that becoming Hokage will be a constraint for Uchiha Xianqing to become stronger? Cho looked at her brother intently and asked. Alas! I'm afraid this is just our wishful thinking. Ebis sighed and shook his head. Uchiha Xianqing is not a fool, and his mother Uchiha's Hilly is not a fool either. The Uchiha clan, Uzumaki Mito and even Konoha are full of smart people. Even if Uchiha Xianqing doesn't realize this, someone will remind him. So, this idea can only deceive yourself. He never wants to see other people's wisdom. He will never underestimate the smart people in Konoha. Because he knows that when you think you are the smartest person in the world, you are not far from death. Then why did you say that just now? Cho frowned after hearing this. No way. Ebis smiled bitterly and shook his head, most of them are about to collapse. If I don't say this, how can I restore their confidence? That's right. Cho nodded without comment. In her opinion, if these people can't even bear this little news, then they are useless, don't expect them to achieve anything high in the future. Let's talk about the suspected resurrection of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara by Konoha. Do you think this is true? If so, what does Konoha want to do? Unify the ninja world. Cho tapped the table with her fingers, looking ugly. They didn't bring up this news just now, just because they were afraid that these people's hearts would collapse even more. Who knows? Ebis also rubbed his brows with a headache, and said with a tired face, no matter what they want to do, we can't do much now. Take care of yourself first, stabilize the village, focus on development for a few years, and recover your vitality. I believe that other major ninja villages must have received news of this kind of thing. Let's just wait and see their reactions. Advertisement. They will definitely not sit back and watch this happen. Let's just wait for them to notify us. This kind of thing is not something that a ninja village can deal with. Also, according to the spy's report, the LU ninja seems to have been targeting us recently. I suspect they will most likely ambush us on our way back. They want to bite off a piece of meat from us to make up for the loss they suffered in Konoha. Sister, what do you think we should do? Speaking of this, Ebis's head hurts even more. It's really a case of adding insult to injury. The sand ninja was already miserable enough this time, the first one was big enough. 0145122227 Fila 1111925660. As a result, Rock Shinobi wants to trick them again. This is outrageous. A hole. Cho was furious. Does Onoki want to fight us to the death? If it weren't for him, how could the Kazekage and those thousands of ninja troops die? He has already tricked us once, and now he wants to trick us again. You think we can still bully you, right? Come on, who's afraid of who? At worst, we'll fight them. Even if I have to fight to the death, I'll take Rock Shinobi can't be dragged into the water. Humph. Cho was really furious. Although she always knew that Onoki was shameless. But she didn't expect him to be so shameless. Since they want to ambush us, let's just use their tricks against them. Anyway, the Kingdom of Wind, especially the desert, is our home ground. This time, I must give Onoki a good fight back, let him bleed, kill a group of his people, and see if he feels sorry. Cho slammed the table and said angrily. Now, what he hates most is not Konoha, but Onoki, the old man. That's what I mean. Ebis nodded in agreement. Although Rock Shinobi is good at Earth style, in the desert, Sand Shinobi is the most powerful. Konoha can't beat them, and they dare not fight Konoha again, but why do you Rock Shinobi? With such thoughts, Ebis and Cho did not make a big fuss, but secretly summoned some of the absolutely trustworthy senior leaders in the camp and began to arrange the counter-ambush mission. The next morning, the Sand Shinobi began to withdraw their troops and retreated to the interior of the Wind Country according to Ebis's established plan. At the same time, the Rock Shinobi who received the news waited for an opportunity to move. In Cloud Shinobi village, the third Raikage received the latest news from Konoha, and his eyebrows were twisted into a knot. These news are confirmed, are they true? Sarutobi Hiruzen actually stepped down like this? And he was imprisoned. Even the family behind him was suppressed. Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha Chiri, two women, have great courage and decisive actions. The movie star Saki on the side nodded and said, it has been confirmed on May 6 that these news are true. What a pity. The third Raikage listened and nodded with regret, what a pity. We missed a great opportunity to attack Konoha. Now that the overall situation has been determined, it is not easy to launch an attack on Konoha. Otherwise, I am afraid that Konoha will be struck by thunder. Especially when Uzumaki Mito, Uchiha Chiri and that Uchiha Xianqing have all shown extraordinary strength, it is unwise to provoke Konoha at this time. However, they actually resurrected Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Reanimation Jutsu. Damn Senju Tobirama, why did you create such a disgusting forbidden technique? Well, he was mainly complaining that he didn't have this forbidden technique. Otherwise, he would be very happy. This forbidden technique is so useful on the battlefield. In the past, Konoha didn't apply this technique on the battlefield, which he thought was stupid. In order to win, he can do anything. Sarutobi Hiruzen obviously didn't have this courage in the past. Therefore, the resurrection of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara was definitely not the work of Sarutobi Hiruzen, but only Mito Uzumaki and others. Is it to deter all parties and facilitate Konoha to smoothly complete the transition of power? The third Raikage couldn't help but guess. Chapter 147, The Shameless Double Standards of the Third Generation, Minato, killing people must destroy their hearts, 1/5, please order by yourself. It's possible. Xi nodded affirmatively. From the current information, the fourth Hokage is likely to be Uchiha Xianqing, although Uchiha has a better reputation in Konoha in recent years due to the nutrition pills and the reform of the reserve team, but if you want to have a Uchiha Hokage, there must be many people who don't want to see it. Especially because the third Hokage was forcibly taken down and suppressed by the Uchiha and Senju and the Vortex for many reasons. It is understandable that they have such concerns and want to resurrect Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara to stabilize the situation and stabilize the internal power transfer. However, we must condemn and protest this taboo behavior of resurrecting the dead. It is best to unite other third-generation ninja villages and many small ninja villages to protest and pressure Konoha, let them lift this forbidden technique and ban it. To prevent Konoha from continuing to abuse this forbidden technique in the future. Whether Konoha agrees or not, protest and condemn first. If the pressure is successful, it would be great. If it fails, it will also reduce the image and status of the other ninja villages. Advertisement. Okay. The third Raikage listened, thought for a while, and nodded in agreement. You will arrange this matter. Send a letter to the other 3 major ninja villages and other small ninja villages in my name to see their attitude. If we can reach an agreement on this matter, we will hold the 5-Cage conference and invite Konoha Hokage to participate, put pressure on them, and force them to ban reanimation jutsu. It just so happens that I also want to test and witness with my own eyes whether this Uchiha super genius is worthy of the name. Or is it just exaggerated, or is it a trick to take advantage of the climate of Rain Shinobi Village? If it is confirmed that Uchiha Xianqing and Konoha are actually just strong on the outside, he may have to declare war on Konoha and attack the Land of Fire, tear a piece of fat from the Land of Fire. At present, Cloud Shinobi was ready for battle, and was eager to fight. Unless they were sure that Konoha was not easy to mess with, they would not change their target. Yes. I'll prepare now. Xi immediately accepted the order. On the Konoha side, Xianqing met the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen again in the prison of the Uchihajin Reserve. I didn't expect that we would meet again in 27. Third generation, long time no see. How are you? Xianqing smiled at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sealed in a cell with his chakra, and greeted him with a smile. Is it you? The third generation saw Xianqing, raised his head, his pupils shrank suddenly, and his heart was very uneasy. It was because of this kid that his and Danzo's plan was in vain. He regretted not getting rid of Xianqing at the time. Unfortunately, it was too late to think about it now. What are you doing here? Are you here to laugh at me? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and asked Xianqing expressionlessly. It was because of this brat that he ended up in this situation today. He regretted not getting rid of Xianqing at the first time, which led to today's situation. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret. Sh. This is also one of the reasons. Xianqing listened, chuckled, and nodded, and said seriously, after all, if you and Danzo hadn't insisted on killing the 3 Uchiha clans, you might not have come to this point today, and you wouldn't have stepped down so quickly. It's a pity, who made you so greedy? By the way, I will become the 4th Hokage in a few days. At that time, I will lead Konoha to a new starting point and achieve new glory. It's a pity that Konoha in this new era no longer has a big ship to carry you. You and the 4 clans behind you, including Sarutobi, will be eliminated by the waves of the new era. What? The third generation's pupils shrank suddenly after hearing this, and they said in horror, you become the 4th generation? Are Lady Mito and the others crazy? You are only 10 years old, how can you become Hokage? You are going to destroy Konoha. Tisk tisk tisk. Xianqing couldn't help but click his tongue after hearing this, and looked at the third generation with contempt and said, you are still so hypocritical. Let's not talk about whether becoming Hokage will destroy Konoha. You are a guy who is bent on draining Konoha's support family, suppressing Konoha's various ninja clans and even civilian ninjas, and wants to turn Konoha into Sarutobi village. How dare you say that we will destroy the king? It's ridiculous. Your selfishness and double standards really open my eyes. Shameless people are probably Sarutobi Hiruzen, right? Kr. The third generation was so angry that his face turned blue, and he argued, I didn't. I just took what I should take as a Hokage. I didn't suppress all ninja clans or even civilian ninjas. I was just balancing the contradictions within Konoha. Besides, who doesn't know that my Sarutobi clan is one of the civilians? Alright. Alright. You can shut up. Hearing this, Xianqing couldn't listen anymore and interrupted the old man directly. Kr. Seeing that the old man was not ready to shut up and wanted to talk nonsense, Xian was immediately unhappy. Advertisement. Boom. The next moment, his terrifying aura suddenly burst out, mixed with a trace of Conqueror's haki, pressing down on the third generation. Well. He didn't dare to use Conquerors too much, for fear that he would knock the third generation unconscious or even crush them to death. That would be bad. Filth. He immediately pressed the third generation to the ground, with a face full of humiliation, and looked at Xianqing with a flushed face, as if he wanted to eat Xianqing. Hat. Xianqing looked down at the third generation with disdain and said, it's not wrong to say that you are shameless and hypocritical. At this time, you still want to quibble and want to flatter yourself. You are really worthy of it. Unfortunately, your quibbling is useless. After I take over, the next day, I will gather all the people in the village in the big square in front of the Hokage building to publicly try the crimes committed by you and Danzo and others over the years. When the time comes, you will not be allowed to quibble or deny. After the public trial, I will not let you die easily. I will use the most stringent seal to seal your strength and punish you to sweep the streets and clean public toilets for Konoha forever. I want you to see with your own eyes how I reform Konoha and lead Konoha step by step towards revival, towards unprecedented glory. Oh. By the way, I have good news for you. At that time, I will use reanimation jutsu to revive your good friend Danzo, let him accompany you to the bus and accept the punishment. In fact, he may even have more items than you. When the time comes, I will tie him to the square pillar in front of the Hokage building, and let the villagers who have grudges against him kill him over and over again to avenge themselves. To dispel the villagers' resentment and hatred towards him. That's it. I'm leaving. Hee. After saying that, Xianqing smiled lightly, retracted his momentum, and walked out without looking back. Only the third generation was left lying there with a look of despair, and did not move for a long time. At this time, he had only one thought in his mind, it's over, it's completely over. When he heard what Xianqing was going to do to him and Danzo, he knew that he and Danzo would never be able to turn over, and would be infamous for 10,000 years. Even the Sarutobi clan would not have a good time. Even if Xianqing and his men did not exterminate the Sarutobi clan, after the public trial, the situation of the Sarutobi clan in Konoha would be 100 times worse than the situation of the Uchiha clan in Konoha in the past. In the end, it was only a matter of time before the 10 Sarutobi clans would be exterminated. 0145122275 Philo 1112021000. Uchiha Xianqing, you are cruel enough. After coming out of prison, Xianqing returned to his home. At this time, Uchiha Yuri was already preparing dinner. Seeing him come back, she said with a smile, did you go to the prison to see Sarutobi Hiruzen just now? Yes. Xianqing nodded, leaned against the kitchen door frame, and asked in confusion, Mom, how did you know? Through the observation haki. Yet. Uchiha Yuri nodded while cooking, just now I subconsciously used the observation haki to check, and I happened to see the 10 scenes of you going to the prison to see Sarutobi Hiruzen. What? Did you go to provoke him? That's about right. Xianqing nodded with a smile, I haven't seen him since I went to the front line. I have to go and see him to provoke him. I didn't expect that this old guy is so shameless. Next, Xianqing vividly recounted the conversation in prison to his mother. Mikoto, Kushina, and Minato, who just came back from training in the pirate world, happened to hear it. This old guy is really shameless. He can say that, it seems that he deserves it for draining the village to develop his own family. I am also convinced that he is so shameless. Why not just kill him? Kushina said angrily. Ah. Minato also sighed and shook his head, I didn't expect the third generation to be such a person. You can't judge a person's heart by his appearance. However, I think killing him is too easy for him. It's still Xianqing who said that it would be better to let him seal all his strength, sweep the streets, and clean up the public beta. It is to let him see Konoha's revival and even build new glory in Suinking's hands, but the Sarutobi clan has been declining step by step during this period, which is more suitable for him. Killing people must be heartbroken to relieve hatred. You know, he is also a member of the civilians. When his parents died for the village, he didn't get much pension and subsidy. Otherwise, life would not be so hard. Obviously, these pensions and subsidies were all embezzled by Sarutobi Hiruzen and used to support their 4 families. It would be strange if Minato had no opinion. He just has a good personality, not a really good person. Hey! Minato, I suddenly found you so cruel. Kushina was shocked when he heard this, and looked at him in surprise. Minato. It was as if I had known him all over again. Is this still the little son sissy who was gentle to everyone in the past? Hee. That's true. But I think Minato is right. We can't let the third generation off easily. Mikoto also smiled knowingly after hearing this. Hee. I think it's okay to be cruel and ruthless. Advertisement. I have emotions too. Minato smiled and touched the back of his head. Okay. Dinner is ready. Come and help serve the dishes. Let's eat. At this time, Uchiha Yuri's voice came from the kitchen. Okay. Everyone responded, then entered the kitchen, washed their hands, and began to help serve the dishes. Then, they began to eat like crazy. Although the chefs in several bases in the pirate world also make a lot of money, the food you cook is still more delicious. Kushina ate while giving Uchiha Yuri a thumbs up and praised her. Indeed. Mikoto and Minato also nodded in unison. Haha. As long as you like it. Uchiha Yuri smiled knowingly after hearing this. To receive such praise, it is worthwhile for her to set aside some time every day to prepare dinner. As for breakfast and lunch? Because she is busy at present, and there are already many bases in the pirate world, and each base has many chefs constantly making delicious food, she stopped. But she doesn't think it is necessary to have a dinner every day. This is a way to communicate feelings. She also likes the feeling of sitting together for dinner like this. Kushina and Mikoto have long been regarded as her future daughter-in-law. Even Minato is regarded as another son by her. By the way, where is Gai Xian's army now? When will it arrive in Konoha? During the meal, Uchiha Yuri couldn't help asking Xianqing. She has a lot of things to deal with recently, so she has no time to pay attention to this. These days, the village has been busy preparing for Suinking's succession ceremony, the public trial of the third generation, and the implementation of Konoha's institutional reforms, and other issues. They are very busy. Xianqing, the future Hokage, does not have so many things to do every day. Most of the time he still goes to practice. Uchiha Yuri and the others don't want to delay Suinking's growth. Of course, Xianqing also left a shadow clone in the Hokage office to handle some important government affairs and control the direction of the reform. Even Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Mito will reserve enough time for practice every 173 days. Don't want to fall behind in cultivation. After all, there are still many big enemies in the future. They are not strong enough now. During this period of time, they also use Shadow Clone to handle government affairs instead of the original body. It will take 3 or 4 days to come back. Don't worry. Take your time. The more time, the more fully prepared, right? Xianqing smiled kind. They. Uchiha Chiri nodded in agreement. At the same time, on top of a tree somewhere outside Konoha, Black Zetsu emerged from the trunk. He sensed the interior of Konoha. Although, he could not sense anything in the clans such as Uchiha, Senju, Uzumaki, and some important places that were wrapped in special barriers. But he could still sense many things in other public areas. Hiss. Damn, it's really Madara-sama. He was actually resurrected by Konoha's people first. The key is that his strength is so weak. It seems that Konoha's people left him with a very strong sealing method. After sensing Uchiha Madara's breath and frowning slightly, Black Zetsu frowned and cursed inwardly. What should we do? Should we rescue Madara-sama? Uzumaki White Zetsu asked at this time. If it's necessary. Black Zetsu listened and nodded affirmatively. In order to smoothly carry out the subsequent plan and to fight against Uchiha's Hilly and others, we need the power of adults, otherwise, we may be unable to move forward. But I guess that Konoha allows Madara-sama to walk around Konoha at will, which may not be a trap, it is to lure you and me into the trap so that we can be captured. So, we can't act rashly, everything needs to be planned carefully. Next, I need more White Zetsu to constantly monitor and test the situation inside Konoha, collect all the intelligence, and then strike with thunder at the critical moment to kill Madara-sama. In fact, if it weren't for the super strength of Uchiha Yuri and others, Black Zetsu really didn't want to revive Uchiha Madara to cause trouble for himself. It would just increase the difficulty of his operation. But now there are 2 super cage level strong men, Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Mito, and a demon like Uchiha Xianqing. He really can't deal with it. He can only rely on Uchiha Madara. Hey! After more than 1,000 years, how could such a problem arise at this critical moment? Could it be that all this is the work of Tsutsuki Hago Romo, the BD? Black Zetsu couldn't help but doubt in his heart. It's not unreasonable for him to doubt so much. Seeing that his plan was on the right track and not far from success, something beyond his expectations suddenly appeared at this time. He could only think of Sage of 6 Paths. Because, who else can restore the dying Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha Yuri to youth and break the strength cage level limit? You know, normally, the limit of a ninja is the peak of cage level. Super cage, almost impossible. Chapter 148, Rescue Uchiha Hikaru, a troublesome weapon, 2/5, please order it yourself. No problem. Leave it to us. We will definitely find out all the information as soon as possible. But, can you tell me what it feels like to poop? Uzumaki White Zetsu nodded, and then asked sincerely. Black Zetsu. Shut up. Don't ask me such boring and disgusting questions. Advertisement. Let's go. Black Zetsu replied speechlessly, and then took Uzumaki White Zetsu back into the tree, and left Kunyi at the fastest speed through the ground veins. What he didn't know was that at this time, in Konoha, Uchiha Xianqing, Uchiha's Hilly, Uzumaki Mito, Kushina, and others couldn't help but glance at the strongest position of Black Zetsu. In the Hokage's office, Uchiha's Hilly said to Xianqing, Xianqing, are you really not going to catch him and let him continue to carry out Project Tsuki no Mi to let him revive Kagaya? That's right, Black Zetsu has been noticed for a long time. If Xianqing and the others wanted to, they could actually set up a net to capture Black Zetsu in one fell swoop. But because of Suinking's new plan, they gave up temporarily. Well, don't catch him for now. Xianqing nodded affirmatively, didn't I say it? This way, we will unify the ninja world in the future, reduce the hatred of other ninja villages towards us, and facilitate my future good touch. In addition, it is also possible to subdue the Night Princess. Other Tsutsuki are our real enemies. Kagaya Princess is our window to understand Tsutsuki, and we can't miss it. Even, the subsequent research on the Tsutsuki clan may also start from Kagaya Princess's genes. At that time, dealing with the Tsutsuki clan will be even easier. Okay. Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha Yuri listened and nodded in understanding. This is also an idea. Okay. It's almost time, let's go and solve the Uchiha Hikaru issue. At this time, Uzumaki Mito stood up and said. Okay. Immediately, the three of them set off directly, leaving a shadow clone in the Hokage's office to continue handling affairs, and the original body directly locked the coordinates and teleported over. The next moment, the three of them came to a somewhat desolate mountaintop. Xianqing looked around, unfolded his observation and spiritual perception to explore the place and immediately sensed a large number of sealing spells from more than 5 meters underground. Found it, this is it. Let me see what kind of sealing arrays there are. Xianqing immediately took a few steps forward and stepped lightly on the ground. Buzz. Suddenly, the sealing spells flowed from his feet into the ground, directly connected to the underground sealing spell cluster, and triggered the array. Immediately, one sealing spell after another began to emerge from the ground. The densely packed and extremely complex sealing techniques were stacked one after another, making Xianqing's scalp tingle. Hiss. He couldn't help but take a breath and complained, how cautious is this? There are too many superimposed sealing techniques. I'm afraid there are no less than hundreds of them. This is not something that ordinary people can do. It requires extremely high attainments in sealing techniques. It seems that the Senju and Sarutobi clans had talents in this area back then. At this time, Suili Mito and Uchiha's Hilly also came over. Uzumaki Mito looked at these sealing techniques and frowned slightly, these are obviously Uzumaki clan-style sealing techniques. Advertisement. It seems that either the two clans asked my Uzumaki clan ancestors to take action, or the Uzumaki clan members who married into the Senju back then took action. Even after hundreds of years, the core and style of some things are not so easy to change. Yet, I can see this too. Xianqing also nodded, there are still many valuable sealing techniques in it that I didn't learn from you and I learned it from the classics given by the Uzumaki clan. Is it lost or? Speaking of this, Xianqing looked at Uzumaki Mito and joked. Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but roll his eyes and said curiously, don't you know yet? The classics of Uzumaki and Senju related to sealing techniques have been taught to you. Since there is none, it must have been lost. This is normal, after all, they are all sealed hundreds of years ago. Although, over the past few hundred years, the Uzumaki clan has not interrupted the inheritance. But some sealing techniques are either created by a certain clan member, or can only be mastered by the clan leader. Once the corresponding genius or clan leader suddenly gets into trouble, it is normal to lose it. Plus other unexpected situations, don't ask too much. This kind of problem not only exists in the Uzumaki clan, but also in other ninja clans. Hehe. That's right. Just a joke. After hearing this, Xianqing suddenly Ichiraku, then said, since some of them are lost, don't rush to crack them. Record these sealing techniques first, and then organize and improve them later. As he said that, he directly took out several scrolls and began to record them quickly. Of course. Uzumaki Mito also reacted quickly, and took out blank scrolls and pen and ink from his storage space and began to record. It saved him from having to borrow Xianqing to copy later. Uchiha's Hilly was fine, so he simply started to check around. More than an hour later. Finished. I'm done too. Xianqing and Uzumaki Mito completed the transcription one after another. Xianqing even learned and mastered these sealing techniques in the process of transcription, and explained the method of cracking this sealing technique. I have basically mastered the method of cracking this sealing technique cluster, how about I try it first? Xianqing immediately looked at Uzumaki Mito and asked. As expected of you. Uzumaki Mito was slightly stunned after hearing this, and then shook his head helplessly. Your understanding and learning ability are really enviable and shocking, even I, who claim to be a genius in sealing techniques, am far from this. Since you have confidence, then come on. Just think of me as joining in the fun today. At least, I have gained a lot of lost sealing techniques, right? Isn't it good not to have to work hard? Okay. Xianqing smiled and nodded, first called his mother back, then leaned over and pressed his hand on the ground. Countless sealing techniques poured out from his palm, constantly eroding those sealing technique clusters. Soon, one sealing technique after another was easily cracked by Xianqing. In just a few minutes, the entire sealing technique cluster disappeared completely. Ka ka ka. Then, the ground cracked and the soil layer rose. A long box that was not full of sealing techniques and runes and was tied up with a lot of chains opened up. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Xianqing saw the box and the chains tied to it, and couldn't help but smack his lips, so cruel, and so rich. This box and this chain seemed to be mixed with a lot of chakra-conductive metal. Were the Senju and Sarutobi clans so rich hundreds of years ago? If these chains and boxes are refined, it is estimated that they can be refined into thousands of kilograms of chakra-conductive metal, right? Advertisement. I'm rich now. Hee. It's not that he is short of this little money now. The key is that chakra-conductive metal has always been extremely rare. The more it is mined and excavated, the less it will be in the future. 014512227111202280. It's really luxurious. Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha's Hilly saw it, and they couldn't help but nodded in surprise. However, Uzumaki Mito continued, hundreds of years ago, chakra-conductive metals might have been more abundant than now, but to be able to take out so much at once to seal a person, it was obviously a big loss. You can imagine how much headache the Senju and Sarutobi had for this Uchiha light. Okay. Stop talking. Remove the last seal. $789. Xianqing listened, nodded, stepped forward, and raised his hand to a certain point on the box. A large number of sealing spells flowed out from his fingertips, connecting to the sealing spells and talisman paper on the box. Easily corroded and removed these sealing spells. Then, Xianqing's mind moved, and he enveloped the box with his mental power, and directly put the chakra metal chain tied on it into the storage space. Then, he suddenly flew back several meters. Zit! The next moment, the lid of the box was blown off dozens of meters high. Then, a black shadow rushed out of the box. It was a girl in her teens, wearing clothes with the Uchiha emblem and style. But the style was obviously much older. Uchiha? Whirlpool? Go to hell. When the girl saw Xianqing, Uchiha's Hilly and Uzumaki Mito, a strong murderous intent suddenly appeared in her eyes. She directly formed a seal and sprayed a mouthful of fire style. Then, both eyes Mangeki Sharingan opened. Amaterasu. A stream of blood flowed from the corner of her eyes, and a black flame began to burn directly on Xianqing and the other two. Unfortunately, the next moment, Susanoo appeared around Xianqing and Uchiha's Hilly. The fire style and the Amaterasu flame were blocked outside. Then, Xianqing and Uchiha's Hilly moved their minds and threw the Amaterasu flame on the surface of Susanoo out. Uzumaki Mito also relied on the tailed beast coat to resist the flame of Amaterasu and threw it out. None of the three suffered any damage. Uchiha Guang saw it, narrowed her eyes slightly, and prepared to continue the attack. But the next moment, dozens of golden chains suddenly sprang out from under her feet and tied her up before she could react. Uchiha Guang wanted to struggle, but found that the chakra in her body had been sealed and she was completely unable to mobilize it. Because there was no supply of chakra, even the Mangeki writing, money, Sharingan was forced to close. Damn it! Let me go! Damn Uchiha, you all deserve to die. Uchiha actually joined forces with Senju? Even more damned. Uchiha Guang cursed while struggling. Oh. It's really a headache. This personality and thinking are obviously problematic. Why not first put her seal the chakra, take it back to the village and slowly train it, then remove the seal? Xianqing heard her abuse and rubbed his temples with a headache. He was too naive before. Because this girl can at least communicate. But the current situation is obviously not the case. It can only be done this way. Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha's Hilly listened and nodded in agreement. Xianqing immediately stepped forward, ignoring Uchiha Guang's abuse and cannibalistic eyes. He stretched out his hand and pressed on Uchiha Guang's abdomen. The next moment, a large number of sealing techniques poured out from his palm, and soon covered Uchiha Guang's whole body. Sealing technique Chakra Seal. Seal. The next moment, these sealing techniques lit up and began to shrink rapidly towards the position of Xianqing's palm. Soon, a special chakra seal mark was formed on Uchiha Guang's abdomen. As Xianqing took away his palm, the seal technique mark gradually disappeared. Xianqing then nodded to Uzumaki Mito and said, "That's enough." Uzumaki Mito listened and took back the adamantine sealing chains. Chapter 149, Manjiki Pupil Technique Research, Tsukuyomi and the World of Illusion, 3/5. Please subscribe. Go to hell. However, the next moment, Uchiha Guang rushed directly to Xianqing, wrapped his hands and feet around him, pinched Suinking's neck with both hands, and bit Suinking's nose with his mouth. He was like a crazy kitten. Xianqing was speechless and helpless. He stretched out his hand and pulled Uchiha Guang off his body, and then shook. Advertisement. Uchiha Guang felt that he had no strength in his body temporarily. He collapsed and stared at Xianqing with stubborn and hateful eyes, as if he wanted to eat Xianqing. Xianqing had a headache. He could only look at his mother. "Mom. I feel I can't do it, how about you come?" Hee. Uchiha's Hilly heard it and immediately covered her mouth and smiled, "You have a headache sometimes. Leave it to Mom." As he said, Uchiha's Hilly stepped forward to take Uchiha Guang from Suinking's hand, and directly opened Manjiki Sharingan, and threw an illusion over. Uchiha Hikaru fell into a deep sleep. "I'll take the people back first. You clean up the mess here and come back early." Uchiha Yuri immediately picked up Uchiha Hikaru, told Xianqing, nodded to Uzumaki Mito, and teleported away. "I'm leaving too." Uzumaki Mito followed closely and left. Xianqing walked forward, waved his hand and put the long box made of chakra metal into the storage space, and then found the lid that had been thrown away and put it into the storage space. Then, he returned to the seal, checked it carefully, and after making sure that nothing was missing, he teleported back to Kunyi's home. At this time, Uchiha Yuri had just walked out of a guest room. Xianqing immediately asked, "How is it?" "I just came back." Uchiha Yuri couldn't help rolling his eyes and said, "Let her have a good sleep first, and then slowly educate her." 227. "It will be fine." "Okay." Xianqing nodded indifferently. There was nothing to do for a while, so he simply took out the test tube containing Uchiha Kagami's Manjiki Sharingan, probed into it with his mental power, and began to analyze the secrets of the pupil technique inside. "How is it? Have you made any progress in the research on the pupil technique?" Uchiha Yuri saw it and became interested, so he went over to ask. "I'm a little worried." Xianqing nodded, "Give me some more time, I should be able to research the training method of Manjiki pupil technique. After this successful experience, it will be much easier to research more Manjiki pupil techniques in the future. In addition, I remember that several pupil techniques of Uchiha Guang were forcibly transplanted to her by the Uchiha people hundreds of years ago. Perhaps, studying her Sharingan can also be a great inspiration to me and accelerate this research process. However, I estimate that learning this Manjiki pupil technique will also have great limitations. At least, you need to have Sharingan, and the level of pupil power cannot be low. You need at least 3 times the pupil power and meridian eyeball strength of ordinary 3 Megatama to learn and exert the true power of this pupil technique. Otherwise, the burden is too great and you can't carry it at all. Advertisement. Is that so? Uchiha Yuri listened and nodded in understanding. Actually, this is already very good. It can be used as a transitional method for the tribesmen before opening the Eternal Eye. In this way, there is no need to rush to open the Manjiki Sharingan, and there is no need to worry about losing strength because of it. Manjiki pupil technique is still very strong compared to many Uchiha. Indeed. Xianqing nodded in agreement. I also have this consideration. Didn't he damage the potential of his eyes because he was not prepared to open the Manjiki Sharingan, which led to his inability to possess and use the Manjiki pupil technique? Now that he can learn the Manjiki pupil technique, the problem is solved. Anyway, with his pupil power and the strength of his eyeballs and veins, it is easy for him to bear the load of the Manjiki pupil technique. Del. Uchiha Yuri nodded, then remembered something and couldn't help asking, by the way, how is your research on the method of opening Susanoo in advance? Is it universal? If this is also universal, then the disadvantages of not being able to open Manjiki earlier and taking a long time to open the Eternal Eye will be solved. Even for some people, they can master and enjoy the powerful power brought by Susanoo in advance. It's almost done. I'll give you the practice method later, which is naturally universal. Xianqing nodded affirmatively, and then said, in fact, to put it bluntly, this thing requires the development of Sharingan to a certain extent, and the mental power is also improved to a certain extent. If you master certain tricks, you can do it. I have sorted out the specific methods. As long as the tribe members have opened the 3 Megatama and practiced the Sharingan meditation method to the 3 Megatama stage, they can master the ability of Susanoo and advance with this method. Here you go. As he said, Xianqing's mind moved, and he took out a scroll from the storage space and handed it to his mother, saying, you can arrange for the tribe members who have opened the 3 Megatama and completed the 3-level meditation method to practice. At the same time, I suggest that this practice requirement be informed to all tribe members, so that they will have more motivation to practice meditation. However, Uchiha's Hilly did not take it, but shook his head and refused, this is not something you should go through in person. It's just right, let's brush up our favorability again. Aren't you always worried about the old generation, some old stubborn people in the middle and young generations who can't brush up their favorability? This is a great opportunity. I believe they will be very grateful to you after knowing this practice method. Maybe another group of tribesmen can meet the contract requirements. Uchiha's Hilly still hopes that Xianqing can bind all the tribesmen to the contract as soon as possible. In this way, it can not only further strengthen the strength of Uchiha, but also ensure the safety of all tribesmen. No need to worry that they will be deceived by Black Zetsu and run to be the second Obito. That's right. Then hold a general clan meeting in a few days and announce the news. At that time, I will put this Susanoo training method in the family merit pavilion and let the clan members who meet the conditions exchange it. Xianqing was slightly stunned after hearing this, and then, nodded to confirm. Well, you can do it yourself. Uchiha Yuri naturally had no objection. In the next few days, Xianqing was busy dealing with village affairs and training, and he was busy every day. Especially these days, Uchiha Yuri still needs to spend a lot of time to train and enlighten Uchiha Guang. He can't help him too much, so he is even busier. Fortunately, the situation of Uchiha Guang is getting better. At least, she will not attack Namishiha, Shengte, and Suan Li at will now. She also knows that the Sengoku era has long passed and everything is different. She doesn't have to continue to be a war weapon. Unfortunately, her personality and thoughts still have big problems, and it will take more time to solve them. Perhaps, I can create an illusion of the illusion world type to quickly change her 3 views and cognition, and reshape and improve her personality and emotions that have huge flaws. Xianqing was processing the documents, and suddenly remembered the matter of Uchiha Guang, and couldn't help thinking. Advertisement. What illusion world? Uzumaki Mito asked puzzledly. Well, it's like this. Xianqing listened, smiled helplessly and said, isn't this considering how to quickly improve and repair Uchiha Guang's personality and emotional defects and establish a correct subjective for her? Otherwise, my mother will not be able to spare enough time to help me in a short time. So, I thought of creating an illusion. Then, Xianqing roughly told Uzumaki Mito about his illusion thoughts. Uzumaki Mito raised his eyebrows and said, your illusion is not simple. It feels a bit like a simplified version of infinite Tsukuyomi. But it is obviously different from ordinary Tsukuyomi. Not bad. Xianqing smiled and nodded, that's it. The illusion space of ordinary Tsukuyomi is relatively monotonous, and it does not have the ability to weave a complete illusion world like infinite Tsukuyomi. But this kind of illusion is bound to require a lot of mental strength and imagination. Uzumaki Mito shook his head, but looking at Xianqing in front of him, he suddenly realized, but this shouldn't be a problem for you. So, what is the difficulty in creating your illusion? Tsukuyomi, right? Xianqing touched his chin and pondered, I need to create the Tsukuyomi training method first, master this Manjiki technique, and then use this as a basis to create this illusion world, illusion. Technique Tsukuyomi. Uzumaki Mito frowned and said, then you can only understand and analyze this technique from Uchiha Guang, right? I remember that whether it is Uchiha Kagami or Hilly, their Manjiki techniques do not have Tsukuyomi. In fact, no one really knows what Uchiha's Hilly's Manjiki technique is. The only information we know is that it involves time and causality. Anyway, it's very strong. The fact that she was able to create the Sharingan forbidden technique Izanami was also related to her eye technique. Yes. I understand. Xianqing nodded, so I have to wait. When her mind is more normal, I will go to her for research. Yes. We must first study the first method of practicing Manjiki eye technique and find the trick. In fact, in terms of practicality, Uchiha Kagami's Manjiki eye technique is more practical. This is similar to Izanagi's eye technique. It is an absolute life-saving magic technique. But Uchiha Kagami, who has such eye technique, was actually killed by Danzo. It can only be that he is too naive and trusts Danzo and others too much. Otherwise, Danzo and others would never succeed, let alone obtain his Manjiki Sharingan. In this regard, he is in the same vein as his future grandson Uchiha Shisui. Should we say that they are worthy of being grandfather and grandson? They are both so naive. These are all your own business, Uchiha. It's up to you. Uzumaki Mito shook his head, anyway, we Senju and Uzumaki can't learn this kind of thing. While speaking, Uzumaki Mito still looked regretful. It would be great if Senju and Uzumaki could also learn this Mangeki-I technique. It would also be a huge improvement in strength. Who said it can't be done? After hearing this, Xianqing frowned slightly and said, have you forgotten that our tribe has started intermarriage? At present, there are more than 10 couples in the 3 tribes. Among them, Senju and Uzumaki have married 3 Uchiha women. In the future, there will be no shortage of people from your 2 tribes who awaken Sharingan. At that time, they will naturally be able to enjoy this benefit. Chapter 150, The Blind Second Generation, Hashirama is ready to watch the fun and stir up trouble, 4/5. Please subscribe. That's true. Uzumaki Mito heard this and then remembered what it was like, and nodded with a smile. But when she thought of the marriage, she couldn't help but frown and complained, speaking of marriage, why do I feel that it is so difficult for Senju and Uzumaki to marry Uchiha women? Look, Uchiha has married 12 pairs of Senju and Uzumaki women, and our 2 tribes only have 3 pairs. This is completely unbalanced. If this continues, you will probably marry all the girls from our 2 tribes in the future, but we can't marry many girls from your side. Advertisement. DB. After hearing this, Xianqing was speechless and said, I can't do anything about this. I can only say that the number and quality of this generation of Uzumaki and Senju, especially Senju, are worrying, and they can't catch the eyes of our Uchiha young girls. What can I do? You can't force them to marry someone from your 2 tribes, right? Arranged marriages are not allowed. We must promote free marriages. I think you should look for the reasons in yourselves and strengthen the education and training of your tribe members. Your tribe studies should also be Uchiha clan school is following suit and reforming. Don't think that your clan school doesn't need to be reformed just because the village school is reforming. Not to mention that the village school reform still needs some time to complete, the village school and the flag school are also complementary to each other. As long as the young men of your 2 clans become more outstanding, are you still worried that you can't attract our Uchiha girls? The gentle and honest Senju and the academic bully Uzumaki are also very attractive. Of course, in her heart, Xianqing was not very happy that her man could marry more girls from the 2 tribes. With this in and out, Uchiha made a lot of money, right? Uzumaki Mito listened and immediately showed a trace of gauze. Because, what Xianqing said was really right. Let alone the vortex, there is really no outstanding young people of this generation of Senju. There are not even many people. Hey! Regarding education, I will discuss it with Liu Ming as soon as possible, learn from you Uchiha, and reform it as soon as possible. Even, I am going to copy your merit system for the contribution system. However, regarding the exchange of items, especially the high-level medicines produced in the pirate world, can we get more shares? It would be best to give us some discounts. Otherwise, a good cook cannot cook without rice. What do you think? Uzumaki Mito sighed and looked at Xianqing, and asked eagerly. Now the Senju vortex that has been contracted, who doesn't know that Xianqing and others got from sky a few years ago island directly obtained a golden city. Owned countless gold. In addition to the sale of Uchiha medicines and magical shellfish, a large amount of financial resources are received every month. The current Uchiha is really rich. Let Senju and Uzumaki envy. Well, of course you can. After all, we are allies. When the people of your 2 tribes signed the contract, they also cooperated with me. It is only right to give you some help. For details, discuss with Ma. She is in charge of these legends. Advertisement. Xianqing smiled slightly and agreed directly. Thank you very much. Uzumaki Mito was delighted when she heard it, and hurriedly thanked her. Then she thought of something and said to Xianqing, by the way, speaking of the problem of the small number of my Senju people, I have discussed with Hashirama and Tsunade before. We are going to cancel the policy of integrating our people into Konoha. And recall all the people and descendants who are still willing to return to Senju. What do you think about this? Xianqing has already acquiesced 4th Hokage, this kind of thing must be discussed with him. So as not to cause Suinking's dissatisfaction. What's so good about this? Of course I agree with it. Xianqing laughed and said, we Uchiha have never been afraid of Senju's strength. Even now, as allies, we can't help you save our son. And, from the beginning, I thought this plan itself was stupid. I don't know what the 2nd generation was thinking at the time, and they actually came up with such a self-destructive plan. At this point, Xianqing shook his head. You say the 2nd generation is stupid, right? Many problems in the early days of Konoha were solved by him. The 1st generation in Uchiha Madara can't be relied on at all. But you want to say he is smart, right? He has made many stupid moves in some things. For example, the policy against Uchiha, such as the plan to integrate Senju into civilians. For example, the education of the 3rd generation. For example, he chose to cover the third generation's shadow guards, and he went to die as a Hokage, and so on. Ah! You can't blame him. Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. He did this out of kindness, and for the good of Konoha. I hope that this way, the major ninja clans can gradually and thoroughly integrate into the village and build the village into a large whole, eliminate the barriers between the major ninja clans. At the same time, it also prevents the Senju from being the only one in charge and eventually developing the village into Senju village. From Konoha's perspective, as Hokage, he was right to do this. The only problem is that he died too early. These plans were not completed much, and he suddenly died in battle. And he also trusted his 4 apprentices wrongly, which is why it has become like this step by step. If he knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen would continue his unfinished plans after he came to power, harming the public for his own benefit, and causing the complete decline of Senju, he would definitely regret it, right? Senju Tobirama is still very far-sighted. Oh. Maybe. Xianqing listened and smiled speechlessly. As a result, Senju village will never appear, and even Senju almost became extinct. Sarutobi village, on the other hand, almost became a village in the future. What do you think? Should we revive the second generation now and let them see the consequences of their actions? See how Kakashi reacts. I think the second generation will be very excited when they know all this. Oh. Uzumaki Mito raised his eyebrows and said, aren't you afraid that he will oppose you becoming the 4th Hokage after he is resurrected? What am I afraid of? Xianqing said with disdain, I didn't revive before because I didn't like trouble. I'm not afraid that he would stop me from taking the throne. Now, my taking the throne has become a trend. Not to mention the second generation, even if the first generation is added, they can't stop it. Hey? What am I stopping? At this time, Hashirama and Uchiha Madara suddenly opened the door and walked in, asking in confusion. Xianqing listened and immediately showed a playful look, and immediately repeated the conversation to the two. As a result, Hashirama and Uchiha Madara looked at each other and touched their chins with a strange look on their faces. Tobirama and I really can't stop you from becoming the 4th generation at this moment. I don't think there's any need to stop you. You've done a good job. Hashirama then looked at Uchiha Madara and said, Madara, do you want to see Tobirama's expression after he is resurrected and knows the current situation of the Senju and what his 4 disciples have done? Obviously, the first generation is eager to watch the fun. He even wants to watch his brother's fun. At the same time, he also expressed his dissatisfaction with the policies his brother later implemented and the 4 disciples he chose. It is because of these people that Konoha has become so chaotic. Fortunately, Xianqing appeared, otherwise, who knows what will happen to Konoha. Please give me 00 flowers. If something goes wrong, it is possible that the village will be destroyed. Oh. Uchiha Madara raised his eyebrows and crossed his arms, looking playful, it will be fun, let's try it. Yeah. Let's try it. Hee. Hashirama laughed slyly but was glared at by Uzumaki Mito. He quickly pretended to be serious, cleared his throat, looked at Xianqing and said, since Xianqing is interested, let's revive Tobirama now. It just so happens that I have a lot of things to settle with him. Hee. In addition, I think that Danzo can also be resurrected first. I think it's too easy for this BD to die like this. I want to kill him a few times to vent my anger, okay? As he said, Hashirama clenched his fists, looking murderous. Of course. If you don't say it, I will also resurrect Danzo these days, and leave him for the villagers to vent their anger and revenge later. Xianqing was slightly stunned, then nodded. The first generation is worthy of being the first generation. Advertisement. They have a clear distinction between gratitude and resentment, and they like to watch the fun. What are you waiting for? Let's go. The first generation was excited when they saw Xianqing agreed. Okay. Let's go to, Number 2 training ground in the Uchiha clan. It's just right for the Uchiha people to watch, it will be more interesting, hee. As he said, Xianqing directly separated a shadow clone to stay here to handle the affairs for him. The original body walked forward, and put his hand on the shoulders of Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Swish! He took them away. At this time, Xianqing's shadow clone saw Uzumaki Mito also stand up and separate a shadow clone, and then the original body also teleport away. Lord Mito, what is your original body doing? Seeing this scene, Xianqing's shadow clone was slightly stunned and asked in confusion. What else can we do? Of course, we'll just go and watch the fun. Uzumaki Mito's shadow clone chuckled kide. $30. Xianqing's shadow clone immediately mourned for the second generation in his heart. Uchiha clan land number 2 training ground. The next moment, Xianqing appeared here with Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Master Xianqing? And Uchiha Madara and the first generation. Seeing the 3 people appear, the members of the Uchiha elite guard who were training here were all stunned. They were very confused as to why these three people came here at the same time. Uchiha had known about the fact that Uchiha Madara was resurrected and most of his strength was sealed. There may still be some people in the older generation who admire him very much. But more of them are afraid. The younger generation knows less about Uchiha Madara. They are all very calm about his appearance. On the contrary, the resurrection of the first generation made the young people of Uchiha more excited and admired. This made Uchiha Madara very depressed at first. Master Xianqing, first generation, Master Madara, are you guys busy? At this time, Uchiha 7th generation came over, bowed respectfully to Xianqing, nodded to first generation and Uchiha Madara, and then asked. Well, I'm going to revive 2nd generation and Danzo, you guys spread out and just watch from the sidelines. By the way, you can call some interested people to come and watch. The more the better. Xianqing smiled kind. Hey! Uchiha 7th generation was stunned when they heard it, and thought they had heard it wrong, and turned to look at first generation and Uchiha Madara. As a result, first generation nodded repeatedly to show that you heard it right. Uchiha Madara's mouth was even curled up, and it couldn't be suppressed. Chapter 151, Resurrection of Senju Tobirama and Danzo, Hashirama and Madara watching the show, 5/5. Please subscribe. Okay. I understand, I'll do it right away. Uchiha 7th generation all had an inexplicable feeling, and he probably knew what these people were thinking. He immediately ran to explain to the Uchiha here. He sent more than 10 people to call the interested tribesmen in the tribe to come and watch. Well, there were also a few contractors who left at the signal of Uchiha 7th generation, preparing to go to the teleportation hall to teleport to the pirate world, and call the tribesmen who were practicing there to come back to watch the fun. Advertisement. In this situation, it can be seen that Master Xianqing, first generation, and Master Madara are going to make trouble. This opportunity to eat melons should not be missed. And Xianqing began to arrange the impure world reincarnation spell array. After a while, the 2 spell arrays were ready. At this time, Manman Mito actually brought Uchiha's Hilly and Uchiha Guang to rush over. Hey! Uchiha Madara sensed the pupil power of Uchiha Guang and looked over in surprise. Uchiha Hikaru noticed Uchiha Madara's gaze and also looked over. He frowned and looked at Uchiha Madara and asked directly, what are you looking at? Uchiha Madara saw it and raised his eyebrows and said, oh? You don't know me. This Uchiha girl gave him a very strange feeling. Her pupil power was very strong, and there was no doubt that she had opened the Manjiki Sharingan. But he had never heard of such a person from Black Zetsu before. Either Black Zetsu concealed him, or there was another secret or a new person appeared. 970. But for this kind of thing, Uchiha Madara felt that Black Zetsu should not hide his previous self. There was no need. So, it could only be the latter. In addition, this girl had no feeling for him at all, as if she was looking at an ordinary stranger. Obviously, she didn't know him at all. This was also very strange. These days, he has come to the Uchiha tribe before, and there should be very few Uchiha who don't know him. Why should I know you? Uchiha frowned when he heard what Uchiha Madara said, looked at Uchiha Madara with a puzzled look, and ignored him. This made Uchiha Madara very depressed. I couldn't help but ask Hashirama on the side, Hashi, do you know this girl? Hey. Hashirama heard what Uchiha Madara said, retracted his gaze, looked at Uchiha Madara, then reacted, looked at Uchiha Guang, and said in a daze, oh. You mean Xiao Guang? I heard Mito say that she seems to be a weapon made by you Uchiha hundreds of years ago. Specially used to target us Senju. Later she was abandoned by Uchiha, and then sealed by our Senju and Sarutobi clan. A few days ago, Tuan was rescued by Xianqing and others. She is also a poor person. Speaking of which, the reason why Xianqing and others noticed her was that they accidentally saw it from your collection of books. I was there at the time. Don't you know about her? A weapon sealed hundreds of years ago. Uchiha Madara listened, his eyes narrowed slightly, feeling that this information was very familiar, and soon he remembered, clapping his hands and saying, I remember. It's her. As he said, he looked at Uchiha Hikari again, then retracted his gaze and said, I actually read the records about her at that time, but I didn't pay much attention to it at that time. The main thing is to find the specific location of the seal in the classics of the Senju or Sarutobi clan. I just gave up. I didn't expect that she was still alive, and was rescued by Xianqing Xiaogui and others. Interesting. No wonder he felt that Uchiha Hikari's pupil power was so strong. Much stronger than the average Manjiki Sharingan. But it didn't transform into the Eternal Eye. It's not surprising that it's Uchiha Hikari. Because, according to records, she was transplanted with several Manjiki Eye techniques by the Uchiha clan back then, and her own Manjiki Eye techniques were already very strong, so her eye power was naturally greatly enhanced. If I had known this, I should have found a way to find her seal location and brainwash her to train her to be my agent. What a pity. Advertisement. Uchiha Madara thought with some regret in his heart. Because he saw that Uchiha Hikaru had mental problems. Yes, she was trained as a war weapon, it would be strange if there were no problems. But this kind of existence was just right for him in the past. But now, it's no longer necessary. Because, Uchiha Madara has already understood that he was just fooled by Black Zetsu. Then Project Tsuki no Mi is shit. In the case of no hope of escape, it is better to watch honestly, play cards with Hashirama when you are free, and witness it. How did Uchiha Xianqing reform and develop Konoha, unify the ninja world, and bring long-term peace to the ninja world? This is also a good experience, isn't it? While the two were talking, many Uchiha rushed over, and the entire training ground was surrounded tightly. At this time, Xianqing felt that the people were almost there, and immediately waved his hand, took out 2 white zetsu from the space-time gate space, and placed them in a magic circle respectively. This scene made Uchiha Madara narrow his eyes slightly, thinking, this kind of space method again. It seems that Uchiha Xianqing, Uzumaki Mito, and even many people from the 3 tribes have this method, and it was given by Uchiha Xianqing. What is the principle of this? It can even store living things. He was very curious. Unfortunately, no one would tell him after asking, and he had no way. Reanimation Jutsu. At this time, Xianqing pinched a seal with both hands, raised one foot and stepped lightly. Suddenly, 2 magic circles lit up. Then, a large amount of paper-like things continued to pour out from the ground, wrapped in the 2 white zetsu. Ah! White zetsu screamed and struggled, and soon disappeared completely. In its place were the images of Senju Tobirama and Shimura Dan's. Wow! This is reanimation jutsu? It feels so weird. Indeed. But why did Master Xianqing resurrect 2nd generation and Danzo? Who knows? Master Xianqing specially asked someone to call us here. Maybe there's something interesting to watch. Don't tell me, it's really possible. A group of Uchiha discussed. At this time, Xianqing pinched the seal again and said in a low voice, "Start." The next moment, Senju Tobirama and Danzo seemed to come alive and slowly opened their eyes. Hey! Senju Tobirama looked around in confusion when he woke up, and saw Uchiha everywhere. Moreover, these Uchiha were very strong, and his face changed immediately. He couldn't figure out what was going on for a while. He immediately let go of his perception and determined his position. I was resurrected. Or did I use my reanimation jutsu? And, I'm still in the Uchiha clan. Thinking of this, Senju Tobirama's face turned black. Hey? No. Is this, big brother, big sister-in-law, and Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Chiri? Then, Senju Tobirama noticed Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Uzumaki Mito, and Uchiha Chiri who were watching the show. Suddenly, his expression froze, and he became even more confused. He was about to say something to the 1st generation over there. At this time, Danzo on the side shouted first. I am, resurrected. Reanimation jutsu. Uchiha Xianqing, is it you? You did it. Am I dead? You resurrected me. This is the Uchiha clan's land, Konoha. What on earth do you want to do? No matter what conspiracy you have, you will not succeed. Hiruzen will avenge me. Die. Danzo roared and was about to kill Xianqing. Shut up. Advertisement. Xianqing glared at the dog, and with a thought, he activated part of the spell in his body, making him lose the ability to move and even speak. He froze in place, staring at Xianqing with crazy hatred, but unable to move. Uchiha's brat. At this time, Senju Tobirama on the side looked at Xianqing with a serious face and asked, You resurrected me, right? What is your purpose? Also, can you explain 10 times what Danzo said just now? Did you kill him? Also, what do you want to do to Konoha? While speaking, he quietly began to make seals with one hand, trying to get rid of the control of reanimation jutsu and attack Xianqing. This scene was seen by the 1st generation, Uchiha Madara, and others, and they both smiled playfully. Tisk. Naturally, these could not escape Suinking's attention. He looked at the 2nd generation with contempt and smacked his lips. Hey? What's the look in your eyes, brat? Senju Tobirama saw it and became even more unhappy and said angrily. Nothing. You really didn't surprise me at all. But you'd better stop working. It's useless. Xianqing shook his head, and with a thought, he activated Senju Tobirama's body. Suddenly, Senju Tobirama felt that the chakra in his body also disappeared, and even the force was weakened by the seal. He is now no different from an ordinary person. What? He was shocked, and then looked at Xianqing. What did you do? Reanimation jutsu has been improved to this extent by you. Kid, what is your purpose in resurrecting me? At this point, he turned to look at the first generation and Uchiha Madara who were watching the show shouted brother and sister-in-law. What are you doing? Watching the show? What do you mean? Can you explain to me, what is going on? Are you all controlled by Uchiha? Has Konoha also fallen and been controlled by Uchiha? Danzo is dead, what about Monkey? Is he dead too? He is very angry and confused now. He has no idea what is going on. He even suspects that he is under an illusion. It feels like the situation is magical. Haha. Hashirama from 1.3 couldn't help laughing out loud after hearing this. He was too embarrassed to continue watching the show. He immediately walked over, patted the second generation on the shoulder and said, well. Relax, Tobirama. We are not controlled by anyone, and Konoha is not controlled. Also, you have too much prejudice against Uchiha. That's why Monkey and Danzo made Konoha like this before. This is all your fault. Tobirama. You said you have no opinion on what Senju Tobirama did? The first generation couldn't admit it. Konoha is his dream and the result of his life's hard work. Hey. However, Senju Tobirama was stunned when he heard what his elder brother said, and he was even more confused. What was going on? Why did he feel that he didn't understand something? But there was one thing he was sure of, that is, Konoha should be fine. On the contrary, Monkey and Danzo seemed to have done something bad, which made his elder brother and sister-in-law very dissatisfied. Also, how did Uchiha Madara come back to life? Or in the form of impure world reincarnation? He shouldn't have died at the beginning? What era is this? Why did his sister-in-law and Uchiha Yuri become younger and more powerful? All of this made Senju Tobirama feel confused. Chapter 152, Uchiha Madara beats up Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama is angry and frustrated. 1/5, please order by yourself. Finally, Senju Tobirama took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down temporarily, looked at his elder brother and sister-in-law, and asked seriously, can you tell me what happened? What is the purpose of this Uchiha kid resurrecting me? Also, what did Danzo and the monkey do? Can you tell me in detail what happened in the years after my death? He felt that there was a big problem. Advertisement. He must first understand the reason clearly. Of course. The first generation listened, hesitated for a while, and finally nodded, and then his expression suddenly became serious. Immediately, together with Uzumaki Mito, began to tell Senju Tobirama about what happened in Konoha and even the ninja world in the years after his death. This included how several good disciples of Senju Tobirama targeted and suppressed Senju step by step, how Uchiha dug out the interests of Takenza to develop their own family, how to suppress other ninja clans in the village, how to unite the enemy to target their own people on the battlefield, and so on. The countless crimes were all told to Senju Tobirama by the two men. Senju Tobirama became more and more angry after listening to them, and he wanted to tear Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others apart. Damn it! They deserve to die. That's not what I taught them at the beginning. I thought Sarutobi Hiruzen could be kind and become a good Hokage. Why is he the most subtle and vicious one? Danzo is more upright than him. Although he is also bad, at least he is bad in an upright way. Good. 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 You are worthy of being my good disciple. Senju Tobirama roared angrily. He didn't expect the result to be like this. He had misjudged people from the beginning to the end. Especially after he heard the current situation of the Senju clan, he was even more heartbroken. He did make the decision to let the Senju branch integrate into the civilian population of Konoha. But that was to strengthen Konoha, to eliminate the estrangement between families, and to prepare for the integration of all ninja clans into Konoha in the future. At the same time, it was also to prevent the Senju manufacturer Junshin. But he never let the Senju direct lineage and main lineage integrate into the civilians. And there was no idea of completely disbanding the Senju. But what did his good disciples do? They hit their 27th teacher's family hard and would not stop until they destroyed it. Even the Uzumaki clan was almost gone. As a result, Sarutobi, Shimura and other ninjas have become much stronger over the years. Damn it! These beasts deserve to die. I misjudged them. By the way, where is Kagami? Where is Uchiha Kagami? I asked him to balance Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, and let him guide Uchiha to integrate into the mask. Is that how he balanced it? Senju Tobirama was angry, and he actually wanted to point his head at Uchiha again. Especially seeing that Uchiha is so powerful now, much more powerful than when he was in power, but Senju has declined, he suddenly felt even more unbalanced. Tisk. Hearing this, Xianqing immediately looked at him with disdain, turned his hand and took out the test tube containing Uchiha Kagami's Sharingan and raised it. Hey! Here it is. He was killed by your good apprentice Danzo a long time ago. Even this pair of Sharingan was taken from Danzo. What? Want to blame Sarutobi Hiruzen and others on Uchiha? Do you have the qualifications? What? At this time, you still want to play such a trick? For a moment, Xianqing was very disappointed with Senju Tobirama. Is this your mind? What? Hearing this, Senju Tobirama's pupils shrank suddenly, looked at Danzo over there, and then looked at the test tube in Xianqing's hand, sensing the familiar pupil power fluctuations in it. He immediately confirmed that the area was indeed Uchiha Kagami's eyes. He immediately looked at his elder brother and sister-in-law in disbelief and asked, "Is this kid telling the truth?" "What else?" Uzumaki Mito glared at him, "Didn't I mention this before? Besides, don't you know Uchiha Kagami's personality? Why do you think that with his innocent and gentle personality, he can beat Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo? Especially when you instilled the Uchiha threat theory in them. It can only be that Senju Tobirama is sometimes naive." Hey! It's me, Her Kagami." Senju Tobirama was speechless by his sister-in-law, and finally all his thoughts turned into a sigh and admitted his mistakes. Then, he looked at Xianqing and bowed his head to admit his mistake. "Kid, what I said before was indeed wrong. Sorry. I admit that I was very hostile and wary of Uchiha at the beginning. This was caused by the hatred in the past, and I can't let it go completely. But after becoming Hokage, although I have the idea of suppressing Uchiha, the ultimate goal is actually to make the non-Shiha who are wandering outside truly integrate into the Water Leaf Song. Everything is for the good of Konoha, and there is not too much selfishness. I want you to promise this. The only thing I didn't expect is that Monkey and Danzo would become like this. It's too late to say anything now. Advertisement. Hat. Hearing this, Xianqing hasn't spoken yet. Non-Shiha Madara couldn't help but sneered, "Not too much selfishness? Forget it. Senju Tobirama. Since you designed the security department and assigned it to Uchiha, you have been calculating Uchiha. Your thoughts are obvious. The reason why your disciples are so repulsive and suppressing Uchiha, you have been promoting the Uchiha threat theory. Isn't that what you taught me? Don't you think it's a bit ridiculous to admit your mistakes and play the victim here now? As for the hatred you mentioned. Haha. If we really talk about hatred, I and even Uchiha should hate you and the Senju clan more, right? If it weren't for your despicable sneak attack, how could my brother die? If it weren't for you, how could Uchiha be suppressed in Konoha, and the two Hokages have no chance?" Obviously, everything was agreed upon at the beginning. The two clans at least took turns to be the Hokage. Did you do it? You didn't do anything, but you just wanted to suppress Uchiha and wanted Uchiha to give in. You even said shamelessly that you wanted Uchiha to truly integrate into Konoha. It's ridiculous. Ha! The more Senju Tobirama listened, the uglier his face became. He stared at Uchiha Madara with anger, and he wanted to tear him apart. Dat. Uchiha Madara was in a dominant position and saw Senju Tobirama's eyes curled up in disdain, and he said sarcastically, "What? Want to hit me? Want to kill me? If my strength was not sealed by 99%, I would kill you now." However, Senju Tobirama narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this, and the next moment he rushed directly to Uchiha Madara. Zit! Suddenly, the two fell to the ground. Then, they started to wrestle. But Senju Tobirama was obviously sealed more thoroughly, and at this time he was at most an ordinary person with rich combat experience, while Uchiha Madara could still mobilize a small amount of chakra. Soon, Uchiha Madara took the absolute upper hand and began to beat Senju Tobirama unilaterally. Xianqing and many Uchiha, even Hashirama and Uzumaki Mito, were indifferent, and had no tendency to step forward to stop the fight. Instead, they all watched the show with great interest. This is Uchiha Madara vs. Senju Tobirama. The battle of the century, it's rare to see, how can you miss it? Even Danzo who was frozen over there couldn't help but try to roll his eyes to watch. As expected, the essence of human beings is 8 trigrams. After a while, I saw Senju Tobirama being beaten for more than 10 minutes. His body was broken many times. Hashirama stepped forward to separate the two. All right. Madara, it's almost done. Haha. Cool. Uchiha Madara didn't continue to entangle, and just put his hands on his waist and laughed proudly. There was comfort in his tone. Obviously, beating Senju Tobirama really made him feel good physically and mentally. This is something he wanted to do a long time ago. Senju Tobirama was furious when he saw this, and then he looked at his eldest brother and said angrily, "Brother, you are too much. You watched me being beaten without helping? You are just watching the show. You did it on purpose, right?" Hearing Senju Tobirama's angry and resentful words, the first generation nodded and said, "Yes. I did it on purpose. In fact, I feel that this is not enough to vent my anger. I will beat you up a few times when I go back to vent my anger. Who let your appointed disciples mess up Konoha and make the Senju like this now? Do you know that if it weren't for Uchiha's help, the Senju would probably have been completely wiped out at this time? Even the same goes for Uzumaki. These are all the good things done by your good disciples. Just tell me whether you should fight or not. The first generation's face became more and more serious as they spoke, and finally they looked at Senju Tobirama. This made the originally angry Senju Tobirama slump, and he was a little speechless, not knowing how to refute for a while. Because, these are all facts. So, you resurrected me this time just to laugh at me and beat me up? There is nothing else to do. Unable to refute, Senju Tobirama simply began to forcibly change the subject. Of course not. The first generation heard it and shook his head and said, isn't Xianqing going to take over as the fourth Hokage and then conduct a public trial of Monkey and Danzo? It's just right for you to be resurrected and be a witness and judge them together. In addition, Xianqing is very optimistic about your research ability. I plan to let you work in the newly established scientific research department next, help with research, and promote the development of Konoha. I think this is also good, people are put to good use. It's good. He himself was even assigned the task of building Konoha. Although it felt a bit of a pitfall. But for Konoha, he still agreed. Anyway, he estimated that if he didn't agree, Xian would not let him return to the netherworld. It might even be possible for Mito to persuade and urge him to agree. Hey! Senju Tobirama was shocked and looked at the first generation, then looked at Uchiha Xianqing not far away. The first generation said, you mean Xianqing, the kid who resurrected me? He is an Uchiha. He suddenly couldn't say anything at this point. Because the situation was different from the past. Go on. Why don't you continue? What happened to Uchiha? Is Uchiha not worthy of the Hokage? Uchiha's Hilly, who had not spoken, crossed his arms and asked Senju Tobirama with a smile. Advertisement. The terrifying aura and evil spirit that emanated from him made Senju Tobirama move aside 2 steps in response, and subconsciously hid beside the first generation. DB. Then, looking at Uchiha's Hilly, he said with a bit of hesitation, no. No. Since it is a unanimous decision within the village, it is naturally difficult for a dead person to say anything. I believe in the opinions of the villagers. He finally gave in front of Uchiha Yuri. At the same time, he muttered in his heart, how come this woman has not only become younger, but also seems to have improved a lot in strength? It feels like I don't have the feeling of my eldest brother back then. Terrible. He has no idea what happened to Uchiha in the past few years? From the description of his eldest brother and sister-in-law, all the changes started from Uchiha more than 3 years ago. If it weren't for Uchiha, Senju would probably have disappeared completely. The Uzumaki clan might have been exterminated. My eldest sister-in-law is probably dead. Even, Uchiha's end will definitely not be good. In the future, the entire Konoha might really become a one-man show for the monkeys, and they will be completely hollowed out by them, creating the Sarutobi clan. When Senju Tobirama thought of this possible future, he was terrified. Fortunately, something happened to Uchiha. And the source of everything should be this kid called Uchiha Xianqing. Senju Tobirama thought secretly. If he still didn't understand that Xianqing was the core of the change, he would be unworthy of being the second Hokage. Therefore, he is now more curious about Uchiha Xianqing. Perhaps, it would be better to stay in the world of the living for a while, stay in Konoha, and participate in it. It will be more convenient for me to see what direction this little brat Uchiha Xianqing can take Konoha to. If he doesn't do well, then I will have a reason to persuade my eldest brother 800 and his wife to change their minds and change someone to be the Hokage. Thinking of this, Senju Tobirama turned and added, in addition, I also agreed to let me go to the scientific research department to participate in the research. Had. Uchiha's Hilly listened and smiled disdainfully, just agree, I know you have other ideas. But I don't care. My son Xianqing won't care either, as long as you do your job well. Anyway, Senju Tobirama will be his son's worker and tool man in the future. He has already bowed his head and surrendered, so there is no need to say more. Hey? Uchiha Xianqing, your son. Senju Tobirama was stunned when he heard it, looked at Xianqing, then looked at Uchiha's Hilly, and asked in confusion. Yes. Uchiha Yuri nodded with a smile, what do you think? How is it? My son is awesome, right? Long. Senju Tobirama heard this and forced out an ugly smile and said, he is really awesome. At the same time, he roared in his heart, damn. It's so unfair. This kid is actually the son of this crazy woman Uchiha Yuri. No wonder she regained her youth and her strength has improved. It's obvious that her son has given her special treatment. Oh, that's not right, then why did my sister-in-law also regain her youth, and even her strength seems to have become more terrifying. Thinking of this, Senju Tobirama subconsciously glanced at his sister-in-law. Uzumaki Mito seemed to see through his thoughts at this time and gave him a mysterious smile. Let Senju Tobirama had a bad feeling. He felt that his elder brother and sister-in-law had something they hadn't told him just now. Okay. Let's leave here first. Let's talk in my office. At this time, Xianqing patted his head, focused everyone's attention, said something, and then said to the Uchiha around him, as for Denso, he will stay here for you to play with, vent your anger, and take revenge. Everyone can do whatever they want. Just don't use the sealing technique on him. Let's go. As he said that, Xianqing called the first generation, Uzumaki Mito, Madara, his mother, and Senju Tobirama to come over. Then, he took them directly to use Flying Thunder God and disappeared here. At the same time, he lifted the control of Shimura Dan's movements, allowing him to move. However, his chakra was still not unsealed. His physical fitness was only at the level of ordinary people. Wow! Thank you, Master Xianqing. What are you waiting for? That's Shimura Dan's, that BD. Kill him. Let me do it. How about we throw him into the toilet and let him soak? Although it's a good idea, it will be hard to beat him later. You can't get yourself into trouble. Indeed, Master Xianqing resurrected him, and he will definitely be useful later. We won't do such disgusting things for now. Let's ask Master Xianqing later. That's right. Chapter 153, Senju Tobirama's Recognition, the Army Guy's Spin, 2/5. Please customize. Damn, it's Uchiha. I hate it. Looking at the many Uchiha who were killing him with a grin, and feeling his sealed strength, Danzo roared with grief and anger, and was drowned by the surging Uchiha's attack. He began his inhumane career of being beaten. And this was just the beginning of his life tragedy. Here in the Hokage's office. Advertisement. Xianqing used the Flying Thunder God technique to lead everyone back here. As soon as he came over, Senju Tobirama couldn't help but say, "You little brat, you even learned my Flying Thunder God technique. And the mastery seems to be very high? Who taught you?" He didn't believe it was Monkey and the others. It could only be. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at his sister-in-law. This kind of proficiency cannot be achieved without a long enough time. It's me. Uzumaki Mito felt his gaze and spread his hands and said, "This was a deal in the past, in exchange for my vitality recovery, which extended my life in disguise. What? Do you think it's inappropriate? Or do you think I'm not qualified to do this?" "No, no." Senju Tobirama heard this and his face suddenly changed. He waved his hands and denied it. "Sister-in-law, what are you talking about? If you are not qualified, who else is qualified? This deal is well done. Otherwise, if his sister-in-law died, wouldn't Konoha fall completely under the control of Uchiha and become a one-man show of Uchiha? But this kid actually learned his signature ninjutsu to this extent, which really made him a little unhappy. This is the ultimate ninjutsu he developed specifically for Uchiha. He used this trick to kill Uchiha Izuna. What's the matter with bringing us here?" At this time, Uchiha Madara asked with a face. Others also looked at Xianqing. Xianqing shrugged and said, "Nothing else, just thinking that you are all resurrected, I just happened to discuss my first 5-year plan for Konoha with you. We have had many rounds of consultations with the village's top leaders and Jainin representatives, and the bakeson is already very complete. But bystanders see more clearly, I still want to see if you have any suitable ideas." As he said, Xianqing took a document from the desk next to him and handed it to Uchiha Madara and others. "Oh? The first 5-year plan?" Uchiha Madara, Hihi, Senju Tobirama were very concerned after hearing this, and they all reached out to take the document. As a result, one person pulled one end and pulled it, and then they all looked at each other expressionlessly, with the tendency to not give in at all. "Okay. I'll give you another one." Seeing this, Xianqing slapped his head speechlessly, and took another one and handed it over. Senju Tobirama immediately relaxed, and as a result, the document in his hand was snatched away by Uchiha Madara. Then, Uchiha Madara went to the sofa and sat down, flipping through the documents with Hashirama. This scene made Senju Tobirama's teeth itch. Uchiha Madara was a jerk, but why was his elder brother still like this? People who didn't know would think you were brothers? Although he was angry, Senju Tobirama had actually gotten used to it a long time ago, so he simply ignored them and thought that out of sight, out of mind. He took another document from Xianqing and started flipping through it. Hiss. After a while, Senju Tobirama finished reading it, and couldn't help but gasp. He looked at Xianqing in surprise and said, "Kid. Your plan is quite bold. You are going to expand and improve the ninja school alone to this extent. I'm afraid your ambition is not just as simple as developing Konoha. You want to unify the ninja world? Even in the future, you are going to merge the power of the daimyo." Although these were not mentioned in the plan. But in Senju Tobirama, it seems that Suinking's future plans are hinted everywhere. Whether it is the expansion of ninja schools and the increase of targeted courses. especially ideological education, governance courses, and so on. Even, there are schools for ordinary people. All these show that Xianqing is vigorously cultivating talents in all walks of life and cultivating reserve officials. In addition, the plan also clearly plans for Konoha to develop its own industry and commerce in the future and be self-sufficient. Military, economy, and government affairs are a trinity and develop synchronously. This is completely different from the positioning of Konoha in the past. In addition, this five-phase Konoha reconstruction and expansion plan also shows that Xianqing is ready to vigorously attract foreign population to join Konoha and greatly increase the population of Konoha. Advertisement. According to the plan above, as long as everything goes well, in 5 years, Konoha's population will expand to at least 3 million. Hey? Is there? It's clearly not written here. Tobirama, how did you see it? Before Xianqing opened his mouth to answer, Hashirama beside him asked curiously. Uchiha, who was watching from the side Madara, was speechless. As expected, Hashirama's sensitivity in this regard is still so low. Oh. Xianqing looked at the second generation with a surprised face and said, "Did you see it so quickly?" Had. Senju Tobirama heard it and sneered, "It's so obvious, almost every one of them is telling me your purpose, is it hard to see? However, you are willing to delegate the power of Hokage's government affairs, task release, etc., this courage surprised me a little. I admit that I had a big prejudice against you being a Hokage before. Not only because you were born in Uchiha, but also because you are only 10 years old, too young. I thought that even if you are a genius, your mind and strategy are still very immature. Now it seems that I am superficial and underestimated you. Based on this plan alone, you are an extremely qualified Hokage, even less qualified than me. So, I recognize you as the 4th Hokage. I look forward to your next performance." Senju Tobirama's words came from the bottom of his heart and were sincere. There are many things he had not considered in the past about Xianqing's plan alone. He believed that as long as he could firmly and smoothly complete this plan, Konoha would be completely invincible in the ninja world in 5 years. It truly has the foundation to unify the ninja world. Haha. Thank you for your compliment. Let's talk about whether you have any opinions on this plan. It is still important to check for omissions and fill in the gaps. It's not too late to do it now, since this plan has not been released and implemented yet. Xianqing smiled slightly. He was not too excited about the second generation's approval. Because it didn't matter to him whether the second generation approved or not. But it was rare and worth being happy to have Senju Tobirama, who hated Uchiha, approve of him, a Hokage who had not yet ascended to the throne. After listening to this, Senju Tobirama immediately began to discuss some of the details with Xianqing. Soon, Uzumaki Mito, Uchiha Yuri, Hashirama and even Uchiha Madara joined in one after another. They started to discuss together. The plan itself was already very complete. 0145122227 Fila 1112122480. Most of the time, Xianqing would explain to them the reasons for doing so. But occasionally, second generation would not approve of him. Generation and the others can also put forward some more constructive suggestions. Let the whole plan be further improved. 3 days later, Tsunade and others finally took the expeditionary force Gai Xian. Xianqing and others personally arrived at the gate of Konoha in advance to welcome the army Gai Xian. At the same time, he announced that he would officially take over as Hokage tomorrow and hold a succession ceremony. Ah! Finally back! Now I can have a good rest, right? Walking on the way to the Hokage building, Tsunade stretched and said. Advertisement. You think too much. Tomorrow is the day when Xianqing takes over. After that, Konoha will officially start reform under his leadership. The ninja hospital must also be within the scope of reform. You, the first medical ninja in Konoha, don't want to be lazy? What are you thinking? Orochimaru on the side couldn't help but laugh and teased. Compared to Tsunade, he can't wait to take over the research department now. Hey? Don't. Tsunade's face suddenly turned bitter after hearing this, and he said reluctantly, I think the ninja hospital is very good and perfect now. There is no need for reform, right? It's useless to tell me about this. Orochimaru heard this and shook his head with a smile, you have to tell Xianqing-jun and successfully convince him. But I don't think you can do it. Didn't you say that? In terms of medical skills, Xianqing-jun seems to be better than you. If he thinks it needs reform, then it must be reformed. We just obey. By the way, I just saw that the second generation seems to have been resurrected. It seems that my research department will have an admiral. I'm looking forward to it. This is the master of forbidden technique. He couldn't imagine what level his research progress would be if the second generation joined his research department and participated in the research. This is a god-level helper. Xianqing-jun is so considerate. Hey? Is there? Tsunade was stunned when she heard it, and after thinking about it for a while, she suddenly realized, it seems that there is indeed one. It's really strange. With my second grandfather's temper and his hatred of Uchiha, he didn't choose to stop Xianqing from becoming Hokage. It seems that we have missed a lot of things in the past few days when we were away. Even my second grandfather was convinced. Xianqing is amazing. Not enough, this is also good. Anyway, she thinks Xianqing, note is good, is the most suitable fourth Hokage. She was afraid that her second grandfather would make trouble. Now that he has been convinced, it couldn't be better. Even the second generation was resurrected, and they acquiesced to Xianqing becoming the Hokage. Jiraiya, who was standing by, was slightly startled after hearing this, and then said with a look of surprise and melancholy, doesn't that mean that the second generation also knows the guilt that the teacher and Danzo have let go of over the years, and acquiesced to the village's treatment of them? It seems that the teacher and his team really have no chance of turning the tables. I just hope Xianqing and his team can spare the old man's life. In Jiraiya's opinion, no matter what, his teacher has made a lot of contributions today in the past. At least, after the death of the second generation, his teacher successfully stabilized the situation in Konoha and repelled the attacks of other ninja villages. Orochimaru and Tsunade were also slightly stunned after hearing this. Tsunade said noncommittally, how it will be handled depends on tomorrow. Didn't Xianqing say it before? The public trial will be held the day after tomorrow. He even resurrected Danzo. Just for this day. You'd better not have too much hope. In my opinion, the old man is best executed directly. It's all over. Otherwise, living may make him more painful and humiliated than dying directly. She believes Xianqing can definitely do it. That kid is insidious and vicious to his enemies. Chapter 154 Orochimaru and Tsunade persuade Jiraiya again to deny Mount Maiboku, 3/5. Please subscribe. Indeed. Orochimaru listened, and nodded meaningfully at Jiraiya, sometimes, living is more painful than death. Jiraiya, you are still too young. However, since the second generation has approved it, you'd better not do anything stupid next time, and don't confront Xianqing, otherwise. I don't want you to defect from the village one day, and I have to hunt you down in person. When that happens, I won't be soft-hearted. Orochimaru was obviously giving Jiraiya a shot of prevention again. He was afraid that he would really do something reckless and make something unmanageable. Advertisement. As one of his few companions, he still cherished it very much. Jiraiya's face suddenly sank when he heard it, and he hesitated and didn't know how to speak. After a while, he felt the concerned eyes of Orochimaru and Tsunade, and finally made up his mind and nodded heavily, yes. I know. I won't let you worry. Let's leave everything to the public trial the day after tomorrow. All I can do for the old man is to take care of his family. Just consider it as repaying the third generation's kindness. As for going against the village, or even betraying the village, this is not what he wants. This is his home. His companions, ties, and every bit of memory are here. Where can he go after leaving here? He doesn't want to be a stray dog. Hey! I don't know where the child of destiny that the great Toad Sage said is. Who is it? It would be great if he could show up earlier and lead the ninja world to peace earlier. War, struggle, etc., are really disgusting. Jiraiya couldn't help but sigh. However, when Tsunade and Orochimaru heard what he said, their faces changed. Tsunade frowned, looked at Jiraiya seriously and warned, Jiraiya. Do you still believe in the prophecy of the so-called Great Toad Sage? Do you believe in the so-called Child of Destiny? Have you never thought that the Big Toad is actually fooling you, using you, and brainwashing you? Is destiny so easy to predict? Even if the Big Toad really has this ability, destiny itself is changing all the time. If everything is destined by fate, how desperate will our lives be? In short, I don't believe in any prophecy or Child of Destiny. Even if there is a Child of Destiny, in my opinion it can only be Xianqing, it can't be anyone else. And, you see, Xian will definitely bring long-term peace to the ninja world. She felt that if Jiraiya continued to believe in the Big Toad, something would happen sooner or later. No. This matter must be taken seriously. Maybe we should inform Xianqing to see if he has any way to solve this problem in advance. Tsunade thought in her heart with some dissatisfaction. It is absurd that they have come to Konoha to deceive people. Jiraiya frowned when he heard Tsunade slander the Great Toad Sage and the prophecy. He was very dissatisfied and wanted to say something. But at this time, Orochimaru interrupted him and said directly, Jiraiya. I think Tsunade is right. Destiny, even if it exists, is unreliable and unpredictable. People who chase destiny will eventually be fooled by destiny. 1. Destiny has always been uncertain and changing in my opinion. Maybe, a decision we make now will affect and change the future. The Great Toad Sage may really be able to see some pictures of the future. But in my opinion, that is only a possibility of destiny, and it cannot be really regarded as the future. Even when he predicted that glimpse of the future, Destiny itself has changed. After all, before he predicted it, you can't know destiny, let alone look for the child of destiny. From the moment you know the prophecy, your every move has been changing the predicted future. Isn't it? Jiraiya was stunned when he heard it. He had to admit that Yin Shezi's last words made sense. If he already knew the future and tried to change it and find the child of destiny, wouldn't that change his original destiny? But these great Toad Sage didn't tell him or remind him. On the contrary, they encouraged him to find the child of destiny and guided him to lead the ninja world to peace. This seems good, but is it really right? Advertisement. In this process, he has already thought that he is forcibly interfering with fate and changing fate. Thinking of this, Jiraiya is not as tall as Peter. He is even more confused and bewildered. For the first time, he doubted the intentions of Mount Maiboku and the Great Toad Sage. Thinking of Tsunade's words just now. Before, he thought it was extremely harsh and was belittling the Great Toad Sage, but now, he actually began to think that it seemed to make some sense. After all, Tsunade said these things for his own good and caring about him. Otherwise, why would the national player say these words that would obviously make him angry? What should I do? Jiraiya asked with a confused look on his face. He really didn't know what to do. Continue to chase fate and look for the child of destiny? This seems wrong, it is changing fate. But if you don't chase, will the child of destiny appear and grow up by himself? Be yourself, work hard to become stronger, and work hard to follow Xianqing to contribute to the development and expansion of Konoha. You have to believe in Xianqing, he will definitely bring peace to the ninja world. You know, he is the choice of me, Tsunade, first generation, second generation and even countless people in Konoha, isn't it? Orochimaru reached out and patted his shoulder, then walked forward. You can do what you want. Don't be so stupid. There is no love or hate without reason in this world. Mount Maiboku, that old toad, chose you for a purpose. It's obvious that he is influencing Konoha and the ninja world through you. In fact, without Mount Maiboku, you will also become a strong man. Your talent is actually never bad. After that, Tsunade continued to move forward. Leaving Jiraiya standing there for several seconds, he gritted his teeth and chased after him, wait for me. Soon, Jiraiya caught up with Orochimaru and Tsunade, and said solemnly, I listened to what you said, I can't make up my mind for a while, I will think it over carefully later. But believe me, I will definitely stand firmly on the side of Konoha, I swear. Haha. Isn't this good? Indeed. Orochimaru and Tsunade smiled knowingly after hearing this. This is a good start, isn't it? They knew that Jiraiya's unconditional trust in Mount Maiboku had begun to waver. Soon, the three of them came to the Hokage's office. Here they met Xianqing, Uzumaki Mito, Senju Tobirama, and others again. As soon as they came in, Senju Tobirama looked at Tsunade first, and said with a rare smile, Xiao-ne has grown up. He has become more reliable. That's good. Second grandpa. Tsunade smiled and waved to greet the second generation, and said modestly, in fact, it is mainly thanks to Sunking's help. Otherwise, I would not have grown so fast and would not have such potential and strength. Senju Tobirama's face darkened slightly after hearing this. He thought, why do you say that? Not only Tsunade, these days, all the Senju and even the Uzumaki clan told him so. Everyone was so grateful to Uchiha Xianqing. A considerable number of people were so fond of him that they almost regarded Uchiha Xianqing as their own family. This made Senju Tobirama feel very frustrated and awkward. Feelings, Senju and Uzumaki were all saved thanks to this little brat Uchiha Xianqing? What is this? But he had to accept it. Advertisement. Because, it was all true. Damn monkey, damn Danzo. It's all your fault. Senju Tobirama couldn't help but curse in his heart again. At this time, he was more and more angry with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. Even Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura were extremely disgusting. He should have let Uchiha Kagami or Akamichi take the win to become the third Hokage. Instead of Sarutobi Hiruzen. One misstep can lead to eternal regret. Tsunade naturally saw that his second grandfather's face was a little unhappy. But in his heart, Ichiraku, hehe. It seems that the second grandfather is still very unhappy with Uchiha. But what does this have to do with her? Can she say that she did it on purpose? If it weren't for her second grandfather who taught Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, who were disgusting things, and let them control the technique. Why did the Senju have such a miserable life over the years? Why was she so tired? Now it's time for her second grandfather to pay back the debt, oh. Senju Tobirama didn't know Tsunade's rebellious thoughts at this time. He then looked at Orochimaru, who must have stared at him with excitement after entering, and said with a scrutinizing eye, you are Orochimaru, right? I heard that you have a good research talent. Let's meet at the research department later and have a good chat. The research department is currently being established. If you have any ideas, you can put them forward in time so that targeted adjustments can be made. He knew that Xianqing kept him in the world of the living, and came out to tease him, but more importantly, he valued his research and creative ability. Want him to contribute more to Konoha. Senju Tobirama couldn't refuse this. Since he accepted the task, he would really execute it. Although he had heard from Xianqing that Orochimaru had a strong research talent, he still had to test it himself. I hope he won't be disappointed. Okay. Second generation. I couldn't ask for more. Orochimaru licked his tongue and said excitedly. Senju Tobirama saw his action, but his face was black and a look of disgust appeared on his face. He found that this Orochimaru was a little abnormal. Finally, the second generation looked at Jiraiya again, frowned and said, "You are Jiraiya. I heard that you like to peek into places like hot springs? Who did you learn this immoral habit from?" Hey. Jiraiya was stunned when he heard it, and felt that everyone in the office was instantly focused on him, and he was embarrassed. He waved his hands and explained, okay. It was Sarutobi who taught me. I learned it all from him, and he was the one who led me astray. Second Hokage. You have to make the decision for me. I don't want to be like this. You don't know that the teacher likes to peek into hot spring houses, and what's more, he created an observation and surveillance ninjutsu called telescope technique for peeping. You can use a huge crystal ball to peek into most areas of the village, including hot spring houses and even many people's homes, from the Hokage office at any time and anywhere. I have seen the teacher peek into hot spring houses and even private homes in the office many times. After being discovered, he deliberately dragged me into the water to shut me up, which made me infected with this kind of disease. If you don't believe me, ask Tsunade and Orochimaru. They can testify. Hearing this, Xianqing and the others suddenly widened their eyes, opened their mouths, and looked stunned. Good guy. Really good guy. Jiraiya's desire to survive is too strong. In order to wash away his sins, he is madly shifting the blame and pouring all the dirty water on Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's so filial, so stubborn. Chapter 155, Senju Tobirama beats up Jiraiya, castration warning, 4/5, please customize. What? Sure enough, Senju Tobirama was furious when he heard Jiraiya's words. He couldn't help but look at Tsunade and Orochimaru for confirmation. Is what he said true? Was it all taught by the monkey? The monkey also has a telescope technique for peeping. Yet. Probably. Tsunade and Orochimaru nodded in affirmation for some reason. Advertisement. They probably wanted to harm the third generation. They probably wanted to watch the excitement and wanted to see the second Hokage beat their own old Yuanfei Hiruzen. It would be very exciting. Of course, they think they are not wrong. Although what Jiraiya said is a bit exaggerated and suspected of shifting the blame. But the third generation does have an unshirkable responsibility for Jiraiya's becoming like this. Of course, this does not prevent them from despising Jiraiya. Because, this guy himself is not a good thing. He is originally a lustful dog who likes to peek. If he wasn't like that, how could he be led astray? How come Orochimaru, who is also a third generation apprentice, was not led astray? In the end, it's Jiraiya's own problem. After hearing this, Xianqing and the others looked at Jiraiya with disdain. This guy, in order to whitewash himself, really did everything he could, and directly put the blame on his teacher. Shameless. Good. Very good. It seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen's sins are far more than what I knew before. Haha. Senju Tobirama saw it and sneered. Just when Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief and thought that he had gotten away with it, the next moment, Senju Tobirama took a few steps forward, stretched out his hand and grabbed Jiraiya's shoulder, grinning, "And you, little brat. Do you think I'm stupid and easy to fool? You blame everything on your teacher, you are really a filial piety. If you have no problems, how could it become like this? Your teacher may be responsible for your bad behavior, but your own lustful nature and weak heart are also the main reasons. Still want to fool me? Come here first." As he said, Senju Tobirama took Jiraiya to perform the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared in the office. Let's go. Let's go watch the show. Xianqing couldn't help but stand up and greeted him. The next moment, he took Uchiha Madara and Hashirama with him and followed. Tsunade, Orochimaru, Uzumaki Mito, Uchiha and others looked at each other and followed. The next moment, there was an open space behind the Hokage rock. Senju Tobirama appeared here with Jiraiya in an instant. Then, he started to beat up Jiraiya without saying a word. Xianqing and others who came right after him stood aside and watched the show. Yes. They really watched the show. In order to cater to the atmosphere, Xianqing even took out some fruits and other things from the storage space, put them on a table, and invited everyone to eat and watch together. Ah! Don't hit my face. Second Hokage, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please let me go. I won't dare to do it again. Just like that, no matter how Jiraiya begged for mercy, Senju Tobirama didn't stop and beat Jiraiya for half an hour. He was beaten black and blue, and his whole body was fat, and he stopped. However, he was also very measured and didn't really get seriously injured. Jiraiya, these are just flesh wounds. He will recover in 10 days or half a month. Advertisement. But he used chakra and special techniques. These bruises and pains will accompany Jiraiya for half a month, and will not disappear completely until he is fully healed. He wants to let Jiraiya learn a good lesson this time in this way. Remember your words, if you dare to do peeping again in the future, it will not be just this. When the time comes, I really don't mind completely destroying your strength and even your third limb, so that you will completely lose this ability. Senju Tobirama stared at Jiraiya with a cold face and warned. Jiraiya heard it, and suddenly felt cold all over, and didn't care about howling for a while. He felt the murderous aura of the second generation, and he was sure at this moment that the second generation was a threat. If he dared to peep again, the second generation would definitely fulfill his promise. Thinking of this, Jiraiya became even more scared. He raised his hand and cursed, swore, and promised, I know. Second Hokage, I swear, I will never dare to do it again, never again. Otherwise, I will die. Hiss. The hand he raised pulled the wound on his body, making him gasp, but he didn't dare to make any big moves at this time. Humph. Remember your words. I will always keep an eye on you. Senju Tobirama looked at Jiraiya with sharp eyes and warned again. Yes. Jiraiya quickly agreed. After speaking, Senju Tobirama turned to look at Xianqing and the others who were watching the show, and his face was suddenly black. Boring. After leaving these two words, he directly activated the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to the Hokage's office. Uzumaki Mito and others saw that the show was over, and they teleported away. On the contrary, Xianqing came over with Tsunade and Orochimaru with a smile. Xianqing squatted down and patted Jiraiya on the shoulder. Ah! Amid Jiraiya's pig-like screams, he said contemptuously, I really don't know what to say to you. I hope you learn from this lesson and don't do it again. Otherwise, I will have you castrated without the second generation's help, completely cutting off your desire in this regard, and saving you from harming other people's wives, daughters, and families. Jiraiya was shocked when he heard this, and looked at Xianqing with horror. He swallowed his saliva, and was extremely scared. Hee hee. Xianqing smiled slightly when he saw it, and patted Jiraiya on the shoulder again. He continued to look down on him while he was trying to hold back his screams and had a hideous look on his face. You are a grown man, you have hands and feet and money. If you are really interested in this kind of thing, just go to the corresponding place and spend money. Why do you have to peek at good people? Isn't this cheap? You can do it yourself. After saying that, Xianqing got up and teleported away from here. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Beilei-sans were left behind. You deserve it. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya with disdain for a few seconds, and finally left these two words and teleported away. This made Jiraiya feel even more disappointed. He estimated that he had completely lost any chance of winning over Tsunade. Hey! Seeing this, Orochimaru sighed, walked forward, squatted down, and patted Jiraiya's shoulder heavily like Xianqing. Dauf. Jiraiya's face was distorted and he took a breath of cold air. He pushed Orochimaru away and said angrily, What are you doing, stinky snake? Don't you know it hurts? It's okay for them to do this. I can't afford to offend them. Do you really think I dare not resist? If you do this again, I will be really angry. He was really in great pain all over his body now. He estimated that he would not be able to sleep well in the next half-month. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Orochimaru saw it, smacked his lips and shook his head, saying, Seeing that you still have the energy to yell at me, I feel relieved. Advertisement. Dash. As he said, Orochimaru stood up, looked down at Jiraiya and said, I told you not to do such a wicked thing. After all, the customers in the hot spring house are all wives and daughters of people in the village. If you do this, your child will have no a hole. If it was your future wife and daughter or even your deceased mother who went to the hot spring house and was peeped by a wretched guy, what would you think in your heart? Put yourself in their shoes. Let's go. As he said, Inashuk also left directly. Jiraiya fell into silence. Just now Orochimaru's words were like a deafening bell, making him feel deafened. In the past, even if he heard these words, he would definitely not have such a feeling. 014512227111222170. But he was beaten badly just now because of this, which made him scared, and he really woke up. For a moment, Jiraiya felt ashamed. I've decided not to do such immoral things in the village in the future. If I have to do it, I will go outside the village or even to other countries to do it. Don't harm your own people. Jiraiya made up his mind. If Xianqing and others heard this, they would definitely spit in his face. It's true that a dog can't change its eating habits. This guy is hopeless. Hey? That's not right. It seems that the stinky snake was also teleported away just now, and it was alone. When did he learn the Flying Thunder God technique? Jiraiya, who suddenly reacted, said in astonishment. He felt as if the world had changed. How come everyone had learned the Flying Thunder God technique? Isn't this a forbidden technique that is extremely difficult and requires special time and space talents? How come it is almost becoming a popular ninjutsu? Xianqing, Tsunade, Mito-sama, Chiri-sama, Minato, Kushina, Uchiha Mikoto, and then Inzur. It's almost the 20s. I wonder if I have a talent for this. Jiraiya began to fantasize. But the continuous pain in his body told him that he should go to the hospital. Immediately, he staggered to his feet and rushed to the ninja hospital. Here is the Hokage's office. After Senju Tobirama came back, he became more and more angry. He felt that he had not vented enough. He walked back and forth several times and said angrily, "No. It is far from enough to just teach Jiraiya a lesson. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the culprit, cannot be let go either. Even if I can't kill him yet, I have to beat him up first to vent my anger." As he said this, the second generation prepared to use the Flying Thunder God technique to leave. Coincidentally, Xianqing and the others came back one after another. Hearing what he said, Uzumaki Mito stopped him directly and said, "Don't rush to go, keep him first. Wait until the public trial is over the day after tomorrow, and then you can slowly deal with him. In order to prevent someone from suspecting that we used lynching or something. Anyway, we have basically determined that we are not going to kill him directly, but his strength will be sealed or even abolished in the future, and then, let him continue to sweep the streets, clean public toilets to atone for his sins. At the same time, it is also to let him see with his own eyes how Konoha regains its glory under Suinking's hands and surpasses its glory. Well, Danzo will be with the third generation at that time. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen dies during this period, according to Suinking's idea, he will use reanimation jutsu to revive him again, and let him continue to sweep the streets and clean public toilets. Watching Konoha unify the ninja world and watching the Sarutobi clan step by step towards destruction. This is his punishment. Want to die? No way. Is that so? Then wait 2 days. Although Senju Tobirama was a little angry, he still agreed considering the overall situation. Chapter 156, 4th Hokage Uchiha Xianqing, Hashirama Pit Uchiha Madara, 5/5. Please customize. The next morning, the large square in front of the Hokage building was already crowded with people. Even the rooftops and streets nearby were like this. People were swaying, it was so lively. And Xianqing, accompanied by Tsunade, the first generation, the second generation and others, came to the high platform under such circumstances, looked around, used chakra to amplify his voice, and said loudly, "Villagers of Konoha, from today on, I, Uchiha Xianqing, will be the 4th Hokage." Oh! After saying that, he turned and walked down the high platform amid the cheers of countless villagers. Advertisement. Next, Narashikayama came to the stage and spoke on behalf of Xianqing, stating the content and planning of Konoha's next few reforms. Mainly school reforms and village planning reforms. It can be regarded as a pre-information with the villagers so that they have an idea in mind. It will be better to cooperate with the village in reforms and adjustments later. After that, the villagers dispersed after talking about it. 4th Hokage is indeed a super genius of Uchiha. He is worthy of being the one who killed nearly 10,000 enemy ninja troops in Hanzo and the main Kazekage alone. He is so courageous. Indeed. They are actually planning to expand Konoha Shinobi Village on a large scale and make new plans. Judging from the situation, they are obviously preparing to absorb a large number of people and strengthen Konoha. This is a good thing. Isn't it right? With more people, won't there be more people to share the welfare of the village with us? At that time, won't our lives be more difficult and jobs be harder to find? Stupid. Short-sighted. With more people, there will be more jobs. Moreover, since the village is preparing to expand, it will definitely fight and invest. You know, Uchiha is not short of money. Indeed, I heard that Uchiha has made a lot of money just by selling nutritional pills and magical shellfish in recent years. It is not short of money at all. Now that Master Xianqing has become Hokage, Konoha is his, he will definitely not sit back and watch us live a hard life. Really. Xianqing de 623 is a man who can do great things. If the villagers are not living well, who will be willing to join? There will definitely be benefits at that time. You guys. Really superficial. Let alone the expansion of the village and even the preparation for the expansion of villagers, for us, isn't the most important thing at present the reform of the expansion of ninja schools and the establishment of ordinary schools. Agree. If the ninja school is expanded and reformed, our children will have a much greater chance of becoming a ninja in the backer ninja school. Moreover, the reformed ninja school is obviously more conducive to the growth of our children from ordinary families. Not only that, ordinary schools are also very important, which can allow children without ninja talent to my son can also go to school, learn knowledge and skills, and at least it will be easier to find a job after graduation, right? Yes, yes. I don't really want my child to go to ninja school. Ninjas are too dangerous. Ordinary schools are better. Same. Ninjas are too cruel. My neighbor's man and son died in the mission before. It's very dangerous. But ninjas make a lot of money. There are pros and cons. For a while, the villagers started talking. There are all kinds of things. For the new reform policy, there are those who agree, and there are naturally those who oppose. When it comes to their own interests, no one can reach a consensus. Fortunately, most people are actively supporting the reform policy. Those who oppose will temporarily choose to wait and see. Even if you don't wait and see, what can you do? This is Hokage's order. Ordinary people's opinions may be useful or not. It depends entirely on the Hokage's own ideas. Ninjas are not in the same class as ordinary people. At least, this is the case in the ninja village. Compared with ordinary civilians, ninjas are generally supportive of reforms. This is true for both civilian ninjas and family ninjas. Because reforms are beneficial to them. Next. Xianqing was not idle either, but formally convened a meeting of all Jainin in Konoha. And, at the meeting, the content of the first 5-year plan of Konoha was announced. At the same time, the final adjustment results of Konoha's power structure and the corresponding personnel appointments were also clarified. With the approval of most people, the plan was directly passed. Then, various departments began to implement it in full swing. First generation, the next expansion and renovation project of Konoha will be hard for you. If it weren't for your wood style and earth style, this kind of renovation project, even the first phase, I don't know how many years it will take, and how long it will take. Everything is up to you. After the meeting, Xianqing left a group of senior executives to discuss alone, and first took the first generation's hand with a serious face and asked for help. He knew it would not be so easy for Xianqing to revive himself. What's so hard about him? Don't think he hasn't seen the specific expansion and reconstruction plan. The amount of work, even if he has unlimited chakra and works without sleep, it will probably take several months to complete. This is to use him to death, like a cow and a horse. Thinking of this, the first generation looked at Xianqing and showed a resentful look. Can I refuse? Ha ha. At this time, Uchiha Madara couldn't help it anymore, and laughed directly with his head raised. Hashirama. You have come to this day. You tease me every day, and now you are also fooled, right? I knew that you are a black devil. Even Senju Tobirama was fooled into the research department and worked day and night on research. Do you still want to be spared? Think too much. As he said, he ignored Hashirama's resentful eyes, gave Xianqing a thumbs up and said, Little devil. Well done. That's what you should do. Madara. Hashirama saw it and couldn't help it immediately. He roared at Uchiha Madara and was about to rush over to beat Uchiha Madara. Let you laugh at me. Haha. That's enough. That's enough. I won't say anything. Why are you still angry? Uchiha Madara quickly put his hand on Hashirama and comforted him. This is also for the good of Konoha. I think you are actually enjoying it. Fortunately, Wang Jian didn't really get angry and take action. Otherwise, with most of Uchiha Madara's strength sealed at this time, and only the strength of Chunin level, he would be beaten by the first generation in a minute. Hey! Advertisement! Suddenly Hashirama thought of something, and turned to look at Xianqing excitedly and said, Xianqing boy. I am not the only one who can take the lead in expanding and renovating Konoha. Madara can do it too. Hasn't he merged with my flesh and blood and mastered the wood style? With his earth style attainments, I think he can be my assistant. What do you think? Hey! Uchiha Madara was stunned when he heard it, and angrily looked at Hashirama and scolded, Hashirama, how can you do this? Of course, he listened to it in his heart, and his mind became active at this time, thinking, hey? This may also be a good opportunity to escape. If you want me to use wood style's true power requires enough strength to unlock me, right? Even when Konoha is expanded, Konoha's existing barrier will probably be disrupted or even broken. Even, I may have the opportunity to go outside the current village for construction. In this way, there will be more opportunities to escape. Of course, there is another key issue here. That is, how to remove the many seals in your body after escaping. If Xianqing and others are blocked from teleporting through the Flying Thunder God coordinates in their bodies, or even prevented from teleporting themselves back. If these problems are not solved, then their escape plan will be in vain. For the many seal clusters in his body, Uchiha Madara actually has no confidence in his heart that he can break them. When he first sensed and explored the seals in his body, he was numbed by the sight. Because, there are too many. Moreover, they are crisscrossed and connected to each other, and can be regarded as a whole. A single move can move the whole body. He doesn't think he can remove it. As for relying on Black Zetsu, Uchiha Madara didn't know if this 1000-year-old coin had this ability. If it didn't, then if he was caught after escaping, he probably wouldn't end up well. Uchiha Xianqing, this kid, wasn't so easy to fool. If he wasn't careful, Black Zetsu might be caught. Hey! Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and his heart moved slightly, thinking, Infinite Tsukuyomi is already wrong, it's a trap, why should I run away? Wouldn't it be better to stay in Konoha and witness with Hashirama how Konoha and Uchiha strengthen Konoha, unify the ninja world, and bring peace to the ninja world? He suddenly felt that the current life is actually quite good. At least, at present, Xianqing has not restricted his freedom. He can wander around Konoha at will. It's just that part of his strength has been sealed. In fact, I can even stand on Suinking's side and make meritorious contributions in exchange for better treatment. Perhaps, I can discuss with Xianqing Kid and use me as bait to catch Hai. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara's mind immediately became active. These ideas flashed through Uchiha Madara's mind in an instant. Xianqing heard the first generation's suggestion, touched his chin and thought, that's not impossible. Madara, what do you think? Do you want to take this opportunity to try to escape? Maybe there's a great chance. Uchiha Madara heard this and immediately sneered in his heart, thinking, ha! I don't trust you. The more Xianqing said this, the more willing he was to let him go, which showed that he was more confident in his own methods. The lower the possibility of his escape. So, he immediately shook his head and said, forget about escaping. After your persuasion last time, and my own thinking these days, I have given up the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. I know that won't work. At the same time, I think it's good to stay in Konoha now. I can drink, play cards and hang out with Hashirama every day. I can also watch Konoha change step by step, and watch Uchiha grow step by step. I am also very satisfied. I look forward to the day of permanent peace you described. In short, he was rotten. Oh. After hearing this, Xianqing and the others looked at Uchiha Madara in surprise. Obviously, they didn't expect him to figure it out so quickly. Or was he pretending? But at this point, Uchiha Madara changed the subject and said, if you really listened to Hashirama and wanted me to become a beast of burden and use wood style and earth style to build Konoha, then forget it. I won't do it. It's too tiring. Besides, Xianqing, who came up with this idea, is too beastly. Advertisement. They are our ancestors after all, how can they be treated like this? This is no longer a question of respecting our ancestors or not. Don't. Madara. After hearing this, Hashirama immediately shook Uchiha Madara's arm and said, aren't we good brothers and confidants? We should do this together. Besides, this is also a continuation of our dreams, isn't it? In short, if he is bound to become a beast of burden, it is the best choice to drag Uchiha Madara into the water as much as possible. Uchiha Madara saw this and his eyes twitched. Hashirama, that's enough. At this time, Xianqing looked at Uchiha Madara and said, Madara, I don't care if you really think it through and don't plan to run away. Or if you are pretending, I don't care. I have confidence in my methods. You can try to run away. But I think the first generation's advice is very good. I forgot that you also mastered the wood style. So, you are not doing construction projects with the first generation. I will remove all the power of your body later. But at the same time, I will also set more new seals for you so that you can't hurt the villagers of Konoha. If you choose to give up and refuse, I also have a way to control your body to perform ninjutsu to help the first generation with construction. Your subjective opinion of Uchiha Madara is no longer important at this time. Who let the first generation remind him? Hehe. Kr. Uchiha Madara's face suddenly changed drastically after hearing this, looking at Xianqing, he didn't know what to say. Because, he knew that Xianqing could really do it. Fortunately, he thought of a solution the next moment and said to Xianqing, if you agree not to let me do engineering construction, I am willing to cooperate with you to capture Black Zetsu. Aren't you always worried about him, afraid that he will do something secretly? This is a good opportunity. Believe me, he doesn't know that I know his true identity at this time, and he will definitely take the bait. No. However, Xianqing heard it and shook his head directly, at present, I am not going to capture Black Zetsu. Hey! Uchiha Madara was stunned when he heard it, and asked puzzledly, why? Xianqing didn't think so before. Hehe. Xianqing saw it and smiled slightly, because, I have thought about it these days, and I have discussed it with my mother and Lord Mito. We all agree that keeping Black Zetsu in the ninja world now will cause trouble and stir up the ninja world. Even in the future, capture the tailed beast and revive it Kagaya-sama or something like that will be a huge help to me in unifying the ninja world in the future. On the contrary, if we catch him now, no one will do anything to attract the hatred and attention of the 4 major ninja villages. They will definitely put all their attention and energy on Konoha, which is reforming and growing. At that time, in order to prevent Konoha from growing stronger, they will definitely not sit idly by, but will most likely unite to attack Konoha. Although I am not afraid, I have the confidence to unify the ninja world even so. But I don't need a broken ninja world, nor do I want too many people to die in the ninja world, and the ninjas of other ninja villages all hate me. So, Black Zetsu can't be caught for the time being. On the contrary, I will continue to let it go and even secretly help it succeed. Anyway, with his growth rate, he will be invincible in the ninja world in a few years, and he will not be afraid of Sage of 6 Paths and Kagaya-sama. I am not afraid of playing too hard. +4. Uchiha Madara's face changed again after hearing this, and he looked at Xianqing in surprise and said, "You actually have this idea. You are even going to use Black Zetsu. Now I really believe that you can unify the ninja world and bring peace to it." Speaking of this, Uchiha Madara looked at Xianqing with a complicated expression. This kid is really thoughtful and long-term. If they had such thoughts and minds at the beginning, the ninja world would have been unified and peaceful long ago, right? Hey? Can it be like this? Why don't I know? At this time, the first generation couldn't help but speak. No one discussed this with him. At this time, Senju Tobirama pushed open the door and walked in, sneering, "Brother, you are too stupid and too straightforward. It's useless to tell you about this. You may even oppose it. What's there to say?" "No." Hashirama listened, and immediately looked at the second generation dimly and retorted, "Tobirama, you are slandering me. Why can't I agree? I think this method is very good. It will be of great benefit for us to unify the ninja world at the lowest cost. Why don't you agree? He is not really stupid." Chapter 157, Ninjas should not be just killers, mercenaries, or killing tools, 1/5, please customize. Oh. Senju Tobirama raised his eyebrows slightly after hearing this, and looked at his elder brother with some surprise and said, "I didn't expect that your ideas have changed a lot, elder brother. Not bad. Keep it up." Then, he ignored the first generation, handed the list and documents in his hand to Xianqing and said, "Here, 4th generation, this is the list of research projects and the corresponding funds, resources and instruments that Orochimaru and I have discussed and sorted out in the past 2 days. Please take a look and see if there are any problems." Advertisement. If not, please approve it as soon as possible, and provide the resources, funds and instruments in place, so that we can start research. Time is running out, and now Senju Tobirama is full of passion and wants to do a good job. Relying on the research of various technologies, let ya become richer and more fishy faster. Okay. Hearing this, Xianqing immediately took the document, quickly flipped through it, then picked up a pen, ticked and circled it, and then handed the document back to the second generation and said, "For the research tasks, the ones I ticked should be the primary goal, and they should be researched as soon as possible. These will be used for the development of the village in the future, and can also be used for foreign trade to earn huge profits. In fact, Cloud Shinobi is already researching a branch house appliance. We can't fall behind, we have to catch up, understand? Research on genetic blood inheritance can be carried out simultaneously, but this year's main energy must be put on home appliance research. When I'm free, I will go there to help in person, or send a shadow clone to guide. For the application of funds and resources, just take my approval slip to the Finance Department 27. As he said, Xianqing wrote another approval slip, stamped his Hokage seal, and handed it to the second generation. Okay. The second generation took the document and approval slip, glanced at Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, and turned around and walked away quickly. Then, Xianqing looked at Uchiha Madara and Hashirama and said, "Don't delay, first generation, take Madara to the engineering department and put all the engineering planning matters on the agenda. I have also sent a lot of people to you, including Grandmaster Earth-style ninjas. This matter must be done as soon as possible. The expansion and reconstruction of Konoha is related to the core of his entire first 5-year plan, so it must be done quickly. He believes that with the wood style and earth style of the first generation and Uchiha Madara, the speed will be very fast. Not to mention, he also sent a large number of ninjas to join the engineering department for the first time, and the circle and construction. This is also intentional. He has been interested in adapting the ninjas to join various infrastructure tasks. Gradually expand their horizons and thoughts, and no longer limit the tasks of ninjas to assassination, escort, war, finding things, and so on. He thought that basic engineering construction, hydraulic power, mountain opening, and road construction, and even farming and tilling the soil could be assigned as tasks and issued to ordinary genin in the village who had low strength levels and could not perform higher level tasks. This could also be regarded as solving their livelihood and work problems. They would not be sent to die in vain. No one stipulated that ninjas could not engage in engineering, construction and farming. Ninjas should not be simply defined as killers and mercenaries. Such ninjas could not last long, could not be independent, and could not move towards peace. In order to improve the enthusiasm of the first generation, Xianqing also told the first generation and Uchiha Madara about his ideas in detail. Both of them were stunned. Obviously, they did not expect that there was such a thing involved here. What was more unexpected was that Xianqing had already focused on reality and foundations in order to allow ninjas to have a peaceful and beautiful life, and began to fundamentally change the nature of the ninjas' functions. I think your idea is great, Xianqing. Advertisement. Before me, or even everyone in the ninja world, it seems that no one has ever thought about it. Even Madara and I are no exception. The first generation said with emotion. Indeed. After listening to this, Uchiha Madara also nodded with his arms folded. According to your idea, I think that simply unifying the ninja world may not allow ninjas to have a peaceful and happy life. Only by changing the functions of ninjas, making the profession of ninjas completely disappear, or expanding it, so that it can truly be integrated into the bits and pieces of ordinary people in the ninja world, can ninjas truly have a peaceful and happy life. Since you have this idea, Hashirama, and I will lend you a hand and give you a head start. Of course he didn't want to be a cow and horse. But this is obviously not something he can choose. Instead of passively accepting it, he likes to have a certain initiative. At worst, he can just slack off and assign these tasks to the ninjas below to complete. You can also call it training and transforming their thoughts. How good is that? Haha. It's great that you can think that way. Then you guys hurry to the engineering department. After hearing this, Xianqing knew that Uchiha Madara couldn't be so honest, but he still laughed out loud and raised his hand to point at Uchiha Madara. A stream of light sank into Uchiha Madara's body, and immediately, Uchiha Madara felt some changes in the seals in his body, and his strength was restored. Well. It's just the upper limit of this body. That is, the ordinary cage level. As for more? Unless Xianqing is willing to lift the reanimation jutsu, change his body, and change a high-quality sacrifice, his strength can be further improved. Okay. I have temporarily lifted part of the seal for you, and your strength is now unlocked. Work hard, I am very optimistic about you. If you can really satisfy me, then whether it is to revive your peak strength or to truly revive you in the future, it is not impossible, right? Xianqing smiled and waved his hand at Uchiha Madara, painting a big cake. Hey! A true resurrection. Uchiha Madara was not moved when he heard this, but just sneered in his heart. He knew Xianqing had a secret, very mysterious. But he didn't think Xianqing could easily resurrect others. This was not a simple method, it was a power that only gods possessed. Unless Xianqing opened the Rinnegan one day, or took his Rinnegan. Only then could he have this ability. At that time, it would depend on whether Xianqing was willing to pay the price of resurrecting people. That would require an equivalent amount of vitality. With the strength of Uchiha Madara, Xianqing currently estimated that he would have to use up all his vitality to resurrect him at his peak. He didn't think Uchiha Xianqing would be so generous and so stupid. Xianqing also saw Uchiha Madara's general thoughts at this time and knew that he didn't believe it. But he didn't care. When he broke the limit of reanimation jutsu and created the real resurrection technique, he would resurrect the first generation first, and then Uchiha Madara would naturally believe it. Advertisement. And he would naturally change the degree of pervert. Anyway, he couldn't really revive Uchiha Madara until he was bound by contract with him. The first generation's favorability was almost 2 points away from reaching the target. I'm looking forward to the situation when I contract him. This is the first living dead to be contracted. Let's go. Madara. Hashirama then called Uchiha Madara and left the Hokage office. Swish. At this time, Uzumaki Mito suddenly teleported here, glanced at Hashirama who was leaving, stopped him, and said to Xianqing, Xianqing, you have taken over the position of 4th Hokage, what are your plans for the daimyo? Should I send someone to notify him? And ask the daimyo to transfer some money? The village will have major reforms and construction next, and money will be needed everywhere. It's impossible to let Uchiha pay for it all, right? Even if it's land contracting, the engineering contracting method is not suitable. If that's the case, then the real estate of the entire village will probably become Uchiha's. This is not good for the development of the village. Tis. After hearing this, Xianqing raised his eyebrows slightly, and said after a pause, you can notify the daimyo. You can also ask the daimyo to pay. As for the project contracting, it is not only the Uchiha who can contribute money and manpower. Other ninjas in the village, as well as merchants, rich people, even daimyo, and wealthy businessmen and dignitaries in the Land of Fire can also contribute money and manpower, and participate in it. At that time, we can divide the corresponding benefits according to how much money and manpower they contribute. In this way, we can further bind and win over the internal forces of the village and even the dignitaries and rich people in the Land of Fire. Let them become members of our united front, which will greatly reduce the difficulty of our annexation of the Land of Fire in the future. What do you think? It is not impossible for him to eat alone. But it will inevitably greatly increase his own development and expansion of Konoha and swallow up the Land of Fire. The difficulty of unifying the ninja world. Slowing down the progress. This is not what Xianqing wants to see. He also wants to complete the unification of the ninja world faster and better and gather people's hearts, contract more people, and send them to the pirate world to expand his territory and expand his power there. You know, the body crystal of the pirate world is more than 100 times larger than that of the ninja world. Even if all the people in the ninja world are sent over, it is impossible to rely on the people in the ninja world to occupy and control the pirate world in a short time. At that time, there will definitely be a large number of people from the pirate world. But as the ninja world is his base, the more people he contracts, the better, and the faster the better. Hey! Uzumaki Mito's eyes lit up after hearing this. Yes. We can let all the rich people in the village participate. 0145122227 Fila 1112222510. We can even publicly raise funds from the public, count them as shares, and participate in the expansion together. At that time, these villagers will definitely benefit from it. It is a stroke of genius to get the daimyo and the powerful merchants of the Fire Country to invest. In this way, it will be much easier for us to annex the Fire Country in the future. Even when annexing other countries, with the example of the powerful people of the Fire Country, I believe that as long as we show enough strength and sincerity, their resistance will not be too fierce. Kill multiple birds with one stone. Okay. Let's do it. Although the Senju and Uzumaki are not as rich as the current Uchiha, they are also well off. Naturally, they can invest a lot of money to participate and occupy a certain share. In this way, the future interests of the workers and Uzumaki can be further ensured. As for whether it will lose money to do so? From Suinking's plan and Konoha's current military strength, especially the military development of the three tribes of Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki, and even the resources of the pirate world. That is impossible. This plan is based on Konoha's strength and product production output. This will not be a problem for Konoha. So, there is no possibility of losing money. Chapter 158, Economic Development Infiltration Plan, Danzo's Resentment and the Desolation of the Third Generation, 2/5. Please customize. Xianqing nodded affirmatively after hearing what Uzumaki Mito said. I will draw up a rough plan framework, and then call the village's senior leaders to discuss and improve it. When it is almost done, convene all Jainin and Ninja clan representatives again, and bring this plan to the meeting for further improvement. After that, it can be announced within Konoha first, so that each ninja clan, family, and civilians can subscribe for shares. Once the subscription within Konoha is completed, we will invite the daimyo and some powerful merchants from the Land of Fire to discuss the matter of buying shares. The first 3 steps will probably take 1 or 2 months to complete. It just so happens that I will take advantage of these 2 months to complete the development of a branch house electrical product and set up the most productive production line. Advertisement. In conjunction with the expanded Uchiha pharmacy, we can use these to impress the daimyo and the powerful and merchants from the Land of Fire, and build a trade sales network. Quickly build Konoha's home appliance products and Uchiha's drug sales network. Start to penetrate the entire ninja world from the economic level. By then, Konoha will become richer and more prosperous. If we can improve public security, there will be no worries about no one settling here. In this way, there will be no worries about no one buying and living in the expanded and renovated houses. For those who cannot afford a house but want to join, we can also provide installment payment and loan policies. Well, in this way, banks and monetary policies also need to be reformed. Oh, there are so many things. Thinking of this, Xianqing rubbed his eyebrows with his hands. Although he became Hokage today, he was really busy today. He felt that he could not continue like this. He had to determine and arrange the general direction of the affairs as soon as possible, and free up most of his time to practice. I can't be trapped in this matter. Uzumaki Mito and others were all bright-eyed when they heard Xianqing's clear development ideas. This whole set of planning processes is quite good. However, how are you going to change the currency? Uzumaki Mito praised and asked. Of course, we will issue our own currency in Konoha. Xianqing smiled kind. Anyway, we Uchiha have plenty of gold, and we can use this gold as an anchor to issue new currency. However, this matter is likely to affect the interests of the powerful people in the major countries of the ninja world. I'm afraid we can't come directly, we have to wait a little longer. Wait until we are stronger, wait until we infiltrate all aspects of the Land of Fire, and even infiltrate other major countries, and control part of their economic lifeline before we can be real. Otherwise, these powerful people will probably not let us succeed, and the 4 major ninja villages may come to attack Konoha together. You can't really think that the top leaders of the 5 major countries are all useless and fools. In fact, these people are very smart. Otherwise, how could they arrange and restrict the ninjas who possess absolute military power to become killers? Mercenaries? Killing tools? All of this is jointly promoted by these powerful people. Because they control the most means of production, money, and population in the ninja world, they can naturally formulate various strategies to guide and arrange ninjas quietly behind the scenes. And most of the ninjas are illiterate, have not taken a complete ideological and strategic course, and don't understand the twists and turns here. Naturally, they were easily trapped. This set of time is more than 1,000 years. As a result, the functional nature of the ninja profession and the positioning of the ninja itself have been determined by the common cognition. Advertisement. What Xianqing has to do now is to first guide the ninjas in Konoha and the villagers to change their inherent cognition of the ninja profession. And then change the entire ninja world. The education reform and the participation of ninjas in the Ministry of Engineering and the Ministry of Agriculture are all like this. That's what I want to say too. Uzumaki Mito listened and nodded with satisfaction. When I heard you say you wanted to change the currency just now, I thought you didn't understand these things and was worried that you would act rashly. Now it seems that I was worrying too much. You know much more about this than I do, and you are much more cautious. Perhaps, after we have tied up most of the powerful people in the Land of Fire and even the entire ninja world with share interests and economy, it is time for us to carry out currency reform to create our own currency in Konoha. Recently, since she took control of some of Konoha's authority, she has been growing and learning. She has even taught herself Uchiha's ideological education, government affairs, power structure, and many other books written by Xianqing. She has learned it, and naturally hides what she knows. But Hashirama and Uchiha Madara felt confused and bewildered after hearing it. They don't understand it at all. The two looked at each other and left quietly. This action naturally could not be hidden from Xianqing and Uzumaki Mito. When the two met, they smiled at each other. Time quickly came to the next day. Today, the square in front of the Hokage building is also very lively. Countless villagers were surrounded and slaughtered. Hey? Isn't that the leader of the route, Danzo, the big bad guy who did all kinds of bad things and liked to force talented ninjas from all tribes and even civilians to enter the route to raise goo and brainwash them? It is indeed him. But if I remember correctly, he should have been killed by the Hokage himself when he tried to harm the Hokage on the front line? How did he come back to life? You don't understand at first glance. Look carefully at his eyes and face. Are his eyes black? Are there cracks on his face? This is obviously resurrected with reanimation jutsu. Really, it seems that this is intentional by the Hokage. This is to give us a chance to avenge Danzo. Haha. Great. I thought this BD died too easily before, I wish I could kill him 10,000 times. Me too, my son was forcibly taken away by him at the beginning, and there was no news after that. This BD should be cut into pieces and die 10,000 times. Humph. Third generation is much more haggard. He actually made contributions to Konoha. Tisk tisk. I didn't expect there is a loyal lackey of the third generation here. Yes, he did have some contributions to Konoha in the past, but this is nothing compared to the sins he committed. That's right. Most of his contributions are what he should do as a Hokage, otherwise, he doesn't deserve to sit in this position, but which of the sins he committed is not to harm others for his own benefit and to harm the interests of the villagers? Yes. The third generation must not be forgiven easily, not only him, but also the Sarutobi clan and Shimura clan behind him, etc., cannot be forgiven easily. I agree, you don't know, these days without Sarutobi, Shimura and other ninjas coming out to bully and extort, our life is much better. Hey? Do the Sarutobi clan and Shimura clan still do such cheap things? They are backed by the Hokage and Danzo, isn't it normal to be a little arrogant? It's normal to buy things and eat on credit without paying. At this time, on the high platform, Danzo and the third generation were brought here early. Danzo was tied to a pillar, and all his cultivation was sealed, unable to move. Seeing countless villagers around, listening to their discussions and insults, Danzo was very angry and stared at these people with hatred. If he hadn't been powerless now, he really wanted to kill all these people. In his opinion, when did these damned lowly people dare to say that to him? Advertisement. All of them deserved to die. The third generation's face became more and more lonely and ugly. He didn't expect that he had been arrested for only 10 days, and the public opinion in Konoha, the villagers' views on him, and the Sarutobi 10 clans behind him had completely changed. In addition, he could hear that what these people said was basically the truth, and it was not realistic that Xianqing and others deliberately guided. It is conceivable that during the years when he was the Hokage, Sarutobi and Shimura clans were so arrogant in the village and how many civilians they had oppressed. The reason why he didn't hear or discover it in the past was that he was too busy. If you want to have all the power in your hands, you will naturally become very busy. It is normal to ignore some family matters. Secondly, he is the Hokage, and the villagers dare not speak out when they do evil to him and the Denzo family. They can only hide it in their hearts and dare not say it out loud. He and the people of the Denzo family are not stupid, and they will not do these things in front of them. They were all done secretly behind their backs. Now, he and Danzo have fallen, the new Hokage has taken over, Sarutobi and Shimura clans are still in custody, and he himself has been questioned. These Hikong will naturally not continue to endure. Naturally, he will say whatever he wants. It's over. Not only me, but the Sarutobi clan is also finished. In the future, the situation of the Sarutobi clan in Konoha will probably be worse than that of the Uchiha clan a few years ago. I just hope that Jiraiya and the others will remember the old friendship and really help the Sarutobi clan. Thinking of this, the third generation couldn't help but think of the scene where he met Orochimaru and Jiraiya in prison yesterday. At that time, he was sitting in the cell while Orochimaru and Jiraiya were standing outside the cell. Orochimaru didn't say much, just looked at him deeply, left a word and left. Teacher, remember to accept the punishment honestly in the trial tomorrow, and try to put the blame on Danzo. As for your family, I will try my best to help you retain a trace of blood, that's all. After saying that, Orochimaru left. The third generation was left secretly sad and Jiraiya looked at him in a daze. For a long time, Jiraiya sat outside the cell and complained in a low-level voice, "Old man, why do you do so many things that harm the village, hollow out the village, and suppress the tribes? Isn't it good for everyone to get along well and develop well? Why do you say one thing on the surface and another in secret? I always thought that the you on the surface is the real you. I always admire the you on the surface. I didn't expect that the you in secret is the real you. What I can't stand the most is that you actually ordered Danzo to collude with Hanzo, the enemy, to deal with the three Uchiha tribes and your companions. When you do this, do you remember that you were the Hokage of yet at that time? Where is the will of fire in your heart?" Jiraiya said a lot in this way. But the third generation just looked at Jiraiya the whole time and didn't explain anything. Because, he knew that he couldn't explain it. He did it, that's all. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, when Jiraiya finished talking about their past experiences and stood up to leave, the third generation spoke in a hoarse voice, "Jiraiya. In consideration of my care and guidance for you in the past, please help me take care of the Sarutobi clan. Please." Jiraiya stopped and was silent for a moment before saying, "Okay." After that, he turned and left. Chapter 159, Public Trial of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, the second generation's heartbreaking words to the third generation, 3/5. Please subscribe. Actually, Jiraiya has something he didn't tell the third generation. That is, Xianqing and his men are not going to kill the third generation directly, but are going to make them sweep the streets and clean public toilets. The Sarutobi clan will not be killed directly. Instead, they will be assigned to tasks of different dangerous levels according to their crimes, their favorability and loyalty to Xianqing. Slowly consume their resources and living forces. Advertisement. In the end, the Sarutobi clan will be completely eliminated or disbanded. No waste at all. Didn't the third generation always claim that the Sarutobi clan is a civilian family? Xianqing is going to make the Sarutobi clan a real civilian family in the end as he wishes. As for the Shimura clan, it's even worse. All the adults will be thrown into the most dangerous, most difficult and most unwilling tasks to be consumed. Those who are not adults will be arranged into the new route, brainwashed and trained to be death warriors, and also do the most dangerous tasks to atone for their sins. Until they are completely extinct. The punishments of the two clans, the Ten and Mito clans, are much lighter. Not only because they turned against the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, but also because they committed much less sins than the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. Therefore, the five-fold corruption fine, the removal of certain dangerous people, and the complete exclusion from the power center are all the punishments for them. The two clans are small clans. Even with such a punishment, it is enough for them to live for the next 10 or 20 years. There will not be much future. Not to mention that they are afraid that the third generation will collapse directly. As for seeking death, not to mention whether the third generation has the courage. Xianqing and the others will not allow it, and have already set up corresponding seals in their bodies to prevent such things from happening. The scene returns to the present, right? It seems that the time is almost up. Xianqing takes the second generation, first generation, Uzumaki Mito, Uchiha Chiri and Nara Shikeyama to the stage. He begins to read out the sins committed by Danzo and the third generation in public. Word by word, all the villagers nearby can hear it clearly. The third generation just kept silent, while Danzo struggled to open his mouth to refute. But unfortunately, his mouth had been sealed long ago, and he couldn't speak. Obviously, Xianqing was not prepared to listen to his spitting shit. At the end of the reading, the second generation personally stepped forward 2 steps, and announced with a serious face, "After our consultation, the final ruling. Danzo will be sentenced to unlimited death for the next 3 days. He will be tied here for the next 3 days, so the villagers who have grievances against him can come forward to kill him and seek revenge on him. Please rest assured, he is now immortal, and he will be resurrected soon after death. Everyone has a chance. At the same time, his strength and most of his mobility have been sealed, so you don't need to worry about him being able to hurt you." Tay. Soon, the villagers around heard it, and there was an uproar. Then, many people became excited and excited. The eyes looking at Danzo also became fierce and sharp. Advertisement. There was a feeling of being ready to move. Danzo and the third generation looked at the second generation in disbelief. That look seemed to say, "Teacher, are you serious? We are your students. Do you have to be so cruel?" Unfortunately, Danzo couldn't speak, and the third generation didn't dare to speak. At this time, the second generation ignored the gazes of the two, and then said with a stern face. "And the former third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, our sentence on him is that from now on, his strength will be sealed forever, and he will stay in Konoha to sweep the avenue between the Konoha gate and the Hokage building. At the same time, he will also be responsible for cleaning part of the Konoha public toilets. Time is forever, even if he dies, we will use reanimation jutsu to revive him in the future and let him continue to do it. Not only him, Danzo will join him in 3 days, sweeping the streets and cleaning public toilets together." Villagers. How to say this punishment? It made everyone speechless for a while. Wow! This punishment is great. I agree. That's how it should be. Hee. The next moment, many villagers started to shout. With someone taking the lead, more and more people shouted in support. Although they all felt that this punishment was too vicious and simply killed people. But they said it was well done and they liked it very much. Who made the third generation go too far in the past? Perhaps, most villagers just followed blindly and didn't know why they hated the third generation so much at the beginning. But before, after Narashikayama, on behalf of Xianqing, read out in detail the crimes committed by the third generation and Danzo, they empathized with each other and shared the same hatred and were full of hatred towards the main generation and them. This is human nature. This is public opinion. At this time, the third generation and Danzo stared at Senju Tobirama with wide eyes, their faces full of disbelief. They thought about speaking up and thought that their ending would not be good, but they did not expect that the final punishment would be so vicious. Even if they died, they would not be let go. Who came up with this vicious punishment? Thinking of this, they couldn't help but look at Xianqing and others. What's wrong with me? After hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, the second generation stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a cold face and said, "Shouldn't you have such an end? I gave you the position of Hokage with good intentions, and I personally covered the retreat for you young people and went to die myself. I just hope that you can carry my will, protect and develop Konoha well, and make Konoha better. In the end, how did you repay me? While constantly embezzling the assets of the village and strengthening your own family. While suppressing many ninja clans in the village. Especially my Senju clan, which is regarded as the #1 thorn in your eyes. You took advantage of the upright character of the Senju clan and sent them directly to the most dangerous battlefield and assigned them the most dangerous tasks. Let them die in batches on the battlefield and in dangerous tasks. Even, you cruelly restarted the wood-style experiment again, and directly deceived a large group of Senju youths and even children to participate in the wood-style experiment. Style experiment. Advertisement. As a result, all these people were used as experimental consumables by you and died in the experiment. Even though you were not satisfied with this, although you banned the experiment for a few years, you recently have the idea and plan to restart the wood-style experiment and use the remaining Senju and even the descendants of the Japanese hands integrated into Ping Pong to continue the wood-style experiment. Even Nawaki and Tsunade are in your plan, CHBJ. If Xianqing hadn't appeared out of nowhere, saved Mito, saved the Uzumaki clan, and changed the situation in Konoha, you would have already started to implement all of this. If that were the case, I'm afraid the Senju clan will be completely uprooted by you, exterminated, and completely wiped out. This is my clan. You treat my teacher's clan like this, so disloyal, unfilial, unkind and unjust, and now you can't bear this little punishment. Haha. I tell you, this is not over yet. 0145122227 Fila 1112322190. The clan behind you has enjoyed the benefits you brought over the years and is rampant in Konoha, and will also be punished most severely. Although our new Hokage is kind and will not directly destroy your clan, they can't escape guilt and punishment. You two conscienceless things, look at me carefully. Humph. That's all. After saying that, the second generation snorted coldly and turned away. Only the third generation and Danzo stood there blankly, not knowing what to say for a moment. Because these were indeed what they had done or were about to do. They even had specific arrangements for Noeki and Tsunade. It was just that Xianqing intervened and changed it, so they didn't have time to implement it. Wow! It's like this? These two are so vicious. At this time, the villagers below heard these words and were furious again. They all looked amazed and started to talk. Is this the true face of the third generation and Danzo? They are so cruel to the family behind their teacher who has been so kind to them, and they want to dig up the roots and exterminate the clan, let alone us. What a son of man! What a beast! No wonder they were forcibly taken down by the fourth generation, Mito-sama and Chiri-sama. They deserve it. Fortunately, they have been taken down, otherwise, I really can't imagine Konoha continuing to be ruled by them, and we continue to be ruled by them. How miserable Jin is in the end. Tisk tisk. So you didn't know? In fact, some people of the small ninja clan have long seen their true colors, and many small ninja clans have gradually died out in the past 10 years. All this is the credit of these two. That's right. Unfortunately, they were so powerful in the past, and we, the small ninja clan and even the ninjas of civilian origin, didn't dare to tell the truth, otherwise, we would never see the sun the next day. This is the disadvantage of the small ninja clan becoming Hokage. The Sarutobi clan was once just a small clan, and at most it was considered a medium-sized clan because of its large population. But in terms of background, bloodline, and strength, they were not actually the top ones during Sengoku's time. Perhaps because of this, after he became Hokage, he madly suppressed other clans and secretly embezzled the village's resources to develop and expand his own clan. That's true, so. Hokage is either born directly from a commoner, or directly from a big clan, which may be the best for us small clans and commoners. Indeed. I think that the two major ninja clans that established our Konoha, Senju and Uchiha, are actually the best choices. The Senju people are more straightforward, and with their rich family background, they will definitely not suppress other ninja clans to show their authority, which is better for our development. Wasn't it the case when the first generation and second Hokage were in power? I agree. It's actually good for Uchiha to become Hokage. In the past, everyone misunderstood Uchiha under the deliberate smearing and guidance of the third generation, thinking that Uchiha is arrogant and cold and difficult to get along with. In fact, anyone who has really come into contact with Uchiha will know that Uchiha is directly arrogant on the surface, cold on the outside and warm on the inside. They disdain to lie and plot, disdain to bully the weak, are strong, handsome men, and beautiful women. They are the best teammates and companions. That's right. Moreover, Uchiha has become better and less arrogant after internal reforms and guard reforms in recent years. Yes. That's true. I heard that it was because Master Xianqing gave Masters Hilly a suggestion that Masters Hilly reformed the Uchiha internally and established a clan school to teach the Uchiha. Master Xianqing is really amazing. He was only 6 years old at that time, right? Yes. Yes. When I was 6 years old, I was still playing in the mud. I can't compare. No wonder Master Xianqing became Hokage at the age of 10. I hope he can bring real prosperity and peace to Konoha next. I will definitely. You all know the content of his first 5-year plan for Konoha. The future will definitely be better. That's right. For a while, the villagers began to praise Xianqing, Uchiha, and Senju while spitting on the third generation and Danzo. Chapter 160, Danzo, who has been killed 1,000 times, the third generation officially takes up the cleaning job, 4/5, please order it. After Narashikayama announced the end of the public trial, the senior officials took Sarutobi Hiruzen away, leaving Danzo alone tied up there. Kill. Kill Danzo. Don't compete with me. The first kill belongs to me. I'll take the second kill. I want to avenge my son and grandson. Danzo, give me my father's life back, dash. Advertisement. The next moment, many people and ninjas rushed to Danzo on the high platform at a very fast speed, took out their own martial arts and killed him. Danzo saw this scene, not horrified, only broke out and cursed. You damned lowly people, all deserve to die. Your parents and children can sacrifice their lives for me and Konoha, aren't they their knives? Hey? I can speak. After cursing for 2 sentences, Danzo suddenly realized that he didn't know when the seal on his mouth and even his body had been lifted, and he could move. Unfortunately, his strength was still sealed. He was now just a weak chicken who was powerless and not even as good as ordinary people. Still a weak chicken tied to a pillar. The result is predictable. Hearing his abuse, those ninjas who rushed over first were furious. Kill. I'll kill you. Go to hell, you heartless dog. The next moment, these people cut Danzo into pieces. And, after he recovered, they continued to hack and kill. Constant reincarnation. Danzo spent 3 days in constant resurrection and constant being hacked and killed. Of course, this is a story for later. Hokage building, Hokage office window. Xianqing led the third generation to stand in front of the window, watching what happened to Danzo in the square not far away. Xian glanced at Shifu and chuckled, how is it? Shide? Did you feel the anger of Kazuyazu? Do you want me to take you there now? Do you think that if you go there, these ninjas and ordinary villagers who have lost their relatives and friends and are full of hatred will tear you apart as well? The third generation heard this, and a trace of fear flashed in their eyes, and they said embarrassedly, this. Let's forget it. Danzo is more sinful than me, and many things are done by him. In addition, he has a strong ability to bear, so let him come. I'll forget it. It's better to let my friend die than to let me die. He's not stupid. Haha. Xianqing couldn't help laughing after hearing this. The third generation was even more embarrassed. The two turned around and left the window. The third generation looked at the second generation and saw the second generation glanced at him coldly, put his hands around the wall, and snorted, humph. Evil disciple. Don't call yourself my disciple anymore. From today on, I will sever the master-disciple relationship with you. Not only you, but also Danzo, Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura, you are all the same. He was completely desperate for the four of the third generation. There was no longer any master-disciple feeling in his heart, only hatred. If it weren't for them, how could his family become like this? Advertisement. He will never forget the day when he was resurrected and returned to the family to see the remaining members of the family, especially the old people. The ugliness and grief in his heart when they asked the first question. But Senju Taijian asked him, Master Tobirama, why were you so blind to choose these four beastly Dan disciples and foolishly sacrificed yourself to give the position of Hokage to Sarutobi Hiruzen? Do you know that because of your decision, we the Senju clan is almost falling apart now? Even if it has barely improved in the past few years, it still depends on the help of our former mortal enemy, the Uchiha clan. Aren't you the one who claims to be the smartest and wisest? In the end, this is an unspeakable sarcasm. But Senju Tobirama didn't feel sarcastic, he just felt that the words were full of sadness and grief. It's all his fault. So now, even if Xianqing doesn't force him, he will never mention returning to the Pure Land of the underworld again, and he will never resist working in the research department again. He wants to work hard for Konoha and Senju, and help Senju and Konoha regain their glory, as a way to atone for his mistakes. Now he doesn't even dare to go back to the Senju clan. You can imagine what his attitude towards the third generation and Danzo will be like. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed drastically after hearing this, and he wanted to say something. Because, without the identity of second generation disciples, he and Sarutobi Hiruzen will only be more sad in the future. Don't call me teacher anymore, I can't bear it. Senju Tobirama didn't wait for him to continue, and he raised his hand with a cold face to interrupt the third generation's words, I can't afford a disciple like you, you should live your own life. That's it. He nodded to Xianqing and said, I will go to the research department first. The refrigerator has been localized according to the sample, and the washing machine is almost the same. It is estimated that it will be completely finalized in a few days, and then the production line will be built. The construction of the factory and the production line requires the support of the village. Because there are refrigerators, washing machines, ovens, air conditioners, and other home appliances in the pirate world as references, the second generation and Orochimaru studied imitation and transformation very quickly. These home appliances in the pirate world basically use electricity. The power plant in the ninja world is not advanced enough, and it is not very suitable for ninjas. Therefore, under Suinking's suggestion, a ninja version of home appliances was developed. This type of home appliance will consume chakra. The internal recording is also the product of the combination of sealing technique and ninjutsu. Okay. Xianqing listened and nodded with satisfaction, the land was planned and leveled yesterday. You go directly to the engineering department, and cooperate with Master Mito and my mother. At present, the engineering department is mainly managed by the two of them. First generation and Madara are just assistants, and they mainly provide labor. Planning is a big project, which is very brain-intensive. Xianqing is not at ease to hand it over to others, so only his mother and Mito Tianren can do it. Okay. Then I'll go and get busy first. The second generation nodded and turned around to leave immediately. Suddenly he remembered something, turned to Xianqing and said, since Sarutobi Hiruzen is already a criminal, his Hokage portrait is no longer suitable to be kept. Fourth generation, you should send someone to erase it. It will just be a free space to carve your shadow rock, I have discussed this with my eldest brother, and he agrees. That's it. Let's go. After saying that, the second generation left without waiting for Xianqing to reply, and did not even look at the third generation again. Obviously, from this moment on, he has completely regarded the third generation as a stranger. The third generation saw it, with a sullen face, stretched out his hand towards the receding back of the second generation, opened his mouth, but finally could not make a sound. Because, he really didn't know what to say. But even his shadow rock had to be erased, wasn't it a bit too much? He had been a for more than 10 years. Hokage, even if he has no merit, he has worked hard. Thinking of this, he looked at Xianqing eagerly. I hope Xianqing will not accept this suggestion. Unfortunately, Xianqing does not want to bother him at all, and wants him to stay here and be an eyesore. Okay. Senior Sakumo, please take our former third generation to serve his sentence and report to the cleaning department, and have someone arrange for him to take office immediately. Anyway, the seals on him have been set up, so there is no need to worry about other problems. Advertisement. Xianqing directly summoned the new Anbu minister Hotaki Sakumo and instructed him. Yes. Hokage-sama. Please give me flowers. Hotaki Sakumo immediately accepted the order and walked to the side of the third generation. Regardless of whether he was willing or not, he grabbed his shoulders directly and left the Hokage office with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Xianqing handled the affairs himself and improved the investment attraction plan for the construction of residential and commercial areas of the engineering department. Prepare to convene Konoha's senior executives to discuss and improve it tomorrow. A few minutes later, Hotaki Sakumo returned and reported to Xianqing, Hokage, the third, Sinner Sarutobi Hiruzen has been placed in the cleaning department and officially started sweeping the streets. Good. Xianqing listened, raised his head, nodded with satisfaction, and then said, the reorganization and training of Anbu will be handed over to you next. In the future, Anbu will need to expand and reform. The powers and functions will be adjusted to a certain extent. In the future, it will become Konoha's elite ninja special forces, and all of this will require your hard work. You have served as the captain of Anbu, and your prestige, fame, and strength are enough. I am very relieved. Thank you for your recognition, Hokage, I will not let you down. Sakumo heard Suinking's praise, and hurriedly thanked and promised. He didn't expect Xianqing to appoint him as the minister of Anbu. He thought Xianqing would appoint someone from Uchiha as the minister of Anbu. 0. Third generation used to do this. The former Anbu ministers were basically either die-hard fans of the third generation or members of the Sarutobi clan, without exception. Yet. I believe you. Xianqing smiled and nodded, then said, by the way. I almost forgot about the swordplay transaction. How about this? Obviously, I will take some time out in the afternoon, and I will complete the swordplay transaction with you, learn your swordplay from you, and at the same time, teach you the swordplay I have mastered. This matter can't be dragged on any longer. Master it earlier, so that Sakumo can be arranged to teach Uchiha Hotaki the ninja swordplay earlier. He can also teach his teacher Kojiro the ninja swordplay. Hey! Hotaki Sakumo was slightly stunned when he heard it, and suddenly he was happy. Thank you, Hokage. He didn't say anything polite to Xianqing, nor did he refuse to say that there was no need to trade, he could directly contribute his ninja swordplay for free. First, this was not in line with his straightforward character. Second, he had long been eager for Suinking's different swordsmanship, how could he miss such an opportunity? Although he was a ninja, he was still a swordsman who would rather break than bend. Well. That's it. Seeing this, Xianqing smiled slightly and subconsciously used his talent to check Shu Mao's favorability towards him. It turned out that Shu Mao's favorability towards him had reached 85 points. I was immediately delighted. He hurriedly said to Shu Mao again, by the way. When we trade tomorrow, I have something more important to discuss with you. This matter involves your future, you should be mentally prepared first. That's it, you go to Yin first. After speaking, Xianqing waved to Shu Mao. Yes. Although Shu Mao was very confused, he still took the order and left quickly. He was dealing with documents and writing business plans for a short time when Tsunade pushed open the office door and walked in. She stood opposite Xianqing with her arms folded and looked at him. She teased, Yo! Our Xianqing is also a Hokage. Suinkai listened and immediately looked up at her speechlessly and said, Sister Tsunade, don't tease me. He is just a Hokage. In the eyes of pirates, he is just the village chief of a larger village. It's nothing. Also, can you open the door more gently next time? I feel like the door is almost broken. Now I understand the helplessness and headache of the third generation when facing your behavior. Chapter 161, Tsunade asks for help, the Great Toad Sage's new prophecy and fear, 5/5, please customize. Hee. Tsunade couldn't help but smile after hearing this, and waved her hand and said, don't worry. I'll be gentler next time. It's just a door, don't be so stingy. Xianqing couldn't help but roll his eyes after hearing this and said, so, why are you looking for me now? Shouldn't you take over the medical department at the ninja hospital and expand and reform the hospital at this time? Even, you should be responsible for arranging the construction of lower-level hospitals and clinics in various regions of the village. Advertisement. How do you have time to come to me? Konoha needs to expand its scale, and the corresponding medical system must also be expanded and improved. It's impossible to let everyone run all the way to the ninja hospital at that time, right? Many times it's too late. Moreover, some minor problems are unnecessary. Therefore, it is necessary to build lower-level hospitals and clinics in various regions. In the future, Konoha village will be built by Xianqing into a large city with a population of millions or even tens of millions. These naturally need to be planned from the beginning. Moreover, the improvement and expansion of the medical system is also convenient for the future expansion of the medical department after the annexation of the Land of Fire and even the entire ninja world, and the accumulation of experience and talents for the construction of a complete medical system for the entire ninja empire. Lower-level hospitals and clinics do not need such a large scale and such powerful medical ninjas. Ordinary medical ninjas or even interns will be enough. These will be connected with the ninja schools and even ordinary schools after the reform and expansion of majors. In the future, ninja schools will have medical ninja classes, medical ninja elective courses, etc. Ordinary schools will also have medical disciplines to train ordinary doctors, kings. After all, ordinary people will account for the vast majority in the future, and it is impossible for all of them to be treated by medical ninjas. That's why I came here. Tsunade rolled her eyes, leaned over and said, I know that you have a hospital in Uchiha that is dedicated to serving you, and the dean is Dr. Konoha, a top doctor. I'm in urgent need of such a top doctor. Can you ask her to come and help me? In addition, can you also send a group of medical ninjas trained by your non-Uchiha hospital to join the village's ninja hospital to help? At present, there are too few medical ninjas in the village, and the goal you set is too big. I can't handle it. Anyway, now you are Hokage, it is impossible for someone in the village's ninja hospital not to treat you Uchiha people, or, they did something wrong during the treatment. There is no need to set up such a large hospital in Uchiha, right? It is enough to keep a small number of medical ninjas, right? In addition, you should have already contracted a group of doctors at the pharmaceutical factory on Drum Island, right? Can you also find a way to transfer a group of doctors to Konoha to join the ninja hospital and even the school here to help treat patients, improve the medical system and serve as medical teachers in the school? Anyway, if there are not enough people over there, you can continue to recruit new ones from Drum Island, right? It is a waste to leave the contracted people there. In a word, she came here today to ask for talents. Otherwise, she really can't handle such a big reform of the medical department. Xianqing was stunned when he heard it, and smiled embarrassedly, okay. I neglected it before. 90% of the people in Uchiha Hospital can be handed over to you and incorporated into the village's medical department. I will also mobilize 40 doctors from the pirate world. It just so happens that these people are already learning chakra and medical ninjutsu, and they are making good progress. Don't worry that they can't adapt to the situation here. Even combined with the medical skills they have mastered in the pirate world, I believe the village's ninja hospital will become more powerful. However, I guess you have to ask Konoha yourself, and I can only issue you a transfer permit. Whether she agrees to help you or not depends on you. Although Konoha is also his contractor. So far, under the influence of the contract, the favorability towards him has already reached the maximum value. But this does not mean that she has no ideas and personality of her own. Compared to, everything is the same as before, but she has a very high opinion of him and will not do anything that is not good for him. She is not the same as before in other people's thoughts and opinions. Hey? Is that so? Tsunade was quite happy to hear the previous part, but her face fell when she heard the last part, even you can't do anything. Then I can only ask for it myself. I hope she can give me some face. She has been in contact with this person in the past few years, asking for advice and exchanging medical skills and even medical ninjutsu. Konoha's medical skills are far better than hers. In addition to the knowledge of the traditional Uchiha medicine system and the medical system of the ninja world in recent years, her medical skills have become even more powerful. She has also learned medical ninjutsu to a very profound level. It will not be worse than Tsunade's medical ninjutsu. After all, people like Konoha are super geniuses. Haha. You can use all the medical information, experimental data, etc. of the village hospital as bait to attract Konoha, right? I believe she can't refuse. In the past, when Xianqing was not in power, given the relationship between the third generation and Uchiha, he couldn't provide Konoha with these knowledge and information belonging to the village hospital. Even Tsunade couldn't do it. He was restricted and guarded by the third generation. Konoha could only obtain some through medical exchanges with Tsunade. Advertisement. But compared with the medical knowledge system built by Konoha for decades, especially since it also includes the medical knowledge accumulated by the Senju and other ninjas in the past 1,000 years, it is just a drop in the bucket. Hey? Really? Tsunade's eyes lit up when she heard it. I almost forgot that this is not the era when the old man is in power. I am going to invite her to join the village hospital. These information and knowledge will naturally be checked with Konoha. This will definitely work. No more words, I'm leaving first. Remember to transfer the 40 doctors from the pirate world you promised as soon as possible. By the way, give me a warrant to transfer people from Uchiha Hospital. Tsunade asked Xianqing anxiously. Okay. Xianqing smiled and shook his head, took out a blank piece of paper, wrote the content of the transfer order, signed his name, and stamped his exclusive seal, and then was snatched away by Nashao in a hurry. Let's go. Hee. After saying that, Tsunade teleported away directly with a swish. Mount Maiboku, in the cave where the Great Toad Sage is located. Gamamaru suddenly woke up suddenly, recalling the future scene he saw in his dream before, his face changed for a while, and the uncertain mood made the toad call the sage Shima and Fukasaku. Old man, is there something that you are in a hurry to call us here? Do you have a new prophecy? And the predicted future is not good. After Shima and Fukasaku came over, they saw the ugly face of Gamamaru, and Shima couldn't help asking. Almost. Gamamaru nodded affirmatively, and said with some doubt, I see that the future has completely changed. The original Child of Destiny no longer exists. The ninja world will also undergo drastic changes next. In the future, there will be a big war in the ninja world, with countless casualties. At the same time, the ninja world will be unified. What? Unification. Shima and Fukasaku heard it and exclaimed in horror. Fukasaku couldn't help but ask, who unified the ninja world? Is this good or bad? What does it have to do with us? I don't know who it is. Gamamaru shook his head after hearing this. I only know that the people who unified the ninja world are from Konoha, and in the future, Konoha will also take over the entire ninja world. I can't see more clearly. Even these pictures are intermittent and blurry. Later, it was even more foggy and completely unclear. I feel that my ability to predict is completely useless. The future will be a fog, and I can't spy on it. As for what does it have to do with our Mount Maiboku? I seem to have seen the scene of Mount Maiboku being destroyed and covered with corpses. But it's a little uncertain, it's too blurry. This is why I'm so upset and I'm in a hurry to call you over. He felt a strong sense of crisis from it. The ninja world has definitely seen a huge change. He even felt that this change was unstoppable. What? After hearing this, Fukasaku and Shima's faces suddenly changed. Mount Maiboku was destroyed? Are you sure? Fukasaku took a deep breath and asked seriously, does it have anything to do with Konoha's unification of the ninja world? Is Konoha going to attack us in the future? Is it because of little Jiraiya? But it shouldn't be. We have always taken good care of little Jiraiya. But if it has nothing to do with Jiraiya, even if Konoha unifies the ninja world, it has nothing to do with Mount Maiboku. There's no need to destroy them, right? Shima frowned when he heard this, staring at Gamamaru with burning eyes and said, Old man, is it because your prophecies fooled little Jiraiya and made Konoha unhappy, so that little Jiraiya and Konoha had a conflict, that's why it happened, right? I told you, don't fool people with your mystical tricks all day long, now something bad has happened, right? Shima's tone was full of dissatisfaction. Obviously, she has never liked Gamamaru's mystical tricks. She was also skeptical about the future. Wife. Don't say that about the old man. Although he is old and confused, he is still an elder after all. After hearing this, Fukasaku hurriedly dissuaded him. But when Gamamaru heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and complained, okay. You guys stop singing the same tune. I admit that I did fool Jiraiya in the past to achieve the purpose of influencing some of the trends in the ninja world. At the same time, it also makes our Mount Maiboku more famous and prestigious in the ninja world. In addition, this is actually related to the promise I made to Sage of Six Paths at the beginning. He does have other purposes, but he really doesn't want to really Mount Maiboku controls the ninja world or something. Advertisement. He doesn't have such great ability and ambition. Besides, he is just an old charlatan who has a certain ability to predict dreams. Charlatan. Isn't it instinctive to fool people? He finds it very interesting to fool people to change the direction of the ninja world according to his own ideas. Just like when he fooled, ahem. It was bewitching, ahem. No, it was suggesting that the Sage of Six Paths unite with his brother to fight against his mother Kaguya and seal this crazy woman. Well. He didn't have too many bad intentions at the beginning, he just didn't want the sacred tree to continue to absorb the natural energy and planetary origin of the ninja world. Because, if it continues like this, the ninja world will be completely finished, completely exhausted and fall into death. At that time, the native life of the ninja world like them will wither. In fact, what he did was to save the entire ninja world. He felt that all the life in the future of the ninja world could be said to owe him a big favor in this matter. Otherwise, the ninja world may have no future at all. As for whether the people in the ninja world would recognize this favor, he was not sure. Hey? Sage of Six Paths? Promise him? Do you really know Sage of Six Paths? Isn't he a legend? Also, what is the promise? Shima and Fukasaku looked at Gamamaru in astonishment and asked. I do know him. The Sage of Six Paths is a legend, but it did exist. Gamamaru shook his head. As for what promise? In fact, it is to help him look after and monitor the ninja world to a certain extent and guide and influence the direction of the ninja world at the appropriate time. He actually has his own purpose. To strengthen himself, and to deal with the enemy of the ninja world. Shima narrowed his eyes slightly and said, So, Jiraiya was fooled by you like this. Old man, you are not honest. Little Jiraiya really believed you. In this way, I probably understand why the future you saw Mount Maiboku might be destroyed. It must be because of your deception that little Jiraiya went to the opposite side of Konoha. It also made us stand on the opposite side of Konoha. And Konoha can unify the ninja world in the future. What good will it be if we stand on the opposite side of them? It is natural to be destroyed. Even, I suspect that it is not ruled out that they are because you fooled little Jiraiya. Jiraiya stood against them and took his anger out on us, so he did this cruel thing. She is not stupid. As an old toad who has lived for hundreds of years, she quickly analyzed the problem. It is very likely. Fukasaku, who was standing by, also frowned and nodded in agreement. Maybe. Gamamaru nodded helplessly, I didn't expect such a variable to appear. 5.2 Because, according to the original prophecy in the future, we can get certain benefits from it, and we can successfully complete the commission of Sage of Six Paths and get some benefits. But now it seems that I can't afford to offend this variable. Even, I suspect that Sage of Six Paths can't afford to offend. Otherwise, the future will not be like this. I will not be unable to see a clearer and farther future, and even now even the ability to predict dreams is completely useless. He felt that there was a great terror in this, so he didn't dare to go deeper. So, what do you mean, old man? Don't you want to continue to fool little Jiraiya? Even explain it to him clearly? Even apologize to Konoha and surrender? Shima couldn't help asking hopefully. If so, that would be great. In this way, Mount Maiboku should not conflict with Konoha in the future, and then be destroyed. If it can't be destroyed, who would want to be destroyed? They are all old monsters for hundreds or thousands of years, and no one is stupid. They cherish their lives very much. So, Gamamaru nodded affirmatively after listening, call little Jiraiya as soon as possible, I will explain it to him. Then, I will trouble you two to go to Konoha in person later, explain the situation to the current Konoha high-level officials, and apologize. At the same time, we can use our Mount Maiboku. The summoning contract scroll will be handed over to Konoha, and they can choose the right person to sign the contract. This is compensation. In addition, tell them that I promise not to tell the Sage of Six Paths about this matter and the true situation of the ninja world over the years. He was not sure who the variable was, and now he did not understand the meaning of this sentence. But it doesn't matter, the most important thing is to show your attitude. For this, I will be humble and pay the price. Everything is for survival. Chapter 162, Jiraiya's dissatisfaction and relief, Fukasaku and Shima's choice, 1/5. Please subscribe. Is that so? We understand. Let's go and summon little Jiraiya now. Shima and Fukasaku listened, nodded seriously, and agreed immediately. Then, they performed the reverse summoning technique directly in the hall. Fit. The next moment, a puff of smoke came out and dissipated, and Jiraiya appeared in the hall with a bowl of noodles. Advertisement. Ah. Oh my god. Jiraiya didn't react yet and continued to shovel a mouthful of noodles into his mouth, but because there was no chair to support him, he leaned back and fell to the ground. The noodle soup spilled all over him. Then, he realized it belatedly and looked around in confusion. Seeing Fukasaku and Shima, and the huge toad sage, he suddenly realized, Sister Shima? Boss Fukasaku? And the great toad sage? How did you summon me? You didn't notify me in advance. Is there something important? Could it be that the great toad sage has a new prophecy? Speaking of this, Jiraiya quickly turned over and stood up, patted the noodle soup and noodles on his body, and said seriously. Not bad. Fukasaku and Shima nodded, and immediately told Jiraiya all the predictions that Gamamaru had just made. Jiraiya frowned after hearing this, the future has changed? The child of destiny is gone? Will the future ninja world be unified by two people? Or will it be unified by Konoha? The great toad sage's prediction ability is useless? The future is unclear. Jiraiya's scalp tingled after hearing these pieces of news, and his heart was extremely confused. At the same time, he suddenly remembered what Tsunade and Orochimaru said to him a few days ago. For a moment, he was more critical and shaken about the so-called prophecy of the great toad sage. 27He has worked hard for many years because of the prophecy, and he is ready to pursue the child of destiny and guide him to the right path as his life mission. And now you tell me that the child of destiny is gone? The future has completely changed and is unclear? No matter how I look at it, I feel like I'm being brushed off. So, you called me here just to tell me this? What's your purpose? Jiraiya asked with a frown. Perhaps he himself did not realize that his tone and attitude had changed inadvertently. Obviously, his inner persistence had been completely shaken. He also had prejudices and estrangements against Mount Maiboku. But which of Fukasaku and the others was not a toad spirit who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years? Instantly noticed the subtle change in Jiraiya's attitude towards them. Several toads looked at each other. In the end, it was Shima Sennin who was frank with Jiraiya and told Jiraiya all their previous decisions. At this time, Great Toad Sage also apologized to Jiraiya directly and apologetically, "Sorry. Little Jiraiya. My prophecy has caused you a lot of trouble in the past. I formally apologize to you here. From now on, you are free and don't have to run around for the so-called prophecy and the child of prophecy. Just stay in Konoha and help Konoha develop. This is the most correct path. In addition, in order to express my apology to you in Konoha, I will send Fukasaku and Shima to Konoha with you to meet your Hokage and apologize to them. At the same time, give compensation and hand over the summoning contract scroll of Mount Maiboku to Konoha, allowing them to choose the right person to become the contractor of Mount Maiboku, that's it." After saying that, the Great Toad Sage closed his eyes and began to doze off. Jiraiya stopped, and the dissatisfaction in his heart was eliminated a lot. He looked at Fukasaku and Shima a little at a loss. "Come with us." Advertisement. Fukasaku waved to Jiraiya, and the two toads left the cave and came outside. "Has anything happened to your Konoha recently? I seem to have heard some news when I was buying vegetables last time, saying that the third Hokage was suppressed, right?" Shima Sennin couldn't help but ask Jiraiya. She felt that the changes should be closely related to the variable mentioned by the Great Toad Sage. He wanted to know more. Yes." Jiraiya nodded awkwardly after listening, and immediately told the two of them about the recent changes in Konoha. "Is that the case?" Fukasaku and Shima listened, and immediately nodded in understanding. The two toads looked at each other and confirmed that the variable should be the fourth Hokage Uchiha Xianqing. If this kind of person is not a variable, then who can be a variable? At the age of 10, he can kill Hands of the Salamander and Kazekage easily killed nearly 10,000 hostile ninjas. Their talents were too monstrous. If he had been given a few more years to grow, who knows how powerful he would be. At this moment, the two of them seemed to completely understand that the Great Toad Sage would be so afraid of variables, so afraid of the present and future Konoha, and chose to abandon the Sage of Six Paths to resolve the misunderstanding with Konoha. They took the initiative to approach. They had reason to suspect that the strength and achievements of the future Xianqing might very likely surpass the Sage of Six Paths. You know, even the Sage of Six Paths and the Mother Kagayaji couldn't surpass the prophetic dream of the Great Toad Sage. His prophetic dream ability was invalidated and was abolished. In this case, there is no time to lose. We will go to Konoha with you and ask to see the fourth Hokage. While congratulating him on taking over, we will also express our apologies to him for Mount Maiboku and offer our compensation. What do you think, Jiraiya?" Shima Sento immediately made up his mind and said to Jiraiya said. "Hey." Jiraiya was slightly stunned after hearing this. He was not stupid, and now he understood why the Great Toad Sage and Shima Sage wanted to apologize to Konoha and Xianqing and compensate him. It was obviously because they had deliberately relieved him in the past and tricked him into looking for the child of prophecy. In addition, under the leadership of Xianqing, Konoha in the future is likely to unify the ninja world and be invincible to shinobi. If the misunderstanding is not eliminated and reconciled at this time, when Konoha unifies the ninja world in the future. With Suinking's character, he is likely to settle accounts with Mount Maiboku. By then, Mount Maiboku is afraid that blood will flow like a river. Even if Shima Sage and others do not come to summoning to explain these things today and use the new prophecy to mislead him, he is likely to stand on the opposite side of Konoha and Xianqing in the end. In that case, Mount Maiboku will definitely be completely destroyed by Xianqing. He was indeed shaken by Tsunade and Orochimaru's words before. But it was only a little shaken. If there is a new prophecy to fool him, he will definitely fall for it. Because, he is such a person. He is easy to admit his death and get stuck in a dead end. After all, Mount Maiboku occupies a very important position in his life. It is the place where he really rises, catches up with and even surpasses Orochimaru and Tsunade. In addition, Shima Sennin and Fukasaku Sennin have always been very kind to him, making him feel the warmth of family. I have no objection. So, considering all these, Jiraiya chose to forgive them and forgive the Great Toad Sage for fooling him. Let's go now. I believe that with your apology and compensation, the grudge should be eliminated. I will also mediate. In addition, I suggest that the cultivation method of Mount Maiboku's fairy art should also be provided to the village. Advertisement. Although the conditions for cultivation are very harsh, sincerity is very important. I believe Xianqing will be interested in this. With his talent, he will definitely be able to learn the complete fairy art. Jiraiya suggested. This is not only to further dispel Suinking's dissatisfaction with Mount Maiboku, but also to plan some benefits for the village. For Jiraiya, it is a win-win situation. Senjutsu. Fukasaku and Shima were slightly stunned, looked at each other, and finally nodded, okay. Then add Senjutsu. However, Senjutsu is not so easy to practice. When the time comes, remember to remind your Hokage. Of course, we will also give reminders and suggestions. To practice Mount Maiboku Senjutsu, it is better to come to Mount Maiboku. With the help of Toad Oil and our help, the danger will be much smaller and the practice will be much smoother. The two felt that this might also be a way to further strengthen the connection between Mount Maiboku and Konoha. Of course. Jiraiya listened, smiled, and nodded, then shall we set off now? Well. I will cancel the reverse summoning 030 first, and then you remember to summon the two of us over. Shima Sage nodded. Understood. Jiraiya nodded. The next moment, he was released from the reverse summoning technique by Shima Sage, disappeared in Mount Maiboku, and returned to the newly opened Juriku Ramen restaurant in the ninja world. Hey? Customer, you're back? I saw you disappear just now, and thought something happened, so I notified the security team. Are you okay? In the store, Ichiraku, who was just a young boy, saw Jiraiya suddenly appear, and was startled at first, and then asked with concern. At the same time, he pointed to several members of the security team at the door. Haha. I'm fine. Jiraiya smiled and touched the back of his head, then took out his wallet to pay, and said to Ichiraku, sorry, I lost the bowl of noodles. The money for the noodles and the bowl is here. I'm leaving first. With that, Jiraiya walked out of Ichiraku Ramen restaurant. Master Jiraiya. We have reported your situation to Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama asked us to stay here and notify you to go to the Hokage's office when you come back. A Hyuga-born member of the guard team bowed slightly to Jiraiya and spoke. Since the Sarutobi, Shimura and other ninjas were suppressed and their activities were restricted. The people they arranged in the guard team were also cleared and arrested. Later, Min Libo recruited guard members for the entire village again. This kind of job with high benefits and no danger is naturally signed up by strong people. Even many big ninjas are not immune. For various purposes, they all signed up. Even the Hyuga clan is no exception. This Hyuga is in this situation. Yes. It's a branch house. The main family would never do such a thing. Oh. Jiraiya was slightly startled when he heard it, and nodded in response, I understand. Without further ado, I will go to the Hokage building first. Thank you for your hard work. As he said, Jiraiya flashed and rushed to the Hokage building. These guard team members also packed up and left. Chapter 163 Uchiha Madara, is this the so-called Great Toad Sage who can predict the future? It's ridiculous. 2/5. After a while, Jiraiya came to the Hokage's office, opened the door and walked in. Inside, not only Xianqing was there, but also Uzumaki Mito, Uchiha Chiri, first generation second generation, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Narashikaku, Hyuga clan members and others were all here. You're back? Were you sent by Mount Maiboku before? Did they say anything? Or did Gamamaru have a new prophecy? Xianqing saw Jiraiya and asked first. Advertisement. He wanted to see if Gamamaru wanted to make trouble again. At the same time, he was already on guard against the possibility that the Sage of Six Paths might come out to make trouble. Because he felt that Gamamaru was very likely to have a connection with the Sage of Six Paths. To a certain extent, Gamamaru should be regarded as one of the means by which the Sage of Six Paths monitors the ninja world. Of course, it doesn't matter if it's not. Hey? How did you know? Jiraiya was stunned when he heard it, and asked subconsciously. There really is a new prophecy. Xianqing and the others were slightly stunned. First generation asked with interest, what exactly is the new prophecy? Tell me about it. I am very curious about the predictive ability of this big toad. I didn't expect that such a thing actually existed. Madara, we didn't know about this when we were alive. Otherwise, I would definitely go to ask. Maybe I could avoid making mistakes at the beginning. Had. Uchiha Madara smiled disdainfully and said, it's probably just some trick of pretending to be a ghost. The future is always uncontrollable. If someone can really predict it, then he is invincible. I haven't seen that big toad invincible. Hearing his words, Mito and others subconsciously looked at Xianqing. Don't you say, Xianqing is invincible, isn't he? To some extent. Because Xianqing seems to have a lot of information about the past and the future. The Great Toad Sage's ability to predict is actually pretty good, right? Jiraiya subconsciously defended him, and then started to talk business, telling Xianqing and others everything he saw and heard during his trip to Mount Maiboku. Oh! Xianqing raised his eyebrows slightly, and said with some surprise, "Did you see the future scene of Konoha's unification of the ninja world? It seems that the big toad still has something. Indeed, according to his plan, Konoha will definitely unify the ninja world in the future. Even if this goal is now discovered by other ninja villages, it is useless for them to jointly attack Konoha to stop it. With Konoha's current strength, especially Xianqing, Uchiha Yuri, Uzumaki Mito and Senju Hashirama's strength, these ninja villages can't stop it. At most, it will cause some losses to Konoha, making it more difficult and troublesome for Konoha to unify the ninja world in the future. Some things are already destined. In addition." Then, Xianqing thought of what Jiraiya had just said, that Fukasaku and Shima were going to come to Konoha to apologize to him in person. At the same time, they were also going to present the summoning contract scroll of Mount Maiboku and the immortal technique training method. He immediately looked at Jiraiya with a playful look and said, "It seems that the toad has seen some future scenes that are not good for Mount Maiboku. Didn't he tell you? Or did you not say it?" Jiraiya's face changed slightly after hearing this, and he didn't know how to start. "Let me guess." Xianqing then guessed, "It should be in the future when they did not apologize to us, give us compensation, and at the same time be open and honest with you and not fool you. You and Mount Maiboku gradually became the opposite of us because of some of our Konoha's future foreign policies and affairs, right? If this is really the case, then with my personality, I will definitely completely wipe you and Mount Maiboku out in the future." The big toad saw these and knew that it was impossible to do anything, so he chose to surrender, right? Advertisement. From the result to the cause, Xianqing easily guessed everything. But when Jiraiya heard it, he was indeed shocked. He looked at Xianqing and swallowed his saliva and said, "Yes, yes. That's almost the reason. I didn't expect that you, Lord Hokage, could easily guess it. Sure enough, you should be the variable that Great Toad Sage said. He is right to fear you. So, are you willing to meet them and accept their apology?" When Jiraiya said this, he became cautious and looked at Xianqing eagerly. If possible, he still hoped that Xianqing would agree and Mount Maiboku would reconcile with Konoha. In this way, he would not have to be caught in the middle and feel uncomfortable. Although Great Toad Sage fooled him for many years, but it also brought him huge benefits. Moreover, he has not been fooled for a particularly long time, and has not spent a lot of time looking for the so-called child of prophecy. On the contrary, he has been practicing fairy arts most of the time and getting benefits from Mount Maiboku. The resentment will not be so great. If it is another 5 or 10 years later, his thoughts and feelings may be completely different. What do you think? After hearing this, Xianqing did not rush to reply, but looked around and asked. For this matter, you can decide for yourself. Uzumaki Mito spoke first. That's right. Acceptable or not? Uchiha Yuri also followed suit. I agree, Xianqing, as the Hokage, you can decide for yourself. Others also spoke up. Okay. Xianqing nodded, turned to look at Jiraiya and said, then wait for them to come to summoning to see. Yes. Thank you, Hokage. Jiraiya listened and bowed to Xianqing gratefully. I thought it was a bit restrained. The kid back then has become a Hokage. The identity is completely different. He immediately bit a finger and drew a stroke on the palm of the other hand, then leaned over and slapped the ground with his palm. Fit. Suddenly, 2 clouds of smoke emerged and quickly dissipated. The 2 little toads, Fukasaku and Shima, appeared in this office. Uchiha Madara and the others saw these 2 little toads, and immediately curled their lips in disappointment and said, that's it. This is the so-called Great Toad Sage that can predict? It's ridiculous. Shima. When they heard this, they were immediately angry and wanted to fight back, and by the way, see if they dared to underestimate their Mount Maiboku. As a result, when they saw the familiar figure of Uchiha Madara, they immediately shut their mouths. They planned not to bother with Uchiha Madara. When they occasionally came to the ninja world to purchase food and supplies, they also saw the terrifying power of Uchiha Madara. They couldn't afford to offend such a person. Moreover, this guy is a killing god. If they dare to talk back to him, who knows if he will open Susanoo and beat them into toad cakes. Advertisement. These 2 are not Great Toad Sage, but Fukasaku and Shima. As for Great Toad Sage, they are too old, more than 1,000 years old. They are not mobile. They are too big and not suitable for coming. At present, the affairs of Mount Maiboku are all handled by these 2 sages, so they were sent here. It is definitely not insincere. Jiraiya hurriedly helped to explain. Yes. Shima and Fukasaku nodded after hearing this, and then bowed to Xianqing and said, Mount Maiboku Shima, Fukasaku. Meet the Hokage. This time we come here to apologize to Konoha and you on behalf of the Great Toad Sage, and want to resolve the misunderstanding and grudge that we fooled Jiraiya in the past to further make friends with Konoha. For this reason, we are willing to offer Mount Maiboku summoning contract scroll to Konoha. Konoha will select the right person to contract with the Toad of Mount Maiboku. In addition, I am willing to offer the immortal arts training method of Mount Maiboku. However, we have to make a statement in advance about this. That is, our immortal arts training method is very dangerous. If you want to practice, it is better to come to Mount Maiboku and practice with the help of our special toad oil of Mount Maiboku. Only in this way can the danger be minimized. In addition, not everyone can practice immortal arts. This requires the last point. I believe that Tsunade and Orochimaru of your village should be very clear about this. As they said, they also looked at Tsunade and Orochimaru who were also on the list. Uchiha Madara and others listened and looked at Tsunade and Orochimaru. Tsunade immediately looked at Fukasaku in silence, and said unhappily, this does require talent. It mainly requires a high state of mind, and needs to be able to completely calm down and integrate into nature. As for the requirements for chakra volume and chakra control, it is secondary. Orochimaru and I are too smart, and our minds are too complicated. We think too much every moment, and we can't really calm down, let alone integrate into nature. Naturally, we can't learn it. But that's a thing of the past. Because of Xianqing, this will soon not be a problem. Humph. Speaking of this, she looked at Jiraiya with some pride and said, Jiraiya, I will definitely learn the fairy technique within a year, and it will be perfect. By then, I want to see how proud you are and how you call it a weapon. By then, I will definitely use the perfect fairy technique to beat you up. No. 10 times, humph. She is very vindictive, good. I will never forget the past few years. How did Jiraiya use the fairy arts to tease and attack himself and Orochimaru? Tsunade, we're not going to compete now, are we? Jiraiya's face suddenly turned bitter when he heard this, and he waved his hand quickly. At the same time, he also looked at Xianqing, wanting to verify whether Xianqing really had a way to help Tsunade and the Stinky Snake learn fairy arts? If so, if he also got Xianqing's help, could he master the perfect fairy arts? His fairy arts were not perfect now, resulting in many obvious toad-like features appearing on his body every time he entered Sage mode, which greatly affected his appearance and glorious image. As a result, he was unwilling to use Sage mode in front of others unless it was absolutely necessary. He felt that Tsunade was probably not lying. Because, that was Xianqing. A magical and mysterious evildoer. He even had a way to make Flying Thunder God technique, which had no such qualifications. If Tsunade and the others learn it, the magic should be no problem for them, right? Haha. No, you have taken care of me so much in the past, how can I not repay you in this matter? In that case, wouldn't the anger I suffered in the past be in vain? Tsunade clenched his fist and looked at Jiraiya with a smile. Haha. Me too. Jiraiya, wait. At this time, Orochimaru also licked his tongue, squinted his eyes and looked at Jiraiya with a sinister smile. Chapter 164, Jiraiya's Innocent Heart, the smart Senjo Hashirama reveals himself, 3/5. Please subscribe. No. At this time, the second generation could not help but look at Jiraiya suspiciously, and said, you said that practicing immortal arts requires a high state of mind, I know this too. I also discovered this when I was studying immortal arts. My elder brother was able to learn it easily, in addition to his sage body, which has a high affinity and control talent for natural energy, his natural innocence is also very important. But how can Jiraiya, a pervert, have such a high state of mind? It can't be that he also has a pure heart like my elder brother, right? Advertisement. If so, it really opened my eyes. I have never seen such a lustful and innocent heart. The first generation, Tsunade, Orochimaru and others nodded in agreement. Haha. Really? Uzumaki Mito and others looked at Jiraiya with scrutiny. Jiraiya's face turned red, and he felt embarrassed and uncomfortable. He felt that his reputation among the Konoha high-level officials was completely stinking. The name of lust can never be washed away. Well. It seems that there is no way to wash it away. Because he is such a BD. Although he has been forced to change his ways in Konoha and even in the Land of Fire, the stain of the past cannot be washed away. DB. After hearing this, Fukasaku and Shima looked at each other and felt a little embarrassed. Fukasaku said, actually, Jiraiya is indeed born with a pure heart. His original mind is relatively simple, without too many distracting thoughts in his heart. Unfortunately, as you said, he has a lustful problem. So far, he has been practicing fairy arts for many years, but he still cannot achieve perfect sage mode. Not only does it take a long time to enter sage mode, but also to stay still and prepare. And after entering sage mode, as long as you move, you can't continuously extract and synthesize fairy arts chakra. Unless my wife and I stand on his shoulders and help him continue to synthesize fairy arts chakra, he can continue to synthesize fairy arts chakra in battle 880. And, even so, because his sage mode is not perfect, after entering sage mode, he will show many signs of toadification. This is all the result of his lust and his mind is no longer pure. Otherwise, his talent in fairy arts is extremely high. Jiraiya felt very bad after hearing this. He felt like he was being executed by the public again. Right. At this time, Shima also spoke up, speaking of which, it's all your third Hokage's fault. I heard from Jiraiya that it was your third generation who led him astray from the beginning, taught him to peek, and that's why his heart was polluted. Humph. What kind of teacher is this? Isn't this a scam? Jiraiya. Stop talking, I beg you two to stop talking. Oh. After hearing this, Xianqing and the others all looked at Jiraiya. Xianqing said with a look of amusement and contempt, Senior Jiraiya, you told these two that your lustful problems were taught by the third generation? Isn't it because you are lustful by nature? This guy is really good at passing the buck. Advertisement. I guess even the third generation doesn't know that one day they will be blamed by their good apprentices? The second generation is really blamed. Hey. Shima and Fukasaku were stunned, looking at Jiraiya in disbelief and questioning, little Jiraiya, what's going on? From what your Hokage said, did you lie to us in the past? Isn't it because of your teacher? Tisk. At this time, Tsunade looked at Jiraiya with disdain and sneered without waiting for Jiraiya to speak, our teacher is indeed a factor because the old guy is also an old pervert. It's normal to teach children bad things. But as students of the third generation, how come Orochimaru and I were not affected? Chdi, in the final analysis, Jiraiya is a pervert himself, but he was completely aroused by the Lord generation. I think his innocent heart has been a fake from the beginning, and it can't be compared with my great-grandfather's. But it's understandable. Compared with my great-grandfather, this iron fool, Jiraiya is indeed much more cunning. Hey. The first generation, who were watching the show, were dissatisfied and shouted to Tsunade, Tsuna, how can you say that about your grandfather? Why am I so stupid? I am obviously very smart, okay. Otherwise, how could I have defeated Madara and failed to create Maza? You don't know that I stabbed myself with a kunai and prepared to commit suicide, so that I tricked Madara into agreeing to let go of hatred and end the war. In fact, he doesn't know that with my physique and recovery ability, the kunai can't kill me. Hehe. This is a manifestation of my wisdom. Where is the stupidity? Tsunade. Uchiha Madara ____. Senju Tobirama and others. Hey? Why do I feel a little cold? It's really strange. I am just the body of impure world reincarnation, I shouldn't feel cold, right? The first generation suddenly felt a chill on his back, and touched the back of his head in confusion. After hearing this, the others all looked at Uchiha Madara who was sitting behind the first generation. Grandpa, do you want to look behind you? Tsunade pointed at Uchiha Madara who was emitting a huge evil spirit behind the first generation and reminded the first generation in a low voice. At the same time, he complained in his heart, you dare to say such stupid things in front of Uchiha Madara, the person involved. If you are not a fool, then who is? Indeed, Tsunade also knew that his grandfather was sometimes very smart and had a sense of great wisdom. But this did not change his nature of being a fool. Hey! Hashirama heard Tsunade's reminder and subconsciously turned his head to look behind him. As a result, he saw Uchiha Madara, who was emitting black air. Hashirama's expression froze slightly, thinking, it's over. I was so proud just now that I forgot Madara was here. But on the surface, Hashirama still showed Uchiha Madara a somewhat embarrassed smile with trepidation, raised his hand and waved, hey! Madara! I said I was just talking nonsense just now. Do you believe it? You believe me, dang! Hashirama, go to hell! The next moment, Uchiha Madara completely exploded, stretched out his hand and grabbed the first generation's neck, pinching tighter and tighter, shaking the first generation's body madly and angrily said, I let you lie to me. Let you say it in public. Are you very proud? Why did I believe your ghost in the first place? Aren't you indestructible with kunai? Then let me stab you now, and prove it. As he said that, Uchiha Madara flashed and took a kunai from the ninja tool bag on Orochimaru's body, and stabbed it towards the heart of the first generation. You guys should go to the back mountain to make trouble. Xianqing saw this and frowned. He waved his hand and directly teleported Uchiha Madara and first generation to the large open space behind Shadow Rock. Although he also likes to watch the show, there are outsiders here? If others see this farce, it will affect Konoha's image, okay? Well. This time I used the Flying Thunder God technique. If the teleportation technique does not make contact, it is impossible to teleport non-contracted people through the air. After doing all this, Xianqing felt that the office was quiet again, and then he looked at Fukasaku and Shima and said, I know what you think, and I also see your sincerity. Advertisement. Since you turned back in time, I will accept the compensation, and the past incident of you fooling Jiraiya is over. I hope we can get along well in the future. As for the cultivation of immortal arts, if there is a need in the future, I will let those who want to practice Mount Maiboko immortal arts go to Mount Maiboko to disturb you. Of course, our Shiyi is not a stingy organization. 014512227111242380. In the future, we will also give corresponding feedback based on how much you have paid, and I believe that you will be satisfied at that time. Let alone anything else, the nutritional pills produced by our Uchiha should be very effective for you. Here. This is a bottle of high-level nutritional pills, you can take it back to verify it. As he said, Xianqing flipped his hand and took out a bottle of high-level nutritional pills and threw it to Shima. Shima quickly took it, opened the bottle, and immediately felt a strong and gentle vitality and energy coming out of the bottle. She and Fukasaku were both surprised. Then, he couldn't wait to pour out a nutrient pill, licked it, and tasted it. Then, with a look of shock and surprise, he said, such a pure and rich vitality and nutrition, this thing is probably of great benefit to the recovery and improvement of vitality and the strengthening of the body. Don't look at her small size, but she is also a master of medical skills in herbs. Don't underestimate a toad that has become a spirit for hundreds of years. Oh? Did you taste it now? Seeing this, Xianqing also raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded, yes, the effect is just as you said. In the future, nutrient pills will be the standard for Konoha shinobi. Of course, ordinary ninjas only provide ordinary nutrient pills, and the effect is about 1/10 of this. In the future, treat the contractors of Mount Maiboko and the Konoha shinobi who go to Mount Maiboko to practice fairy arts well, we will not treat you badly. Although it is the compensation promised by Mount Maiboko. But Xianqing knows very well that the relationship wants to last. If you want others to do their best to cultivate fairy talents for Konoha, then the benefits should not be less. Otherwise, they can just slack off and not try their best. At that time, Konoha will still be the one who loses. Indeed, Xianqing is confident that once he learns the immortal arts, as his proficiency in the immortal arts increases, he will certainly be able to easily improve the perfect immortal arts practice method suitable for human difficulty. Even if he breaks the limit, he may not be able to create a real immortal cultivation method. But the rich natural energy environment of Mount Maiboko is also very important for the practice of immortal arts and even immortal cultivation. Because the sacred tree absorbed most of the natural energy of the anti-sun planet, the ninja world fell into a dead silence and had no vitality at all. Only the ninja world still has vitality, but the concentration of natural energy is far less than 1,000 years ago. This is the result of continuous recovery over the past 1,000 years. The 3 summoning holy places are still the ones in the ninja world that truly have rich natural energy. Is that so? We understand. After hearing this, Fukasaku and Shima's eyes lit up, and Fukasaku nodded immediately and said, we will definitely let the children of Mount Maiboko cooperate well with the ninjas of Konoha in the future. At the same time, we will do our best to teach every Konoha shinobi who comes to Mount Maiboko to practice the immortal mountain technique. Since this nutritional pill will be one of the benefits of Konoha shinobi in the future, if there are Konoha shinobi who contract Mount Maiboko's toads in the future. As long as the toads of Mount Maiboko get along well with them and cooperate well, won't they also be able to take advantage of the nutritional pills? Even if most of them are just ordinary nutritional pills, they will definitely greatly promote the growth of the toads. Strengthen their vitality and physique. If they continue to cooperate like this, they dare not imagine how much Mount Maiboko will grow in the future. Chapter 165, Mount Maiboko Immortal Technique Obtained, Warning of Jiraiya's Castration Again, 4/5. Please subscribe. Maybe, then we can easily surpass and crush the Wet Bone Forest and Rika Cave. Hey! No, Jiraiya's teammate Tsunade seems to be a contractor of the Wet Bone Forest, and Orochimaru is a contractor of the Rika Cave. If Katsuyu Sage and Snake Sage knew the benefits, would they also cooperate with Konoha to help them fight and cultivate talents in fairy arts? Thinking of this, Fukasaku and Shima felt a sense of crisis. No, we must compete with them no matter what. Advertisement. At most, we can provide better service attitude and quality. The snakes in Rika Cave have bad tempers, and Katsuyu Sage is too lazy, so the advantage is here. The 2 toads quickly figured out the joints and regained their confidence and calmness. Immediately, Fukasaku summoned the summoning contract scroll and the immortal art training scroll, handed them to Xianqing and said, this is the summoning contract scroll of Mount Maiboko, and this is the Mount Maiboko Immortal Art Training Encyclopedia written by the great Toad Sage himself. They are all handed over to you, Hokage-sama. I hope you can select some suitable contractors as soon as possible to enter the contract with our Mount Maiboko. At the same time, I also hope that you can select some suitable people who practice immortal arts as soon as possible to practice immortal arts. We are always welcome here. If there is nothing else, we will say goodbye and go back first. They have to go back to make arrangements first, and warn the toads of Mount Maiboku to treat Konoha's contractors better in the future, please them more, and mix more nutritional pills to eat. Okay. Then I won't send them off. Xianqing took the 2 scrolls and nodded. The next moment, Fukasaku and Shima bowed slightly to him, then released the summoning beast and disappeared in the office. Xianqing opened the 2 scrolls and quickly browsed through them, focusing on the immortal technique training method and related immortal techniques, research process information, etc. After writing them down, he handed them to his mother beside him and said to Jiraiya, "You did a good job this time. It seems that you don't have to worry about it in the future, and you have made your own choice." If possible, he actually doesn't want Jiraiya to stand on the opposite side of the village in the future. After all, he is Tsunade and Orikai's companion and teammate. If it really comes to that, the two will definitely not feel good. Of course, this guy's habit of peeping should be reversed. There is no way to wash this point. It's too bad. Hee. Jiraiya touched the back of his head a little embarrassedly when he heard Suinking's praise and said, "No. No. This is not actually my contribution, I was just called over and they talked to us. After all, this is the decision of boss Fukasaku." Right. Speaking of this, Jiraiya rubbed his hands, looked at Xianqing a little embarrassedly and asked, "Hokage, what Tsunade and Orochimaru said just now that you have a way to help them learn fairy arts, or perfect fairy arts, is it true? I wonder if you can teach me too. This is the perfect fairy art." It has always been what he longed for. He has been working hard for several years, but he has always been stuck at the little bit of the Lords, unable to succeed, which makes him depressed. He believed that if he could master the perfect sage mode, he would be able to easily break through the cage level, and continue to grow rapidly, and it would not be a problem to catch up with Tsunade and Orochimaru again. Well. After hearing this, Xianqing immediately touched his chin and looked at Jiraiya and pondered, in view of the fact that you also played a certain role in the Mount Maiboku incident this time, I am not impossible to agree. But I also have a request, that is, you want to change your habit of peeping. This change is only in any place, not just Konoha or the Land of Fire, do you understand? If you don't change this, I can't teach you, and there is no way to teach you. Because, my method also requires you to meet certain conditions before you can learn it. Well. The method he said to help Jiraiya, Tsunade and others learn the perfect fairy technique is actually to practice meditation. As long as the meditation method is practiced to perfection, you can enter the unity of heaven and man and master this state of mind. When necessary, suppress all distracting thoughts in your heart and integrate into nature. In this way, the biggest difficulty in practicing immortal arts can be removed. Advertisement. In this way, Tsunade, Orochimaru and even more contractors can practice immortal arts. But without a contract, he can't pass on the meditation method. At least, the completed Sharingan meditation method and crystal meditation method are impossible. The degraded and incomplete versions are currently placed in the Uchiha's Merit Pavilion for all Uchiha to exchange. But whether it is the degraded version or the incomplete version of these two meditation methods, it is impossible for people to achieve the spiritual realm of unity between man and nature. Hey! Jiraiya's eyes widened when he heard this, and he looked at Xianqing in astonishment, wondering, is your method related to this? Of course. Xianqing nodded affirmatively, in fact, even if it is not, if you can't even do this, and don't even have this little self-control, I won't teach you. Because I don't want to cultivate a bigger disaster. Or did you promise us that you would not peep again just to perfunctorily tell us that you actually wanted to be sneaky and take advantage of loopholes? Jiraiya must completely change the peeping thing, no room for negotiation. As soon as Xianqing said this, Tsunade, Uzumaki Mito, second generation and others looked at Jiraiya with a serious face, which made him feel very stressed. No. Jiraiya explained quickly, I'm not. I didn't. I was just asking. I will definitely do it, and I won't peek anymore. I'm dying. He felt that if he didn't completely get rid of this bad habit from today, he would definitely not end well. He felt that the second generation was completely targeting him. God knows if the second generation left the Flying Thunder God mark on him and monitored him in real time? It seems that I can only say goodbye to my way of collecting materials completely. Fortunately, Xianqing and the others did not prohibit me from spending money to go to the corresponding places to watch or experience it directly. This is a little comfort. Jiraiya thought with some helplessness and some relief in his heart. Well. Remember your words. Otherwise, if I find out or hear about this again, I might just castrate you directly. Get rid of the root of your troubles in one step and cut off your thoughts. I think you will be completely changed by then, hehe. Xianqing nodded, glanced at Jiraiya's thigh, and said with a smile. DAF. Jiraiya felt like he was in an ice cellar when he heard this and saw Xianqing's smiling face. Castration? It's so cruel. Don't worry, Jiraiya, will do what I say. I will never do it again. Otherwise, I will die. Jiraiya raised his hand and cursed and swore. I'll wait and see. Xianqing nodded without comment. Every time a gambler regrets, he will swear a poisonous oath. How credible is it in the end? It depends on how determined Jiraiya is. I've got it in mind. If you do it again, I will castrate you myself. At this time, second generation stared at Jiraiya and said coldly. This is the sin of his apprentice, so naturally he, as the master, should clean it up. Yes. Jiraiya was startled again after hearing this, and quickly agreed with a stiff upper lip. Okay. Go to the mission department first. There are several S-level missions that need experts recently, and you are just right. Xianqing saw this and immediately waved his hand to Jiraiya and ordered. At present, the village's cage-level masters basically need to stay in the village to discuss the investment attraction plan for Konoha's expansion plan, and they are temporarily unable to spare time. Please give flowers. It's just right to give it to Jiraiya. Yes. I'll go now. Jiraiya quickly agreed and left quickly. Advertisement. Xianqing waited for him to leave, then waved his hand to teleport the first generation and Uchiha Madara back. After the two appeared, Xianqing and the others found that the first generation's brains were still in recovery. It can be seen that Uchiha Madara was really angry before, and I don't know how many times he beat Hashirama. Uchiha Madara was slightly stunned when he found himself teleport back. He put away his fist that was about to hit Hashirama and said to Xianqing dissatisfiedly, Why did you teleport us back? I haven't fought enough. That's enough. Xianqing waved his hand with a smile and said, Anyway, immune to death, it doesn't hurt to hit, just vent your anger. Yet. Madara. At this time, Hashirama, whose brain had recovered, smiled and said, I have apologized. This happened many years ago, so don't be angry, Keisho. When you turned against me, started the battle of the Valley of the End, bit off a piece of my flesh, and designed to trick me, I didn't hold it against you, right? Can we call it even? He didn't expect this incident to make Madara so angry. In his opinion, it was not a big deal. Although he was wrong to deceive and plot against Madara, the result was good. The war ended quickly at that time. They also worked together to establish Konoha. Humph. Since you said so, let's call it a draw. Don't bring up the Battle of the Valley of the End to criticize me anymore, understand? Uchiha Madara snorted arrogantly, sat down in his seat, and responded. Okay. It's settled then. Hashirama was delighted when he heard this, and sat down again with a smile, and even moved his seat to sit side by side with Uchiha Madara, and looked at Uchiha Madara happily. Uzumaki Mito's eyes twitched slightly when he saw that look. Senju Tobirama's forehead was bulging with veins, and he looked at the first generation with a look of disappointment. But he soon calmed down again. What if he was not calm? His foolish elder brother was just like that, and he had decided that Uchiha Madara was his best friend, and even his sister-in-law couldn't do anything about it, so he, as a younger brother, could only endure it. Okay. Let's continue discussing the plan to attract good people and investment. Perfect it as soon as possible, so that we can hold a meeting of all Jonin and ninja representatives tomorrow for further discussion. First unify the opinions and investments within Konoha. Xianqing looked at the few people and shook his head with amusement, knocked on the table, and drew everyone's attention back on track. Continued to discuss with everyone for more than an hour. After the preliminary improvement of the plan to attract good people and investment, the meeting was adjourned. And, at the end, Xianqing left the second generation and said to him, You said before that you would send someone to the fire capital to meet the daimyo and explain the change of Konoha Hokage. After thinking about it, I think it is safest for you to go there in person. Besides hating a new development fund. It just so happens that you can also tell the daimyo about the plan of attracting investment this time. After that, persuade the daimyo to help summon the powerful businessmen of the fire country to come to Konoha to discuss the investment together. What do you think? If he goes by himself, Xianqing is unwilling. Moreover, he is too young and can be easily seen through by the daimyo and the powerful people of the fire country. He does not want to do such meaningless pretentious things. The daimyo and the others are not worthy. However, most of the words of others are not suitable. He thinks that it is best for Senju Tobirama, the second generation, to go. His fame, prestige, and deterrence are enough. I believe that the daimyo and the others will be obedient. Even if I don't agree directly, I will come to Konoha in person to negotiate. Chapter 166, The Power of Sword Will, Contract Hitaki Sakumo, 5/5. Please customize. Well. Okay. Then I'll go myself. I believe the daimyo and those so-called dignitaries and merchants of the fire country won't dare to not give me this face, Senju Tobirama thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement, snorting with some disdain. Obviously, he didn't think much of the daimyo and those so-called dignitaries and merchants of the fire country. He didn't have any so-called respect for them at all. This is him, Senjo Tobirama. Advertisement. Okay. Then I'll trouble you, second generation, for this matter. Xianqing said with a smile when he saw that the second generation agreed. Sure enough, this kind of thing that requires thinking, tricks and intimidation and threat to others, it has to be the second generation. Count on the first generation? Forget it. He estimated that the first generation might go to kowtow to the daimyo and ask them to come over for a chat. Even if the current daimyo is considered a junior of the first generation, he might really be able to do this kind of thing. Wasn't that what happened at the first 5-cage summit? Well, I'm willing to do anything that can make Konoha better. That's it. I'm going to the research department first. The second generation said, and turned to leave the Hokage's office. Then they chose to assign a shadow clone to stay here to handle the affairs, and then called Hatake Sakumo and said to him, let's go. Senior Sakumo, let's go trade the kendo inheritance. As he said that, Xianqing stretched out his hand and put it on Hatake Sakumo's shoulder, swish. He took him out of the office and appeared in the training ground in his backyard. Then, Xianqing took out a long-prepared copy of the kendo of the pirate world and handed it to Hatake Sakumo, saying, here. This is the kendo training method I have compiled. Take a look first. Yes. Hatake Sakumo listened and immediately took the scroll, but he did not rush to look through it. Instead, he took out a scroll from his arms and handed it to Xianqing, saying, Hokage-sama, this is the Hatake clan kendo training method I compiled and the wind and thunder attribute ninja sword training method I perfected and created myself. Please take a look. 4, 1, 3 OK. Xianqing did not hesitate to take the scroll, walked to the pavilion beside him, sat down, and looked through it. You come and sit down and read it too. Okay. Hatake Sakumo immediately agreed, walked to the seat opposite Xianqing and sat down, looking through it with some excitement. The more he looked, the more horrified he felt. This kind of swordsmanship can not only reach the realm of swordsman, but also the realm of great swordsman. Moreover, this kind of swordsman, the heavenly swordsman, is completely incomparable with the mainstream samurai swordsman in the ninja world. Too much more powerful. However, this kind of swordsmanship seems to require a very high physical strength. The training method is also a plan to match the nutritional pills or advanced nutritional pills. Sakumo is worthy of being a master of swordsmanship. He quickly gained a preliminary insight into the essence of the pirate's own swordsmanship. Well, your idea is right. Xianqing listened and nodded affirmatively, it is indeed the case. Even I am currently only at the realm of swordsmanship. There is still a long way to go from the great swordsman. As long as the physique has not been fully improved. After all, he is too young, and the body training can only be moderate. So as not to affect his future growth. He can have the current physique and strength, or because of the talent of God's reward for hard work. Mikoto, Minato and the others are far inferior to him, and they haven't even reached the level of a swordsman. This kind of thing can't be made fun of. Oh? Hokage-sama is already a swordsman? Can you show me the strength of a swordsman of this kind of swordsmanship? Hatake Sakumo's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he asked. Okay. It's not convenient here, the destructive power is too great, let's go to the depths of the death forest. As he said this, Xianqing waited for Hatake Sakumo to stand up, then stretched out his hand and put it on one of his shoulders, and left here again, and instantly appeared in the depths of the death forest. Watch it. Then, he said to Hatake Sakumo, and took out his Xian Guangli. Swish, swish, swish. He practiced the swordsmanship routine he had traded to Hatake Sakumo in full. Then, he slashed forward with a knife. Tear. The next moment, a terrifying slash of more than 10 meters long, wrapped in a terrifying sword intent, came out from the knife in his hand. It directly passed through the trees in the horizontal range of more than 10 meters in front, and passed through more than 10 rows of trees, and then the ball dissipated. Crack. Boom boom boom. Then, the more than 10 rows of trees that were slashed began to collapse, fell to the ground, and raised dust kings all over the sky. This forest was directly cleared of thousands of square meters. Advertisement. Gulp. Hatake Sakumo saw this scene and murmured in horror, this is the swordsman, Tang Ran is so terrifying. How powerful should the great swordsman be? This is pure swordsmanship. He could clearly feel that Xianqing didn't use any chakra just now, and it was purely the effect of swinging the sword with the physique. Thinking of this, his heart suddenly became hot. This kind of swordsmanship has great potential. Don't get too excited. Xianqing saw it, and his mouth curled up slightly, reminding, ordinary swordsmen can't have this kind of destructive experience. Only the top swordsmen have 1/10 of this destructive power. The reason why I am so terrifying is that I have comprehended the true sword meaning and integrated the sword meaning into the slash, which has this effect. He knew that great swordsmen like Kojiro also comprehended the sword meaning. But the difference between his sword meaning and his is still quite big. The power is not as strong as his sword meaning. Of course, he has also taught his sword meaning cultivation method to Kojiro. At present, Kojiro's sword meaning has also been introduced. His strength has increased greatly. As for Mikoto and others, even the basic swordsmanship has not been perfected, let alone the cultivation of Ishinryu swordsmanship and even sword meaning. This is too early for them. When they become sword masters, it is time to start practicing sword intent. Oh? Sword intent? Hitaki Sakumo raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion, I don't seem to see this in the sword scroll of the transaction. Isn't this and that sword of the same system? He would not suspect that Xianqing was shortchanged, but would point to the essence. Because he believed in Xianqing's character. He would not cheat him. Haha. It's you. Senior Sakumo. Xianqing couldn't help laughing and said, I thought you would question me if I didn't trade swords for Chuan. That's impossible. Sakumo shook his head and said, Hokage-sama is not that kind of person. It's wrong to easily question Hokage-sama. This is his creed. You. Xianqing smiled after hearing this, sometimes being too rigid and too straightforward is not good. Not everyone has your character. Don't let others think too highly of you, or you'll suffer. Even if they are your own people. People. They are all selfish. There are very few people who are dedicated to the public and absolutely abide by the rules. Such people are often more likely to suffer losses. However, you are right, the practice of this sword intent is indeed different from the sword art I traded to you. I created this new core practice of sword art from the basic sword art and the sword art I traded to you, combined with my unique understanding of sword art. This is a method that has no limit and can be practiced forever. The stronger the sword will be, the stronger the understanding and attack blessing of swordsmanship and kendo will be. How is it? Are you interested? Xianqing looked at Shu Mao with a smile. DJB. Shu Mao was slightly stunned after hearing this, and then nodded helplessly, his eyes full of desire for the sword will practice method, and said, Of course I want it. But I can't accept rewards without merit. I don't have enough valuable trading items. I'm afraid of death and can't ask for it. It's a pity. But he won't be thick-skinned to ask Xianqing for it. In fact, I can teach you. Xianqing didn't continue to tease Hitaki Shu Mao, and spoke directly. Hey! Hitaki Shu Mao was stunned after hearing this. Without waiting for him to say anything, Xianqing continued, Remember what I told you yesterday about another transaction and choice? Of course I remember. Hitaki Sakumo nodded and asked excitedly, Is it related to this transaction? But I have nothing to trade. No. There is. Xianqing shook his head and said, Let me talk about the content of the transaction or contract first. Because you have met certain requirements and have met the requirements of signing a contract with me. After signing this contract, you will get many benefits including the sword practice method. Compared to those benefits, the sword practice method can only be regarded as medium. As long as you are willing to sign the contract, I can give it to you for free, and I will fully support your cultivation and improvement in the future. Things like advanced nutritional pills will also be supplied in unlimited quantities. As a price, after the contract, you will be restricted to me to a certain extent and cannot do anything that harms me. You can't even think about it in your heart. Advertisement. It's like selling the future to me. So, whether you want to sign a contract with me, you can think about it carefully. There is no rush for this kind of thing. The opportunity has been given. Whether Sakumo is willing or not, and whether he can seize the opportunity depends on himself. If he was really unwilling and hesitant, Xianqing would not be so eager to help him. But Hitaki Sakumo was indeed a pure person. After hearing this, he looked at Xianqing solemnly and nodded without hesitation, replying to Hokage, I agree to this matter. 1. What you pay, what you get. Besides, the conditions given by Tao are far from what I get. It's just that I am subject to you to a certain extent and cannot do anything to harm you. In my opinion, this is nothing at all. In itself, Xianqing, as Hokage, as the strong man he currently admires, he was willing to be completely loyal to Xianqing, obey him, be subject to him, and would not do anything to harm Xianqing. Unless Xianqing goes crazy one day and does something to destroy Konoha. But this is obviously impossible. Oh. Ho-Ching raised his eyebrows slightly after hearing this. He was very happy in his heart, knowing that this matter was settled. But he still asked again as usual, Are you sure you don't want to think about it carefully? No need to think about it. I totally agree. So, when do we sign the contract? Hitaki Sakumo shook his head firmly and asked. He estimated that this contract would probably not be an ordinary contract. It must guarantee Xianqing's interests. Maybe it is some powerful contract seal or something like that. But he didn't care. Okay. Let's start. Ho Qing listened and didn't ask any more questions. Immediately, his mind moved, and a mysterious contract rune condensed from his eyebrows, and sent it to Hatake Sakumo in front of him in surprise. Then, he said to him, touch this rune, and then agree in your heart, that's it. Yes. Hatake Sakumo nodded after hearing this, then took a deep breath and reached out to touch the rune. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his mind, asking him if he was willing to sign a contract with Xianqing. After the contract, he could get huge benefits, but he would also be restricted by Xianqing. He could not do anything to harm Xianqing, and he could not even have such an idea. Agree. Hatake Sakumo nodded decisively. The next moment, the rune drew a stream of light and sank into Hatake Sakumo's hand, and then, along his hand, it entered his sea of consciousness between his eyebrows in the blink of an eye. It landed steadily in the center of his sea of consciousness. It made him feel that his sea of consciousness became more stable. Then, a large amount of information about the past and future of the pirate world, and part of the past and future of the ninja world, poured into his mind, which had a great impact on him. Then, the sword training method, the Ishinryu sword training method, the improved basic sword, the source chakra refining technique, the health preserving technique, the longevity technique, the crystal meditation method, etc. Many miraculous skills in martial arts, etc., all continuously poured into Sakumo's mind. He had to close his eyes and stand still to digest this information. The more he digested, the greater the shock and surprise in his heart. He originally thought that his imagination was bold enough, but after the real contract, he realized that he was still too superficial. Xianqing actually has a way to go to other world at any time, and can even let his contractors have this ability. Also, it turns out that the sword he traded came from the other world called Pirate World. No wonder I felt that this sword art was very different from the sword art in our world. No wonder Uchiha and even Senju, the vortex has changed so much over the years. It turns out that everything is because of Master Xianqing, everything is because of Otherworld. Also, the main material of Yangguan is actually made of Sea King's or Chu Zeng meat that can be found everywhere in the pirate world. No wonder the third generation and many greedy people have not found any clues about the formula and raw materials after so long. How can we check it if we are not in the same world? It's a complete waste of effort. Can Yang Shenggong and Chong Shengju greatly prolong life, strengthen physical fitness, improve qualifications, and purify blood. In this way, Huizi and Kakashi's future physical and talent will get better and better. Not only can they become strong, but they can also prolong their life and accompany me all the time. However, in order to teach them 1.0 these, they must successfully make a contract with Xianqing Tianren. It seems that in the future, I have to praise Master Hokage in front of Huizi and Kakashi more and improve their understanding of Hokage-sama's favorability. Then, when the standard is met, ask Hokage-sama to contract them. Well, Sakumo felt that a unilateral request would not work. He would not only have to work hard to receive these skills and resources for cultivation and improve his strength. He also had to contribute more to Suinking-sama and help Suinking-sama. Otherwise, what qualifications did he have to ask Suinking-sama to grant him such a divine grace for his wife and children? Well, at this time, in Sakumo's heart, Xian was already a kind of existence similar to a benevolent god. Xianqing also discovered that Sakumo's favorability towards him was constantly soaring. In a short while, it had reached the full value of 100. Hiss! What did this guy think of? Xianqing thought in surprise. This is a complete self-attack. However, considering Sakumo's personality, he felt that this was normal and very Sakumo. Pure people often think about things more simply and directly. In Sakumo's view, the value of the divine skills obtained after the contract was too great, and the favor was too great. He had no way to repay, so he could only offer his full loyalty and work hard for Xianqing wholeheartedly. Half an hour later, Yin Mao finally digested all this information. Then, he knelt on one knee and bowed to Xianqing respectfully, "Thank you for the gift of Hokage-sama. Hatake Sakumo will be a knife in your hand from now on. You can tell me any task, and I will do my best to do it for you. Please stand up quickly." Seeing this, Xianqing hurriedly stepped forward to help Sakumo up, then patted him on the shoulder and said, "No need for such a big gift, practice hard and become stronger in the future, work hard for me, help me unify the ninja world, unify the pirate world, and bring happiness and peace to the people of both worlds." Chapter 167, Sakumo prepares to put on the third generation SAC, Hatake Swordsmanship and Wind and Thunder Ninja Swordsmanship, 1/5, please customize. Yes. Hatake Sakumo was shocked when he heard this and agreed immediately. He felt his heart surge at this moment. So this is the real goal and ideal of Master Xianqing. Too great. I will definitely help you achieve your goal. Advertisement. Hatake Sakumo swore silently in his heart. He understood what the purpose of Suinking's previous reform was. It was far more noble and great than he imagined. Then, Sakumo thought of the past and future of the ninja world that Xianqing had passed on to him. Among them was the past and future of their family. Compared to the third generation, it's much better. It turns out that in the original future, I will be forced to death in a few years because of my achievements and ignorance of conspiracy. Did Keiko die of dystocia a long time ago? It turns out that Kakashi's future life will be so bumpy. Third generation and Danzo, you really deserve to die. For your own selfishness, you actually went to this extent, constantly chasing your own people. You deserve to be like this now. Hatake Sakumo thought angrily in his heart. If the punishment of the third generation had not been settled, he really wanted to beat them up a few times, or even kill them directly. Hey! Killing the third generation is not allowed, but beating the third generation and killing Danzo is allowed. Well. However, it must not be discovered by others. It is best to put a sack on him and do it quietly. Hatake Sakumo thought sinisterly. To be able to force a pure and honest person to this, you can imagine how much impact the original future had on Sakumo. Okay. Let's continue to teach each other kendo. Each of you should send a shadow clone to teach the other. Xianqing then said to Shu Mao. Okay. Shu Mao naturally had no objection, and immediately sent a shadow clone to teach Xianqing his Hatake swordsmanship and ninja swordsmanship. And he also began to accept Xianqing's shadow clone's teaching. You accepted Hatake Shu Mao's Hatake swordsmanship teaching, you learned Hatake swordsmanship proficiency +5. You accepted Hatake Shu Mao's ninja swordsmanship teaching, you learned wind and thunder attribute ninja swordsmanship proficiency +7. With Xianqing's kendo attainments and perceptions at this time, plus his talent, Hatake Shu Mao's shadow clone only taught him once, and he successfully got started. And, in the next few hours of teaching and learning, his Hatake swordsmanship and ninja swordsmanship improved rapidly. Hatake's swordsmanship has the foundation of the top swordsmanship of pirate swordsmanship and sword intention, but it has reached the mature level in just a few hours. It is the same as learning by analogy. Even in the process of improving his proficiency, Xianqing began to try to adjust and improve Hatake's swordsmanship according to his physical condition, making it more perfect and suitable for himself. At the same time, he consciously began to integrate it into the true Ishinryu swordsmanship that he had just mastered. Further strengthen and improve his true Ishinryu swordsmanship. Advertisement. In the future, he will definitely collect swordsmanship of various different schools to learn, and extract the essence from them and integrate them into his own swordsmanship system. Provide sufficient nutrients for his swordsmanship to break the limit next time. The ninja swordsmanship is even simpler than Xianqing thought. Well, compared to him, this swordsmanship, in the final analysis, is to transform chakra into nature and then integrate it into swordsmanship to attack Hyuxia medicine. This is too simple for Xianqing, who has full control over chakra and high attainments in swordsmanship. In just a few hours, he had already practiced the ninja sword technique to the level of great perfection. He estimated that if he gave himself a few more days, he should be able to practice the wind and thunder attribute ninja sword technique to the state of great perfection. Later, he would definitely develop several other chakra attribute ninja sword techniques. And according to the different characteristics of different attribute chakra nature transformation, he would create and develop matching ninja sword techniques. Even, he would have to fuse and deduce ninja sword techniques of various attributes. Create a wind and thunder fusion ninja sword technique similar to the one that Sakumo is currently creating. The power of this ninja sword technique is much stronger than that of a single chakra fusion ninja sword technique. The wind and thunder attribute ninja sword technique represents the ultimate speed and attack power. This is also the main reason why Sakumo currently shows such a strong ability to kill enemies. Too fast, and the sword is too sharp. At this time, he is just like his personality, a peerless divine weapon with unparalleled sharpness. Go forward without hesitation, and cut everything. He follows the ultimate speed and sharpness flow. Such a divine weapon cannot be blunted, otherwise, it will surely collapse. And Hatake Sakumo shadow clone and even the original body noticed Suinking's terrifying progress in Hatake swordsmanship and wind and thunder ninja swordsmanship. At first, they were very shocked. But later, they were numb. Not a human. Not a human at all. Is this the learning ability that only gods can have? While Hatake Sakumo complained in his heart, he respected Xianqing even more. Only such an inhuman existence can do so many things that ordinary people cannot do. For a time, Sakumo became even more fanatical about Xianqing. In fact, Sakumo's kendo talent is also not bad. In just a few hours, he successfully mastered the kendo of the pirate world taught by Xianqing and successfully entered the door. Moreover, with the help of his past kendo background, he rapidly improved his perception of kendo in the pirate world. It is the same as analogy. He is definitely not comparable to Xianqing, but he is much better than Minato and the others. Okay. Now that you have entered the door, I will not teach you any more. I don't think it is necessary. From now on, you can practice and study on your own. Too much teaching may be a constraint and misleading for a top swordsman like you. However, you can take time every day to go to the Shimojima Jushin Dojo in the pirate world to find my swordsmanship teacher Kojiro there to learn or spar. I have mentioned you to him a long time ago. You just need to report your name and say that I asked you to go. He is a great swordsman. And he is not at the level of a great swordsman yet. Even among the great swordsmen, he is now a strong man. He will definitely be your mentor and friend for a long time in the future. Advertisement. Oh. By the way. The Ishinryu swordsmanship training method that I contracted to pass on to you is the family swordsmanship training method of teacher Kojiro. You can also ask him if you have any questions in this regard. Xianqing felt that the time was almost up, so he stopped studying and cancelled his shadow clone, walked to the side of Sakumo's real body and told him. Yes. I will take time to visit Kojiro Sr. on Shimotsuki Island as soon as possible. Hitaki Sakumo was delighted when he heard this, and bowed to Xianqing and expressed his gratitude. It was because he knew the terrifying strength of the great swordsman in the pirate world from the information of the pirate world transmitted by Xianqing that he was even happier. A great swordsman like Kojiro is considered a top powerhouse in the pirate world. It has been more than 3 years since the contract with Xianqing, and Kojiro's strength has long been different from the past. Not to mention the huge improvement in Kojiro's combat power brought by the source chakra refining technique. Just the practice of health-preserving exercises and longevity techniques to improve his root bone qualifications and bloodline, and the meditation method to improve his mental power and even soul power, understanding, has greatly improved his potential, allowing his physical fitness, haki and kendo practice over the years to make rapid progress again. With these blessings, Kojiro is confident that he will be at the top of the pirate world in the future. Yet. Xianqing nodded, and then reminded, by the way. I have established a number of training bases in the pirate world before. They are basically located in the uninhabited Beast Island or the Thin Air Sky Island. If you are interested, you can also go to various training bases to practice. 0145122227 Fila 1112522290. In addition, if you feel the time is right, you can also go out to sea to hunt the evil pirates in the world over there, or challenge the swordsmen and swordsmen of different kendo halls, hunting sea kings, etc. I believe it will be of great benefit to your growth and improvement. In the next few years, you should not focus on health-preserving exercises and internal training methods. Eat and digest a lot of sea king's meat and beast meat every day. First improve your fragile physique and vitality, improve your roots and blood, and then practice meditation and kendo. This is the best effect. Oh. Chakra refining should also be replaced as soon as possible, and switch to practicing source quality chakra refining technique. I believe you already know the reason, so I won't say more. I look forward to the day when you become the greatest swordsman in the two worlds. 337. After saying that, Xianqing teleported away from here and returned home directly. You're back? Just in time, help serve the dishes for dinner. As soon as he came back, he saw his mother and Mikoto and others serving the dishes, and Chen Shihazhili greeted him directly. Good. Xianqing smiled knowingly, washed his hands immediately, and then helped serve the dishes. As their physiques became stronger and stronger, their appetites naturally became bigger and bigger, and more meals needed to be prepared for each meal. This is still based on sea kings and fierce beast meat as the main food, otherwise, they would eat more. No wonder that most people in the ninja world are not as strong as those in the pirate world. The environmental conditions do not allow it. Without enough nutritious food and tonics, blindly improving the physique, it is very likely to starve to death. Let's eat. Soon, all the meals were served on the dining table that had been enlarged several times, and Chen Shihazhili greeted everyone to eat. At the same time, Uchihazhili asked with some confusion, "Where did you go this afternoon? There was only your shadow everywhere. Clone, I don't see your real body." Xianqing swallowed a mouthful of meat. "Kide, didn't I confirm the sword trade with Sakumo many days ago? We are going to Wanchinj to trade today. By the way, his favorability has also reached the standard, so I will sign a contract with him. He is one of us now. Tomorrow, he will probably go to the Ishin Dojo in the pirate world to ask for advice and learn from Mr. Kojiro. Minato, you can help introduce him to me at that time. By the way, you can also take some time to learn his Hitaki swordsmanship and Terutami from Sakumo. Especially the ninja swordsmanship, you should have been looking forward to this for a long time, right? This is the product of the perfect combination of ninjutsu and kendo. For Minato, Mikoto, and others who are working hard to practice kendo, it is quite important and practical. Oh? Have you signed a contract with Sakumo Sr.? Minato's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he nodded quickly, "No problem. I will entertain Sakumo Senpai well when the time comes, hehe." Chapter 168, Founding a Nation in the Pirate World? Sky Island and Wano Kuni, 2/5. please customize. Sakumo's ninja sword technique? It's really good. I'll learn it later. Uchiha Yuri nodded in understanding. She was also quite interested in this. After all, she has been devoting time and energy to practicing the sword art of the pirate world in recent years. No problem. Xianqing nodded and said, I can teach you this. I have mastered it to perfection now. It is estimated that in a few days, I will be able to practice it to perfection. Or, let Sakumo teach. I have agreed with him that he will take some time to come to Uchiha or go to a base in the pirate world to teach ninja sword technique and Hotaki sword technique. Advertisement. This is the content of the transaction agreed before the contract was signed. After all, the sword art system of the pirate world is more valuable than the Hotaki sword technique and ninja sword technique combined. After all, the upper limit is different. Oh? It's so fast? Didn't you just learn it? Uchiha Yuri and Mikoto were all surprised when they heard it. Xianqing shrugged, forked a piece of meat into his mouth, and ate while kaied. With the foundation of the pirate world kendo, it will be very fast to learn other kendo in the future. So, you should put more effort in the basic kendo and sword intent Ming. Strive to practice both to the great perfection as soon as possible, then it will be much easier to learn other kendo in the future, extract their essence to form your own kendo, and embark on your own path. The foundation is very important. At present, even his kendo teacher Koshiro has not practiced the basic kendo to perfection, but only reached the great success level. However, Xianqing has reminded him that in the past 2 years, he has been consciously continuing to set aside some time to practice the basic kendo. I see. It seems that I have to pay more attention to the basic kendo in the future. Uchiha Yuri listened and nodded. Minato and Mikoto also secretly noted this and prepared to set aside more time every day to practice the basic kendo. At present, their basic kendo has only been practiced to the Grandmaster level, which is still far away. Speaking of contracts, a considerable number of ninjas who have returned from the front line have signed contracts, right? When are you going to sign the contract? With more people, the further development of the pirate world can be put on the agenda. Uchiha Yuri suddenly asked again. No one stipulates that the ninja world must be unified before the full development of the pirate world. Both sides can be carried out simultaneously. They complement each other. In the future, as Konoha's sphere of influence becomes larger and larger, the demand for materials in the pirate world, especially Sea King's meat and beast meat, will only increase. It is important to expand the territory and sphere of influence of the pirate world simultaneously. Coincidentally, in the ninja world, Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi should be more honest in recent years. Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi are also watching, and there should be a few years of stable development. Some energy can be freed up to explore the pirate world. Xianqing listened, pondered for a moment and said, then let's start from the day after tomorrow. I will summon these people in batches as soon as possible to complete the contract. As for the development of the pirate world, what do you think about us eroding and occupying a country? He was considering the feasibility and necessity of this matter. There are many benefits to having a complete country as a base over there. In this way, in that country, everything can be done as you want. It can also be used to verify the feasibility of some reform plans, and prepare for the unification of the ninja world and the pirate world and the rule of both worlds in the future. It is impossible to wait until both worlds are conquered before starting to experiment with how to build a power system, a government system, and many policies and laws. He needs such a test field. In addition, having a complete country in the pirate world is also convenient for him to cultivate management and governance talents at all levels. Cultivate talents in all industries, etc. At the same time, this method can also be more conducive to Xianqing gaining the favor of the people and making contracts with them. It is convenient to transfer talents from the pirate world to govern the country and the local area and develop various industries when the ninja world needs them in the future. It will not be restricted by the officials of the old forces in this regard, thus leaving some unnecessary hidden dangers. Of course, the reform of Konoha's ninja school and the establishment of ordinary people's schools are essentially training talents in advance. But Xianqing is worried that he can't train them. In his plan, he will unify the ninja world for no more than 10 years. In 10 years, it is probably difficult to train enough officials, security personnel, and various industry personnel to govern the entire ninja world. But if we occupy a country in the pirate world to train these talents at the same time, it will definitely be enough. Advertisement. The population size and land area of the pirate world are much larger than those of the ninja world. The talent training capacity of a country and a village cannot be compared. Even if Suinking's development is followed, this village is likely to become a large city with a population of more than 1 million in 5 years. Hey! Mikoto and others were shocked when they heard it. Uchiha Yuri listened and said thoughtfully, occupy a country? I roughly understand your idea, it is feasible. This is the most beneficial to the development of both sides. But where do you plan to build a country? Which country do you want to occupy? 4 seas? Or the first half of the Grand Line? or New World. Different places have different difficulties and situations. It needs to be considered comprehensively. How about Drum Island? Kushina suggested at this time. Not very good. Xianqing shook his head, not to mention that Magnetic Drum Island is a member of the world government. The world government will not sit idly by and watch us invade and subvert the Magnetic Drum Island kingdom. Even if the world government doesn't care, there is no place suitable. First, it is the eternal winter island. The climate and environment are too bad. It is not conducive to the development of all walks of life. Second, it is too small and the population is too small. Third, unless we continue to become a member of the world government after we invade it and provide a huge amount of heavenly gold to the world government every year, otherwise, the world government will not tolerate it. At present, it is not appropriate for us to expose our true power under the nose of the world government. In summary, all member countries of the world government are not suitable for us to invade now. Only non-member countries of the world government are suitable as our targets this time. He had considered taking Monkey D. Dragon for his own use before, and continued to let him openly establish a revolutionary army, openly rebel against the world government, and attract the attention of the world government. He must keep a low profile for the time being. What about Sky Island? Minato then suggested. Sky Island is far away from Qinghai and the influence of the world government. All Sky Islands combined should have a considerable population. I feel it is the most suitable place for us to establish a country and develop in a low-key manner in the pirate world. The only problem is that real Sky Islanders have wings, but ours don't. In this case, will there be any problems with governance? In the past few years, Xiaohei, Millennium Dragon, Uchiha, Senju and other ninjas have searched for intelligent flying ninja beasts from all over the ninja world and have been running maps in the pirate world and even the ninja world after being contracted by Xianqing. In the pirate world, most of the people are inhabited, and the valuable Sky Island maps have been lit up. The total population of all Sky Islands should be no less than 2 million. Not too much, but not too little either. Konoha has only 300,000 or 400,000 people. Sky Island. Xianqing and Uchiha Yuri listened, pondered for a moment, looked at each other, and nodded in unison. This can be included in the alternative. As for the ethnic problem you mentioned. Xianqing thought for a moment, and then said, this is not a big problem. As long as organizations like the God Church on Birka Island are destroyed, ordinary people are well guided and given a better life, everything will not be a problem. That's right. Minato listened, smiled, and nodded. He has also come into contact with many Sky Island. It is clear that for ordinary people, the rulers who can make their lives better are good. Advertisement. Rebellion is always caused by oppression. National conflicts are basically the result of unfairness of the rulers, or the original vested interests and the interests of the people in the troubled nation are damaged, and they are deliberately instigated. As long as these old vested interests and the rulers are cleared from the beginning, and good and fair policies for the benefit of the people are formulated, the so-called national conflicts will naturally no longer exist. I suggest that we try Wano Kuni in New World. At this time, Mikoto suggested, because the cultural environment there is actually very similar to the ninja world, and there is a strong ninja culture. Although there are no real ninjas there. But as the place where we first founded the country, it is undoubtedly very suitable. Especially since it is currently in a closed-door state. Basically isolated from the outside world. Even if we make a big fuss there or make more radical reforms, as long as we guard the only entrance, it will be difficult to spread and be spread by world government knows. Especially now that the place is still receiving too much oppression from the 4 emperors and Kurozumi Orokai, the people are very angry. It is convenient for us to win the hearts of the people. The only problem is that if we want to take it, we have to face the 4 emperors Kaido and his pirate group. We must completely defeat him or even kill him, and destroy the Kaido pirates. Aunt Chiri, are you and Lord Mito, the first generation, Kaido's opponents now? As he said, Mikoto looked at Uchiha Chiri. Well. After listening, Uchiha Chiri pondered for a while and said, you can try, but you can't judge directly without fighting. Especially since we haven't really fought with the emperor-level masters in the pirate world, it's even harder to judge. Kaido is known as the strongest creature, with a strong physique and recovery ability. Even if we can defeat him, we may not be able to kill him. I just don't know how strong this guy is in mental illusion resistance. The king. Will the illusion have a big impact on him? If it is, it may be very simple. But this kind of thing needs to be tested, and it can't be done recklessly. In addition, Uchiha Yuri paused at this time, and then said, defeating Kaido and occupying Wano Kuni is different from killing Kaido and occupying Wano Kuni. The former will not attract too much attention from many forces in the pirate world, especially the world government. But it will inevitably be hated and watched by Kaido. With this guy's vindictive and insidious character, he will never give up. It is very likely to join forces with the 4 emperors Big Mom to counterattack. It is destined to be restless. If we defeat Guy and Big Mom and the 4 emperors join forces, it is bound to attract the attention of the world government and all major forces, and we will not be able to develop and experiment with reforms in a low-key manner. This is contrary to the original intention of our founding. If we kill him, we don't have to worry about Kaido's hatred and revenge, but it will definitely attract the vigilance and high attention of the world government and marine in the shortest time. CP0 will probably be sent to find out our detailed intelligence. But compared to just repelling him, it will be more low-key. As long as we keep Wano Kuni closed to the outside world, offend. We just need to be on high alert and not let the CPO and the spies of various forces take advantage of it. So, Xianqing, what do you think? Do you want to try Wano Kuni? Uchiha Yuri said, and looked at Xianqing with others. Chapter 169, Forming Your Own 4 Emperors Group? A plan to infiltrate the major pirate forces, 3/5, please customize. It can also be used as a backup. Xianqing thought for a while and nodded. If possible, it is better to kill Kaido directly to prevent future troubles, so as not to cause more trouble. But more like what you said, Kaido is not so easy to kill. Later, we may ask Rayleigh to compete with us to see how strong the Emperor-level strongmen in the pirate world are. After figuring out the pros and cons of other super cage level in the ninja world, we can decide whether to deal with Kaido. In Xianqing's opinion, if Kaido is defeated, it should be possible with his mother and Uzumaki Mito, and if the first generation is added, it will definitely be possible. Whether he can be killed or not is not necessarily. I wonder how the sealing technique works on Kaido. Perhaps, it's time to study the possibility of using the sealing technique to seal the Devil Fruit's ability. If it can be studied, Kaido will be easier to deal with. As for taming the contract Kaido? Xianqing has never thought about it. Advertisement. Because this guy is not among those who can be tamed. Not only him, but many strong men in the pirate world are like this. Their personalities are too distinct and their wills are too independent. Unless they are saved or have cultivated feelings for a long time, the favorability of these strong men in the pirate world is difficult to meet the standard. Some people, even if their favorability meets the standard, may not be willing to be bound by the contract. In fact, there are some similar people in the ninja world. For example, the shadows of the major ninja villages, the village diehards, and those who have firm beliefs in the village are difficult to win over and subdue by contract. Of course, these people may not have to be killed in the future. Everyone is useful. In the future, if you want to win the hearts of the major ninja villages and major countries, you can't just kill the diehards and high-level people of these major ninja villages in a one-size-fits-all manner. But these people are destined not to get Suinking's trust in the future. They will be constantly marginalized. When Suinking's contractors grow up, their value will be completely squeezed out, and the people of the major ninja villages and major countries will all be attached to them, which means that these people will be completely eliminated. Sealing technique. Uchiha Yuri raised his eyebrows after hearing this. I forgot about this before. I really need to study it carefully. Maybe it will have unexpected results. At present, there are ways to seal and restrict vitality and physique, but the upper limit of the seal restriction is not high enough. This kind of seal can't do anything to other super cage level strongmen, let alone Kaido, a physical monster. We have to continue researching. Otherwise, they can completely revive Uchiha Madara at the peak of the Eternal Eye without Rin-Egan, and then impose enough sealing restrictions to control him. Forget about the Rin-Egan version of Uchiha Madara. That is at least a half-step 6 paths level existence, which is even more terrifying. Well, let's go together then. Xianqing nodded, and then said, in fact, I was thinking about forming a powerful pirate group to conquer a piece of territory in New World and get the name of 4 emperors. It just so happens that Red Hair has not become 4 emperors yet. Although he is called 4 emperors, he is actually only the 3 emperors at present. There are still many territories that can be occupied in New World. When the time comes, we don't need to care about the world government's thoughts on what policies and reforms we want to implement in our territory. After all, as a top pirate force, doing anything in our own territory is normal in the eyes of the world government. As long as we don't directly follow the set of the Revolutionary Army and clearly claim to overthrow the world government, we will be able to do it. Government, these should not be a problem. In addition to establishing a stable national power, I am also preparing to mix sand with the top forces in the pirate world and many kingdoms, continuously sending our people to carry out. On the one hand, we will continue to occupy important positions in these forces and kingdoms. On the one hand, we will find ways to assimilate and win over all the talents that can be won over in these forces and kingdoms, improve their favorability, and finally contract them and turn them into my people. It will be convenient for us to overthrow the world government in the future, quickly take over the entire pirate direct, and quickly reform and reorganize it. What do you think? Sometimes, sneaking around will easily arouse the vigilance and continuous infiltration of the world government. It will not be so important to openly use the banner of pirates. After all, it is normal for pirates to do anything rebellious. Oh. Uchiha's Hilly and others were stunned. Begin to think about the feasibility of Suinking's plan. After a while, Uchiha Chiri spoke first, this may be feasible. It feels better than simply defeating and killing Kaido and occupying Wano Kuni. We can give it a try. But, in terms of strength, we have to contract the first generation and even the second generation as soon as possible. Advertisement. Send them to take the lead. Even in the future, there must be at least one person in charge of the territory we have conquered. Otherwise, it may be occupied by others at any time. Of course, if you can contract Uchiha Madara in a short time, it will be perfect. The first generation also shoulders the responsibility of rebuilding and expanding Konoha. Although Uchiha Madara is also helping, he can be transferred to the pirate world to stay in charge for a long time and expand the territory. With his personality, it is perfect. The second generation is also good at governance and management. Also, if you want to form the Four Emperors Pirates, it would be best if you could also bring in your old man Koshiro to serve as the top combat force. Or, could you go to the pirate world and subdue a few emperor-level Gaoli? For example, Hawkeye, Uchiha, and the like, I think they are very suitable. Mikoto and others nodded in agreement. Kushina boldly suggested, even some masters in marine can be lured into a contract. For example, Zephyr can be promised to revive his family and build a new world without pirates. Is it possible to lure him into a contract? For example, Garp, through the dragon, is it possible to lure him into a contract? Xianqing heard him getting more and more exaggerated, and immediately rolled his eyes, and said unhappily, why don't you just lure the future Logia 3 admirals or even the future Wei Shui Sengoku and subdue them? Don't be too whimsical, okay? The top of marine is not so easy to fool. For the time being, just think about it. Unless I am willing to join, CHFJ, Marine, with the title of Marine's Rising Star and Future Pillar, maybe it is possible to convince a group of people in Marine, gain enough favorability, and make a contract. Speaking of this, Xianqing's speech speed became slower and slower, and finally he touched his chin, his eyes shining and said, it seems that this is indeed a good idea. Hee. I've said it. Kushina heard it, and immediately raised her chin proudly and hummed. Shut up. I'm not talking about your suggestion. Xianqing immediately glared at her speechlessly and said, I'm talking about my way of joining Marine with a clean identity, climbing up step by step in Marine, and gradually influencing and making friends with the Marine elites around me. Mom, what do you think? Xianqing said, looking at Uchiha's Hilly. This is indeed a good idea. Uchiha's Hilly listened, and pondered, with your talent and personal charm, it is not a problem to establish a new faction from Marine and win over a group of elites. As long as you establish a good image and ideological style from the beginning, it will be fine. A Marine radical who hates evil is great. The only problem is that, in this case, you need to spend a lot of time in the pirate world, especially in the Marine. Based on the current situation, it's a bit unrealistic. The ninja world can't do without you these years. You have many secrets yourself, especially various training methods that are not convenient to be exposed to the Marine or even the world government. Otherwise, what should you do when they ask you to hand it in? Advertisement. At that time, it will be very inconvenient for you to practice these in your daily life. As for using Shadow Clone, you also know that this cannot be hidden from the Master of Observation Haki, even the special attribute Shadow Clone cannot do it. That's true. 014512227111252590. Xianqing listened and nodded with some regret. Perhaps, other geniuses who have signed contracts can be arranged to join Marine in this way. Anyway, the infiltration plan you mentioned before must be taken care of by Marine, and more people must be sent to join, right? In this case, the selection of candidates is much simpler. I think Kushina, Mikoto, Minato, Might Dai, Kuina, and Nami are all suitable for the future. Uchiha Yuri then suggested. Oh, right. At this point, Uchiha Yuri remembered something and said to Xianqing, did you find time to contract Might Dai? I see that he is very grateful to you, so his favorability should be enough, right? In addition, he seems to have married and had a child recently, leaving Might Dai. Both father and son can be well trained in the future, and they are also very suitable to grow up in the pirate world. Because Xianqing mentioned Might Dai and his son a long time ago. In addition, Uchiha Yuri knew almost all the past and future of the ninja world, so she was very clear about the physical skills and potential of Might Dai and his son. Oh? Is Might Dai born too? Xianqing was suddenly enlightened after hearing this. I forgot about them before, and it just so happens that I will contract a lot of people next, so I will include Might Dai in it. As for Might Dai, we can only wait a few years. He is too young. In addition, Mom, you suggest that Minato, Kuina, and others join Marine in the future. Minato, what do you think? Xianqing said, looking at Minato, Kushina, and others. I can do anything. The atmosphere in Marine is also good. Minato listened, smiled, and nodded, saying, anyway, the ninja world doesn't need me much in the future. Even if the ninja world needs me, I can come back to help at any time, so it won't affect me. Kushina shook her head directly, I don't want it. Going to Marine is not only not free, but also a dog for celestial dragons? It's better to form a pirate group with Kuina and others. Or, join the Four Emperors group that Xianqing said you were going to form before. In short, I won't go to Marine. Xianqing and others heard Ichiraku. Xianqing laughed and said, haha. Okay. If you don't want to go, then don't go. Also, you may have some misunderstandings about Marine. Not everyone can get in touch with celestial dragons. Unless something unexpected happens, basically only the rear admiral of the headquarters or even the vice admiral and above can get in touch with celestial dragons and world government. Is that so? Kushina was a little surprised when he heard it, but still shook his head and said, forget it. I choose to be a pirate. Mikoto, what about you? Come with me. Chapter 170, The Terrible Consequences of the Chakra System Leaking Out to the Pirate World, 4/5. Please customize. Uchiha Mikoto listened and chuckled, I can do it. Marine and pirates are not a problem. However, Xianqing, and, I think if our people join Marine and some forces, it is better to hide chakra, ninjutsu and more obvious blood limit abilities first, not as good as our Uchiha Sharingan. Or, for infiltration missions, just use the contractors in the pirate world. Otherwise, the power system of future ninjas will become famous in the pirate world, which will easily attract the attention and suspicion of major forces. They can easily think that we are all in the same group. Advertisement. Unless, we are willing to spread chakra refining and ninjutsu to the pirate world from now on to confuse the audience. But this cost is too high, which will greatly boost the strength of future enemies, and it is not advisable. Ordinary chakra refining can't let people in the pirate world refine chakra. As far as she knows, only Suinking's source chakra refining has this effect. But the source chakra refining is too precious. This can be extracted through daily chakra, constantly practice, constantly accumulate chakra, improve chakra quality, and ultimately improve one's energy level, affecting the life level of a person. No matter how you look at it, it cannot be passed on to non-contractors. Or, Xianqing, do you have a way to create a more ordinary chakra refining technique, just based on the ordinary chakra refining technique in the ninja world, added so that ordinary people can condense their own chakra seeds and extract the effects of chakra? Speaking, Uchiha Mikoto looked at Xianqing. Xianqing listened and shook his head directly, not very good. As long as it involves self-condensation of chakra seeds, it involves the fundamentals of the chakra system and the fundamentals of the source chakra refining technique. Smart people are very likely to perfect the real source chakra refining technique or chakra refining technique with similar effects step by step based on this. I never underestimate the wisdom of others. So, the trick of confusing the audience with the chakra refining technique will not work. In the pirate world, only the contractors can practice chakra and ninjutsu. At least, it will be like this for a long time in the future. The main reason is that the physical training resources in the pirate world are too rich, and the physique and vitality of the people in the pirate world are far superior to those in the ninja world. If the source chakra refining technique is really spread widely or chakra is spread like 6 paths, the pirate world will inevitably be in chaos in the future. It can't be suppressed. It's just Pandora's box, which can't be opened. He really wants to change the pirate world and establish a new order. But the new order can't stop the evil in human nature. With a sharp weapon, the murderous intention arises. Once a person has extraordinary power, it is easy to become restless, want to get something for nothing, and want to break the rules. The efficiency of chakra's innate strength is much higher than that of physical training or practicing kendo in the pirate world, at least in the pirate world. Therefore, it can't be spread randomly. Xianqing told Mikoto and others all these ideas. Hiss. It's true. Mikoto gasped, and said with some fear, I can't imagine what would happen if the chakra extraction and ninjutsu of Jenkeng were widely spread in such a huge world as the pirate world. I'm afraid it would be thousands of times more chaotic than the Sengoku era in the ninja world, right? You know, in the pirate world, there are 170 member countries of the world government alone. There are no less than 100 non-member countries, including the capitals of the 4 emperors. There are more than 300 countries in the whole world. There are many more than the ninja world. Not to mention some small islands, towns, and villages that are not countries. Advertisement. In addition, if sea beasts, fierce beasts, and sea kings also master chakra, the scene is unimaginable. Can you imagine how much chakra those huge sea kings and fierce beasts can extract? It will definitely be a huge amount. By then, all sea beasts, sea kings, and fierce beasts will be epically strengthened. If something goes wrong, the human beings in the pirate world may perish. Don't think it's exaggerated. Those high-level sea kings, high-level beasts have wisdom no less than humans. They can improve the strength of their own race, do you think they will not spread chakra? It is true that the source chakra refining technique cannot be passed on to others. Even if someone reaches the 6 paths level in the future and masters the ninja sex method, chakra cannot be passed on to others. Otherwise, there will be big problems. Only Xianqing, your contractor in the pirate world, can master chakra. Write this into the prohibition clause of the contract. Uchiha Yuri looked serious, and obviously thought of the consequences. Well, it's done. Xianqing nodded affirmatively, and with a thought, he added this clause to the space-time gate contract minister. In an instant, all contractors received this new ban. Many people were a little confused at first, but after receiving the reason, everyone understood. Kojiro and other people in the pirate world agreed even more. Since the chakra refining technique cannot be passed on to others at will, those who infiltrate the major forces in the pirate world should either hide their chakra and ninjutsu, or directly choose native creatures in the pirate world. As for whether you will choose to join Marine or join the pirates in the future, Mikoto, wait a few years before making a decision. You are all still young now, so there is no need to rush. Xianqing immediately made the decision. In the pirate world, there are also age requirements for Marine recruitment. Those who are too young will not be accepted. Unlike the ninja world, there are many children aged 5 or 6 who become ninjas. Alright. Uchiha Yuri nodded in agreement. There is nothing to discuss about this. By the way. At this time, Uchiha Yuri suddenly remembered some of what Fukasaku and the others said yesterday, and couldn't help but say to Xianqing, yesterday, the toad in Mount Maiboku mentioned that the Great Toad Sage is connected to the Sage of 6 Paths, and entrusted it to monitor and control the ninja world to a certain extent. Although the Great Toad Sage promised not to tell the Sage of 6 Paths about the current situation in the ninja world, he covered for us. But we are not sure that the Sage of 6 Paths have other means to monitor the situation in the ninja world. So, we'd better make preparations early. Once he finds something wrong and is ready to attack us, we have to have countermeasures. What do you think? Because there were too many things yesterday, I forgot to remind Xianqing about this for a while. Yet. After hearing this, Suinking's expression slightly stern said, this point really needs to be taken seriously. In this way, I will add another life-saving transmission trigger mechanism first. Once you encounter an invincible target, the transmission function will be directly triggered, and the person will be directly transmitted to the space-time gate space. I will set aside a space specifically for building a base for living, production, and training. There should also be such a transit base in the space-time gate. In case it is inconvenient to transmit to both worlds, you can directly transmit there. Advertisement. That will also be our last and safest safety base. As his strength continues to improve, the space-time gate space is also constantly expanding. At present, the diameter of the space-time gate has exceeded 120 kilometers, and the height has also exceeded 100 kilometers. It is already very huge. The storage space divided by the contractors only occupies a tiny part of the space. It is easy to build a comprehensive base that can accommodate millions of people. Is it okay? Is the area enough? Uchiha's Hilly obviously did not know the current size of the space-time gate and could not help asking. Mikoto and others also looked over curiously. Enough. Xianqing smiled and nodded, don't forget, the space-time gate space is constantly expanding as my strength increases. Currently its diameter has exceeded 120 kilometers and its height has exceeded 100 kilometers. If you use my authority, stacking and layering flowers, you can build countless such bases. However, if you want to build a space-time gate base that is large enough and has a complete functional design, you need a lot of building materials and furniture and so on. These need to be purchased by people in the ninja world and the pirate world. Or, build a number of furniture, building materials factories and companies in Konoha and recruit people to produce them. This seems to be able to drive the development of Konoha's industry and commerce. I think it can be planned well. After all, there is no need to build it all at once. The main part of the building can also be built with my authority in the first generation wood style. Well. Before that, we have to contract the first generation. Xianqing immediately checked and found that the first generation's favorability towards him had reached the standard, barely reaching 81 points. It can be contracted now. Suddenly, Xianqing felt that the first generation was too useful. It is definitely a magic weapon for engineering construction. It was definitely the wisest choice for me to resurrect the first generation. At this time, on the construction site in the old city of Konoha, Senju Hashirama suddenly snorted several times, and then wiped his nose with an inexplicable look, muttered in confusion, "Who is talking about me? I always feel that something bad has happened. Hey! When will this project be completed? It would be great if Senju could have more people who awakened the wood style. I heard that Tobirama and others recently submitted a proposal to restart the wood style bloodline experiment. Anyway, it is not allowed to use people for experiments at will now. If you want to use them, you can only use enemies and villains within the specified range for experiments, mainly white Zetsu. Come. This is much more humane and tolerable. How about giving it a try? Originally, he was very against Tobirama and Orochimaru doing this. But now he thinks he can be flexible. Anyway, the first to get the benefits will definitely be the Senju clan. This will be of great benefit to the revitalization of the Senju clan. He estimated that Tobirama was willing to do this, obviously mainly to revive the Senju clan. After all, the Senju clan's current fate is closely related to his original policy of integrating into the civilian population and handing over a few BD apprentices and smearing them with Konoha Jayakang. If the Senju cannot be revived, Hashirama feels that his brother may never forgive him. Chapter 171, Accidental Creation Chakra Condensation Method. Is there something wrong with the Three Holy Lands chakra cultivation method? 5/5. I've gone off topic. The scene returns to Xianqing. Building materials and furniture industry? Sure. Uchiha Yuri listened, thought for a moment, and nodded in agreement. This is very promising. We don't lack gold, we can spend money to stimulate domestic demand, purchase these things, and make the civilians of Konoha rich. Advertisement. Boost the economy here. In addition, Konoha's expansion absorbs population, and will also need a lot of building materials, furniture, home appliances, and the like. It's also an excellent market. Even in the future, our building materials group will become famous and open up channels, and we can expand external sales in the future. Kill several birds with one stone. I think you can spend some time to organize it later and make a plan. Tomorrow, when you convene the village meeting, Jainin and the ninja representative conference, and also proposed this plan at the meeting. Attract more people and families to participate in the investment. The main body can be led by the village, and the village can control the industry. The money of the entire ninja world is uniformly issued by the daimyo of each country, so there is no need to worry about inflation within Konoha. Okay. I'll prepare it later. Xianqing listened, nodded in agreement, and then said, building a safe base, escaping is only the last resort. If possible, it is better to improve the strength first. Have the strength to confront or even defeat the Sage of Six Paths as soon as possible. Indeed. Uchiha Yuri nodded. I feel that my Mangeki Sharingan should be promoted to the Eternal Eye within half a year. What about you? When do you think you can open the Eternal Eye? As for Mikoto? Uchiha Yuri didn't ask. She is still far away. Even the Sharingan meditation method has not been practiced to the great success stage, let alone the great perfection. Not everyone is a wall hanger like Xianqing. Although the 2-3-0 meditation method has given Mikoto and many Uchiha the potential and possibility to open the Eternal Eye. But this time is destined to be long. 10 or even 20 years is not impossible. It depends on personal efforts and initial talent. For me, it should be about the same. About half a year to a year. I should be able to expand the potential accumulation. Xianqing estimated, Kide. Such things, Yuan can't come. When the Eternal Eye is opened, his strength will definitely increase dramatically. Well. That's good. I hope Sage of Six Paths won't find any abnormalities in the ninja world in the next year or even longer. Uchiha's Hilly nodded and prayed. Eternal Eye? Envy. I don't even know how many years it will take. Mikoto heard it and said with envy. At least you have it. Neither I nor Kamen have this kind of bloodline. Kushina curled her lips and said, Uchiha's Sharingan is simply a cheating device for strength. It improves strength too much. Xianqing, didn't you say that the research department is preparing to study various bloodline serums, and it is possible to give other people various bloods in the future? Remember to give me a bottle of Uchiha's bloodline when the time comes, and I will also open a Sharingan to play with, hehe. Xianqing smiled and flicked Kushina's forehead and said, Sharingan is not for playing. However, when it is really studied in the future, I can give you a bottle of Uchiha bloodline. But don't envy others. Your Uzumaki Sage body also gives you advantages in bodybuilding and armament haki, okay? Now you are much better than Mikoto and Minato in these two aspects. This and Sharingan have their own advantages and disadvantages. On the contrary, Minato has no bloodline and relies entirely on his own talent. He didn't complain, so you have the nerve to complain. He once asked Uzumaki Mito and asked her to check whether Yunmen could be the descendants of Senju integrated into Yaminiong people. Because there was such a saying in the previous life. But the result is obvious, it is not. Minato is a thoroughly civilian. Of course, it is not clear whether any of their ancestors were from any bloodline clan or strong ninja in the past 1,000 years. Advertisement. Anyway, Minato's recent ancestors, the third generation, were all ordinary people. It can only be that genetics is a very angry thing. Yes. Poor sissy. Kushina was stunned when he heard it, and then looked at Minato with pity. DB. Minato saw it, waved his hands and said with some laughter, you don't have to pity me. Even if I don't rely on blood inheritance or something, I am confident that I can become a strong man in the future with my own talent. And this is actually a kind of blood inheritance. Compared to those people with mediocre talents, I am already very lucky. Can he not know the difficulty of ordinary people producing geniuses? The last two are Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Therefore, Minato never felt that he was not born in a great ninja clan, and there was nothing to reminisce and complain about the blood inheritance limit ninja clan. Compared with most people, even many people who were born in ninja clans without blood inheritance, he was already blessed by God. Hey? Why do I sound a little wrong? Are you showing off? Kushina listened and felt that something was wrong. He quickly reacted and looked at Minato speechlessly. Isn't this a kind of pretense? She seemed to see Minato turning his back to everyone and saying leisurely, even if I, Minato, was born in poverty and did not rely on blood inheritance, I can still be invincible in the world. Damn. Indeed. Hee. After hearing this, Mikoto also covered her mouth and smiled, not letting the meat in her mouth spurt out. Minato said with some awe, no. I am just talking about the facts, how can I pretend? Well. If you don't curl your lips, I will believe it. Xianqing saw it and shook his head with a smile. Sure enough, Minato is a smoldering second-year boy. Just think about the second-year ninjutsu names he has chosen. After dinner, Xianqing came to the training ground in the backyard of his house and took out the mount. He carefully read through the scroll of my Boku's immortal arts training. He sorted out all the key points in it. Then, he waved his hand to set up the barrier, sat cross-legged, and easily entered the state of unity between man and nature through meditation. Then, he easily sensed the natural energy in the air. In fact, he had easily sensed the existence of natural energy a long time ago. He had also long guessed that this energy was natural energy. But because he had no immortal arts training method, he did not dare to easily absorb these natural energies and force himself to comprehend and create immortal arts training methods. That would be too dangerous. For some reason, the natural energy of the ninja world is extremely violent. If you are not careful, you will be petrified and lose your life. Of course, Xianqing guessed that the violent natural energy is most likely related to the fact that the sacred tree absorbed the planetary origin and natural energy of the ninja world back then. Perhaps it was the behavior of the sacred tree that caused the anger and hatred of the will of the ninja world planet. It might be appropriate to say that it was the wrath of nature. This is why the natural energy is so violent. Today, with the immortal technique practice of Mount Maiboku, Xianqing no longer has to worry too much and can start trying. 0145122227 Fila 1112622280. Anyway, with his chakra control ability and mental strength, as long as he is not greedy, it should not be dangerous to just follow the immortal technique practice of Mount Maiboku to absorb a small amount of natural energy for fusion experiments at the beginning. If there is really danger, he will be teleported to the space-time gate space as soon as possible, and use the space authority to forcibly strip the natural energy in his body. If there is no such natural energy of the ninja world in the space-time gate space, he will go directly to the space-time gate space to practice. Soon, Xianqing followed the immortal technique practice of Mount Maiboku and carefully tried to use mental power as a guide to absorb a little natural energy from the surroundings into his body. The moment the natural energy entered his body, Xianqing felt that this natural energy suddenly became extremely violent. It was about to run wild in his body, destroy his body's cell structure, and cause its layers to change. Moreover, these natural energies also attempted to act as a trigger, and began to attract more natural energy from the outside world to flow into Xianqing's body. Suppress. But the next moment, Xianqing directly used the powerful and pure mental power to wrap and suppress these natural energies in his body. Suddenly, the resonance between these natural energies and the natural energy from the outside world was forcibly cut off. The natural energy from the outside no longer flowed into Xianqing's body. The crisis was temporarily relieved. Then, according to the transportation method in the source chakra refining technique, it was transported along his tendons. Soon, Xianqing found that during the transportation process, these natural energies began to be eroded and assimilated by his mental power and chakra. After a big cycle, this natural energy successfully merged with his chakra, or mental power, and cell energy, and produced a new chakra. This kind of chakra is no longer violent, but becomes gentle, and it has some characteristics of natural energy, which has a strong amplification effect on ninjutsu. Is this successful? This fairy chakra seems to be permanent. Is it perfectly integrated? Then I can continue to fuse fairy chakras and gradually replace all the chakras in my body. Finally, let all my chakras become fairy chakras. Xianqing thought excitedly. At the same time, he opened the attribute panel to check it out. Sure enough, he saw the fairy chakra refining method in the skill column. Senjutsu chakra condensation method, 1/1000, entry level. Hey? Isn't it Mount Maiboku's Senjutsu cultivation method? That's right. I borrowed a little bit of Mount Maiboku's Senjutsu cultivation method to attract natural energy. I didn't follow the conventional Mount Maiboku Senjutsu cultivation method at all. Instead, I used the source chakra's Jotien transportation method to refine the synthesized Senjutsu chakra. It's completely different from Mount Maiboku's forced fusion of spiritual energy, cell energy and natural energy. Perhaps, my Senjutsu energy is more gentle and stable. Advertisement. Well, it's useless to rely on guessing. I have to find Jiraiya or even Fukasaku to verify it. Thinking of this, Xianqing didn't rush to find Jiraiya or Fukasaku, but continued to condense Senjutsu chakra according to the Senjutsu chakra condensation method that he accidentally figured out. And, in the process, he kept trying to perfect this method. For a while, his Senjutsu, the proficiency of chakra condensation, began to soar from time to time. You created the immortal chakra condensation method by exploring the source chakra refining method and the Mount Maiboku immortal art cultivation method. Your immortal chakra condensation proficiency +1. You practiced the immortal chakra condensation method and tried to perfect this method in the process. Your immortal chakra proficiency +15. You practiced the immortal chakra condensation method and tried to perfect this method in the process. Your immortal chakra proficiency -7. You practiced the immortal chakra condensation method and tried to perfect this method in the process. Your immortal chakra proficiency +25. From the tips given by the Heavenly Way rewards hard work talent, Xianqing can easily judge which attempts are successful and which attempts are wrong. With this kind of tips, he improves the immortal chakra condensation method faster and smoother. In addition to the improvement of proficiency, the talent itself will also give a lot of practice experience and even optimization experience. As a result, Xianqing's progress in improving and optimizing the method of refining immortal arts was very rapid. Moreover, in this process, the number of immortal arts chakras in his body increased. However, the ordinary chakras in the Danshan were clearly separated, and there was no sign of fusion. This is normal. The two can be said to be completely different things. It would be strange if they could be fused together. Moreover, Xianqing also discovered that in the process of constantly moving natural energy around the body and practicing immortal arts chakras, his tendons were further rapidly expanded and strengthened by the pressure of natural energy and the nourishment of immortal arts chakras. Whether it was the breadth, strength, or toughness, they were rapidly improved under the impact and nourishment. He even felt that the immortal arts chakras in the middle Danshan were also emitting invisible influences, acting on his life source and strengthening it. However, the time was still short, and there were very few immortal arts chakras in his body, so this influence was still very weak. If Xianqing had not had such a strong control and understanding of his own body, and if he had not had the God's Rewards talent panel that could view his life source information and lifespan information in real time, he would not have found it so easily. Sure enough, the original future Jiraiya can get stronger and stronger as he gets older, and his body is always at its peak. The fundamental reason is still because of the fairy technique. It is the fairy technique chakra that nourishes his life source and body, strengthened his physique, vitality, and even chakra talent, and extended his lifespan. Otherwise, he would never have surpassed Orochimaru and Tsunade in the later period and become so strong. And, it is getting stronger and stronger. If you think about the original Hokage carefully, you will find that among so many ninjas, only Jiraiya is getting stronger and stronger as he gets older. His strength has not declined or his blood and chi have not deteriorated as he gets older. On the contrary, he is getting stronger and stronger. This is obviously abnormal. Anything abnormal must have a reason. Immortal arts are the reason. It is understandable that the method of cultivating immortals can prolong life, improve physical strength, bones, and even improve the level of life. Isn't it because it can seize the fortune of heaven and earth and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for its own use? In essence, it is to plunder external high-level energy to nourish and strengthen itself, so that it can achieve the effect of continuous transformation. The reason why the three immortals of the three holy places can live for more than 1,000 years is the same. In fact, Xianqing feels that their bodies should have been full of immortal arts chakra. What's more, they started by directly absorbing and exhaling natural energy and cultivating natural energy. It was only because more than 1,000 years ago, the sacred tree descended and absorbed most of the planetary origins and natural energy of the ninja world, which made the ninja world lose the environment to continue to simply absorb and exhale natural energy to cultivate and improve. They chose to absorb and condense chakra seeds, and then condense immortal arts chakra replaces pure natural energy and continues his path of cultivation. Otherwise, how can three short-lived insect and snake lives have such a long lifespan? After thinking through this, Xianqing had more enlightenment in his heart. Then, why do practitioners who practice Mount Maiboku's fairy arts have toad-like characteristics? Even if the Mount Maiboku sage mode is perfect, the eyes will have the characteristics of toad pupils. Rikake's fairy arts will also have snake-like characteristics. Even some of the additional characteristics attached to the fairy arts of different holy places are different. Mount Myboku fairy arts greatly increase strength, speed, and reaction, and there are also shockwave methods such as frog group hands. And Rikicave fairy arts greatly increase the control and perception of inorganic matter. Why did I enter sage mode and condense the fairy arts chakra, but my body did not show any toad-like or animal-like characteristics? Even the so-called eyeshadow and facial makeup are not there. Oh. That's not right. Activate and call fairy arts chakra, there will be a red dot between the eyebrows. Xianqing noticed the divergence point after testing. Chapter 172 Didn't Hashirama learn the magic from the wet bone forest? The possibility of sage art creation, 1/5, please customize. Xianqing couldn't help but ponder, because I didn't practice the immortal arts according to the complete Mount Myboku immortal arts practice method. Or because I didn't use toad oil. Didn't rely on the immortal arts chakra injected into it by the snake immortal. Thinking of this, Xianqing immediately stopped the immortal arts condensation method he accidentally found out. Instead, he absorbed a small amount of natural energy into his body, and then forcibly wrapped it with mental power and incorporated it into the middle danshin without moving it through the Jotien. Advertisement. Forced fusion with his own mental power and cellular energy. In order to avoid danger, Xianqing also wrapped a layer of permanent immortal arts chakra that he had previously condensed through Jotien transportation outside this danshin area as a barrier. In order to avoid accidents, the impact hurt his danshin and body. Zzz. This forced fusion process is naturally not as easy and stable as the previous Jotien transportation and refining. Natural energy is extremely resistant and repulsive to his mental power and cellular energy. Xianqing could only follow Mount Myboku's immortal art practice method, try to integrate into nature, and integrate his body and the spiritual energy and cellular energy used for integration into this state. Suddenly, the natural energy in his body calmed down and was no longer violent. Then, Xianqing subconsciously let the three merge. This time, it was surprisingly smooth. Soon, the natural energy took the initiative to take over this part of Xianqing's spiritual power and cellular energy. With a ratio of 1:1:1, it was successfully transformed and synthesized into immortal art chakra. Xianqing immediately tested and compared this new immortal art chakra. He found that his control over this immortal art chakra was far inferior to the immortal art chakra condensed by Jotien's transportation. He could not control it at will. The essence of this immortal art chakra was still not refined by him, but he could use it to perform ninjutsu and temporarily strengthen his body. Its essence was still relatively violent. It was just because he had merged Xianqing's spiritual energy and cellular energy, and treated Xianqing's body as natural, so he would no longer be violent towards him. It was like he had the right to use this immortal chakra, but the ownership did not belong to him completely. It was just like a company. He owned 2/3 of the company's shares, but the remaining 1/3 belonged to others. He could control and use the company to do some things, but he could not use the company to do anything at will. These new immortal chakras were also clearly distinguished from the immortal chakras that Xianqing had transported and condensed through Jotien, and they were incompatible and merged by law. Then, Xianqing continued to copy the previous process, and after many efforts, he successfully condensed a certain number of new immortal chakras. Then, he activated and mobilized this immortal chakra to enter sage mode. The result. The body also did not show any toad-like or animalistic characteristics. The eyes were still human eyes. The only difference from the condensation method sage mode was that there were some dark red eye shadows around the eyes and a red circle between the eyebrows. That's all. Sure enough, the fairy chakra forcibly fused in this way will not have the characteristics of toadization and animalization. So, the fundamental reason why the fairy chakra of Mount Myboku Rikicave has animalization characteristics is not the practice method, nor the natural energy, but the external force. Toad oil and the fairy chakra of the snake fairy. Gene pollution. Advertisement. It must be so. Thinking of this, Xianqing narrowed his eyes slightly, so, if you don't want your genes to be polluted, you can't use toad oil or the fairy chakra of the snake fairy to take shortcuts to fuse the fairy chakra. After all, who knows whether this kind of genetic pollution will affect your future path. Maybe, if you use this shortcut to cultivate the sage mode, the genetic pollution will inevitably become more and more serious, and it will continue to erode human cells. In the end, it may turn the practitioner into a toad or a snake. By the way, were the three goddesses of Rikicave really snakes at the beginning? Xianqing was confused at this time. Will they be human fairy practitioners? After all, they look so much like humans. But the snake fairy is stronger, but has no human characteristics, and has no ability to transform into a human. Is he unwilling? Or can't? This is worth pondering. In short, before we find out the real reason, we can't let the people in the village practice the orthodox three Holy Land immortal arts. Xianqing decided immediately. He needs to figure out this problem first. I can't ask directly. I have to improve my strength to the point where I am not afraid of Sage of Six Paths, and then go to Gamamaru or even the Snake Immortal to ask clearly. Xianqing thought again. Because he was afraid that Gamamaru and the Snake Immortal would turn against each other and directly summon Sage of Six Paths. Because he was not sure whether this hidden danger was left by Gamamaru deliberately with evil intentions. Or did he not realize or care about this problem at all? This is not impossible. Because not everyone is Xianqing, who has the confidence and ability to continue to practice immortal arts, replace all the chakras in the body with immortal arts chakras, and enter the permanent sage mode, then, continue to use immortal arts chakras to transform and nourish the body and improve one's life level. This requires extremely high talent and sufficient lifespan. It is estimated that Gamamaru could not have thought that Xianqing could create such a terrifying and magical source chakra refining technique. Chakra cultivation method. It can assist in cultivating immortal arts, and continuously accumulate immortal energy to complete the transformation of the body. It also has health-preserving skills and even longevity secrets to improve longevity and talent. If it is unconscious, it's easy to say. If it is intentional and with evil intentions, then don't blame me for turning against you. Humph. Xianqing sneered in his heart. This is why he didn't plan to expose this matter for the time being and ask directly. He didn't want to completely fall out with Gamamaru and the others at this time and bring out the Sage of Six Paths. Even if there is only a 1% chance, he doesn't want to take this risk for the time being. At worst, he can wait for a few years until his strength can compete with the Sage of Six Paths. Anyway, according to Gamamaru and the others' ideas, the conditions for practicing Ashu are not so easy to find. It's normal to delay for a few years and not send people to Mount Maiboko to practice immortal arts. After a few years, he is confident that he has the strength to compete with the Sage of Six Paths. As for my mother and the contractors, they can practice immortal arts. But I can only wait until I perfect my immortal arts chakra condensation method, and then practice this. At that time, I have to hide it from Jiraiya and Mount Maiboko first. Wait a few years until I am strong enough to show my cards, King Z. Xianqing thought to himself. He couldn't let his family and contractors stop practicing immortal arts for the time being. As for the method he just tried to force to achieve sage mode, he didn't think it was suitable for others. It was too dangerous. Even though he seemed to succeed quickly just now. Advertisement. But there were too many determining factors. If someone else did this, the chance of dying directly was 99%. Or, why not use the reason that I created a place that matches humans, such as the threshold, to test the toad pill? Xianqing thought of it again, but finally shook his head and rejected it. It's still not safe enough, let's hide it for a while. Damn, when I am strong enough, I will continue to hang up the Sage of Six Paths, Also, how come the Sage mode score achieved by this method is so similar to Hashirama's? It's exactly the same. So, the first generation didn't actually achieve Sage mode by relying on the wet bone forest? Instead, they relied on their own Sage body and understanding, just like I did just now, forcibly. Xianqing suddenly realized and felt that he had touched the truth. It's a pity that I always thought he learned the fairy art from the wet bone forest. It seems that even teacher Tsunade doesn't know this. It seems that I have to ask the first generation to confirm it. It would be more accurate to ask the person involved. Of course, asking the first generation is not to learn his sage mode training method. If his guess was right, then the first generation simply relied on their physical talents and comprehension to achieve it. If he were to explain the method, it would probably be just a clap of hands, this, that, this, and then it was achieved. With this idea in mind, Xianqing began to choose to continue practicing the chakra condensation method that he had accidentally created. He began to continuously synthesize and transform more chakras. In this process, he could clearly feel that the strength, width, and toughness of his meridians were constantly being strengthened and improved in the process of transporting and refining natural energy. At the same time, as the amount of chakras in Danshan increased, the fluctuating breath it emitted began to have a greater impact on Xianqing's body. He could feel his life source more and more clearly, and his body cells began to undergo a slow transformation. Xianqing believed that when he replaced all the chakras in his body with chakras of the immortal art, and allowed the chakras of the immortal art to be continuously transported in his meridians and expanded to every inch of his body, it would certainly greatly enhance the transformation speed of his life source and cells, allowing him to truly achieve a higher level of life. However, this is not a truly perfect sage art, and it cannot replace sleep. It even consumes a lot of mental energy. Therefore, Xianqing felt that most of his mental energy was consumed after only 2 hours of practice. He felt tired. He had to stop practicing the immortal art. After checking, the amount of chakra in his body that was replaced and synthesized into immortal art chakra accounted for about 1/10,000th of his total chakra. The main reason was that Xianqing's chakra was too large. Moreover, this amount was increasing every day as his source chakra refining technique was running. If we continue at this pace, I'm afraid I don't know when I can complete the replacement of chakra and break through. Sure enough, we still need to improve the proficiency and perfection of the immortal art chakra condensation technique as soon as possible. We can only achieve this goal by improving the efficiency. When both the immortal art chakra condensation technique and the source chakra refining technique are cultivated to perfection, or one of them is cultivated to perfection and breaks the limit, maybe we can try to merge the two and create a real sage art. Xianqing thought. Because he felt that both were imperfect. But if they could be perfectly combined into one, taking the advantages and making up for the shortcomings, then he should be able to directly absorb and refine natural energy into immortal art chakra, instead of consuming his mental power and cell energy at the same time. This greatly limits the accumulation and improvement of his immortal art chakra. He looked at his attribute panel. After 3 years of cultivation of the source chakra refining technique, it is not far from perfection. It is estimated that it will be achieved in a few months. On the contrary, after more than 2 hours of practice, the chakra condensation method of immortal art has only reached the proficiency stage. It will probably take a long time to reach the great perfection. Therefore, it is most appropriate to break the limit with the source chakra refining technique and integrate the hernia technique chakra condensation method. Of course, Xianqing will not give up the practice of the chakra condensation method of immortal art in the next few months. He also wants to improve and optimize this method as much as possible, and strive to create a more perfect and powerful method when he integrates the enlightenment. After thinking about this, Xianqing chose to rest. Chapter 173, Orochimaru is courting death, Tsunade is thankful, 2/5. Please subscribe. In a flash, a night passed. In the morning, while eating breakfast at home, Uchiha Yuri noticed that Xianqing seemed to have some changes. He asked with some doubt, "Hey? Xianqing, have you had any great breakthrough recently? Why do I feel that your aura and temperament have changed a lot?" After hearing this, the others also looked at Xianqing. He looked at him carefully. Advertisement. Really? Mikato's eyes lit up slightly and said, "But the changes are not very obvious. If you don't observe carefully, you really can't find it. You are worthy of being my aunt. You are so sensitive, hehe." Tsunade asked curiously while eating breakfast, "So, what's going on with you? She only comes here occasionally to eat breakfast. After eating, you can go to a base in the pirate world for morning exercises with Mikato and others. Shadow Clone is naturally sent to the hospital. The daily training time cannot be compressed. She still has a lot of room for growth, and I hope she can improve her strength soon. Anyway, with the practice of the source chakra refining technique and meditation method, her chakra volume and mental strength and magnitude are constantly improving. The shadow clone information impact that she can withstand at the same time is getting stronger and stronger. It is already a drop in the bucket for her to assign a few more shadow clone to work and handle things every day. At present, she can withstand up to 20 shadow clone at the same time to maintain a day of study, practice, and handle affairs without affecting her own state. She only needs to rest for a night to fully recover and continue the next day. And, the number of shadow clone will continue to increase as her cultivation level improves. Xianqing swallowed a piece of meat kide. I tried to practice the magic of Mount Maiboko last night, and I got some results and discoveries. The change is probably because of this. Hey! Tsunade was stunned and said, "Magic? Did you go to Mount Maiboko last night?" "No." Xianqing shook his head, "I tried to practice it at home." Hey! Tsunade was even more stunned, "Successful? Doesn't this require the assistance of some toad oil from Mount Maiboku? I told that idiot Jiraiya at the beginning. Even the magic practice of the Wetbone Forest and Rika Cave also requires the assistance of immortals." The others also looked at Xianqing curiously. "I have already found the results of my research on this." Suinking's expression became serious after hearing this. He waved his hand to open the barrier at home and told everyone present about his findings and guesses about practicing immortal arts yesterday. "Is it like this?" As soon as these words came out, Uchiha's Hilly and others became serious. Uchiha's Hilly asked, "Can you be sure that Mount Maiboko did it intentionally or unintentionally?" "No." Xianqing shook his head, "Not only can't you can't ask now. Otherwise, God knows if they did it on purpose, and Gamamaru would contact Sage of Six Paths directly and lead him out in advance. Our current strength is not enough to deal with Sage of Six Paths, so I plan to play it safe first. Wait until there is a Six Paths level combat force among us, and then ask Mount Maiboko clearly. It's better not to be intentional, otherwise, Mount Maiboko doesn't need to exist. This is no joke. Gene pollution is a big problem." Advertisement. Who wants to become a bug and not even a human being while practicing? You are right to be cautious. We can't rush this matter. Uchiha Yuri calmed down after hearing this and nodded to Xianqing in agreement. Gene pollution? Is the practice of fairy arts so scary? Then Jiraiya, the idiot, is finished. Tsunade also said solemnly after hearing this. As a top medical ninja, she naturally knows the severity of genetic pollution and feels horrified. That's about right. At least, we have no way to remove this genetic pollution at present. Xianqing nodded. Of course, I will let Orochimaru draw some blood from Jiraiya and sample some cells for testing later. See what the situation is. And see if there is any way to reverse it. If it can, then it would be great. Otherwise, I can only wait for the future to find another way. He felt that perhaps after his medical skills broke through the limit and advanced, he should be able to easily find a solution to this problem. Of course, if Jiraiya's genetic pollution is not too serious, he should be able to find a solution with his current main world medical skills and perfect medical skills. I am afraid that Jiraiya has been practicing fairy arts for so many years, and the genetic pollution has already penetrated into every cell and started to change his genetic essence, which would be really troublesome. Tsunade listened, frowned, and nodded, saying, it's best not to let Jiraiya, the idiot, find out. At least, he made a contract with you, and you can't let him know before he can fully trust you, lest he do something irrational. Whether Jiraiya knew the truth and ran to Mount Maiboku to make trouble, or directly betrayed the village, it was not Tsunade is willing to see this. Of course. Xianqing nodded affirmatively. He had originally planned to do so. Hey. Fortunately, I couldn't even meet the requirements of the first step and couldn't integrate into nature, so I interrupted the practice of immortal arts directly. Otherwise, wouldn't my genes be polluted? If I continue to practice immortal arts in the future, I might become Katsuyu. When Tsunade thought of this, he was full of relief. Although, when she used Katsuyu to help her on weekdays, she also thought Katsuyu was cute. But if she really turned into Katsuyu, she might as well kill her. How frustrated she was that she couldn't learn immortal arts at the beginning, how fortunate she is now. Every bite and every drink is a cause and effect. Right. Suddenly, Tsunade suddenly remembered something, looked at Xianqing and said, although Orochimaru didn't really practice Rikicave immortal arts because the risk of practicing Rikicave immortal arts was too great, once he failed, he would be swallowed by the snake immortals, so cave senjutsu. But I remember that this guy seems to have completed software transformation in recent years to adapt to the creation of some snake-style ninjutsu, adding snake attribute genes to himself. Could this also be the same as the consequences of senjutsu contaminating genes? If so, then wouldn't Orochimaru be doomed? DB. Xianqing hesitated after hearing this. I don't know about this. I have to check Orochimaru's genetic condition 10 times before I can say anything. But this possibility is not low. After all, if you observe carefully, you will find that Orochimaru's personality has become more and more cold and closer to snakes in recent years. His snake-style ninjutsu, especially the snake substitute and snake shedding, are simply the same. It is impossible to say that his genes are not contaminated by snake attributes. Hey! This guy is really crazy and messy. Xianqing was speechless. As a scientist, doesn't he know that genes can't be messed with? Really asking for death? Kushina couldn't help but complain. Mikoto and Minato listened and nodded in agreement. Isn't that right? This guy may not care about this. You also said that he is crazy. Tsunade heard it and shook her head speechlessly. That's right. Xianqing shook her head with a smile, and then said to Tsunade, I will go to him and ask him later, and then test it. By the way, I think I need to trouble Sister Tsunade to get a copy of Jiraiya's blood and cell samples. Just say that you want to study the impact of fairy practice on cells. Just say that you feel that Jiraiya is getting younger and younger, and you also want to master the secret of longevity. I believe he shouldn't doubt you. It may not be the same for someone else. Advertisement. It's Tsunade's flower, and Jiraiya, the idiot, won't think too much. Okay. Tsunade also understood this, showing a look of disgust, curling her lips, and agreed. Then, he was a little surprised. Speaking of which, my great-grandfather's magic was not obtained from the wet bone forest? I just found out. I always thought he got it from the wet bone forest. No wonder when I asked Katsuyu the Immortal, she hesitated and refused to tell me. It seems that she was embarrassed to tell the truth. Is she afraid that I, the contractor, will run away or something? That shouldn't be the case. With Katsuyu the Immortal's lazy personality, she should not care about the contractors, right? That may not be the case. Uchiha Yuri listened and shook her head and said, if she is really completely lazy and doesn't care about the summoning contractors, then why did she create the summoning contract scroll of the wet bone forest? And why is there the name of the summoning 3 holy lands? Obviously, she still cares. As for whether it is to compete with the other 2 holy lands, not to lose face, or for other reasons, she can only clear it up herself. In the future, we will be strong enough to crush them Sage of 6 Paths, so naturally I can ask the truth directly. It's not possible now. Because no one can guarantee that Katsuyu Sage and Snake Sage have no relationship or connection with Sage of 6 Paths. As the 3 holy places of summoning, they are also old monsters who have lived for more than 1,000 years, and they have also experienced the Sage of Six Paths period. Anything is possible. It can only be like this. Tsunade listened and nodded in agreement. It feels like there will be one more thing to hide from Katsuyu Sage in the future. Well, after the contract, Tsunade did not have any information about Xianqing that could not be made public, and could not tell Katsuyu. Therefore, Katsuyu did not know about these things. Talking skills, Xianqing, where do you think my great-grandfather learned the magic? Did he really figure it out by himself? This talent is too enviable, right? Tsunade asked Xianqing while looking envious. If I had my great-grandfather's sage body talent is good. The strength will definitely be stronger, and the difficulty of becoming stronger will be greatly reduced. Who knows, it's a high probability, right? Let's go ask later and we'll know. Xianqing shrugged kite. When the person concerned is here, it's natural to ask the person concerned directly. By the way, remember to wait until I sign a contract with the first generation before asking, it's safer. Xianqing added. Oh? My great-grandfather's favorability has reached the standard. Tsunade raised her eyebrows slightly after hearing this, a little surprised, but, Wang Zhao, asked not so surprised. Yet. Xianqing nodded affirmatively, it reached yesterday. Understood. Tsunade nodded in understanding, then I'll go with you to find him later. By the way, I can help you convince him. Tsunade fully agrees to let her great-grandfather sign a contract with Xianqing. This is definitely a good thing for her great-grandfather. It is very likely to completely get rid of the threat of the Six Paths Sage. Because no one knows whether the souls of people resurrected through impure world reincarnation are likely to be controlled by the Sage of Six Paths who suppressed the pure land of the underworld. We have to be on guard. But after the contract with Xianqing, this hidden danger will definitely no longer exist. Even the Sage of Six Paths cannot master the means to cross the other world. Their status is naturally not higher than Suinking's time and space gate talent. If possible, she would like her second grandfather to make a contract with Xianqing earlier. But she knows that this is very difficult. With her second grandfather's prejudice against Uchiha, unless Xianqing really leads Konoha to unprecedented glory one day. Let his own achievements completely cover up his identity as Uchiha, and completely get the recognition and high praise of his second grandfather, it is possible to improve his grandfather's favorability. But Xianqing is not a dog-licking character, it is impossible to please him just to improve his second grandfather's favorability. This is simply a dream. Therefore, if you want to improve your second grandfather's favorability towards Xianqing, you can only rely on your second grandfather's passive self-attack. Chapter 174, Contract Senju Hashirama, The Imprint and Connection in Hashirama's Soul, 3/5, please order it yourself. Okay. Xianqing smiled and nodded after hearing this, that's great. It also saves me from talking too much. By the way, Xianqing, when will the chakra condensation method that you created be perfected? At this time, Uchiha Yuri asked. She wanted to practice earlier, improve her strength earlier, and strive to break through the Six Paths level earlier to relieve her son's worries. Before the Six Paths level, they were all tied up and felt very uncomfortable. Advertisement. After hearing this, the people in Mikoto also looked at Xianqing. Who wouldn't want it if it could accelerate your strength and the transformation of your life level? Xianqing listened, pondered, and smiled, it will take at least a month to practice it to the minor level. By then, it should be perfect enough for you to practice. Oh. That's right. The premise is that your proficiency in the source chakra refining technique cannot be lower than the minor level, and the meditation method cannot be lower than the minor level. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to successfully practice my immortal chakra condensation method. At least, the minor version of the immortal chakra condensation method is like this. After all, this method is mainly to borrow mental power to forcibly wrap natural energy for the circulation of the source chakra refining technique. Without enough mental power to wrap and suppress the restless natural energy, your tendons and veins can't bear it at all. If the proficiency in the source chakra refining technique is not enough, both the strength of the tendons and veins and the proficiency of the circulation will be insufficient, which will also make it difficult to practice. Of course, if you want to practice mount without external assistance, my Boka version of the immortal art is also possible. As long as the meditation method reaches the perfect level and can stably enter the state of unity between man and nature, it is also possible. At that time, as long as the chakra amount is sufficient, the natural affinity is high enough, or the mental power is strong enough, it can be attempted to forcibly fuse the immortal art chakra and enter the entry level of immortal art practice. How about it? Do you want to try 987? The first generation should be this way. Of course, the first generation's mental power may not meet the standard, but he has a top-level sage body, and the natural affinity is off the charts, which greatly reduces the difficulty of fusion. So, the first generation is indeed the chosen son of the previous generation. Forget this. After hearing this, feeling and others all joined in, the perfect level of meditation is not so easy to achieve. Let's wait for your immortal art chakra condensation technique. Anyway, they have basically practiced the source chakra refining technique and meditation method to at least the small success level. Uchiha Yuri has already perfected the meditation method, and is not far from the great perfection. Her talent and understanding in this area are indeed high enough. But she also looks down on this method of cultivating immortal arts. If you can't completely refine the immortal arts chakra for your own use and completely control it, it's just a trick no matter how you look at it, and it's even more impossible to keep it permanently in your body and transform it into your own cultivation foundation. She has to wait for Xianqing to perfect the immortal arts chakra condensation method. Anyway, it's only a month's matter, she can still wait. Okay. Let's talk about it in a month. Xianqing smiled and nodded. He knew it would be like this. He would choose the same thing if he were in his place. Soon, after breakfast, Xianqing didn't rush to find the first generation or Orochimaru, but went to the Shimotsuki island base of the pirate world with Tsunade and others to do daily morning exercises. He completed some daily training of the Chongshengju and other skills. He left the pirate world at Tsunade's urging. After returning to the ninja world, he immediately found Senju Hashirama, who was leveling the land with wood style and earth style in the old city and building new houses and streets. Uchiha Madara was naturally helping at this time. Although, he looked reluctant. Grandpa. We have something to ask you, CHBG, you should go home with us first. As soon as Tsunade came over, he greeted his grandfather directly. Oh. Hashirama stopped his work and asked in confusion, what's the matter? Then, Hashirama saw Xianqing next to Tsunade again, and immediately smiled and waved and said hello, hey. Fourth generation is here too. Is there anything for you? Just tell me directly. No need to bring Xiao Gang. Haha. Xianqing was speechless, it can be said. Anyway, go with us first, it will be good for you. As he said, Xianqing flashed to first next to generation, he put a hand on his shoulder, and took him away with a swish. Tsunade followed closely, leaving Uchiha Madara alone, with a face full of resentment. This brat, I am your senior after all, but he didn't even say hello to me when he saw me. Isn't that too disrespectful? Humph. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, unhappy. He didn't even think about it. He had killed Qing's family before. Now he wants to act like an elder in front of Xianqing? He must be overthinking. Advertisement. Unless one day his favorability towards Xianqing reaches the standard and he is willing to be contracted, there is still a little possibility. Since Uchiha Madara is willing to be his forever cow and horse, Xianqing may be polite to him. Now? No way. Xianqing took first generation and teleported directly to the yard of Uzumaki Mito's house. Tsunade followed closely. Hey? Why are you here now? At this time, Uzumaki Mito and even Noeke were there, and they immediately asked curiously. Especially seeing Xianqing also brought Hashirama with him. It is worth mentioning that Noeke has been contracted for a long time. At present, his strength has reached at least the Jainin level, which is very good. First generation has reached the standard, and I am ready to discuss the contract with him. Xianqing smiled directly. Oh. So that's it. That's good. Uzumaki Mito and Noeke were all happy when they heard it. This is a good thing. They just wanted to know if there would be any new changes after the living dead Hashirama was contracted. Contract? What contract? Fourth generation, what kind of contract do you want to make with me? Hashirama on the side heard it and touched the back of his head with a puzzled look and asked. Xianqing was not vague at the moment and directly explained the pros and cons of the contract to the first generation. Then, Tsunade and others began to persuade them one after another. Tsunade, Grandpa, this is a great thing. Just agree to it yourself, we have already signed a contract with Xianqing. Uzumaki Mito, right. Just agree to it. Noeke, Grandpa, hurry up. After the contract, you will know the benefits. Hehe. It will definitely surprise you. Is that so? Hashirama listened, touched the back of his head, and nodded immediately. Since you all said so, then let's sign the contract. I think it shouldn't be a bad thing. A little restriction is not a problem for me. So, what should I do? As he said, he looked at Xianqing. Xianqing condensed a mysterious contract rune directly from his forehead and sent it to the first generation, and explained the method of the contract. The first generation listened and reached out to touch the rune. After the voice sounded in his mind, he chose to agree without hesitation. The next moment, the rune sank into the soul in the core of the brain between the eyebrows. Buzz. Then, the rune emitted a ray of light and fluctuations, which directly stabilized Hashirama's soul. The wear and tear of the soul caused by staying in the world of the living also completely disappeared. Even the dead air in Hashirama's soul was swept away by the rune. The connection between his soul and the pure land of the underworld and the mark left behind were also covered by the light and fluctuations emitted by the contract rune. But it was not erased or cut off, but the whole thing was wrapped and sealed. And it was disguised so that people could not detect the abnormality. Advertisement. However, Hashirama's soul was completely unaffected by the pure land of the underworld and even controlled. This connection and the mark were actually useless. Hashirama felt as if he had received a blessing, and became relaxed and comfortable. As if he had been reborn. This feeling. Hashirama noticed this change and sensed the contract rune in his soul, and his eyes were full of horror and joy. Then, before he could say anything to Xianqing, a large amount of information about the past and future of the pirate world, and part of the past and future of the Hokage world kept pouring into his mind. At the same time, many magical skills created and mastered by Xianqing also poured into his mind. Hashirama had to temporarily close his eyes and start to digest. From the look of doubt on his face, it can be seen that he was also very uneasy at this time. At the same time, in the center of the pure land of the underworld, Sage of Six Paths was sitting cross-legged in the air, with a tin staff on his legs, closing his eyes and absorbing the soul and chakra of the pure land of the banquet realm for cultivation. He did not notice the abnormality of the first generation. On the other hand, Xianqing, through the feedback information of the contract rune in Hashirama's soul, had insight into the changes. After knowing the connection and the mark, he immediately understood, sure enough, Yindaoxian has done something to these dead ninjas. At least, that's the case for powerful ninjas. It seems that there are big problems with the pure land of the underworld and the Sage of Six Paths. Fortunately, I had already prepared for it and adjusted some of the effects of the contract rune on Hashirama. Otherwise, if the contract rune directly erased the connection and mark between Hashirama's soul and the pure land of the underworld, the Sage of Six Paths would have been alerted by now. However, thinking of this, he turned his mind and thought, Hashirama and Madara, the two reincarnations of Indra and Ashura of the previous generation, are already dead, and the reincarnations of the next 10 generations may be born at any time. I don't know if the Sage of Six Paths will be born during this period. Will the paths observe the movements of the ninja world in person? Or will they learn about it through Gamamaru? I hope it's the latter, and I hope that the time of reincarnation will be delayed by a few years. Otherwise, he will definitely find some abnormalities. Although it is impossible to be completely exposed, the contractors have refined the chakra seeds in their bodies and completely turned them into their own, which is equivalent to cutting off the connection with the Sage of Six Paths and even Kagaya-hime. As long as the Sage of Six Paths observe carefully, they will definitely notice it. Damn! I should have killed Uchiha Madara a few years later. Xianqing admitted that he regretted it a little. Now he can only hope that the next generation of Indra and Ashura will reincarnate a few years later. At the same time, he will work hard to improve his strength and strive to break through to the Six Paths level as soon as possible. Well, maybe, I can find a stronger devil fruit that fits my mother and Mito-sama and removes some defects and hidden dangers for them to eat, so as to quickly increase their strength. Xianqing thinks this is a good idea. After preparation, ask your mother and Uzumaki Mito. See what they think about the devil fruit. With the strength of the two, even if the devil fruit you want has been eaten by someone else. But most people should still be able to get it. As long as it is not Whitebeard or a high-ranking marine, it is not a big problem. Chapter 175, Hashirama wants to be a pirate? God gave him food. Hashirama, 4/5, please order it yourself. After more than half an hour, the first generation digested this information, opened their eyes, looked at Xianqing with amazement and said, Fourth generation, you really gave me a big surprise. I didn't expect you to be able to go to Otherworld, and even let the contractor go to Otherworld, and, you have created so many heaven-defying cultivation methods. No wonder Mito, Xiaogang and others are so powerful now, and sometimes so mysterious. I have had many guesses, but I didn't think it would be like this. When can I go to that pirate world to have a look? I feel that world is much more interesting than our world. Pirates, it feels so free and comfortable. Xianqing and others were speechless after hearing this. Xianqing said with a straight face, don't make trouble, first generation. For the civilians in the pirate world, 99% of the children are not good things. Freedom, and so on are more selfish illusions or derivatives of evil. Most of those pirates are villains and scum who have committed many evils, burning, killing, looting and committing all kinds of evil. Advertisement. Of course, some of them may have been forced to go down this path at the beginning. But there are very few who can really stick to their original intentions and just take risks without hurting civilians, plundering civilians, and killing innocent people. Not everyone is as stupid as Monkey D. Luffy. He felt that the first generation had missed the point. However, considering the first generation's personality, it was normal for him to say such things and pay attention to this matter. This guy is actually quite similar to King Luffy in some ways. Both have a silly side. Both have a wise side. That's right. Noeki on the side couldn't help but complain, Grandpa, you are the first Hokage, why do you only want to become a pirate? This doesn't match your personality. Ahaha. The first generation listened, smiled, and touched the back of his head and said, I think it's actually okay. But... At this point, he also looked at Xianqing with a serious expression, and said seriously, Xianqing, you are right, most of the pirates in the pirate world are far more unbearable than they seem. After all, they are also a kind of thieves. It seems that ordinary people in other world also have their difficulties. What do you plan to do with the pirate world? Are you also ready to unify the pirate world, overthrow the world government, and kill celestial dragons? Speaking of this celestial dragons, even the optimistic and generous first generation thinks that this group should be completely exterminated at this time. This is a complete cancer and should not exist in the world. Almost. Xianqing nodded, however, it is still a long way to go now. Let's unify the ninja world first and then enter the pirate world. At present, the pirate world is still developing in a low-key manner. I discussed with my mother yesterday about the plan of establishing a country or building a big power in the next stage of the pirate world. This, after gathering the strong people among the contractors, we will discuss it together and then confirm it. However, the first generation seems to be more interested in becoming a pirate. Xianqing thinks that maybe at that time, the first generation can really go to the pirate world to form a four emperors group and go to the new world to conquer a large area. Establish a country in it, conduct reform experiments and build a complete school talent training system. Make talent reserves in various aspects in advance. Moreover, he would have to play a prominent role in this pirate group at that time, so that he could win the hearts of the people under his rule to the greatest extent, and increase his favorability to make contracts with more people in the pirate world. You know, many people in the pirate world are also sick, as long as the ruler gives a little benefit, it is enough for them to be grateful. Especially pirates. This is particularly evident under the rule of the Yamato Whitebeard pirate group. Many civilians under Big Mom's rule are happy to pay a certain amount of life to Big Mom every month, and they are grateful to Big Mom from the bottom of their hearts. It's outrageous. It can be seen that when there was no Big Mom, the civilians in these places lived worse than now. You can imagine the chaos in New World and how miserable the civilians living there are. These places feel worse than the ninja world. Okay. Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito nodded after hearing this. By the way. Advertisement. At this time, Tsunade couldn't help looking at Hashirama asked curiously, Grandpa, where did you learn the fairy arts? Isn't it the wet bone forest? Did you really understand it yourself? Hey. Hashirama looked at her granddaughter with surprise and asked, how do you know I understood it myself? As for the wet bone forest, of course not. I didn't even have a contract with the wet bone forest. The summoning contract scroll of that thing seemed to be obtained by Tobirama later. At that time, I didn't even know there was such a place as the wet bone forest. Sure enough. Tsunade listened and nodded in understanding, then said, of course it was Suinking's guess. Didn't he get the fairy arts training method of Mount Maiboka before? Then. Next, Tsunade told the few people in detail about Suinking's exploration of the fairy arts and the problems he found. What? Mount Maiboka's magic, even the magic of the main Holy Land, has such a huge hidden danger? The toad of Mount Maiboka didn't say it that day. Was it intentional or unintentional? Uzumaki Mito's face changed when he heard it, and he was very dissatisfied. It is not certain for the time being. Xianqing spread his hands helplessly, it is still possible to ask for the time being, because if it is intentional, then the toad pill may directly turn against us and summon the Sage of Six Paths. This is not the result we want to see now. So, we can only wait a few years until we have a Six Paths level master. Speaking of this, what devil fruit are you more interested in, Master Mito? Besides my mother, you are the one who is most likely to break through the Six Paths level in a short period of time. Devil fruit may shorten this time. As for Uchiha Madara? If there is no contract to ensure loyalty, let's not talk about it. It's meaningless. This does require caution. Let's do it this way for now. Uzumaki Mito listened and nodded in agreement, we can only hope that you can create a perfect fairy art. We have to keep it a secret from Mount Maiboku and even Jiraiya for the time being. As for the devil fruit, I really don't have any definite ideas for the moment. I will think about it carefully later. I didn't have such an urgent desire to improve my strength before, but it's different now. She also feels that she needs to get a devil fruit that suits her as soon as possible to further improve her strength. Of course, fairy arts cannot be abandoned. After all, according to what Tsunade just said, Qing felt the effect of fairy arts. This is also very significant for improving strength. Okay. You should do it as soon as possible. At present, we have the strength to hunt most of the fruits we want. Xianqing nodded and reminded. I didn't expect that fairy arts have such hidden dangers. Then brother Jiraiya may become a toad in the future. Tisk tisk. Why do I feel that he is a little pitiful? At this time, Noeka thought of a key point and couldn't help but complain with pity. He deserves it. He used to show off his magic to me, and now he has a problem, right? Humph. Even if Xianqing finds a solution in the future, I think I have to scare him and let him learn a lesson, and help me get revenge. Tsunade said, looking at Xianqing eagerly, signaling with her eyes. She believed that with Xuanqing's heaven-defying level, he would definitely be able to solve this problem in the future. Advertisement. So, Xianqing had to be dealt with in advance. Haha. Okay. Xianqing smiled knowingly, made an okay gesture, and agreed directly. He also wanted to see Jiraiya's joke. Tisk. Noeka saw the conspiracy of the two and couldn't help but smack his lips and said, I feel so sad for brother Jiraiya. Being targeted by these two people, he will definitely suffer in the future. Then, Noeka gave Xianqing and Tsunade a thumbs up, well done. When there is a good show, remember to call me. Hey! Who let brother Jiraiya like to peep and ruin his reputation? It is right for him to be punished. He is just an ordinary boy who likes to eat melons and watch the show. He really has no bad intentions. 0. At this time, Hashirama looked at Xianqing with some surprise and said, 4th generation, I didn't expect you to master the fairy art so easily by yourself, and you directly mastered 2. One of them is much better than my fairy art, amazing. Hashirama gave Xianqing a thumbs up. For Xianqing, he really admired him at this time. Let's not talk about the fairy art chakra condensation method. Whether it is the source chakra refining method or the meditation method, the health-preserving exercise, which one is not a heaven-defying magic skill? Xianqing actually created them all by himself. Compared to him, he was too far behind. He now understood why Mito chose to form a close alliance with Uchiha. With Xianqing and Uchiha, Senju would be able to revive in the future, or even surpass its past peak. He felt that he would have to speak well of Xianqing in front of Tobirama in the future, so that he would change and be contracted by Xianqing sooner. Yes. And Madara too. Because, when the contract rune entered his soul before, he saw the imprint and connection in his soul. Combined with the information he obtained about the past and future of the ninja world, this is obviously the means left by the Sage of Six Paths in his soul. He has gotten rid of these now, but Madara and Tobirama haven't. As for letting Xianqing help Madara and Tobirama solve this backup problem without a contract? Hashirama has never considered it. Hehe. Not bad. Xianqing smiled slightly after hearing this, and then asked curiously, 1st generation, I am still very curious about your fairy arts. Can you help me with the shoes and explanations? He just wanted to see if it was as he guessed. Ah, this is possible. But I guess it won't be of much use to you. Hashirama touched the back of his head a little embarrassedly after hearing this. It's really useless. He can master fairy arts only because of God's gift. Uzumaki on the side Mito also smiled and covered her mouth. She knew it a long time ago. Because, she was also very interested in fairy arts at the time and wanted to see if she could learn it. The result can be imagined. Not only her, Senju Tobirama also tried hard at the time. But after listening to Hashirama's description, he became silent. I never asked about this matter again. Chapter 176, Hashirama longs to be resurrected as soon as possible, Jiraiya suffers an unexpected disaster, 5/5. Please subscribe. Hehe. I think so too. Hashirama smiled happily after hearing this, and then immediately said to Xianqing and the others, in fact, my method is very simple, similar to the sage mode you discovered, just clap your hands, empty your mind, let the natural energy flow into my body, limit them to a certain range, and let them mix with my spiritual energy and cellular energy. In this process, the natural energy will naturally merge with my spiritual energy and cellular energy to become the fairy chakra. After getting familiar with it for a while and mastering the tricks, you can enter sage mode anytime and anywhere. How is it? Isn't it very simple? Mito-sama's evaluation is right, you have almost no skills, and you rely on God to give you food. Xianqing shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, it's more exaggerated than he guessed. Noeki also said with a confused face, this kind of thing, no matter how you listen to it, it feels very unreliable and speechless. Okay. What's the difference between this and having dog shit luck? Advertisement. I can't learn anything. Noeki. How can you talk like that? Tsunade glared at Noeki after hearing this. Haha. I think Noeki is right. I was really lucky. Hashirama was very open-minded and smiled and praised Noeki. Hehe. I told you. Noeki smiled proudly at his sister, then gave his grandfather a thumbs up and said, but even so, I think you are amazing, Grandpa. This kind of luck is not something that ordinary people can have. Xianqing said it well, luck is also a part of strength, I think it's just right for you, Grandpa. Tay. Hashirama listened, touched his chin and looked at Xianqing and said, "What you said, fourth generation? It really makes sense. If I hadn't been so lucky, I would have died so many times on the battlefield before I grew up. At the end of Sengoku, how many talented people were there in the world? There were also many monsters like Hyagatianin. But in the end, didn't they all die or die young? Even his and Madara's younger brothers who died early were mostly talented. But they didn't grow up. This is the importance of luck. Right." At this time, Hashirama remembered the information about the past and future of the ninja world he had obtained before, frowned and looked at Xianqing and Uzumaki Mito and said, "I have seen the information about the past and future of the ninja world. I didn't expect that I was the reincarnation of the Chakra of Ashura, the eldest son of the Sage of Six Paths. No wonder I always felt that there was a special feeling in my body. Chakra. Even, my trap style was originally developed by studying and mastering this chakra. This may be the fundamental reason why my wood style cannot be inherited or taught to other people. Otherwise, even if it is a bloodline elimination, it should be able to be taught to others like Rock Shinobi's dust release. Obviously, wood style is special. It lacks the special factor in Ashura Chakra and cannot be learned. Even Uchiha Madara relied on the fusion of his flesh and blood to obtain Ashura Chakra from it to master wood style, right? Yes. The future Obito and Yamato are the same. Sure enough. Xianqing listened and nodded in understanding. First generation, your wood style is actually a bloodline elimination formed by the fusion of yang release and water and earth attributes, right? Even, it may also need to add the special factor in Ashura Chakra. Not bad. First generation nodded affirmatively, that's about it. From the fact that the Sage of Six Paths made Ashura and Indra's chakras reincarnate and fight each other, I feel that the Sage of Six Paths is probably not a good thing. Well. Add to that the mark and connection I found in my soul when I made the contract just now. Otherwise, he couldn't be unaware that reincarnating his two sons' chakras would only bring wars. Also, he spread chakra through the ninja sex method at the beginning. Now it seems that it was not for the purpose of achieving peace and allowing people to communicate with each other. This is simply a way to cause chaos. He is so smart that he can't fail to think of this. Even if he didn't think of it at the beginning, he couldn't fail to see the constant wars in the ninja world for more than 1,000 years later. But he let it go, and even deliberately provoked conflicts in the ninja world, causing the continuous outbreak of wars. It feels to me that he is raising poison. I'm afraid his purpose is to get the souls and chakras of the dead ninjas. At this moment, first generation acted very calm and wise. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the essence of this matter. This is the Senju Hashirama who ended the Sengoku world, defeated Uchiha Madara, and established Konoha. It should be. Xianqing nodded affirmatively. I have actually been guessing these things for a long time, until today when I made a contract with you and found the brand and connection in your soul, I really confirmed it. Advertisement. So, Sage of Six Paths will never want to see us unify the ninja world, truly end the war, and make the ninja world achieve peace. Because, in his view, peace means the decline of ninja power and a significant reduction in ninja deaths. Even the number of ninjas will continue to decrease. This is definitely not in his interest. Of course, normally, if peace lasts too long, the strength and number of ninjas will indeed gradually decrease, because the demand for the ninja world has decreased. But this is not the case for us, whether it is conquering the other world or conquering the universe. To deal with the future Tsutsuki clan, after I unify the ninja world, I will still spare no effort to develop and expand the power of ninjas and constantly raise the upper limit of ninjas, and, I will also thoroughly integrate the power of ninjas into every bit of the life of the people in the ninja world, use ninjutsu to farm and open up wasteland, build houses and roads, and transform this world to make this world a better place. Let ninjutsu become a necessary and indispensable part of the world's peace. In this way, the quality and quantity of ninjutsu and ninjas will not only not decline with the arrival of peace, but will be more prosperous against war. This point, first generation, you should be able to see one or two from the recent construction of the engineering department, right? He has mobilized a lot of people who are good at earth style, wind style, and even fire style. Water style ninjas join the engineering team. They are used to build houses and so on. Ninjas can also be used to build furniture and so on. Wind style can cut wood, carve, fire style can dry, water polish, and so on. That's true. The first generation listened and nodded with a smile. Although Konoha has issued some low-level tasks in the past and asked ninjas to pull weeds, I think it's the first time that ninjutsu has been used in construction production with a clear purpose. At least, it's the first time that it's been done deliberately, and the purpose is so clear. Fourth generation, I think your idea is very good. I can already imagine the future world peace. Ninjas are no longer mercenaries and killers, and ninjutsu is no longer a simple killing and fighting tool. How can the two transform the world and make the world bloom with the light of true ninjutsu civilization? That picture must be beautiful and very desirable. It was also after thinking through these that the first generation felt that their vision and Madara's vision were too narrow at the beginning. With their original methods and ideas, they could not change the ninjas and the cruel fate of the ninja world. Only Suinking's method can truly change the world. So, in his opinion, Xianqing is great. In the future, when Xianqing achieves all this, he will become even greater. Indeed. Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade could not help but nod their heads after hearing this. Noeka touched the back of his head and smiled, although I don't know the meaning of it very well, I feel that it might be very beautiful. He was a little slow and couldn't see clearly, but he could see something. This requires everyone's joint efforts. It's far from enough to rely on me alone. Xianqing smiled and shook his head after hearing this. No. Hashirama listened and shook his head. You can take the lead in proposing such a complete concept and start practicing it at a cost, which is great enough. The rest, of course, is that all those who desire peace in the ninja world should participate. Let's not talk about this can only be done slowly. But the information about the future you gave me is amazing. If you hadn't appeared out of nowhere, the tragedy and cruelty of the future would be really unimaginable. During the Fourth World War, the high-end combat power of the ninja world was raised too much. Ordinary ninja armies have become cannon fodder. Satsuki, it's really a terrible race, it seems we have to prepare early. Compared with the Satsuki clan, both the Sage of Six Paths and Kagaiji are not so terrible. By the way, Xianqing, in the information you gave, the one who was killed by Kagaiji's sneak attacks Satsuki Ishiki is not dead, but is still lurking in the ninja world. There is even a small sacred tree there, right? Yes. Xianqing nodded affirmatively. In the future, this guy will be reborn in the body of a guy named Xianxi. Or, it is possible that he has already been reborn in a body. The Satsuki clan's contract is a very troublesome ability. We have to find a way to crack it in the future, otherwise it is almost impossible to completely destroy the Satsuki clan. I will find a way to do this in the future. It would be best if we could get a way to crack the contract from Kagaya. If not, Xianqing will also find a way to catch Satsuki Ishiki or even Satsuki Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Urashiki, and study it. Yet. Hashirama listened and nodded, and Ina said, this kind of thing can only be left to you. Tobirama and the others may not have a solution. No, we still have to be truly resurrected as soon as possible, otherwise, there is no way to continue to improve our strength. If we can't break through the Six Paths level, then in the future, facing the Satsuki clan and even the people of I'm in the pirate world, we may not even have a chance to fight. Even, I have to find a way to get Madara and Tobirama to be contracted by you as soon as possible. Oh. Headache. Speaking of this, the first generation pinched his eyebrows, looked at Xianqing and asked, Fourth generation, do you have a solution for resurrection? It has to be quick. Xianqing spread his hands helplessly and said, for the time being, we can only wait. Either find Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan hidden by Black Zetsu, and use that to resurrect you. Or wait for me to practice reanimation jutsu to perfection, and then suddenly realize that I have created a real resurrection technique. There are only these two ways at present. Of course, if there is any resurrection fruit in the pirate world, just ignore him. But as far as he knows, there is no such heaven-defying devil fruit in the pirate world. Is that so? Advertisement. Hashirama listened, nodded, and said, then you should continue to work hard to practice reanimation jutsu, practice it to perfection as soon as possible, and create a real resurrection technique. I will communicate and persuade Madara to see if I can convince him and find the Rinnegan. I believe he will definitely have a way. It depends on whether he is willing. At this point, Hashirama looked at Xianqing again and said, by the way. Can I tell Madara some information about the Satsuki clan, give him a sense of crisis, and force him? Don't worry, I won't tell you anything else, just the origin of the Satsuki and their future invasion. It won't involve any of your secrets, how about it? In this way, he can be more confident in persuading Uchiha Madara to help and even improve his favorability towards Xianqing and be contracted. Yujian is unwilling to leave a top-level combat force like Madara unused. If Madara can be contracted by Xianqing, and then Xianqing can quickly come up with the resurrection technique or let Madara find his Rinnegan. Wouldn't it be possible to quickly resurrect them? Then, with Madara's current peak strength, if he can create a real Ten Tails or a small Ten Tails for Madara to merge, he is very likely to directly break through the Six Paths level. At that time, they will initially have the capital to compete with the Sage of Six Paths. The pressure will be less. Okay. Xianqing listened, thought for a while and nodded, and with a thought, he made a little modification to Hashirama's contract rune, allowing him to tell Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobirama about the information of the Satsuki clan. Well, it does not involve Xianqing's secrets. Okay. I have revised the contract for Satsuki non-confidential information, allowing you to reveal it to Uchiha Madara and second generation. It depends on you whether you can deal with them next. I hope you can bring me good news as soon as possible. In addition, even if you can't really be resurrected, you can still practice meditation at this time, and it's also good to improve your mental and soul power first. Hearing Xianqing's reminder, Hashirama slapped his head and said suddenly, really? I've made a note, and I will work hard to practice meditation in the future. Well, let's stop here today. Xianqing nodded after hearing this, then looked at Tsunade and said, Sister Tsunade, I'll trouble you to get 10 samples of Jiraiya's blood and cells as soon as possible. Leave it to me. 4.2. Wait. Tsunade promised to do it, and teleported away the next moment. Then, Xianqing and Uzumaki used their observation haki and mental power to sense the hand and teleport to Jiraiya, who was chatting and drinking with the young lady in the 10 karaoke wine warehouses. They beat Jiraiya up directly. And in the process, they completed the collection of Jiraiya's blood and cell samples. Then, they threw out a bottle of Suinking's newly developed, Uchiha's latest healing potion, left the seriously injured Jiraiya behind, and sent him away. Who did I offend? Tsunade, why did you hit me again? I paid and I didn't peek. Jiraiya lay on the ground, holding his chest that was a little collapsed and had several broken ribs, grabbing the bottle of healing potion thrown by Tsunade, and murmured with tears in his eyes. It's too bullying. The whole process took only 3 minutes, and Tsunade was teleported back. He threw 2 test tubes to Xianqing and said, Here. Catch it. Tisk tisk. Xianqing caught the 2 test tubes, looked at them, and then turned to look at Tsunade up and down and said, Your method is violent and direct, much simpler than the method I told you before. It won't arouse Jiraiya's suspicion, it's great. As he said that, Xianqing gave Tsunade a thumbs up. Hee. That's right. Tsunade raised his chin proudly, crossed his arms and said, I'm so good at dealing with Jiraiya, that BD. Why do I need to explain to him? Anyway, I can't tell him the truth now, so it's better not to explain, just beat him up, that's enough. Who made him accompany the little sister in a place like an izakaya? If not him, who should I beat? Noeke couldn't help smacking his lips and muttering, Jiraiya brother has a companion like you, my sister, he is really unlucky in his 8 lifetimes. Life is miserable. Chapter 177 Orochimaru, it is indeed too hasty and foolish to easily touch his own genes. 1/5, please customize. Noeke, what did you say? Say it again. Tsunade heard this and immediately raised her eyebrows, staring at Noeke and threateningly. You dare to say that to your sister, you are outrageous. Ahaha. Noeke was shocked when she saw this, and waved her hands with a smile, no. Nothing. I mean, sister, you are the best, brother Jiraiya deserves it, he met a good teammate like you, it is simply his blessing in 8 lifetimes. Advertisement. If it weren't for you, sister, who has been unwaveringly knocking him and letting him walk the right path, he might not even find a wife in the future. Sister, you are really a great deed. After saying this, Noeke gave Tsunade a thumbs up with admiration. Great. Xianqing, Uzumaki Mito and first generation all held back their laughter after hearing this. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction, well said, I like it, I'll let you go this time. I'll go find Orochimaru first, confirm it sooner, and feel relieved sooner. Goodbye. Xianqing stood up at this time, said goodbye to Uzumaki Mito and others, and teleported away from here. The next moment, he appeared directly in the laboratory where Orochimaru and the second generation were in the research department. Hey! Orochimaru and the second generation were slightly stunned when they saw Xianqing suddenly appear, glanced at him, and continued to work on their own things. At the same time, the second generation also asked, how come the fourth generation has time to come to the research department today? Yes. Orochimaru also smiled and turned to look at Xianqing and asked, it should be something. Indeed. Xianqing nodded, took out the test tube containing Jiraiya's blood and cell samples, and said to Orochimaru, I need you to cooperate with me to test the blood and cells in the cells to see if they are really contaminated by foreign genes. Orochimaru was slightly stunned after hearing this, stopped his hand 27, raised his eyebrows and said, gene contamination? This is an interesting topic. It seems that Xianqing-jun, you care about the purity of genes. Testing is no problem. Since I got the basic genetics book from you, I have been reading it over the years without sleep and forgetting to eat, and I have a lot of new understanding of genetics. It's not difficult to do a test. Can I ask whose blood and cell samples are these? While talking, Orochimaru walked to Xianqing, took the 2 test tubes, and looked at Xianqing. Jiraiya's. Xianqing uttered these 4 words. What? Orochimaru's pupils shrank suddenly, how could Jiraiya's cells be genetically contaminated? But Orochimaru knew that Xianqing couldn't be free of medicine. He immediately thought about it in his mind. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, grasped the key point, and looked at Xianqing with narrowed eyes, his expression slightly solemn. Is it because he practiced immortal arts? Is there a big problem with Mount Maiboku's immortal arts practice? Oh. The second generation over there also stopped what they were doing when they heard this, turned around and looked over curiously. He seemed to have heard something extraordinary. He knew immortal arts too well. Advertisement. At that time, his elder brother mastered the immortal arts, and the immortal arts showed great strength and fortune. How could he, a master of forbidden technique, not be tempted and not study and even learn? But in the end, he failed. The main reason is that his elder brother's immortal arts practice method is too speechless. There is no skill, and it all depends on his innate talent. Outsiders can't learn his tricks at all. Later, he found a way to find the summoning contract scroll of the Wetbone Forest, one of the 3 holy places. But before he could study it, his elder brother died first, and then a war broke out, leaving him no time to study it. I saw the toad of Mount Maiboku come to Xianqing to apologize and admit his mistakes, and also gave the immortal arts practice method of Mount Maiboku, which he also read. If he hadn't been so busy recently, and he was just a living dead, he would have been ready to study and practice. As a result, now you tell me that the cultivation method of Mount Maiboku's fairy art may have problems? He naturally got and read some books on genetics from Xianqing. He also has a clearer understanding of genetic pollution. This is not a good thing. Of course, for the second generation who have not contracted Xianqing and don't know that Xianqing has a better and higher future, they think that even if Mount Maiboku's fairy art really has the defect of genetic pollution, the impact is not great. As long as the fairy art is not maintained for a long time, and only used in battle, people who practice this fairy art may never really face this side effect in their 10 lifetimes. You are really smart, you reacted immediately. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Xianqing smiled slightly, nodded affirmatively, and said, "Last night I tried to practice Mount Maiboku's fairy art." Then, Xianqing roughly told Orochimaru about part of his practice process and inference. Because the second generation was present, he concealed many secrets such as the source chakra refining technique. He only spoke of his discovery and understanding of the immortal arts. Based on my research results, I found that the immortal arts practice of Mount Maiboku and even the 3 holy places would be affected by external forces and erode the genes of the practitioner's pollution if you practice immortal arts for a long time, and even replace the chakra in your body with the flowers of immortal arts chakra, it will greatly accelerate this process. You should know what the consequences will be, right? Xianqing stared at Orochimaru with a burning gaze and asked. Hiss. Then this problem is really serious. Orochimaru understood the hidden meaning of Xianqing's words. He was also a person who was contracted and practiced the source chakra refining technique. It was clear that because of this magical skill, all contracted ninjas were actually very different from non-contracted ninjas. They could accumulate chakra and improve the quality of chakra by practicing the source chakra refining technique. Similarly, if a contracted person practices immortal arts, he would inevitably replace the chakra in his body with immortal arts chakra, and store the immortal arts chakra in the 4 fields or even the tendon hand for a long time or even continuously. This would make the immortal arts chakra always in a state that affects his body. It would accelerate the contamination of the genes of ninjas by thousands of times. It would accelerate the speed of ninjas turning into animals of the 3 holy places by thousands of times. The erosion process that might have taken dozens or even hundreds of years would most likely be shortened to just a few years or even shorter. By then, these contracted people who practiced the immortal arts of the 3 holy places would probably all turn into katsuyu, toads, and snakes. When thinking of that scene, even Orochimaru felt a little scared. Although he also injected snake genes into his body, it was mainly to improve his strength and match his snake-type ninjutsu. He didn't really want to become a snake. Snakes without hands and feet are not suitable for experiments. In addition, in recent years, he has discovered that the snake genes in his body have begun to distort and change his senses and reason, making his temperament and aura closer to snakes. This is not a good phenomenon. Especially since he is not planning to study living corpse reincarnation and change his body like in the future, this impact is even greater. He now has many heaven-defying magic skills taught by Xianqing, and does not need the immortal reincarnation technique to prolong his life. Advertisement. After reading the genetics book, he has realized that the disadvantages of snake genes to him have outweighed the benefits, and he wants to remove the snake genes in his body. However, before he could do it, Xianqing came to him with Jiraiya's blood sample and the problem of fairy arts. This made him realize how stupid and hasty it was for him to easily tamper with his genes. Well, Xianqing, if Jiraiya's genes are really contaminated, do you have a way to solve this problem? Orochimaru looked at Xianqing eagerly and asked tentatively. Tisk. Xianqing listened, looked at Orochimaru, and said with a playful look, actually, you are asking me if there is a way to solve the problem of your snake genes, right? Hehe. Orochimaru listened, smiled embarrassedly and said, I knew that I couldn't hide it from you, Xianqing. Indeed, I injected snake genes into my body in order to develop ninjutsu suitable for the great snake style. At the beginning, I didn't understand genetics very well, and I didn't know the problem. Now it seems that I was too careless. Please save me, Xianqing. He felt that his problem might be even more serious than Jiraiya's. After all, Jiraiya at least did not show any tendency to move closer to the toad in terms of personality and habits. Oh? You said lust might be related to the toad? Ah, this is a bit far-fetched. You can't think that the toad is lustful just because the toad wants to eat the swan meat. In Orochimaru's opinion, Jiraiya's lustful gene is innate to him. We need to check your gene pollution to know clearly. But don't worry, as long as you don't practice fairy arts before solving the gene problem, the process will be longer. I have enough time to find a solution. Xianqing shook his head and then comforted him. 643. That's good. Although Orochimaru did not get a definite answer from Xianqing, it was enough. As a contractor, he knew very well that Xianqing's real heaven-defying was his heaven-defying understanding. He said that if he could find a solution in the future, he would definitely be able to do it. What are you talking about? I feel that there are secrets between you, and even between my sister-in-law and the others. You deliberately don't tell me and my eldest brother, Uchiha Madara. Can you tell me the reason? It can't be because we are just living dead, right? Senju Tobirama is not a fool. He found many omissions in the previous conversation between Orochimaru and Xianqing. Those words look normal, but some key words are obviously missing. These words are obviously not meant for him to hear, but Orochimaru understood them in seconds. This is very annoying. Let me white hits work. What do you mean by being so defensive against me? Sure enough, there is no good thing in the Uchiha clan. Senju Tobirama looked at Xianqing with dissatisfaction. For a moment, the good impression that had just risen on Xianqing dropped again. Xianqing saw it and said speechlessly, "It's not that I want to hide it from you, and it's not because you are the living dead. It's because this involves my core secrets. Unless certain conditions are met and a special contract is reached with me, I will not disclose these secrets to anyone. It's not just against you. In fact, just before I came here, because the first generation had already met the standards, I had already made a special contract with the first generation and revealed all the relevant secrets to him. So, second generation, you don't have to complain about the first generation. Now among the three living dead, only you and Uchiha Madara have not met the contract requirements and cannot know these things. If possible, I actually hope that you and Uchiha Madara can meet the requirements and contract with me immediately. This is the most beneficial to you and me. Unfortunately, I know this is not very realistic. You and Uchiha Madara doesn't have much affection for me, and it is destined that it will be impossible to meet the contract requirements in the short term or even forever. What a pity. Xianqing said, shaking his head with a look of regret. Chapter 178, Orochimaru's Clone Body Possession Style and Clone Body Absorption Style? 2/5. Hearing this, Senju Tobirama frowned even more. Special contract? Favorability. So, the condition for reaching a contract is the favorability of you. This really makes it difficult for him. He knows too well that his favorability towards Xian is very average. The gene is that Xianqing was born Uchiha. Advertisement. Otherwise, with Suinking's current achievements and those reform plans, his favorability towards Xianqing must have been very high. It seems that I can only try to ask my elder brother and elder sister-in-law. I don't believe that this contract is really so powerful. Can it prevent the contractor from leaking any information? As long as I can get some information indirectly, with my brain, I can definitely guess a lot of secrets of this kid. Humph. Let me see what else you are hiding. With this idea, the second generation immediately said to Xianqing and Orochimaru, "You guys continue. I have to leave first." After that, he directly cast Flying Thunder God and left. Guess what the second generation went to do? Xianqing smiled and joked to Orochimaru. "It must be to find the first generation to explore your secrets, Suinking-jun? Unfortunately, he doesn't know the strength and strictness of your contract. He is destined to return empty-handed." Speaking of this, Orochimaru said with a look of relief, "To be honest, I am very glad that Suinking-kun valued me so much at that time and was willing to use some of the health-preserving exercises to lure me into the trap. Turn up your favorability. Otherwise, with my personality, I am afraid it would be difficult to meet the contract conditions, right?" This is enough to show Suinking's attention and recognition of him. Of course, Yin Shizi is very fortunate that his owner is extremely eager and greedy for Yongnu. Suinking's methods can be so effective. In comparison, the second generation is in trouble. His obsession should be that Konoha is getting better and better and Uchiha is getting worse and worse. If it is only the former, he believes that with Suinking's future contributions to Konoha, the second generation's favorability can be maximized. But when Xianqing is still an Uchiha, things will be troublesome. Unless one day the second generation can figure it out and completely let go of their prejudice and hatred towards the Uchiha, or completely distinguish Xianqing from the Uchiha clan in their hearts and see each other with the eyes of brothers. Neither of these can be achieved in the short term. The future depends entirely on the second generation. Orochimaru also hopes that the second generation can be contracted by Xianqing as soon as possible. In this way, the two can cooperate and research more smoothly and efficiently. Let alone, the meditation method alone, while improving mental power and even soul power, is actually constantly improving a person's brain computing power, analytical ability, memory ability, and even some understanding. This is too important for scientific researchers. Now the second generation's understanding and research ability are still above him. In a few years in the future, if the second generation cannot be contracted and also practices meditation, this situation will be completely reversed. Even in the future, the second generation will not be able to keep up with him. This is a pity. There are very few top scientific research geniuses. Haha. Xianqing heard it and laughed loudly, that's because you deserve it. Let's go. First test the condition of Jiraiya's cells, and also test yours for comparison. Let's see how serious the problem is. Okay. Orochimaru immediately went to a laboratory next door with Xianqing that was specially used for testing blood and cells. Advertisement. The instruments were either purchased or made by the ninja world, or purchased from the pirate world. They are all the most advanced at present. Half an hour later. With the help of Xianqing's powerful mental power, the test was completed. Xianqing looked at the test results in his hand, shook his head and said, sure enough, every cell of Jiraiya has been infected by the toad gene. In fact, the degree of infection is not low. If he uses less and practices less fairy arts in the future, the problem will not be big, at least, there will be no big problem in 50 years. At most, he will become a little uglier, and his behavior and personality will be more like a toad. In addition, his lifespan will be extended, and the upper limit of the chakra amount will continue to increase. But the premise of all this is that he does not make a contract with me, and does not practice the source chakra refining technique and the fairy chakra condensation method in the future. Otherwise, even if he stops practicing Mount Maiboku's fairy art practice method from now on, and instead practices my fairy chakra condensation method, there is no way to reverse this problem. On the contrary, because of the combination of the source chakra refining technique and the fairy chakra condensation method, chakra's characteristics of circulation and accumulation accelerate the transformation into a toad. Unless, find a way to remove all the toad genes in his body. Speaking of this, Xianqing looked at another result, frowned again and said, Orochimaru, your problem is even more serious than Jiraiya's. You directly extracted the snake gene serum and injected it into your body, rewriting your own gene chain from the bottom of the gene. You forcibly tampered with some human genetic characteristics in your own gene chain and replaced them with snake genes. How dare you? You haven't completely turned into a snake yet, but your personality and aura are constantly approaching snakes, which is already a blessing from heaven. I've seen people who are looking for death, but I've never seen someone as deadly as you. Xianqing's head is really about to explode. If he doesn't find a way to solve Orochimaru's problem as soon as possible, he might really turn into a human-shaped snake. Even more thorough than the three goddesses of Rika Cave. Ahaha. Orochimaru laughed and said with cold sweat on his forehead, I didn't expect this at the beginning. Didn't you know enough about genetics at the beginning? I just simply thought that the soft body characteristics of snakes are very suitable for developing some attack and life-saving ninjutsu. Especially my Orokai-style body replacement technique, which saved my life on the battlefield. This is his masterpiece. Don't mention your unlucky ninjutsu. Suinkai was annoyed when he heard it. If you don't want to accelerate your transformation into a snake in the future, you'd better not use this ninjutsu. Otherwise, every time you perform it, you will accelerate your transformation into a snake. It's the same as shedding skin. Did you really not realize this at all when you developed this ninjutsu? Snakes themselves rely on the characteristic of shedding skin again and again to grow and evolve. Orochimaru's great snake-style body replacement technique itself also uses this characteristic. In the process of performing this ninjutsu, it would be strange if it does not accelerate the transformation into a snake. Ah, this. I ignored it in the past because this ninjutsu was so useful. Orochimaru shook his head awkwardly, then looked at Xianqing eagerly and asked, is there any way to save me? He already has the method of longevity from Xianqing, and even sees great hope for the method of eternal life. He definitely doesn't want to become a snake. Because, in the past few years, he can clearly feel that his emotions and rationality as a human being are decreasing and dissipating. Advertisement. He immediately thought that he would become a cold-blooded and cruel snake in the future. For a scientist, a calm and rational brain is very important. For a person, Jiafo's emotions are also an important part of being born as a human being. There are other better ways to achieve immortality, and he is unwilling to give them up. Xianqing nodded, then shook his head, I will study it. First give you some inhibitors to suppress the process of your genes transforming into snakes. Make more time, and then study the targeted drugs to restore your genes. Otherwise, we may only be able to extract and purify your complete genes from your pure human period. Then, through gene cloning technology, clone a new body for you. Then, extract your soul from your old body and integrate it into the cloned body. But in this way, your cultivation will be reset to zero, and many things need to be cultivated from scratch. Of course, your genes and physical talents can also be optimized during the cloning process to give you a better starting point. Can recover faster. Well, at least, ordinary chakra will recover quickly. All the accumulation of source chakra refining will be wasted. The key is that you can't absorb the chakra in your old area to quickly recover your experience. Because these chakras have also been contaminated. After all, chakra itself is produced by the fusion of cell energy and spiritual energy. Cellular energy itself carries personal genetic characteristics. This is also the fundamental reason why the three Holy Land immortal arts can erode human genes. DJB. At this time, Orochimaru wondered, the source chakra refining technique seems to be able to purify chakra and remove impurities. Then it should also be able to remove and erase the snake genetic characteristics in the chakra in my old body through the circulation of the source chakra refining technique, right? If he really uses the method of cloning a new body, he naturally does not want to give up the cultivation of the old body. Even if he has not been practicing source chakra for a long time. But if he can absorb the chakra of the old body, his own chakra cultivation will not only not return to zero, but will also be greatly improved. Even if he continues to clone a large number of bodies and manipulates them to squeeze out chakra for himself to absorb and practice. My own source, wouldn't the chakra cultivation level be soaring? If Xianqing knew the crazy thoughts in Orochimaru's mind at this time, he would definitely complain, this is simply the ninja version of power transmission or power absorption. And gave Orochimaru a few thumbs up to say, you are worthy of it. Orochimaru, so evil. It is indeed possible. Xianqing listened and nodded speechlessly, but it takes a lot of time to absorb and refine it bit by bit. And, if the source chakra refining technique does not reach the mastery level, you can't refine the alien genetic characteristics in it. Once there is a residue, your new body will not be clean and useless. At that time, you have to change your body again. Orochimaru listened, but his eyes lit up slightly and said, this is not bad. Not bad, give it to the devil. Xianqing listened, and immediately said speechlessly, do you understand how much damage this process, which is comparable to taking over another body, will cause to your soul? Even if you practice meditation and have my help, your soul will need to practice meditation for at least several years to repair the damage and loss to your soul after changing your body. In addition, your new body and soul will definitely not be 100% compatible. In the future, you will need to spend a lot of time practicing to adjust the compatibility of the two and slowly run in. Because your soul has long since become the appearance of the old body, which is different from the original you. Chapter 179, Orochimaru's Ambition, Senju Tobirama's Frustration, 3/5. Please subscribe. Oh. That's right. Speaking of this, Xianqing suddenly remembered something and said, I forgot to remind you that the soul and mental power can actually be affected and even polluted by changes in the body's genes. After all, the two complement each other and are interdependent. Not to mention that you extract and synthesize chakra itself also needs mental power. Because, with the existence of meditation, you don't have to worry about the soul and spiritual source being completely affected. Advertisement. At least, you don't need to worry about this for now. You haven't reached this stage yet. Because, your soul and spiritual source have not been polluted. Especially now with the suppression of the contract rune. I think you have noticed this. After the contract with me, your personality and mind have become more controllable. The reason why it has not been completely resolved is that your mental power and soul power have also been polluted. The contract rune can only protect your spirit and soul source. In addition, your core consciousness at this time also thinks that you are a human being. Otherwise, the contract rune will not continue to prevent the snake gene characteristics from eroding your soul and spiritual source. After all, if you think you are a snake, the snake gene characteristics eroding your soul and spiritual source are naturally not an invasion, but an optimization. The contract rune will not prevent this optimization. Well, unless Xianqing forcibly stops it. There is no need to tell Orochimaru about this. Let him be nervous and worried. To prevent him from doing anything wrong in the future. At present, if you change your body, you only need to discard most of the spiritual and soul power of the outer layer of the spiritual and soul origin. So, do you still think it is feasible to keep changing your body? Orochimaru. He didn't expect the problem to be so serious that even the soul has been affected. It seems that the method of using clones to extract chakra for cultivation can only be started after I have a clean body or completely solve the genetic pollution in my current body and soul. Orochimaru thought. Obviously, he took Suinking's words to heart, but because of the previous cloning inspiration, he had a new idea. Thinking of this, he immediately said to Xianqing, in this case, let's make preparations. I will first extract my complete human genes from my own genes and perform certain optimization treatments, then, try to clone 1 or 2 of my new bodies. If you can find a way to solve the genetic pollution of my old body in time, then there is no need to change the body. The cloned new body will not be wasted, and I cannot conduct other experiments. Speaking of this, Orochimaru told Xianqing about the energy-absorbing cultivation method he had just thought of. Xianqing looked at Orochimaru with a strange face and speechless. After a while, he said with a complicated expression, "You are really evil. You have thought of such an evil method. This can be regarded as an alternative version of the magic practice method. I guess you will not be willing to stop you. It's up to you. Remember that it's best not to rush. It's best to move and refine it several times when absorbing energy." Advertisement. Even if your clone is not completely your own body at that time, there is still a certain difference. Don't leave any hidden dangers. If it affects your future height, it's over. This method is actually quite cruel. He himself will not use it, and others around him will not use it, but he is not going to stop Orochimaru from using it. This is not a direction of exploration. I understand. Thank you for your understanding. Orochimaru was delighted when he heard it, and hurriedly thanked him. He thought Xianqing would stop and dislike it. Although he would still come secretly even then, it would be better if he could get Xuanqing's permission. As expected, Xianqing understood him. Next, Xianqing spent more than an hour testing various drugs. The final result was a gene erosion inhibitor pill suitable for Orochimaru. A lot of shadow clone was directly distributed, and it took more than an hour on the spot to prepare a large number of this inhibitor for Orochimaru. He handed it to him and said, "Take 1 pill a day, which is enough for you to take for 1 year. After a year, either I will refine the inhibitor for you again, or by then I will have already found a way to completely solve your gene problem. That's another story. Thank you. Thank you for your trouble." Orochimaru took the pills happily and took one directly. Soon, the drug took effect, and he felt a warm current flowing through his body. He felt that the influence, ferocity and cold-bloodedness that had been constantly generated in his brain and body were temporarily suppressed, and he could hardly feel them. Tisk tisk. Orochimaru smacked his lips and praised, "You are indeed Xianqing Jun. You can create such a powerful drug in such a short time. I now believe that you can develop a drug that can completely purify and restore my genes in a short period of time. In addition, I think you can come to the research department more often in the future to help study the topics of genes and blood limit. It will definitely greatly improve our research efficiency. I can't do it myself, send a shadow clone every day. Before, you only sent a shadow clone from time to time." He didn't care too much before. But that was because he hadn't seen Xianqing's terrifying medical and even scientific research abilities with his own eyes. Now that he had shown a little bit of his skills, he understood that Xianqing's talent and ability in scientific research were probably stronger than his and the second generation combined. The other party's knowledge and medical abilities were too strong. Advertisement. Okay. Xianqing listened and agreed without refusing. Because he also wanted to research various blood inheritance potions and even blood purification and optimization potions as soon as possible. To further improve himself and the overall strength of Uchiha and Konoha. Hey! You agreed? That's great. Orochimaru was overjoyed when he heard it, and then he suddenly remembered Jiraiya and couldn't help asking, "By the way, Xianqing, how should we deal with that idiot Jiraiya?" "Never mind it for now." Xianqing shook his head and said, "First, his gene pollution problem has not reached the irreversible stage, so we can wait. Second, he doesn't have a contract, I can't trust him completely, and some things are not suitable for him to know, CHDB, otherwise, he might tell Mount Maiboku, even if this possibility is small, I won't bet. Even if he won't say it, it's meaningless to help him understand the influence of the toad gene in his body or suppress this influence unless he is willing to temporarily stop practicing fairy arts and wait until I find a real solution, but in this way, he will also be exposed to Mount Maiboku. So, it's better to keep it simple and don't tell him first, it's too troublesome. Anyway, he's not going to die." "That's true." Orochimaru nodded in agreement after hearing this. "I hope this idiot can meet the contract requirements as soon as possible. Otherwise, Jiraiya will be completely left behind by him and Tsunade. Konoha's son? This title is impossible in this world." Orochimaru couldn't help but think of the past and future memories of the ninja world he had obtained. In the original future, he, Jiraiya, and Tsunade Sunan would be given this title by Hanzo, and he couldn't help but think leisurely in his heart. Well, there is nothing to regret. The title was given by others after losing the fight, and there is nothing to be proud of or cherish. This is more like a shame and humiliation in the eyes of Orochimaru now. It's a pity that Hanzo has been killed by Xianqing, otherwise, he would like to kill Hanzo himself. I can use reanimation jutsu to revive Hanzo in the future, kill him, and vent my anger. Orochimaru touched his chin and thought. Alright. That's it. I'm leaving first. Xianqing didn't care about Orochimaru's fantasy, and directly separated a shadow clone to stay here to help with the research, and he left directly. Back to the yard where Uzumaki Mito was. As a result, Tsunade, first generation, Noeki, Uzumaki Mito, they were all still there. Moreover, the atmosphere here was a bit stiff. It was obvious that the second generation wanted to get enough information from several people indirectly, but failed. The second generation obviously underestimated the strictness of the contract. But he was unwilling to give in easily. You know, when he saw Xianqing appear, he snorted coldly, directly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and teleported away. Is he defeated? Xianqing looked at the first generation and asked with some amusement. Obviously. First generation spread his hands helplessly, then gave Xianqing a thumbs up and said, I can only say that your contract is too strict. No matter how Tobirama tried to be roundabout, he failed to achieve any effect. We really can't reveal any of your secrets to the outside world in any way. Tobirama is too stubborn. Mito and I tried our best to persuade him to change his prejudice against you and improve your favorability. As a result, he not only disagreed, but got angry. Simply, stubborn. It seems that you can't expect him to be contracted by you in the short term. He felt a bit disappointed. This was a feeling he hadn't had for a long time since he became Hokage. Stop talking about these unhappy things. Tsunade listened, waved her hand impatiently, interrupted the first generation, looked at Xianqing and asked, how is it? Has the genes of that idiot Jiraiya really been contaminated? To what extent? Can it be solved? What about Orochimaru? Uzumaki Mito and others listened, and also looked at Xianqing. Everything went wrong. Xianqing listened and immediately told the results of the experiment and his own response to the others. Didn't expect Orochimaru's condition to be even worse. This guy is really courting death. He dared to tamper with his own underlying genes. Does he know what he is doing? No wonder I feel that his personality and aura are not right in the past few years. It's crazy. Tsunade couldn't help but complained angrily after listening. Maybe he was stimulated by your terrifying progress in the past few years. Plus, he himself realized the limit of his physical talent, so he chose to go to extremes. Uzumaki Mito reminded with a smile. Hey? Really? Tsunade was stunned when he heard it, and thought about it carefully, and said with some sudden realization, it seems to be true. Since I broke through the cage level more than 2 years ago and made rapid progress, Orochimaru seems to have become more and more anxious and crazy. Damn. Feelings are also caused by me. Tsunade said this with a depressed look on her face. Chapter 180, Investment Promotion Conference, Conspiracy Against Konoha Fire Country, 4/5. Please customize. That afternoon, the new Konoha Jonin and Ninja Representatives Conference was held in the largest conference hall of the Hokage building. This is the first round of Konoha investment promotion plan that I have perfected after many consultations with a few Konoha senior executives. The detailed plan has been put in front of you, everyone take a look first, then we will discuss and see if there is room for improvement. After it is perfected, we will discuss and decide whether you want to invest and participate. At the beginning of the meeting, Xianqing had someone distribute the investment promotion plan document to everyone present, and then said, yes. Everyone listened and agreed, then picked up the document in front of them and began to read it carefully. As they looked at it, everyone couldn't help but start talking to the people around them. This plan seems to be integrated with the expansion and reconstruction plan in Konoha's first 5 plan. Indeed. However, these should not require the support of us or even the powerful merchants of the Land of Fire. With the efforts of the wood style of the first generation and Uchiha Madara and the earth style ninjas of the village can complete it alone, right? Advertisement. It should be Hokage wants to get the entire Konoha and even the Land of Fire to join in and jointly develop and divide the benefits. This is the fastest way to make Konoha grow and develop rapidly. Indeed, for the village, the division of partial benefits cannot be compared with the overall development of the village. This is a good thing. The village is giving us benefits and allowing everyone to invest and make money together. As long as we invest, we can all have an extra property in the future. But can this really make money? Will people really come to the village for reconstruction and expansion, and can it develop? Don't leave it all empty by then. What's the difference between that and an abandoned old city? This plan obviously doesn't mean to force you. If you don't think this plan is right, you don't have to invest, but don't sing the opposite tune. That's right. Considering the development of the village, I think this plan is very good. Besides, with the participation of the entire village and even the powerful businessmen of the Land of Fire, how can it not develop? I'm still not optimistic. Our family background is too shallow. We don't have much money, so we won't participate. Although I don't have much money personally, I have saved a lot of money from my years as a Jainin on missions. I decided to invest some money to lay the foundation for my son and future family. I believe in the vision and ability of the Hokage. Me too. At most, I will lose a few million, and I will only make a few 100,000 over the years. For a moment, the people present had different opinions. Some had confidence in the village, some were bold, some were timid, and some were cautious and wait and see, all kinds of attitudes. Xianqing took all of this in his sight, and was satisfied when he determined that most people and families had the intention to invest. He never expected that everyone present would be so visionary and courageous and willing to participate in the investment. As long as most people are willing to participate, this matter will be initially accomplished. And those who participate will never regret today's decision in the future. As for losing money? That's impossible. Xianqing has too many ways and means to make this happen. Otherwise, how can he be confident that he can unify the ninja world in the future and make it better? If a village cannot be developed and governed well, let alone the entire ninja world or even a larger one. Pirate's World. In a flash, half an hour passed. After making sure that everyone had read it carefully and discussed it with the people around them, they had roughly determined their ideas. Xianqing knocked on the table and signaled everyone to be quiet. After everyone shut up and looked over, he stood up and looked around, then said, I believe everyone has read the plan. If you have any suggestions for modification and improvement, you can raise your hands now. As soon as Xianqing finished speaking, many people raised their hands. Xianqing asked them one by one, and took out their opinions and suggestions and discussed them with everyone present. Determine whether they are reasonable and good. If they are good, they will be directly adopted and added to the plan. If it's not good, just abandon it. This went on for more than an hour, and after making sure that no one raised their hands to make suggestions, Xianqing ordered people to recopy the revised plan and distribute a copy to everyone present. After they read it and had no objections, he said, in this case, next, everyone can choose to participate in the investment on behalf of themselves or the family behind them. Of course, I have to remind you that this time, the shares allocated to the people in the village are 30%. Advertisement. And there is an upper limit for individual and family investment, not unlimited investment. This is also to avoid the allocated shares being occupied by too many families or individuals, resulting in more families or individuals who are willing to invest being unable to participate. Of course, if the 30% of shares allocated due to restrictions are not fully subscribed, the remaining shares will be used for a second investment by the families and individuals who have already invested. In addition, the village itself will occupy 50% of the remaining 70%, and the remaining 20% will be reserved for the Fire Country dignitaries and great philanthropists to participate. Of course, the village will not contribute money, but simply provide land, manpower, and labor. You need to know this. Okay. That's about it. Everyone can start investing. If you are interested, go to the large conference room opposite to register with the staff and sign the subscription form. And, within 10 days, the subscription funds must be in place. That's it. Dismissed. After speaking, Xianqing got up and left with Uzumaki Mito, Uchiha's Hilly, first generation, second generation and others. He came directly to the Hokage's office. Xianqing, didn't you tell me yesterday that the building materials and furniture industry matters were also going to be discussed and tendered at the meeting? Why didn't you say that? As soon as he arrived at the Hokage's office, Uchiha Yuri couldn't help but ask in confusion. Oh? Building materials and furniture industry? What is this? Uzumaki Mito and others looked at the two in confusion. The thing is, Xianqing listened and explained immediately, aren't we going to renovate and expand Konoha next? Even if the first generation and Madara have taken care of most of the things, the furniture and many decoration, water and electricity and other issues also need to be solved by the company. With Konoha's future renovation and expansion plan, this will definitely be a huge market. Instead of handing it over to outsiders, it is better for us to build a building materials and decoration group and furniture company ourselves, right? Everyone nodded after hearing this. Uchiha's Hilly looked at his son's nonsense meaningfully. Obviously, this plan was originally thought of because he wanted to build a safe living base in the space-time gate space. However, it can't be completely nonsense. Konoha's renovation and expansion does have a larger market. In addition, she also knew that it was because of the presence of the second generation and Uchiha Madara that Xianqing couldn't say it directly. Xianqing continued, the reason why I didn't mention it at the meeting just now is because I think the benefits of the previous investment attraction are enough to attract most of the branch house families and people in the village. They may not have the spare energy to participate in this. It is better to let our Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki tribes, plus the village, run these two industries. While giving the village an additional profitable industry, it also adds a lucrative industry for our three families. What do you think? I agree on behalf of the Senju. Uzumaki Mito immediately smiled kind. Me too, I agree on behalf of the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Looming also smiled happily. He was very glad that he agreed to form an alliance with Uchiha. Otherwise, such a good thing would not be their turn. Advertisement. Uchiha will definitely support you unconditionally, Xianqing. Uchiha's Hilly also smiled and expressed his opinion. At this time, the second generation could not help but ask Xianqing, fourth generation, are you not going to let Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki participate in the investment attraction plan? Of course not. Xianqing was stunned and chuckled, I have already discussed the shares of the three tribes with Lord Mito, Senior Lu Ming and my mother in advance, and left enough shares for the main members of Konoha. Of course, I didn't go too far, I just divided it within the upper limit of the specified investment amount. 0. It's fair, isn't it? Although Uchiha doesn't lack this industry and this income, it can't be ignored. Whether it is for the future of Uchiha or to prevent Uchiha from being out of place, it is the same. Is that so? Then I have no problem. The second generation listened, nodded in understanding, and shut up directly. It seems that he was completely overthinking. This kid is more thoughtful and mature than he thought. But Xianqing was not going to let him go, but said to him directly, second generation, you promised to go to the Fire Kingdom to ask for this year's financial support and to ask the daimyo, the dignitaries of the Fire Kingdom, and the big businessmen. It's time to set off, right? The investment should be established as soon as possible. Especially, get the daimyo and the dignitaries of the Fire Kingdom and the big businessmen to join as soon as possible, and then you can openly absorb imports from all over the Fire Kingdom, right? Otherwise, Konoha's sudden expansion will definitely arouse the vigilance and opposition of the daimyo and the dignitaries of the Fire Kingdom. But if these high-level officials of the Fire Kingdom are involved in this plan and the division of interests, then all this will not be a problem. I believe that at that time, they will strongly support Konoha's absorption of population and large-scale development. There is no need to worry that they will not be willing to invest in the future. Don't underestimate these people's brains. This is open and above board the opportunity for the big names to invest and intervene in Konoha. The daimyo and the Fire Nation dignitaries have always wanted to do this. Now that the opportunity is in front of them, how could they not be fooled? As for investing in Konoha's expansion real estate projects, will they really further intervene in Konoha's affairs? Think too much. Real estate is real estate, don't take it for granted. Xianqing can allow people from their families to move here in the future, send their children to ninja schools or ordinary schools, and become a member of Konoha. But it is impossible to agree to their intervention in Konoha's military, economy, and politics. As for their disapproval afterwards, Xianqing holds the biggest fist. Speaking to you in a good tone, warning you not to listen. Don't blame him for talking to them about physics at that time. Although he doesn't like fighting, he also knows a little about boxing. Haha. Chapter 181, Hashirama is tricked, and the daimyo is respectful to Senju Tobirama, 5/5. Please subscribe. Okay. The second generation listened and nodded helplessly, it's late today, it's not appropriate to go there, and it can't be completed. I will leave early tomorrow morning. I just happen to have the Flying Thunder God spell there, so it will be very convenient to go. However, if you want to convince the daimyo and so many dignitaries and big businessmen in the Land of Fire, it will probably take many days for the daimyo to gather these people for discussion. It's a waste of time. In the future, I may only leave one shadow clone there to deal with this matter most of the time, and I will come back every day to continue my research. Advertisement. Recently, the research on various home appliances is at a critical moment and cannot be delayed. In addition, after the discussion is complete, I suggest that fourth generation, you go there yourself or send Xiaogang and the others to use your Flying Thunder God technique to teleport everyone here directly. First, it will save time. Second, you can also take the opportunity to intimidate these people so that they won't make trouble. What do you think? At this point, second generation thought about it seriously, looked at Xianqing and suggested, it's best for you to do this yourself, which can best demonstrate your strength and deterrence. So that these people will think you are too young and look down on you. It must be said that the second generation was very clear about the business, and did not hinder or give good suggestions because of his personal grudge against Uchiha. The suggestion he made was very pertinent. Few people in Konoha would question whether Xianqing could become a qualified Hokage because of his age. But it is not certain outside Konoha. Oh. Xianqing raised his eyebrows in surprise after hearing this, looked at the second generation, smiled and nodded, okay. Second generation, your suggestion is very good, I will go there in person when the time comes. Just notify me when the time comes. The second generation listened and nodded with satisfaction. At this time, Xianqing turned to the second generation and said, speaking of which, second generation, have you seen the Flying Thunder God technique that I asked the first generation to give you, which I improved? How do you feel? Is it helpful to you? Yes. He did it on purpose. Since he was giving benefits to the second generation, isn't it actually a kind of ridicule? After all, the Flying Thunder God technique was first created by the second generation. As a result, now Xianqing took out a more perfect and complete Flying Thunder God technique. God knows how the second generation felt in their hearts. The second generation listened, glanced at Xianqing and said, I got it, it's very good, it helps me a lot, you are worthy of being a super demon. In the future, you are welcome to continue to improve the Flying Thunder God technique, or even my other ninjutsu. When the time comes, I can also take advantage of you and become stronger. Del. Speaking of this, the second generation paused and glanced at Uchiha sitting next to his eldest brother, Madara, and then continued to look at Xianqing and teased, if I can defeat someone in the future, it would be great. Hehe. Hey. Uchiha Madara naturally noticed Senju Tobirama's little move, and immediately frowned, and said angrily, Senju Tobirama, what do you mean? You want to defeat me? You are still 10,000 years early. Hehe. The second generation listened and ignored Uchiha Madara. Because, he really can't beat Uchiha Madara now. Well. The real Uchiha Madara in his prime. As for the current degraded version of Uchiha Madara? Although he can beat him with one hand. But first of all, he disdains to bully the degraded version of Uchiha Madara, which makes him look like a bully and petty. Secondly, his elder brother Hashirama does not allow it. Well. It's mainly the second reason. As for the first reason? Senju Tobirama said that regardless of whether he was a degraded version or not, it was mainly Uchiha Madara. If there was a chance to beat him up or even beat him up several times, he would not be able to resist such an opportunity at all. What a pity, what a pity. Well, it's not impossible in the future. Wait. Xianqing listened, looked at second generation and Uchiha Madara with interest, and smiled slightly. Okay. I'll wait. Humph. I'll wait. Second generation and Uchiha Madara said kite in unison. One squinted and smiled, the other snorted coldly. After that, they talked about other things for a while, and then the others left one after another. Xianqing specifically left behind Uzumaki Mito, Senju Hashirama, Uzumaki Ashi, and his mother Uchiha Chiri. He waved his hand to open the barrier and said to the three people, in fact, regarding the building materials decoration and furniture company, I have some key things to say because there are people without contracts. My mother already knew this, and I have discussed it with her. That is to establish one or more large-scale safe living bases in the space-time gate space. This is to deal with unexpected events, especially when the Sage of Six Paths noticed the changes in Konoha before we were fully prepared and cracked down on us. In that case, we will definitely need to transfer and teleport most of the contractors away from the ninja world in a timely manner. But it is not appropriate to let them appear in large numbers in the pirates' world. It would be better if there is a transit survival base in the space-time gate space. Advertisement. It is for this reason that I plan to build one or more such bases in the space-time gate space. Even, not only in the ninja world, if similar problems occur in the pirates' world, the space-time gate base will also be the safest survival and even production base for all our contractors. To build a base in the space-time gate space, a large amount of building materials, decoration materials, furniture materials, etc. are needed. In terms of construction, I can ask the first generation to help, or I can directly use the authority of the space-time gate space to control the construction. What do you think? The reason why the first generation is considered to be needed is because its wood style can produce a large amount of high-quality wood and even vegetation. As long as a large amount of soil is collected in the space-time gate space and some seeds of flowers, plants, and trees are provided to the first generation, it will be fine. So, the first generation is definitely the chosen construction worker. A safe base in the space-time gate space? I think it's great. It is indeed the safest place. Uzumaki Mito listened and nodded in agreement. How could such a good thing be rejected? I agree too. Uzumaki Luming also nodded. However, the first generation listened and touched the back of his head helplessly and said, build a base again. What scale do you plan to build this base? How many people can it accommodate? What functions do you need? As soon as he opened his mouth, a long list of professional questions popped up. He is an old hand. It can be seen that the first generation has been forced to learn a lot of knowledge related to construction engineering recently. Xianqing was about to say something. Stop. But the next moment, he was interrupted by the first generation. He rarely looked at me and said, don't even think about a base with a population of 1 million. Do you want to tire me to death? Don't think I'm a living dead and use me to death. I am your predecessor and the first Hokage of Konoha. I have human rights, okay? Don't play like this. Good guy, he started with a safe base with a population of 1 million. Can this still be called a base? This is clearly trying to build a comprehensive city that can accommodate 1,000,000 people from scratch. It's not human. Puff. Uzumaki Mito and others heard it, and seeing Hashirama's look, they couldn't help but Ichiraku. It seems that the first generation has been full of grievances recently. The flowers of human rights have been spoken out. First generation. Be patient. Be patient. Things are not as terrible as you think. Xianqing was helpless when he saw this, and quickly comforted him. Didn't I say before? You don't have to build it. I can use the authority of the space-time gate space to directly complete most of the construction of the city base. Just provide enough building materials. The only thing I need your help with is probably the construction of the base and some vegetation and flowers around the base. These can't be done by authority, and you have to use your wood style. Is that okay? The space-time gate space actually has its own origin, and consuming the origin can also accelerate the germination and growth of seeds. But it's too wasteful. The origin of the space-time gate space is too precious, and the recovery is also very slow. Xianqing is reluctant to give it up. There are ready-made tree planting experts, and the cost is basically zero, so why not use them? Just plant some flowers and trees. The first generation calmed down after hearing this, and asked in surprise. 0145122227 Fila 1112828590. Of course. Can I deceive you about this? I can divide up storage space for you at will, so can't I easily build a city with building materials? Xianqing nodded affirmatively. That's right. Hashirama listened, nodded in agreement, and immediately smiled again and said, if it's just like this, then I agree. Tree planting. Clap your hands and perform a wood style, it's simple. Uzumaki Mito and others listened, but Ichiraku in their hearts. Silently for the deceived Hashirama mourned. Indeed, it is just planting trees. But how big would a city with a population of 1,000,000 be? How much vegetation would be needed? It would definitely not be a small project. Advertisement. But compared to Hashirama built an entire city, which is indeed much simpler. On that day, the investment quota for attracting investment within Kunshin caused a frenzy among many ninjas in Konoha, and even small families. Before the second round of investment was launched, the first round was directly snapped up. Even some people who intended to invest failed to grab the quota, and therefore beat their chests, regretting that they acted too late and should not have hesitated. For a time, Xianqing relied on this Konoha reconstruction and expansion project plan to directly win over and unite most of the ninjas in the entire Konoha, and his control over Konoha further soared. At the same time, a large amount of money was gathered in his hands. It easily solved most of the funding problems for the subsequent Konoha's first 5 reforms. For a time, all departments began to operate intensively and fully launched reforms in all departments. Konoha also began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. The engineering department was even busier. The expansion of ninja schools, the construction of ordinary schools, the planning of commercial streets, the reconstruction of residential areas, and so on. All of them need people from the engineering department to complete. Well, mainly Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. But they were too busy. Xianqing could only issue tasks again, summoning a large number of Grandmaster Earth-style, Wind-style, and Fire-style ninjas to temporarily join the engineering department to cooperate in accelerating the construction and reconstruction of Konoha. It was also under such circumstances that Second Hokage Senju Tobirama performed the Flying Thunder God technique and came to the Fire City. After the notification, he easily met the current daimyo of the Land of Destruction. Moreover, it was the daimyo of the Land of Fire who came out to greet him in person after receiving the notification. I remember your name is Kitai, and you are the eldest son born to the previous daimyo and a woman from my Senju clan, right? After being warmly and respectfully welcomed into the hall by the daimyo, Tobirama sat down at the daimyo's invitation and asked while looking at the daimyo. Yes. Lord Tobirama. The daimyo nodded and said, after all, I am your nephew. Please have something to eat. These are the best fruit snacks in the ninja world. Seeing the daimyo's flattering and respectful appearance, Senju Tobirama shook his head helplessly and refused, no need. You should know that I am just a living dead now. It doesn't matter to me whether I eat or not. Hee. The daimyo smiled awkwardly and nodded, I did hear from Konoha before that you have the first generation and even Uchiha Madara resurrected, but I never dared to confirm it, I didn't expect it to be true. Konoha actually mastered the forbidden technique of resurrecting the dead. It's really amazing. He even thought about whether he could obtain this forbidden technique and arrange for someone to wait for him to die, resurrect him, and gain eternal life. After all, he saw that the current Senju Tobirama looked no different from normal people except for the slightly different eye color and some subtle cracks on his face and body. The key point is that, according to his understanding, the people resurrected by reanimation jutsu seem to have immortal bodies. Isn't this perfect? Who is Senju Tobirama? He saw the daimyo's thoughts at a glance and said speechlessly, it's nothing great. This forbidden technique was created and developed by me back then. Although it has been further improved by the current 4th generation. But it is not a true resurrection technique. The resurrected person needs to endure the wear and tear of the soul at all times. The soul itself feels like it is trapped in a cage, and it is not as beautiful as you think. My elder brother and I were very strong before we died, which led to strong souls. Therefore, we can maintain this state for a long time. But there are limits. If you are an ordinary person like you who has not practiced, I am afraid that you will not be able to endure it for many years, and your soul will be completely wiped out and completely disappear. So, don't think about it. If you want to prolong your life, you can find Uchiha bought some nutritional pills and medicines to nourish and regulate the body. I dare not say anything else. As long as you pay attention to some maintenance, you should be able to live for another year. It should not be a problem. Isn't this much better than my state of living dead? Even I am not prepared to stay in the world forever. After confirming that the 4th generation's ability is fine and Konoha is restored to prosperity, I will almost ascend to heaven and return to the pure land of the underworld. The daimyo was stunned when he heard Senju Tobirama's words, and he directly gave up the idea of asking Konoha for reanimation jutsu and using this method to revive himself in the future. Because he believed Senju Tobirama's words. He didn't think this person would lie to him. He had seen Senju 5.9 Tobirama many times at the beginning. He knew his uncle very well. He didn't like to lie or bend around when facing himself and his father at the beginning. He was his nephew after all, so he wouldn't lie to him. After all, lies will always be exposed one day. So, he nodded immediately and said, I was thinking wrongly about uncle's teaching. But, is it true that Uchiha has medicine that can extend my life to 100 years? At this time, the daimyo lowered his attitude and used honorifics to Senju Tobirama. Obviously, he took this issue very seriously. This is to extend my life to 100 years. For a daimyo like him who only needs to enjoy himself, it is a huge surprise. He is far from living enough. Otherwise, he would not have coveted reanimation jutsu just now. Of course, as a daimyo, it is indeed inappropriate to use honorifics to Senju Tobirama, a former Hokage. After all, the daimyo and the Hokage are on an equal footing. But on the one hand, Senju Tobirama is strictly speaking his uncle. On the other hand, Senju Tobirama is still a dead man, and brought him such good news. What's wrong with being more respectful? It won't lose a piece of meat. Yes. Senju Tobirama nodded affirmatively. I think you should have heard that both Uchiha's current elder Uchiha Yuri and my sister-in-law Uzumaki Mito have restored their youth to a certain extent, conditioned their bodies and extended their lives. In fact, it was the Uchiha's medicine that at least healed the hidden injuries left in the past and made their bodies fully recovered. Even powerful ninjas like them can do it. You are just an ordinary person, so it is naturally not a problem. If you need it, I can personally help you talk to Uchiha or 4th generation, they will definitely not refuse. Of course, don't be stingy with the money you should give when the time comes. Chapter 182, The Daimyo Who Knows the Current Situation, The Daimyo's Little Thoughts, 1/5, Please order by yourself. Of course. Of course. The daimyo smiled and nodded, Thank you, uncle. I'll leave this to you. By the way, I haven't asked you yet, uncle, what's the important matter that you came here for? He was quite curious and confused about this. In theory, Konoha has a new Hokage, shouldn't the Hokage come here in person? Advertisement. In addition, Konoha has changed the Hokage this time, and it is certain that the new Hokage has not discussed it with him. This actually made him feel a little unhappy. But considering that it was Uzumaki Mito who led it, he didn't say much. Now that Senju Tobirama came in person, the little bit of unhappiness in his heart disappeared. Well. And because the 1st generation and Uchiha Madara were also resurrected. He was definitely not afraid. Absolutely not. He estimated that Senju Tobirama came to inform him on behalf of the current 4th Hokage. By the way, it should be to ask for financial support. After all, Konoha had just won a victory, and it consumed a lot of materials and money, and some people died. All of these require money. And Konoha's ability to make money mainly depends on missions and the support of the daimyo's mansion. During the war, the income from missions will be sharply reduced. 3 things. Senju Tobirama listened and went straight to the point, holding up 3 fingers and said, First, Konoha Hokage has changed, the 4th generation has taken office, and I can't leave at the moment, let me tell you. The daimyo listened and nodded, thinking, sure enough. At the same time, he smiled and nodded on the surface, well. The 4th generation is thoughtful, I received this. Please ask my uncle to say hello to him for me. Senju Tobirama listened and nodded without comment, and then said, Second, Konoha has just experienced a war. Although it has defeated Rain Shinobi Village, 16 Rock Shinobi, and Sand Shinobi successively, it has also suffered a lot of losses. Even the previous generation Hokage Kage Sawa Danzo died in the battle. Thousands of Konoha's elite soldiers also died in the battle. Plus the casualties in the previous few months, this requires a large amount of compensation. So, Konoha hopes that the daimyo can allocate another 1 billion to support Konoha's post-war recovery and compensation. Is that okay? When the daimyo heard these words, even though he was prepared, his eyes twitched slightly. 1 billion is nothing to him. But uncle, you said that Danzo and the 1000 ninjas from the 4 clans, including Sarutobi, died for Konoha, and they still want compensation. Don't you feel guilty about it? I'm not deaf and blind. Don't I know that Konoha held a public trial of Danzo and the 3rd generation and the 4 families behind them a few days ago? I heard that even the dead Danzo was resurrected and tried again. Even, he was tied to the square in front of the Hokage building and allowed the villagers who had a grudge against him in the past to hack him to death. It was simply too brutal. This was also an important reason why Uchiha Xianqing did not report to him before taking office and took office with his permission. He was just a little dissatisfied. He had already seen that this Uchiha Xianqing was definitely a ruthless person. It is best not to offend him. It is said that he single-handedly quelled the war on the battlefield. He used the terrifying lightning style to kill tens of thousands of elite ninjas from 3 ninja villages alone, and also killed the leader of Rain Shinobi village, the demigod Hands of the Salamander, and the 3rd Kazekage of Sand Shinobi. A brutal group. Originally, he did not believe these records at first. But after repeated confirmation, plus the brutality shown by Uchiha Xianqing after taking office, he had to believe it. Therefore, despite his inner complaints, the daimyo nodded and agreed on the surface. Okay, Konoha has made great efforts for the future of the Fire Country this time, and it is reasonable to give more aid this year. I will arrange 1 billion in money and food as soon as possible. When the time comes, Konoha will have to send someone to receive it to avoid accidents. Advertisement. The ninja world and even the Fire Country are not very peaceful now. Of course. Senju Tobirama nodded with satisfaction, and finally said, "Third, I have a commercial bidding plan for the reconstruction and expansion of Konoha proposed by the 4th generation. It has been passed within Konoha and has been supported by all the ninjas and even ninjas in Konoha. 30% of the shares have been subscribed by various clans and individual ninjas in Konoha. 50% belongs to the Konoha official. The remaining 20%, 4th generation thinks that Konoha is part of the Land of Fire. This good opportunity to make a lot of money should not be missed by the daimyo and the many dignitaries and even big businessmen in the Land of Fire. You should also be given an opportunity to participate in the construction and planning of Konoha. Daimyo, take a look first. If you don't understand or have any doubts, you can ask me directly." Speaking, Senju Tobirama handed a business plan for the daimyo to the daimyo. Oh. The daimyo took the plan unexpectedly and flipped through it. DAF. After a while, when the daimyo finished reading, he took a breath of cold air, looked up at the 2nd generation and said, "Uncle, is Konoha going to expand? Why so suddenly? Also, is it too radical?" His first reaction after reading the plan was that Konoha wanted to enhance its own strength and influence. This has both advantages and disadvantages for him as a daimyo. The advantage is that a stronger Konoha can make other ninja villages and countries dare not easily invade the Land of Fire. It can better protect the safety of the Land of Fire. The disadvantage is that it is likely to cause an imbalance of power between Konoha and the daimyo mansion. He has to consider this. But refuse? From this plan, he can see that the 4th Hokage is obviously determined to do this. Moreover, all the ninja clans and ninjas in Konoha have been integrated. At present, Konoha is already a solid block on this matter. Even without the support of the daimyo mansion and the dignitaries of the Land of Fire, the expansion plan of Konoha should be completed with the foundation of these ninja clans. As for Konoha attracting immigrants and increasing the population in the future, they must do this, and the Fire Country is afraid that they can't stop it. If they do it openly, they will directly turn against Yat. If they do it secretly, it doesn't make much sense. Konoha is still very attractive to many civilians. Because there are a lot of powerful ninjas there, which is a synonym for safety. At least, there will be no bandits or wandering ninjas there. At the same time, evil forces cannot survive in Konoha. This is very attractive to most civilians in the Fire Country. Not to mention that the plan also includes the expansion of ninja schools, the increase in enrollment quotas, and the establishment of ordinary schools. These are very attractive to civilians and even many dignitaries and businessmen. Although many dignitaries look down on ninjas on the surface, thinking that they are just a group of mercenaries and killing tools. But at the same time, they actually desire to obtain more and stronger ninja power in their hearts to protect their own rights and interests. Therefore, even if the daimyo himself disagrees, he cannot stop some dignitaries and businessmen from participating. In the end, his opposition will become meaningless. So, it is better to participate directly. At least he can intervene in Konoha, right? This was not possible before. Konoha is extremely xenophobic. Advertisement. The intervention of a daimyo like him is strictly prohibited. This is a good opportunity. So, after reading it, the daimyo pondered for a while and said to the second generation, this plan is very good. In this way, Konoha will become stronger and more conducive to protecting the land of fire. On behalf of the daimyo's mansion, I agree in principle and am willing to participate in the investment. As for other dignitaries and big businessmen in the land of fire, I can summon these people to discuss in the name of the daimyo's mansion. But I can't guarantee how many of them will agree in the end. At this time, he wished that fewer people would participate and directly take that % of the share. On the one hand, he could get greater benefits in the future. On the other hand, it could greatly increase his voice in Konoha. In his opinion, if he had 20% of the shares in the Konoha expansion project, he would really have a say and a hand in Konoha. That's enough. On behalf of Konoha, I thank the daimyo for his support. Second generation listened and nodded with satisfaction. That's all he wanted. After that, he would naturally try to persuade as many dignitaries and businessmen as possible. Haha. You're too polite, uncle. Daimyo listened and waved his hand with a smile, saying, in that case, I'll send someone to send a message to the dignitaries and big businessmen in the fire country. However, some people don't live in the fire city, so it will take about 10 days to gather all the people. I will set the time for the discussion in daimyo mansion in 10 days, what do you think, uncle? This time, he plans to gather a group of dignitaries who support him in the fire country later to discuss privately. Make a tacit agreement and join hands to take more shares at that time. Okay, let's do it in 10 days. However, I still have a lot of things to do next, so I won't stay here for the time being. I'll come back in 10 days. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. 352nd generation listened and stood up to say goodbye. Hey? Are you leaving now? Why don't you stay here for a few more days so that I can entertain you? Seeing this, the daimyo immediately stood up and tried to persuade him to stay. No need. See you in 10 days. The second generation heard this, waved his hand, and the next moment he used the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared. Seeing this, the daimyo narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured, Space-time ninjutsu? I didn't expect to see this move again after so many years. Uncle is still so powerful. Even after resurrection, his strength seems to have not decreased by half. This reanimation jutsu seems to be more powerful than I thought. Unfortunately, it is impossible to get it easily. In addition, this forbidden technique is of little significance to his resurrection after death, so the daimyo's desire for this technique is naturally greatly reduced. Pirates World, Sabayati Archipelago, Shuki's Blackmail Bar. Xianqing, Uchiha Yuri, Uzumaki Mito, and Senju Hashirama came here together and met Yuanxian and Rayleigh again. Hey! Shuki! Long time no see. As soon as Xianqing entered the door, he smiled and raised his hand to greet Shuki at the bar. Hey? Are you brother Xianqing? When Shuki saw Xianqing and Uchiha's Hilly behind him, her eyes lit up immediately, and she said with some surprise, it's been a while since we last met. How come you have time to come to my place today? And you brought so many people with you. What's the matter? She could vaguely feel that whether it was Uchiha's Hilly, Uzumaki Mito, or Senju Hashirama, they all gave her a very dangerous feeling. Obviously, these three people were at least not weaker than her. In fact, they were probably stronger than her. This made her even more curious. First, she was curious about where Xianqing found the other two strong men. Second, she was curious about why Xianqing and Uchiha's Hilly's strength, especially their physical strength, improved so quickly. It's only been more than 3 years. Of course, she actually saw Xianqing a few times in the past few years. It was always Xianqing who came to play or something. The appearance was very sudden. It gave her a very mysterious feeling. Even her intelligence system rarely received information from Xianqing and others in these years. Chapter 183, Uchiha Yuri vs. Rayleigh, Dominance vs. Dominance, 2/5, please order by yourself. Can't you come here to have a drink with you and Uncle Rayleigh? Hearing this, Xianqing smiled and sat down at the bar. At this time, there were no other guests in the bar, and it was deserted. You don't look like you're here to reminisce about the past, but rather to mess things up. If I didn't know you, I would have thought that a powerful enemy had come. Advertisement. After hearing this, Shuki rolled his eyes at him and teased him. Haha. Big enemy, that's exaggerated. Xianqi smiled and waved his hand, then pointed at Uzumaki Mito and others and introduced them to Shuki. This is Uzumaki Mito, this is Senju Hashirama, they are all seniors in our village, and they are very strong. However, we have never fought with the emperor-level people, so we are not clear about our own position. This time I came here to ask Uncle Rayleigh to learn from my 3 elders, so that we can find our position and facilitate future development in the sea. Of course, if Shuki is willing, you can do it for us. For this, we are willing to pay 1 ton of gold as a reward. How about it? Although 1 ton of gold is a lot, it is just a drop in the bucket for Xianqing who has obtained the Golden City. But it is not easy to find an emperor-level master who is willing to learn from his side. You can't just challenge the Marine Admiral or the Pirates Emperor of New World, right? That would completely offend the other party, and it would be a life and death battle. Before he was sure of his own strength, he would definitely not take such a risk. Oh? Is this the purpose of your coming this time? After hearing this, Shuki looked at Xianqing and the others in surprise. Although she felt it was a bit strange, she thought about it and felt that she could agree to it. The main reason was that Xianqing was too generous. A ton of gold for a fight. It's not a life and death battle, this deal is very cost-effective. Anyway, Rayleigh at home is either drinking or gambling every day, so it's good for him to make some extra money and stretch his muscles. After thinking this through, she nodded to Xianqing and said, no problem. But forget about me, my strength is very average. Let Rayleigh come. I'll call him back now, you guys sit down first. As he said this, Shuki poured a glass of wine for Hashirama and others, and prepared a glass of milk for Xianqing. In Suinking's speechless expression, he left the bar and quickly rushed to a casino on island number 3 in Suinking's perception. This Shuki is also very strong. It feels like he has at least the strength of the peak of cage level. At this time, Hashirama couldn't help but comment. About the same. Xianqing listened and nodded, I have given you relevant information. She is the former emperor of Nine Snake Island and should have been a member of the dead pirates Overlord Rock's pirate. It is normal for her to be stronger. It's just that she is relatively low-key and is currently mainly doing high-intelligence work. This place is much larger than ours, and the resources are much richer. With the increase in the population and resource base, the number of strong people is naturally greater. If you don't count the Tsutsuki clan, our place is really incomparable to here. But, we will definitely catch up in the future. The people of the ninja world are not without advantages. In addition to ninjutsu, the number of cells of the ninja world people is 3 times that of ordinary people in the pirates world, which makes them come to the pirates world. Most of them have good talents in bodybuilding. Haha. I am confident about this. Don't we have Xianqing? With you here, it will be possible. Hashirama heard it and laughed out loud. Xianqing can constantly cheat for the contractor. The few people waited here for only a few minutes, and Shuki came in with Rayleigh, who looked curious. Hey! Uncle Rayleigh! How are you? Xianqing smiled and raised his hand to greet him, and introduced the people around him again. Then, he asked, I think Shuki has already told you my needs. How about it? Can you agree? Advertisement. Rayleigh listened, looked at Hashirama and others, and finally locked his eyes on Hashirama and asked doubtfully, of course it's possible. You are so generous, even if I don't agree, Shuki will agree with this. But this person gives me a very strange feeling, he doesn't seem like a living person. Can you tell me what's going on? If it involves your secrets, it's okay not to tell. He could sense a strong sense of danger from Hashirama. But the aura of this person was not right at all, not like a living person. In that case, I won't say anything. Xianqing listened and nodded directly, and said Kide. You. Rayleigh opened his mouth and looked at Xianqing speechlessly. He thought, this kid really doesn't give face. But he also saw that this obviously involved Xianqing's deep secrets, and it was normal not to want to say it. I wouldn't have asked if I had known. Okay. Rayleigh shook his head after thinking about it, and then said, so, who will go first for the sparring? I'll go first. But it's not convenient to fight here, let's go to the nearby deserted island. I happen to know a good location. Uchiha Yuri stood up first and said. Okay. Rayleigh naturally had no objection and prepared to go out. At this time, Xianqing directly stretched out his hand and put it on one of his shoulders and said, no need to go. I will take you there directly. Shuki, do you want to come with us? Xianqing said, looking at Changxian. Oh? Is it convenient? Shuki raised her eyebrows after hearing this. She was really interested in this and was just trying to see what Xianqing and the others were up to. If she wasn't curious about this extremely powerful stranger who suddenly appeared, she would be unworthy of her identity as an intelligence boss. It's not inconvenient. Come here. I'll take you there. Xianqing smiled and waved at her. Shuki immediately came over and grabbed one of Suinking's hands. Swish. The next moment, Xianqing brought Rayleigh and Shuki to a beast island somewhere in the calm belt. Hashirama and the other two followed closely and were also teleported here. Hey? This shouldn't be near the Sabayati archipelago, but the calm belt, right? As soon as they came, Rayleigh and Quangkai asked curiously. Good. Xianqing nodded affirmatively, I just thought about it. If we choose to settle near Sabayati Archipelago, it will make too much noise and easily attract the investigation of marine and even world government. It will easily cause trouble for you to settle in Sabayati Archipelago later, so, we changed it to here. Well, it is also convenient for them to continue to hide their strength from the outside world for the time being, so that other forces will not know some of their details. Okay. You are right. Rayleigh and Shuki listened and nodded in understanding. In fact, they are also very curious about Xianqing's space transmission method. Although they have known it for a long time, they still can't help it. However, they did not ask about this. Haha. Okay. Then let's start the competition. To be honest, I am also very curious about your strength. It's been a long time since I really took action. Today is a good time to stretch my muscles. As he said that, Rayleigh instinctively walked to the side of a beach not far away, looked at the long sword drawn from his waist, and challenged Uchiha Yuri. Uchiha Yuri was also unambiguous. He flipped his hand and took out his big sword crescent from the storage space, walked to more than 10 meters in front of Rayleigh, and suddenly exuded a sharp aura, which made Rayleigh's eyes light up. Wow! I didn't expect that your kendo achievement has reached this level. The peak of the swordsman? Not bad. The big sword is also very good. Come and fight. Kill. The next moment, Rayleigh took the lead and killed Uchiha Yuri. Ajajajaj. Advertisement. The next moment, the two suddenly disappeared from their original position and appeared several meters in the middle. The two swords collided violently. Then, they entered the stage of high-speed collision and fighting. They kept slashing at each other, and their swords kept colliding. In an instant, they had fought several times. The speed was so fast that it was overwhelming. The bigger the more intense. A few minutes later, when Uchiha Yuri fully exerted her swordsmanship, she still felt that she had not touched Rayleigh's ground. She did not hesitate and directly burst out the terrifying chakra blessing on her body and the sword in her hand. She continued to fight with Rayleigh with swordsmanship and armament haki. The battle broke through again. Have you reached this level of armament haki and observation haki? You didn't know these more than 3 years ago. Awesome. Rayleigh and Shuki noticed these details and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. This is definitely a monster. A few minutes passed again. When Uchiha Chiri felt that she still couldn't find out Rayleigh's background with the current means, she suddenly burst out a terrifying conqueror's haki and pressed towards Rayleigh. Rayleigh felt that this conqueror's haki was no less than his, and was also shocked. He subconsciously burst out his conquerors to fight back. Zzz. Suddenly, countless black lightning-like things appeared between the two of them. The violent collision of conquerors made the sand and rocks around them fly around, and the air around them became extremely oppressive. It was unknown when a thick layer of dark clouds appeared in the sky. Moreover, this dark cloud layer was divided into 2 halves. I didn't expect that you have awakened and mastered conquerors to this extent. Awesome Zhao, awesome. Rayleigh looked at Uchiha Chiri with a shocked face. He didn't expect that Uchiha Chiri actually had the qualifications of a determined conquerors. So, as the son of Uchiha Yuri, has Uchiha Gensei also awakened conqueror's haki? He thinks it is very likely. Haha. This thing is just an extension and application of the mind's will, it's no big deal. I still have a knife, please taste it. Uchiha Yuri smiled faintly, and the next moment, her conqueror's haki gradually converged, and then was wrapped around the crescent knife in his hand. Instantly, the knife exuded a more terrifying aura. Hiss. Even conqueror's wrapping has been mastered? You really keep surprising me. Then try it. Rayleigh saw this scene, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Then, with a heroic smile, he also used conqueror's wrapping on his own knife. Boom. The next moment, the two turned into lightning, and the knives in their hands collided again? No. In fact, there was a few centimeters between the 2 knives at this time, as if there was an invisible barrier in the middle, which prevented the 2 knives from completely colliding. At the same time, countless black and red lightnings continued to appear around the 2 people. A huge deep pit with a diameter of more than 100 meters was blasted out on the ground around them. Xianqing and others had already retreated hundreds of meters and began to watch from a distance. Chapter 184, Hashirama beats up Pluton Rayleigh, and Rayleigh is depressed, 3/5. Please subscribe. Wow. Is this girl Chiri so powerful now? I feel like she is not too far away from me and Madara. Madara without Rinnegan is not too far away. Especially the use of haki, it is enviable. Hashirama couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. As a living dead, he couldn't practice armament haki for the time being. Advertisement. His observation haki has been successful. He awakened and mastered observation haki in less than an hour after he got the training method. He even awakened the observation haki ability to listen to the colors of all things. It's just like he was born with it. Xianqing and others knew about it, but they were envious. Conqueror's flower, he was also easily awakened by Uzumaki Mito's conquerors. Yes, for a top-level warrior like Hashirama who is determined, has thoroughly implemented his will and ideas, and has a pure heart, awakening conquerors' haki is just a matter of course. Therefore, compared to before the contract, his strength has improved a lot. Although, he has only been in the contract for a few days. But strong talent, strong strength, and a solid foundation are advantages. Maybe. Xianqing listened and shook his head without comment. He felt that unless his mother awakened the Eternal Eye, she could not be compared with the Eternal Eye version of Uchiha Madara or Hashirama at her peak. The bonus of the Eternal Eye and Sage Art Wood style is too great. Shuki, who was standing aside, raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard what Hashirama said, and secretly memorized the two words Madara and Rin-Egan. She guessed that Madara should be a person's name. Moreover, it is probably a top-level warrior whose strength is not inferior to the Senju Hashirama. And Rin-Egan? This made Shuki think of the special eye ability that Uchiha Yuri used. She guessed that this might also be a special eye. For a moment, she became more curious about the forces behind Xianqing and the others. Boom boom boom. After several consecutive attempts to wrap Conqueror's entanglement and collision failed and fell into a disadvantage, Uchiha Yuri did not continue to retain 067, and directly opened Mangeki Sharingan, and the perfect Susanoo directly wrapped her. A supergiant Susanoo over 200 meters tall stood on this isolated island. Hiss. Is this, the perfect Susanoo? How is it possible? Didn't Yuri just use Mangeki Sharingan? How could she open the perfect Susanoo? Could it be that what Madara told me was wrong? Hashirama saw this scene and couldn't help muttering with a look of astonishment. What's so strange about this? Uzumaki Mito glanced at him speechlessly and said, as long as the pupil power and physique are strong enough, it's no big deal to open the full form of Mangeki Sharingan. Uchiha Madara may not have lied to you, but he didn't think of something. Hashirama heard Uzumaki Mito's reminder and suddenly realized, indeed. Poor Madara. Without being contracted, seeing Suinking's many magical skills in the pirate's world, Madara would never know how much this would change the ninja world. Uchiha Yuri's pupil power and physique are extremely strong at this time, and it seems nothing to be able to open the full form of Susanoo in the Fanghuasho Sharingan stage. So these eyes are called Mangeki Sharingan. Shuki on the side and Rayleigh in the distance heard the conversation between Hashirama and the others. They immediately looked at Uchiha Yuri's red eyes with strange patterns and thought to themselves. This giant formed by special energy is really amazing. This is much taller than the giant in Elbaf. It reminds me of a demon. No. Even the demon ounce is far inferior to you, Gao Tian. Then let me try your fighting power. Rayleigh said, suddenly bursting out all his momentum and getting serious. Swish. He disappeared from the spot, slashing at Susanoo and Uchiha Yuri on his forehead. Uchiha Yuri also swung the Chakra Giant sword in Susanoo's hand to meet Rayleigh's slash. Boom. The two slashes collided again. For a moment, Rayleigh was able to temporarily block the Susanoo Giant's slash with his small body. After the two sides stalemated in midair for a few seconds, Rayleigh was finally defeated and was knocked hundreds of meters away. After Moonwalk repeatedly unloaded the force in midair, he regained his balance. Advertisement. Susanoo did not retreat a single step, but a gap appeared on the Chakra Giant's sword. Crack. Then, a crack appeared with a sound of breaking. Zit. Finally, the Chakra Giant sword broke directly from it. Uchiha's Hilly frowned slightly. Sure enough, the strength of the Chakra Giant sword is far from enough. She wanted to use the armament haki to wrap and strengthen the Chakra Giant sword. But the giant sword was too big, and her armament haki was not sufficient, so she couldn't do it at all. This made her realize that it was probably impossible for her to suppress or even defeat Rayleigh with the huge size of Susanoo. Tear. Sure enough, the next moment, Rayleigh rushed over again, swinging the long sword of the hand minister dozens of times. Every sword was a full-strength slash. The next moment, Uchiha Yuri's complete Susanoo was cut into dozens of pieces and shattered. It made her eyes hurt. If it weren't for her extremely strong physique and vitality, and her eyeball tendons and pupil power, her eyes would have been bleeding and damaged just now. It only hurt for a moment, and it soon subsided. Facing the long sword on his neck, Uchiha Yuri smiled helplessly. I lost. I am still a long way from the general level. Rayleigh heard it and shook his head with some amusement. Your strength has reached the admiral level, and it is not weak among the admiral level. It's just that I am stronger, so there is no need to belittle myself. He is not the Pluton Rayleigh who will be a dozen years later, with white hair, wrinkles and old age. At this time, he was still at his peak. Even among the Emperor-level warriors, he was one of the top ones. Even Whitebeard could fight for hundreds of rounds without losing. In his opinion, Uchiha Hilly's improvement in strength was what surprised him the most. Oh. This was not the most surprising thing. The most surprising thing was Uchiha Hilly's current physique and vitality. When he first met Uchiha's Hilly, he felt that she was also very strong. But at that time, her physique and vitality were very weak, which was completely inconsistent with her strength. It felt like a candle in the wind, which could be extinguished at any time. But now, this feeling was completely overturned. He could even feel that Uchiha's Hilly was much younger than him at this time. It was like returning to youth, which was simply unreasonable. There must be a bigger secret involved. Although he was curious, he couldn't ask. The main reason was that the relationship was not that serious. Perhaps, we can further improve the relationship in the future and see if we can get some drugs or treasures that can restore youth and prolong life. Rayleigh even pondered in his heart. He himself may not need it, but his wife's Heike will definitely need it. Of course, if he can get it himself, it would be even better. Who doesn't want to be younger and live longer? He also wants to see what kind of future the Great Pirates era opened by Roger will lead this turbid world to. He also wants to see what kind of growth Ace will have in the future. Well, because Xianqing traded with him and told him about Ace. He went to East Blue as soon as possible after the transaction and met Ace. Not only did he confirm his identity, but he also taught Ace some things and left the village. As for taking Ace with him to take care of and train him? Not to mention that Ace would not be willing, Garp would not agree. Advertisement. At the same time, this may not be a good thing for Ace. So, Rayleigh respected Ace's choice in this matter. I've strayed off topic. After fighting with Uchiha Chiri, everyone took a break. After Rayleigh fully recovered his strength, he fought with Uzumaki Mito and Senju Hashirama. 0145012116 Fila 1010825540. In the end, although he defeated Uzumaki Mito, Uzumaki Mito's adamantine sealing chains and sealing techniques brought him great trouble, and he almost flipped over many times. His strange strength technique made Rayleigh very uncomfortable. He felt as if he had met Garp in his prime again. Although Uzumaki Mito's fists could not be compared with Garp, they were also very scary. In the future, he would never be able to reach or even surpass Garp's fists in his prime. This is a woman. She is the wife of Senju Hashirama. Having such a wife would be scary. Rayleigh couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for Senju Hashirama. Until he started to spar with Senju Hashirama. Then, he was embarrassed by his wood style and beaten up by his sage art wood style, and then he put away his sympathy. Because he felt that he had no right and no need to sympathize with Senju Hashirama. This person's ability was terrifying and difficult to deal with. Especially the last sage art wood style drew several thousand hands. He felt that if Senju Hashirama hadn't held back at the end, he might have died from this move. After he admitted defeat and Senju Hashirama finished his move, he looked at Senju Hashirama with a complicated expression and said, I didn't expect you to be so strong. You have used the Logia Mumu fruit to its full potential. Perhaps, only Whitebeard can fight you. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Hashirama laughed heartily, touched the back of his head and said, No, no. You are also very powerful. You are the strongest person I have met except Madara. I haven't experienced such a refreshing battle for a long time, it's very cool. Let's go, I can go drink. I think you are a pretty good person, haha. As he said, Hashirama directly reached out and put his arm around Rayleigh's shoulders, and walked happily towards Xianqing and the others. Rayleigh raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw Hashirama like this. At this moment, he also felt that Hashirama was very compatible with him. He seemed to see a trace of Roger, the idiot, in Hashirama. The personalities of these two people are actually quite similar. They are both equally cheerful and uninhibited. They are both honest and simple-minded, but they reveal a touch of great wisdom. It's very interesting, isn't it? Xianqing, bring out some good wine and food to entertain and thank Rayleigh and his friends. I think this brother is a very good person. Hashirama brought Rayleigh back to Xianqing and his friends, patted Rayleigh's shoulder happily, and said to Xianqing. Okay. Xianqing listened and nodded with a smile. He immediately took out a set of large tables, chairs, bowls and chopsticks from the storage space. He also took out a lot of hot food and fine wine. Then he asked Rayleigh and his friends to sit down and eat. Chapter 185 Xianqing, Hancock has a one-sided love for me? The sweet fruit of fate, 4/5, please order it yourself. Well, I should be much older than you, right? Rayleigh asked while eating and drinking, looking at Hashirama in silence. Because Hashirama looked much younger than him. But he was also sure that this Senju Hashirama should not be a living person. He was between life and death. Advertisement. So, he didn't know whether his judgment based on appearance was accurate or not. Oh. This kind of thing is not important. Come on. Cheers. This is the fine wine collected by Xianqing boy. It is also a specialty of our place. You should not have drunk it. Try it. You will definitely like it. Hashirama waved his hand carelessly, then raised his glass to invite him. Age and so on, if you count the years after his death, he thinks he must be much older than really. But if you only count the age when he died, he probably really is much younger than really. But it doesn't matter, right? When a bosom friend meets, he feels that it's okay as long as he feels right. He thinks Rayleigh is like a little brother. Besides, the bigger the fist, the stronger it is. I am better than Rayleigh, so what's wrong with calling him brother? Okay. Rayleigh was helpless when he saw it. At the same time, he felt that Senjo Hashirama was very similar to Roger, that BD, in terms of being unscrupulous. He was tricked into joining the ship by him, and he had been tricked for many years. This kind of person is simply his nemesis. It's hard to hold it. Then he clinked glasses with Senjo Hashirama and drank it all. Then his eyes lit up and he said, "Good wine." Haha. I said it was a good wine. This has been verified by Madara and me. Come on. Keep drinking. Hashirama laughed heartily after hearing this, and filled his and Rayleigh's glasses again, and then dragged him to compete in drinking. Uzumaki Mito and the others looked at the two of them with amusement, eating their dishes and chatting leisurely. Xiao Xianqing, you haven't contacted Hancock much in the past few years, right? A few months ago, they came to Sabayati Archipelago with the fleet, and she mentioned you to me and even complained. It's not good to disappoint a beautiful woman. Shuki couldn't help but joke to Xianqing. Uchiha's Hilly and Uzumaki Mito looked at Xianqing with narrow eyes and began to eat and watch the show. Xianqing heard it and said helplessly, "Isn't it because I was busy and forgot? Besides, Joshi Island is located in the Calm Belt, and Joshi Island does not welcome men to land on the island, so I can't disturb it rashly." These are actually excuses. The map of Joshi Island has been lit up long ago. He just really forgot. That's just for ordinary people. You are Hancock's savior, and she likes you so much, she will definitely welcome you to go. Shuki blinked and then teased, "You should know that I am the previous emperor of Nine Snake Island. You know the rules of Nine Snake Island better than me. I think you should take some time to see her, otherwise she will come to you to kill you." She was not talking nonsense. Hancock has been constantly attacking herself because of her gratitude and affection for Xianqing in recent years. Her feelings for Xianqing have upgraded to unrequited love. She and Gloriosa are also helpless about this. This is a common problem for women on their Nine Snake Island. It is easy to gradually turn a little affection into unrequited love. If this aspect is not relieved, it may even cause illness and eventually die of lovesickness. The previous emperor of Nine Snake Island is a typical example. Therefore, Shuki specifically reminded Xianqing, hoping to promote his relationship with Xianqing. Hancock's feelings. Of course, it was also because she saw Xianqing's potential, strength, and background at that time. From her point of view, Xianqing's own strength is at least at the level of Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral. He is only in his early tens. His future growth is unimaginable. In addition, there are at least 3, suspected to be 4, general-level strongmen standing beside him, which is simply perfect for Hancock. Hey? She likes me? Not really. Xianqing was stunned when he heard it. Hancock and I only got along for a period of time back then, and we haven't met each other since then. However, considering the degree of Hancock's obsession with love in the original timeline, it is not impossible. Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha Yuri heard it, and the meaning of 8 trigrams on their faces became more intense. Advertisement. Even Hashirama and Rayleigh, who were drinking, pricked up their ears and began to listen while drinking. Why not? After hearing this, Shuki restrained some of his smiles, and said with a little seriousness, "She really had a crush on you at the beginning, and now it has turned into a one-sided love for you. This has even become her motivation to practice and become stronger in the past few years. Because I and the previous emperor of Nine Snake Island, Gloriosa, told her that as long as her strength meets our requirements, she can go to you. Plus, the girls of our Nine Snake Island are prone to unrequited love, so it turned out like this. You kid can't let her down, otherwise, After hearing this, Xianqing looked at her speechlessly and couldn't help complaining, "So, who do you think is to blame for this? If you didn't use this as a condition to force her to practice, it wouldn't have become her obsession." Of course, he was very happy at this time. Hancock is the future pirates world's #1 beauty. I am really bad for making such a girl like me and have a one-sided crush on me, okay? He checked and found that Hancock's favorability towards me has reached 99, which is very close to the maximum value. Self-attack is really scary. Wow! You are quite knowledgeable. Shuki raised his eyebrows and looked at Xianqing with some surprise. Obviously, he didn't expect that he could see through this. Especially when Xianqing is only 10 years old. This is amazing. Don't be so nagging, kid. I must be feeling very happy right now, right? I don't believe I won't like a pretty and lovely girl like Hancock. Especially in the past few years, she has become even more beautiful and perfect. She even got a paramecia sweet fruit by accident. After eating it, she became extremely charming and enviable. Shuki glared at Xianqing unhappily, and then said with envy. Hey! After hearing this, Xianqing looked at Shuki in astonishment and said, Hancock got the paramecia sweet fruit. What is this? Fate? Even Uzumaki Mito and others who knew the original future situation were a little surprised. Isn't this interesting? Why? Is this strange? Shuki saw that the expressions of several people were a little wrong, and said with some doubts. Not really. Xianqing shook his head quickly, I'm just surprised at Hancock's strong luck. After all, as far as we know, the paramecia sweet fruit is very strong. There are even some secrets. In the past, some stupid netizens speculated that Hancock's paramecia sweet fruit was probably not as simple as King Luffy's rubber fruit. It is very likely to be the Zoan mythical beast Medusa fruit. The analysis was well founded, and many people believed it. After all, whether it is increasing charm and beauty, or petrification ability, it is very consistent with the legend of Medusa. In addition to Hancock's identity and his original future relationship with King Luffy, it is not impossible for Oda to upgrade the fruit again. After all, this has been done once on King Luffy's rubber fruit, right? Oh. Shuki was stunned when she heard it, and couldn't help asking curiously, what do you mean? What is the secret? Can you tell me? This is related to the next Emperor of Nine Snake Island. She couldn't help but pay attention. 0145012116 Fila 1010929090. Xianqing immediately cried, I have seen something about it in the classics of the clan. The legend of the paramecia sweet fruit. It is said that the paramecia sweet fruit is not actually the paramecia sweet fruit, but has hidden power. Advertisement. Its essence is the Zoan mythical beast species Medusa fruit. Speaking of this, Xianqing looked at Rayleigh and continued, similar to the paramecia rubber fruit, which is actually the Zoan mythical beast species Nika fruit. Rayleigh, you should know about the rubber fruit and the Nika fruit, right? After all, you have been to Raftel and know some truths about this world. Otherwise, why would Red Hair get the rubber fruit in the future, and go to the Windmill Village on purpose, and accidentally let Luffy eat the rubber fruit? In order to save Luffy, Red Hair, a top 4 Emperor's level strongman, also accidentally lost an arm in the mouth of an ordinary Sea King's in East Blue. Don't you think it's too dramatic and magical? This is as ridiculous as a reptile killing a dragon. As soon as Xianqing said this, whether it was Xia or Rayleigh, their expressions froze. Rayleigh didn't care about drinking, and looked at Xianqing with a serious face and asked, how do you know that rubber fruit is essentially Nika fruit? How much do you know about Nika fruit? Rayleigh was very nervous at this moment. He wondered in his heart, is this also recorded in the classics of the Xianqing clan? Then the forces behind Xianqing and others are probably much more mysterious than he and Shuki guessed. This is absolutely secret information. Just think of it as a record I saw in the ancient books of the clan. Xianqing saw it, but he spread his hands with a relaxed look and said, as for how much I know? I only know that Nika represents the sun god Nika, a liberation warrior, and a representative of free will. Is it the warrior or god who can liberate the future in the prophecy of the Fishmen Island? He is a mortal enemy of the one behind Pangu City, Huajianjian. That's about it. I don't know more. Rayleigh and Shuki were speechless after hearing it. They think Xianqing is in Versailles. Is that just one point? You even know about I'm behind celestial dragons, and also about Hana no Ma. What else don't you know? They realized at this moment that Xianqing was being modest when he said he was well informed. How can this be called well informed? It's clearly terrifying, okay? Has anyone in your family been to Raftel in the past? Or has there been an extremely powerful prophet? Rayleigh swallowed his saliva and asked in some doubt. Who knows? Xianqing shrugged his shoulders after hearing this. He didn't tell the truth, and it was impossible to tell the truth. Unless one day Rayleigh and Shuki were contracted by him. He still wouldn't tell them the real truth, only that he was the prophet. And he packed some memories of the past and future of the pirates' world and stuffed them in. Well, the reason why it's only part is of course because when he traveled through time, pirates was still being updated, and he didn't know all the future. Unlike the Hokage world, it ended a long time ago. Xianqing has seen that Rayleigh and Shuki's favorability towards him is 56 and 61 respectively. It is still far from reaching the standard. He thinks that he can have more contact and communication with them in the future to improve their favorability. Try to contract them as soon as possible and bring them under his command to work for him. Both Shuki's intelligence network and Rayleigh's strength are worth looking at. As for the fact that both of them are old, this is not a problem for Xianqing, who has the longevity pill, health-preserving skills, and longevity secrets. They can restore their youth in a few minutes and even have the potential to go one step further or even more steps. Chapter 186, Hancock and the Mythical Beast Medusa Fruit? Plan to control Drum Island, 5/5. Please customize. Okay. If you don't want to tell us, we can't force you. I hope you can tell us in the future. In addition, the matter of the Nika fruit is of great importance. If possible, please keep it confidential. This is related to some plans of our Captain Roger and the future of this world, please. Rayleigh and Shuki listened, both looked at Xianqing deeply, and then asked Xianqing and others with a lucky face. Advertisement. He did not continue to ask and force. This is not only impolite, but also inappropriate. At the end, he bowed to Xianqing and others. He suspected that Xianqing even knew where the rubber fruit would appear in the future and fall into the hands of the Kuei-sai servant. This is why he asked so solemnly. The Nika fruit is the core of Roger's opening of the Great Pirates era. Hey! Don't be like this, Uncle Rayleigh. Seeing this, Xianqing quickly stepped forward to help Rayleigh up and said, even if you don't say it, we won't tell it to others. To be honest, we don't get along with the world government. There will definitely be a big conflict in the future. How can we tell them such news? Don't worry. We are friends, it really won't be like this. Well. Let Rayleigh and the others deal with Nika for the time being. When their favorability is raised in the future, they can directly make a contract. At that time, they will really become our own people. It doesn't matter whether it is Nika or not. Anyway, in the end, this world will not fall into Nika's hands, nor will it be liberated because of Nika. It will only be him who will truly liberate the pirates' world. Of course, even if he contracts Rayleigh and the others, he doesn't mind letting Rayleigh and the others continue to cultivate Nika to confront the world government openly. Anyway, he is going to continue to support the revolutionary army to confront the world government openly. It's no big deal to have one more Nika. They are all his tools. He will also use his relationship with Ace and Sabo to raise the number of Nika in the future. Luffy's favorability, and he also signed a contract with him. At that time, Nika would be just his worker. He believed that Nika would not mind. Anyway, whoever is liberated is liberated. With his help, it would be easier, right? As for whether Nika's will agrees or not, Xianqing doesn't care. This guy who has already failed once wants to make a comeback. If he doesn't work for him, will he be his assistant? He doesn't believe it. In that case, thank you very much. Rayleigh and Shuki were relieved after hearing this. As long as Xianqing and the others don't interfere with their plans, it will be fine. At this time, Xianqing discovered through his talent that Rayleigh's favorability towards him soared to 65, and Shuki's increased to 69. Very good. The few of them had a good meal, and Rayleigh and the others drank a lot of wine. Then, Xianqing and the others first sent Rayleigh and Quan Guan back to Sabayati Archipelago. The others returned to the ninja world. Before they separated, Shuki once again told Xianqing to take time to go to Nine Snake Island. He even gave him a token of passage, so that Xianqing could enter Nine Snake Island and meet Hancock smoothly. Xianqing naturally agreed. Advertisement. He planned to go there in a few days, contract Hancock, and accelerate her growth. If this girl is trained well, she will be a great help to him in the future. In addition, he was also happy to give more beauties. At that time, I can help her eliminate the defects and hidden dangers of the devil fruit in her body, and at the same time see if the sweet fruit is the Medusa fruit of the fantasy beast species. If it is, after eliminating the defects and hidden dangers, it may be easier to help Hancock develop the true ability of the Medusa fruit. Xianqing thought. After returning from the pirates' world, Xianqing immediately gathered Tsunade, Orochimaru, Minato, Kushina and others, as well as his mother, Uzumaki Mito, Uzumaki Ashime, Hitaki Sakumo, the first generation, and even Koshiro and Konoha from the pirates' world to gather at his home. Discuss the next steps for the pirates' world. After everyone arrived, Xianqing continued, today my mother, Lord Mito and the first generation and I went to the pirates' world to compete with Pluton Rayleigh. It has been confirmed that the first generation has the strength to defeat Rayleigh, and is definitely the top 4 emperors in the pirates' world. My mother and Lord Mito are also upper middle admiral level strength. As for me, although I didn't make a move, by comparison, my strength should be between the elite vice admiral and the Kuei-sai admiral. But if you combine time and space ninjutsu or teleportation ability and fairy arts, you are at least a Kuei-sai admiral or even stronger. Of course, for Kaido, Big Mom's blood cow physique, her own attack power is far from enough, facing them, at best, she is only a Kuei-sai admiral strength. This is because he has already mastered the power of fairy arts, and his strength has been greatly improved. In the final analysis, his golden growth period has not yet arrived. Age limits the growth of his physique and the intensity of his practice. Having mastered the power of Thunder Fruit, he never dared to try to stimulate his cells with lightning to create a lightning bodybuilding ninjutsu similar to Cloud Shinobi and practice bodybuilding. Because he was afraid that if he practiced this cruel practice too early, it would stimulate and squeeze his body's potential in advance, causing his normal growth during adolescence to stop directly. This is very likely. There are actually many such examples in the previous life and even in this world. Some oppressive and destructive practices are not the earlier the better. The effort is not proportional to the benefit. It is better to wait until he is 15 to 18 years old, after his body has grown rapidly, and then practice this kind of practice. That way the benefits will be maximized. There is no need to rush at this moment. Of course, the main reason is that he still has the Chongshengju and advanced physical training methods to continuously enhance his vitality and physique. He can continue to rely on other methods to quickly improve his strength. Because, relying on lightning to quickly enhance the physique and improve strength is not so urgent. By analogy, Sister Tsunade, Orochimaru and even Sakumo are all at the level of Vice Admiral. If you can quickly master the swordsmanship of the pirate's world and reach the level of a swordsman or even a great swordsman, and catch up with the progress of haki, meditation and health-preserving exercises, then your strength in recent years will probably rise rapidly, surpassing Sister Tsunade and becoming a new admiral-level combat force. According to this calculation, we can currently mobilize a lot of emperor-level forces. We can form a 4 emperors group in the pirates' world and go to the new world to seize a piece of land, establish a new country. And, in this new country, it is feasible to test the new reform system, build and open schools, and systematically cultivate a large number of governance, management talents and talents in various industries. Speaking of this, Xianqing paused, and then said seriously, "So, I asked you to come here today to ask you what you think about this plan." As he said, he waved his hand and threw the 4 emperors he had prepared long ago. Emperors handed a copy of the group plan to everyone present and said, "Take a look at this plan first, and then tell us your opinions and suggestions. If you disagree, you can also say it." Everyone listened, picked up the plan in front of them, and read it carefully. A few minutes later, after everyone finished reading the plan, Xianqing then asked, "How?" Tsunade looked at everyone and spoke first, "I have no objection. However, forming the 4 emperors and conquering the territory will definitely take up a lot of time and energy, right? At present, I need to manage the reform of the hospital system in practice, so I definitely can't spare much time. In addition, instead of going to New World to grab territory and rebuild a country, wouldn't it be better to secretly control the Drum Island? In this way, it will be more convenient for you to brush up the favorability of the doctors on the Drum Island." Advertisement. At that time, won't it be possible to transfer more doctors from there to Konoha to help me? Even opening a special medical school should not be a problem, right? As she said that, she also looked at Konoha. A little worried that she would not agree. After all, that is the country where Konoha is. But Konoha smiled and said, "I don't object to this matter. Anyway, the old king is old, and his 2 sons are very unreliable. In the future, they will mess around and almost make the country collapse, and the people will live in misery. The medical system will almost collapse. It's better to control the old king in advance and secretly take over the country. However, it's better to extend the old king's life, keep him first. Or, think of a reliable plan to replace the current Magnetic Drum Island royal family, otherwise, things will be very troublesome. Magnetic Drum Island is one of the member states of the world government, and it is inappropriate to directly replace its royal family." Xianqing listened and nodded, "It's not impossible to secretly control the Drum Island. With our strength, especially the illusion ability, it's quite simple. This doesn't take much effort, and it can be carried out simultaneously with the 4 emperors founding plan. Replacing the royal family is too troublesome, so let's control the old king with illusion first, and extend his life by the way. As for his 2 sons, it's best to get rid of them in advance. We can't keep these 2 troubles." As he said that, he looked at his mother and said, "Mom, I'm afraid you still need to take action on this matter. It should be no problem to use Mangeki illusion to brainwash and control him." "Of course." Uchiha Yuri listened and nodded with a smile, "I have seen that old king. He has no strength. It is easy to use illusion to brainwash and control him. Leave it to me. I will solve this matter tomorrow. By the way, the old king's 2 sons will also be solved." Then, at this point, she looked at Tsunade and said, "You want Xianqing to contract more doctors on Magnetic Drum Island, or even set up a national medical school? You need to do it yourself. I definitely don't have the time. At that time, you may ask Konoha and the dozens of contracted doctors from Magnetic Drum Island that Xianqing transferred to you before to help you." As for the kingdom, Uchiha said, and then looked at Xianqing and asked, "Dalton is a talent, you should find a way to improve his favorability and sign a contract with him. In the future, he can help manage Drum Island, what do you think?" "Okay." Xianqing naturally had no objection, and nodded in agreement, "I will find time to deal with him later." Tsunade looked at Konoha first, and after getting Konoha's nod of agreement, she also said, "Then leave the establishment of the Magnetic Drum Island Medical School to me. At that time, I will find a way to include most of the capable doctors in the Magnetic Drum Island into the medical school. It doesn't matter whether they become full-time teachers directly or in name only. At that time, Xianqing, you can go there from time to time to give these teachers and even future medical school students medical classes to improve their favorability and facilitate contracts. How about it? The ultimate purpose of her doing this is to let Xianqing contract more doctors, transfer them to Konoha to help her quickly improve and expand the medical system, and at the same time cultivate more medical talents. Okay. Xianqing listened and nodded with a smile. Just this way, you can easily improve your favorability. I can't have any objections. At that time, just send a shadow clone to teach a few classes regularly. It's very simple. Then I'll trouble you, Sister Tsunade. Not only the future Magnetic Drum Island Medical School, but also the future Konoha Ninja School and ordinary schools. He also plans to send a few shadow clone to teach the teachers and students in the school from time to time to improve their favorability. This method is obviously more efficient. Those students are easier to improve because they are young. No trouble. No trouble. Tsunade smiled and waved her hand after hearing this. Chapter 187, 4 Emperor's members confirmed, Koshiro returns to the game, 1/5, please order by yourself. Okay. The matter of Magnetic Drum Island has been resolved. Does anyone have any other ideas? Xianqing looked around and asked. Orochimaru listened and then said, I need to be in charge of the scientific research department. The task is very heavy. Advertisement. I definitely cannot participate in the 4 Emperors group plan, however, if you find any outstanding scientific researchers there, remember to collect and protect them. We can also set up a scientific research department in the country where the 4 Emperors group plans to establish, even if these people are not contracted by you, Xianqing, you can let them study some things that do not involve the secrets of the ninja world, right? Of course, setting up a scientific research department there will also make it convenient for you, Xianqing, to show your saintliness in front of others and improve your favorability, kill multiple birds with one stone. In addition, it would be even better if you can find Vegapunk and Vinsmoke Judge directly and get them here. He is in urgent need of top scientific research talents now. He wishes he could plunder all the scientific research talents from both worlds to work for him. How much can he research every day just by himself, even with the addition of second generation and Suinking's shadow clone? Xianqing and others glanced at Orochimaru. Xianqing said, Vegapunk, wait until I meet Monkey D. Dragon and contract him. As for Vinsmoke Judge, Millennium Dragon is already running the North Blue map, I believe it will be found soon. Then I can take you to conquer him. Judge cooperates well, but if he doesn't, then we will beat him until he cooperates. Oh? That's a good relationship, then it's settled. Orochimaru's eyes lit up when he heard it. Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha Yuri said together at this time, as for us, we can't spare too much time to participate. At most, when 16 is needed, we can be pulled over to help. It's definitely not possible to lead this matter. Many reform matters in the village are currently handled by the two of them. Not to mention that they will set up a building materials and home furnishing company and create an industrial chain. There are many family affairs behind the two. Fortunately, as their spiritual power continues to increase, they can bear more and more shadow clone at a time, otherwise, they really can't handle it. I don't seem to be able to leave, right? I don't know when the engineering department will be busy. But if possible, I would actually prefer to participate in the affairs of the 4 emperors. Going to the pirates' world to sail, drink and eat meat and fight pirates, this is much more interesting than building houses all the time. The only pity is that Madara is not a contractor yet, so she can't participate, otherwise it would be perfect. Hashirama said, looking eagerly at Xianqing. How could Xianqing not know what he meant? He just cruelly shook his head and refused, don't even think about leaving the engineering department and going to the pirates' world for a long time. Like you said, the engineering department can't do without you. Let's talk about it after the reconstruction and expansion of Konoha in the first 5 plan is completed. However, first generation, you can also be like Lord Mito and my mother, and act as a thug when needed. At present, you are the strongest one on our side. If you want to successfully become 4 emperors and conquer a piece of territory, you really have to rely on your fighting power. This is indispensable. Ahaha. The first generation heard this and smiled bitterly with disappointment, I knew it. Okay. It would be nice if I could go over there occasionally and fight with the masters of the pirates' world. That's it. Xianqing nodded and added, however, in order to avoid being noticed, you should usually assign a wood clone to stay in the 4 emperors for a long time to confuse the enemy. Otherwise, if you only show up at the critical moment, it would be too abrupt. Understood. The first generation nodded in understanding, that's it. It's just a wood clone, which is simple. Anyway, he is doing engineering now, so it's not a problem to assign some chakra. Minato also said, I would like to participate, but with my current strength, I can only act as an intern at most, right? And me. At this time, Kushina and Mikoto also raised their hands. Xianqing listened, thought for a while and said, forget about your words. At least, Minato, forget about it. I'm still going to arrange for you to go undercover in the marine later. With your affinity and talent, it's more suitable for you. Sister Mikoto and Kushina can participate, just as a training. Okay. Minato and the other two listened, and nodded in agreement. Advertisement. Xianqing finally looked at Koshiro and Sakumo. The two looked at each other, and Sakumo spoke first, I'll join directly. This is also a great opportunity for me to grow and train. It's just right to fight with many masters in the pirates' world and improve my strength as soon as possible. He was very dissatisfied with his current strength. Especially after being contracted, he gained so many resources and room for improvement. My words. At this time, Koshiro also said, actually, I really want to go. In the past, due to various reasons, I lost my ambition and passion, but since I was contracted by you, I have found this feeling again. But, if I participate, no one will care about the strength of the dangerous dojo. In addition, it is easy for people to know my identity, and then it may bring danger to the kendo field and my family. As a great swordsman who has recovered his edge, regained his confidence, and started to make rapid progress again, he can't resist the goal of going out to sea again, making a greater reputation, and challenging the world's swordsman to become the new world's #1 swordsman. Haha. Since the teacher has the heart to go out to sea and participate, these are easier to solve. Xianqing was delighted when he heard it. First of all, the kendo field force can be handed over to the master's wife to Dolly. She has already reached the peak of swordsmanship, and her strength is still improving. She will not mislead the students if she takes care of them and teaches them. In addition, the master's wife and many people from the ninja world practice and study in the base over there every day, and there are people patrolling around Shimotsuki Island every day. Even if someone knows your identity and wants to attack your family, it is impossible to succeed. In addition, the enclosure function and communication space are. You can not only come back home at any time every day to handle some affairs and even rest and eat. If your family really encounters an irresistible enemy, you can also be notified and other people are directly teleport back for support. So, these problems are not actually problems. But if the 4 emperors can have a great swordsman like you join, it will be stable. Especially when most of the other top combat forces are very busy and can't stay in the 4 emperors on a daily basis, the 4 emperors need you to preside over the daily overall situation. What do you think? In fact, he also wanted Koshiro to preside over the overall situation of this plan at the beginning. He is the most suitable one at the moment. After signing the contract with Rayleigh, he plans to bring Rayleigh in as well. I think, when the time comes, Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom and even Red Hair will be confused when they see Rayleigh coming out again, right? As for whether this will attract the world government's attention? The targets are all the 4 emperors, so what else is there to worry about? As long as the strength is strong enough, and he is not going to explore the truth of 800 years ago and announce the secret of Raftel for the time being, the world government will not overreact. Indeed, if Mr. Koshiro can join, then we can communicate with each other in kendo every day. Hitaki Sakumo listened and stared at Koshiro with shining eyes. He really hopes that Koshiro will join. In that case, I agree. Koshiro listened, smiled, and nodded. In that case, then I will join. However, what should we do next? Go directly to New World. Xianqing listened, shook his head and said, let's start from East Blue and go all the way in the form of the newly formed pirates group. While accumulating reputation and increasing bounties, it will also be convenient for you to challenge various masters, kill some pirates, and grow further, right? Advertisement. This is much safer than suddenly appearing in the New World to grab territory. At the same time, in this process, you can also try to win over some potential talents or masters to join. I will also send a shadow clone with attributes to stay on the ship and follow the ship on a daily basis. It is convenient to brush the favorability of these new members of the pirates group and contract them as soon as possible. Consolidate and expand the basic base of the 4 emperors group. We can spend a year or 2 to enter the New World, and then start to prove the title of emperors. What do you think? He believed that with 1 or 2 years of growth, it would be enough for Koshiro to go further and completely reach the level of Kaido and Big Mom. It would be enough for Hitaki Sakumo to reach the Admiral level and become a real sharp sword. At the same time, by then, not only will Uchiha Chiri and Uzumaki Mito's strength reach the level of emperors. He himself will also inevitably enter the Admiral level. Tsunade also has a great chance to enter this level. Work harder, and in the next 1 or 2 years, the favorability of Vice Admiral Rayleigh and Shuki will be improved, and they will be contracted. Their strength will undergo earth-shaking changes. Help them easily occupy a large piece of land in New World to establish a country and become the 4 emperors. Isn't that a piece of cake? That's fine. Yeah. It's a very safe plan, I have no objection. Agree. 1 or 2 years as a buffer and growth time, it couldn't be better. All of a sudden, the others spoke up to agree. Okay. Let's go. In the early stage, the first generation will be the captain. Teacher Koshiro will be the vice captain, and Yin Mao will be the king of the battle captain. Xianqing nodded with satisfaction and asked. No. As soon as this was said, both the first generation and Uzumaki Mito shook their heads in opposition. The first generation said seriously, as for the captain, Xian, you should be the captain. This will make it easier for you to win over the hearts of the people in the future, brush up the favorability of the crew members who join later, and contract them as soon as possible. At the same time, it will also make it easier for you to become the king of the new country in the future, and it will be easier for you to carry out reforms and harvest the favorability of the people. This kind of thing is better to be decided at the beginning, so that the benefits can be maximized. Indeed. Uzumaki Mito also nodded in agreement, looking at Xianqing and said, although you think your current strength is not enough. But compared to most of the supernovas in the pirates' world who have just set sail or have already made a name for themselves, your strength is already very strong. Plus we plan to let the pirates travel and grow according to the normal process. 1 or 2 years will be enough for you to achieve admiral-level combat power. So, the position of captain is not for you. Koshiro should still be the deputy captain, and Hashirama should be the combat captain. When he needs to fight, let him would clone or the original body take action. On weekdays, he can continue to focus most of his attention on the engineering department, which is the most suitable. After hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Chapter 188, Gloriosa's surprise when she first arrived at 9 Snake Island, 2/5. Please subscribe. Okay. Seeing this, Xianqing nodded, since everyone said so, let me be the captain. However, on weekdays, I can only leave a shadow clone on the ship, some daily training can be put on the ship, for most of the remaining time, I still have to practice in other bases or handle affairs in yet. The official establishment of the pirates group should be set a month later. At least wait until my teacher and I deal with Long first, and face missing it. Although there are only more than 10 days left before the agreed meeting with Long, some time must be spared to improve Long's favorability, isn't it? As for the subsequent recruitment, because the timeline is still relatively early, many characters in the future have not grown up yet. However, he really wants to recruit Hawkeye. This guy has good talent and personality. If he can be contracted and get his help, his future prospects are limitless. Advertisement. It is easy to achieve 4 Emperor's level combat power in a short period of time. Well. That's it. The others nodded. Next, everyone discussed the details again and the meeting ended. Oh. That's right. But in the end, Xianqing stopped first generation, rubbed his hands and said to him, first generation. For our pirate's ship, I think you should use sage art wood style to stimulate the birth of suitable tree species and build it directly. What do you think? It is very important for a 4 Emperors group to have a strong and powerful pirate's ship. Hey. First generation was slightly stunned after hearing this, and touched his chin and said, well. This is not difficult. You first make the design of the ship and give it to me, and give me the selected tree species, and then notify me to build it. But. After saying that, he suddenly realized something, looked at Xianqing speechlessly and said, you kid, are you going to let me be a boatman and be responsible for the daily maintenance and repair of the ship? He felt that he was careless and took on a troublesome job for himself. Hee. Isn't your wood style the most convenient? I'll leave this to you. Xianqing laughed and admitted it directly. He really thought so. You. First generation couldn't help rolling their eyes and sighed, you and Orochimaru should study my wood style bloodline as soon as possible, come up with wood style bloodline potion, and train more wood style ninjas. The engineering department and shipbuilding all depend on me. Even if I am a living dead, I won't do this. If I really resurrect, won't I be exhausted again? Or do you not plan to let me really resurrect in the short term? As he said, first generation looked at Xianqing suspiciously. Haha. How could it be? After hearing this, Xianqing waved his hand and denied it. Compared to exploiting you for construction, I still want to truly revive you as soon as possible, so that you can continue to practice and become stronger, and break through the 6 paths level as soon as possible. You know, you are the closest to the 6 paths level among us. I will not lose sight of the big picture and lose the sky because of a small thing. Don't worry, I have been dividing 2 shadow clone every day to practice reanimation jutsu recently. Although the number of white zetsu produced every day cannot continue to increase the number of shadow clone practicing reanimation jutsu, this speed is already very good. I estimate that I will be able to truly revive you within a year. If not, just find the Rin Egan. Anyway, use the white zetsu as a container to perform the Rhin Tensei technique on his behalf. No need to consume your own vitality. Perfect card bug. Is that so? Then I'm relieved. First generation smiled brightly after hearing this, but then reminded Xianqing, then you should pay more attention to Madara and Tobirama, and improve their favorability contract. Xianqing shrugged helplessly after hearing this and said, I'll try my best. These two are not easy to deal with. I can't be a dog, I hope they can be more intuitive and complete their self-strategy as soon as possible. Moreover, based on his understanding of these two, if he actively licks their boots, not only will he not be able to improve their favorability, but it is very likely to backfire and be looked down upon by them. So, it's hard to deal with. Well, the second generation is actually much better. Recently, because of Xianqing's superb medical skills, research ability, and understanding, the second generation has greatly changed their impression of him and their favorability has also increased a lot. It can be considered a promising contract. Ahaha, that's right. Then I will help to say good things to you in front of them and nag you more often. The first generation also smiled awkwardly after hearing this, and understood how difficult these two people were. They touched the back of their heads helplessly and promised. Well, that's it. Xianqing nodded without comment. The next morning, after Xianqing finished his morning exercise, he separated a large group of shadow clone went to complete other daily training and affairs, and his original body teleported to the coast of Nine Snake Island. Who is it? Because Xianqing deliberately appeared at the port, there were people patrolling here, and he did not hide at all. He was directly discovered by a team of female warriors from Nine Snake Island. The team of female warriors immediately felt like they were facing a great enemy and surrounded Xianqing with anger. Advertisement. Xianqing directly took out the token given by Shuki, raised it and said loudly, My name is Uchiha Xianqing, Senior Shuki asked me to find Hancock, this is the token given by Senior Shuki, please take a look. Hey! The pair of female warriors from Nine Snake Island were stunned when they heard it, and the leader ran over quickly, took the token from Xianqing's hand, carefully checked it, and said with concentration, it is really the token of Lord Shuki. Then, she looked up at Xianqing and said, Did Shuki ask you to come, or did he ask you to find Hancock? Also, your name is Phase Hixuan? Are you the son of Phase Haihas Hilly who saved our 9 Snakes pirates 4 years ago? I remember hearing the leader say that you were only 6 years old at that time, and your strength was very ordinary, even worse than that of ordinary people, and you look sick, right? How come you have grown up in just a few years, and you give me an extremely dangerous feeling? This is completely inconsistent with the description. Haha. I was like that because I was sick back then. After I recovered, I became like this through cultivation. Would it be convenient to notify Hancock or your current emperor first? Xianqing smiled and touched the back of his head. Isn't it just that I grew up a little faster and changed a little more? He felt that this was nothing in the pirates' world. In the pirates' world, there are many people who have changed a lot in a short period of time. Okay. Please wait here for a while, don't act rashly, and do anything that will cause misunderstanding. The captain nodded, and did not continue to ask, and directly agreed, then took the token and quickly ran to the pair of 9 Snake Island female warriors, explained a few words, and then accelerated to the island. The few 9 Snake Island female warriors who stayed behind looked at Xianqing with interest, and pointed and talked about Xianqing happily. Xianqing naturally heard their discussion clearly. It's nothing more than curiosity because they have never seen a man. Obviously, this team of female warriors from 9 Snake Island has never been out to sea and has been staying on 9 Snake Island. Otherwise, they would not be so curious about men. It's like they are repeatedly looking at some rare creatures. The captain did not let Xianqing wait for long. But she returned in a few minutes. While handing the token back to Xianqing, she said to him, Please follow me. Our former emperor, Lord Gloriosa, has already known your arrival and purpose. I want to see you first one. Okay. Xianqing listened, nodded in understanding, and immediately followed the captain's pace. It took a while to come to the palace in the center of 9 Snake Island and meet the old woman Gloriosa. Well. Seeing this old woman who was less than 1 meter tall, Xianqing was also speechless. Because, according to his understanding, Gloriosa, as the former emperor of 9 Snake Island, was also a tall and beautiful woman back then. Otherwise, she would not have become the emperor of 9 Snake Island. As a result, she has now shrunk to a dwarf old woman less than 1 meter tall. It is completely against common sense. Well. This is just the common sense of Suinking's previous life or the ninja world. This is normal in the pirates' world. Many beautiful women were tall and beautiful when they were young. Once they get old, they change into different people, like a different division, and become completely unbearable and incomprehensible. For example, the aunt of 4 emperors, the vice admiral of Marine, and the mother of Edward Weeble, who claims to be the son of Whitebeard in the future, are all good examples. Advertisement. It seems that only Konoha and Shuki have not encountered this problem. It is also magical. You are Uchiha Xianqing? The kid Hancock has been thinking about. Gloriosa saw Xianqing come in, and after a careful inspection, she was a little surprised. Before, Shuki often praised me for your talent and unlimited future. Now it seems that she is indeed not exaggerating. You are only 10 years old, but you can already make me feel deadly danger. I think your strength is at least the elite vice admiral, right? About the same. Xianqing nodded. What do you have to say? And when can I meet Hancock? No advice. Gloriosa listened, shook her head and said, since you are someone recognized by Shuki and Hancock's sweetheart, you have both potential and strength, so I naturally don't need to be a villain. I have asked someone to notify Hancock, and she will be here soon. But, kid, Hancock's heart is completely tied to you, you must not let her down, otherwise, I will not let you down even if I die, Gloriosa waved her cane and warned Xianqing. If the previous emperor of Nine Snake Island had not died of lovesickness, and if she herself had not experienced lovesickness and knew how serious it was, she would not have easily agreed to this marriage. You know, Hancock is the most talented emperor in history. If he is well trained, his future prospects are limitless. If possible, she does not want Cook to like, well, any man. Especially if he likes a man at such a young age. This can easily affect Hancock's future growth. If he is not careful, he may meet a heartless man, and Hancock may die because of lovesickness. But who made Hancock be saved by Xianqing and his mother a few years ago, and he already liked him at that time. It was too late for her to stop it. It can only be that the slave-hunting pirates deserve to die. Of course, she was still very grateful to Xianqing and his mother. Because according to the situation at the time, if Xianqing and his mother had not appeared in time, the 9 snake pirates might have been robbed. Hancock and the others may have been abducted and become slaves. Even, they may have been sold to that noble. With Hancock's eyebrows, the worst possibility is that he will be sold to celestial dragons. That would be the worst situation. In comparison, just falling in love with Xianqing is much easier to accept. Especially Suinking's talent is also terrifying. She is looking forward to how terrifying the potential of the child born by Xianqing and Hancock will be. She has even decided in her heart that when the two of them are adults, she will urge them to give birth to a child. At that time, she will use the child to train the next emperor of Nine Snake Island. What? What if a son is born? Impossible. Nine Snake Island has a special spring. Anyone who drinks this spring water will only give birth to a girl. This is one of the biggest secrets of Nine Snake Island. It is also one of the fundamental reasons why Nine Snake Island has been able to exist as an all-female country for so many years. Chapter 189, Hancock's Admiration, Contract Hancock, 3/5, please order it yourself. Haha. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who abandons after having S**x. I won't give up on any of my women, and I will treat them well and cultivate them well. Hearing this, Xianqing smiled knowingly and promised, I will even take her to a higher level. Please rest assured and wait and see. For Hancock, who has top-notch looks and temperament, and has completed her self-conquest strategy like a fangirl, and has a high degree of favorability towards him, he will naturally not let her down. That's good. That's good. Gloriosa saw Xianqing's seriousness and confidence, and nodded with satisfaction. Advertisement. Then, she pulled Xianqing to chat for a while. Xianqing. At this time, a burst of hurried footsteps sounded. Xianqing turned around and saw a tall and beautiful figure rushing into the hall. The person who came was Hancock, who was almost 16 years old. She was already about 1.7 meters tall at this time. Compared to more than 3 years ago, her figure and appearance have grown up and matured a lot, and her charm has been improved by more than one level. When she rushed in and saw Xianqing for the first time, her eyes turned into a heart shape. She exclaimed happily and ran directly into Xianqing's arms. Xianqing quickly caught her. Hancock put his arm around Xianqing's neck, looked at Xianqing with a dazed look and said, Finally we meet again, I miss you so much, Yin. Why didn't you come to see me all these years? You clearly said that you would come to see me often. This enthusiasm made Xianqing feel overwhelmed. He hurriedly said, It's mainly because it's inconvenient to come to Nine Snake Island. In addition, I was too weak before, and my mother was worried about letting me go out to sea. Now that my strength has improved, isn't it coming directly to see you? Even if you want, we can meet every day in the future. Since he was ready to contract Hancock, he naturally mentioned it first. Really? Hancock's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he said with a look of joy. Even Gloriosa was slightly startled and asked in surprise, Boy, are you planning to stay in our Nine Snake Island? Even if you are Hancock's sweetheart and have Shuki's permission, I can't allow you to stay here for a long time. This is not only against the rules of Nine Snake Island, but also bad for Nine Snake Island. By then, with this boy's appearance and strength, won't the female warriors of Nine Snake Island feel uneasy? This is absolutely not allowed. What? Before Xianqing could speak, Hancock looked at Gloriosa with anger and shouted, "You have been stopping me from looking for Xianqing for the past few years, and now you want to drive Xianqing away, you old woman, go to hell." As she said that, she was going to beat the old lady up. "Calm down. Calm down." Xianqing quickly grabbed her and persuaded her, "She is a senior after all, don't do anything rash. Besides, it is indeed a bad influence for me to stay on Nine Snake Island all the time. At the same time, it is impossible. Because I still have a lot of things to do. It is impossible to stay here for a long time." Gloriosa heard this and saw Xianqing's behavior, and immediately liked Xianqing. She felt that this boy not only spoke well, but also knew how to respect his elders, which was much better than Hancock. "Hey! Advertisement!" Hancock was stunned when he heard it, his eyes began to turn red, and he looked at Xianqing with a sad face and asked, "But didn't you just say that you could meet me every day in the future?" "Why? Haha." Xianqing heard it, and immediately touched her head with a smile and said, "Who said I can't stay here every day, and we can't meet every day? Did you forget that I can teleport? As long as you make a contract with me, I can even give you this teleportation ability. With this ability, whether I come to you at any time in the future, or you go to me, won't it be easy?" Hancock's eyes lit up when he heard it, and his face was surprised and said, "Really? What's the use? Let's make a contract." She couldn't wait. Even Gloriosa on the side was very shocked and curious. A contract can give people the ability to teleport? She had never heard of it. It feels that Xianqing is even more mysterious. Is it some unknown devil fruit? Gloriosa even guessed. But she didn't ask, nor did she say anything more about it. It was very nice and good that Xianqing was willing to let Hancock gain this ability. In this way, Hancock's ability to survive and maneuver will be enhanced epically in the future. This will be of great benefit to the future of Nine Snake Island. She just watched with peace of mind. "Okay. I'll take you to the contract first." Xianqing smiled and nodded, then said to Gloriosa, "I'll take Hancock to the contract first, and I'll be back later." As he said that, he immediately thought about it and teleported Hancock to the courtyard of Konoha on Magnetic Drum Island. Is this the original Magnetic Drum Island? After Hancock arrived here, he looked around first, and then asked with a shocked face. "Yes." Xianqing nodded affirmatively, "It is the place where you sent me and my mother." Hancock was shocked. "This is very far from Nine Snake Island. I didn't expect that your teleportation ability is so powerful that you brought us here in 10 strokes. No wonder you said that we can meet every day in the future. So, I will have this ability in the future." At this point, Hancock looked at Xianqing with shining eyes. As for the loopholes in Suinking's previous words, that is, Xianqing said that he was not allowed by Uchiha's Hilly to come out to find Hancock because of his lack of strength. Hancock automatically ignored it and didn't think about it deeply. This saved Xianqing a lot of trouble. He nodded immediately and said, "Yes. But I need to explain that although my contract can give you the ability to teleport and many benefits, it also has limitations. That is, after the contract, you will be subject to me to a certain extent, and you can't do anything that is unfavorable to me or disclose some of my secrets to the outside world." Goff, even so, do you still want the contract? If you don't want to, I won't mind. Well. But in that case, Hancock is destined to never really become Suinking's person. Of course. Even if there are no restrictions, I can't do anything to hurt you, Xianqing, and without your permission, I won't disclose your secrets to the outside world and bring you trouble and danger. So, these restrictions are equivalent to non-existence for me. There's nothing to hesitate about. Advertisement. Hancock listened and nodded without hesitation. Everything is as it should be, and Xianqing was moved by it. This girl really gave her heart to him completely. She is indeed a person who can conquer herself and has a full favor ability towards him. Her brain circuit is completely different from that of ordinary people. But he likes her very much and cherishes her very much. Okay. Then let's make a contract. As he said, Xianqing condensed a contract rune from his forehead and sent it to Hancock, and explained the contract method. Hancock touched the contract rune with his hand without hesitation and agreed directly in his heart. Instantly, the rune went directly along her arm into her sea of consciousness between her eyebrows and landed steadily in the center of her sea of consciousness. It made Hancock's sea of consciousness more stable. Then, without waiting for Hancock to say anything, a large amount of information about the past and future of the pirates' world, the past and future of the ninja world, as well as health-preserving exercises, longevity techniques, meditation methods, the perfected and optimized Conqueror's Haki training method, source chakra refining techniques, and so on, all of these magical skills poured into Hancock's mind. She was horrified, but she had to temporarily close her eyes and began to digest this information seriously. More than an hour later, she digested all this information, opened her eyes, looked at Xianqing with a look of shock and said, "I didn't expect that you, dear, are so powerful and actually come from other world. Moreover, you have created so many magical and powerful magic skills, it's amazing. No wonder you and Lords Hilly suddenly appeared on our pirate's ship. Was that your first time in our world? Do you think we are particularly destined to be together? If it weren't for your sudden appearance, my sisters and I might have been caught and sold by the slave group, dedicated to the damn celestial dragons. It's all because of you. So, Hancock was so grateful to Xianqing, and after the precipitation of time and self-strategy, this gratitude was completely transformed into a deep love for Xianqing. That's right, the memory information Xianqing gave her included the information that the three sisters would have been caught by the slave group and sold to celestial dragons. Although it was just a few words, because Xianqing himself had only watched the anime, and the anime book didn't have many pictures and descriptions about these. But these are enough for Hancock to imagine. For a moment, he was very scared, and at the same time, he was more grateful and loved Xianqing in his heart. Haha. It is indeed fate. After hearing this, Sun Kai smiled knowingly and said, even I didn't expect that I would be imprisoned on your pirate's ship at that time. Okay, now you and I have signed a contract, and you also know my true identity and secrets. In the future, if you miss me, you can teleport to find me at any time. In addition, if you are willing, you can come to practice with me and some of my companions and relatives every day according to my practice time, and grow together. I believe that with these magical skills I gave you, plus your talent, your strength will definitely grow rapidly. In a few years, you can become one of the most powerful people in the two worlds. Hancock has this talent. Dell. Hancock listened and nodded happily, then I'll come to your place every day and practice with you. That way I can see you every day. In addition, I will help you overthrow the world government in the future, kill all the celestial dragons, and become the new world ruler. Speaking of celestial dragons, Hancock's expression and tone were full of murderous intent. Obviously, she hated these pigs that left her with a miserable past. If the time was not right now, she would not want to cause trouble to Xianqing. She wanted to teleport directly to Sabayati Archipelago and kill a few celestial dragon pigs as a sacrifice. These garbage and cancers of the sea do not deserve to live in this world. Chapter 190, The Essence of the Sweet Sweet Fruit, Zoan Mythical Beast Medusa Fruit, 4/5. Please customize. Haha. Good. Hearing this, Xianqing laughed out loud, reached out and touched Hancock's hair and said, I believe there will be such a day. By the way, I heard from Shuki that you ate a paramecia sweet fruit. Hearing this, Hancock was slightly stunned, and thought of something, then nodded quickly and said, yes. Xianqing, do you want to help me eliminate the defects and hidden dangers? The information she received included Xianqing's means to eliminate the defects of devil fruit being afraid of seawater and the hidden danger of the existence of other people's wills in it. Advertisement. For such a thing, she naturally wanted it. Although eating the sweet fruit made her stronger and more beautiful. But the fear of seawater is indeed uncomfortable. In addition, she didn't know that there was another person's will in the devil fruit in the past. But now that she knows it, she must eliminate it as soon as possible. She can't accept that there is another person's will in her body. Even if this will only has some instincts and is dormant, it's the same. Xianqing nodded affirmatively, it is better to eliminate such hidden dangers and defects as soon as possible. In addition, I have some uncertain speculations about your devil fruit. Then, Xianqing roughly told Hancock that the Tian fruit might be the mythical beast Medusa fruit. Hey! Hancock was surprised when he heard it, mythical beast Medusa fruit? It can be like this? Is it possible? This is the first time she has heard of such a thing. It is possible. Xianqing nodded affirmatively, let's go to the space-time gate space and see it clearly. If it is true, it will be a good thing for you. Because the mythical beast Medusa fruit must be much stronger than the Tian fruit. Each mythical beast devil fruit is extremely strong. After all, they all represent a legendary creature. Okay. Hancock was also aroused by curiosity and nodded in agreement immediately. Then Xianqing took her hand, and with a thought, the two came to the main space of the time and space gate. Wow! Is this the time and space gate space? It's so big, and there are so many plants. As soon as he came in, Hancock looked around with surprise and exclaimed. Yes, there are already a lot of vegetation and soil here. They were all moved in by Xianqing from the ninja world or the pirates world over the past few years. The purpose is to improve the main space of the time and space gate and make it suitable for people to live in. Okay. I'll take you to visit here later. Let's solve the problem of devil fruit first. Xianqing reminded with a smile. Yet. Hancock quickly retracted his gaze and looked at Xian and asked, what do you need me to do? You don't have to do anything, just stand there. Xianqing shook his head, and after Hancock stood still, he raised his hand and grabbed Hancock in the air. He easily extracted the sweet fruit from Hancock's body. Advertisement. Moreover, during this process, Hancock felt no discomfort except that she suddenly lost her devil fruit ability. This amazed her. Seeing a pink spherical energy ball floating above Suinking's palm, Hancock came over curiously and asked, "Honey, is this the body of the Tian fruit? It's not a physical object. Also, are you sure this is the Medusa fruit?" Xianqing nodded and said, "It has been confirmed that there is indeed another unawakened power hidden in this devil fruit. That power is stronger. The ability of the Tian fruit is just its outer manifestation. It is part of the Medusa fruit. This Medusa fruit is very compatible with your 9-snake island. No wonder even if I changed your past fate, you still got it. This is the choice of the will of the Medusa devil fruit itself. In fact, since I heard that you still got this devil fruit by accident, I have suspected that it is not a simple Tian fruit. After all, this situation of changing the trajectory of fate and still taking the initiative to deliver it to the door is abnormal no matter how you look at it. It is the will of this Medusa fruit that chose you. Why is this devil fruit in energy state at this time? Because it needs fruit as a carrier to turn virtual into reality. In my research, I learned that the essence of devil fruit is just the product of the spiritual light and will of human beings after hundreds or thousands of years of upgrading. It is a fantasy wonder." Then, Xianqing told Hancock in detail about his research findings at the time. "So that's it." Hancock suddenly realized, is it really like this? The ancient humans were really amazing. They can do such a thing. No wonder there is a will in this devil fruit, no wonder the demon fruit power is rejected by the sea. Everything has a reason. Then how do you point out the flaws and hidden will? Since this devil fruit took the initiative to find me, the will in it should be particularly strong, right? Hancock asked curiously. Yes. Xianqing nodded affirmatively and said, but no matter how strong it is, it has no meaning here. Here, I am invincible. It's also easy to remove it. As he said, Xianqing grabbed the devil fruit with his other hand. Suddenly, a group of unknown things were easily removed from the core of the devil fruit. After seeing this thing being removed, Chen Ji was awakened. It turned directly into an illusory human body with a snake tail, a strange existence with a snake head and hair buried in the head, roaring and struggling at Xianqing, and at the same time wanted to return to the Medusa fruit. Unfortunately, her struggle was meaningless. Go. The next moment, she was thrown out of the space-time gate by Xianqing and appeared on the sea somewhere in the pirate's world. Obviously, Xianqing did not throw her to the magnetic drum island. Although it was basically certain that there would be no problem no matter where she was thrown. But Xianqing still chose to play it safe. The next moment, the will roared with the curse of the sea, and then flashed, directly sank into the void, disappeared, and returned to the inside of the Alaya consciousness aggregate. On Xianqing's side, after dealing with the curse and hidden dangers in the Medusa fruit, he raised his hand and injected the power of the devil fruit into Hancock's body again. Suddenly, Hancock felt that all the abilities of the sweet fruit had returned. Moreover, she was more comfortable and free to control it. She even felt that there was a hidden power in the core of the devil fruit that she had not yet developed. Advertisement. Hancock guessed that it must be the power of the Medusa fruit that Xianqing mentioned. But when Hancock thought of the image of Medusa just now, he frowned slightly, looked at Xianqing with some concern and asked, Xianqing, if I develop the power of the Medusa fruit, will I also become the appearance of that thing before? It feels so ugly. The hair composed of the snake tail and the snake head made her completely unable to appreciate it. Even if she is the future empress of 9-Snake Island, often dealing with snakes, and has a group of snake partners of her own, and does not hate snakes normally, it is the same. Obviously, her aesthetics are still in the ranks of normal humans. Not crooked yet. You don't have to worry about that. Xianqing smiled and said, that's just the cursed appearance of Medusa. I have removed the curse, and Medusa will naturally transform into the perfect form in human fantasy. Legend has it that Medusa is the most beautiful creature in the world. It was the jealousy of the Queen of Gods that caused her to become ugly before. Since I have removed that will and the curse, your Medusa devil fruit ability will naturally return to the most perfect stage. So, in the future, when you develop the ability of the Medusa fruit, you will only become more beautiful, not ugly, so you don't have to worry about this. Otherwise, you don't have to tell me, I won't give you this devil fruit ability, but let you choose a new devil fruit. Let alone Hancock, he also couldn't appreciate the image of Medusa Thulhu just now. It makes people's san value drop wildly. Really? That's great. My dear, you are so nice. Hancock's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he threw himself into Suinking's arms with a smile, kissed him on the face, and was very happy. Okay. The matter of devil fruit has been dealt with. I will take you back to 9-Snake Island first to say hello to Gloriosa. Then, I will take you to familiarize yourself with our various bases in the pirates world and some of the environments in the ninja world. By the way, I will introduce all my relatives and friends to you, and let them know you too. Let's go. As he said this, Xianqing thought about it and took Hancock out of the main space of the space-time gate. Returning to the hall before Nine Snake Island, he met Gloriosa again. You are finally back. Gloriosa was relieved when she saw the two reappear, and then looked at Hancock in confusion and asked, Hancock, why do I feel that your temperament has changed a little? And, you are more beautiful. You guys. When she said this, she suddenly thought of something, and her face changed immediately. She looked at the two people with uncertain faces and said, You guys. Shut up. Old woman. Hancock guessed that Gloriosa had misunderstood and glared at her, saying, Xianqing just helped me solve the hidden danger of devil fruit and taught me some secrets that can make me stronger. Oh. Don't let me have wild thoughts. She wanted to give herself to Xianqing completely. But she was not old enough and had no intention of doing so. She naturally could not do anything wrong, so as not to affect her image in Suinking's eyes. She wanted to be Suinking's perfect bride. Hey, so that's it. Gloriosa heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Hancock didn't look like she was pretending, and she didn't look like she had lost her virginity. She said awkwardly, that, ahem. I'm just a little worried. You are all still young, and you still don't do this kind of thing. The most urgent thing is to improve your strength. I'm just worried that you are putting the cart before the horse. Forgive me, forgive me. Humph. Hancock listened and glared at Gloriosa again in annoyance. It's okay. Xianqing smiled and shook his head, we know our limits. By the way, I have now made a contract with Hancock and given her the ability to teleport, as well as some of our family's secrets. It will greatly promote her future cultivation, so, she will go directly to my place for daily cultivation in the future, and say hello to you first. In addition, I plan to take her to some of our family bases later, and I will be back later. I hope you can allow it. Anyway, Hancock is the heir to the country and the future empress, so it's better to be polite. Is that so? Gloriosa listened, thought about Xianqing's terrifying strength, and although she was a little hesitant, she finally nodded and agreed, okay. I agree to both things. However, if Hancock's strength slows down after a month, I will take back my words and let her continue to stay on Nine Snake Island to receive instruction and practice. Is that okay? Everything is for Hancock's growth and the future of Nine Snake Island. She can give Xianqing face and try, but she can't really delay Hancock's growth. Of course. This request is very reasonable. You just wait and see, I just hope you won't be too surprised when the time comes. Xianqing smiled knowingly and teased after listening. This request is very reasonable, there is nothing to resist. Then I have no problem. You go early and come back early. Gloriosa listened, nodded with satisfaction, and waved her hand. Xianqing's attitude made her feel very comfortable and satisfied. This is the attitude that should be there. It is precisely because of Xianqing's confident attitude that she is looking forward to his Hancock's next change. If Xianqing can really make Hancock stronger faster without sacrificing Hancock's potential, then I'm afraid I will have to thank Xianqing very much. A more powerful future queen of Nine Snake Island is of great significance to Nine Snake Island. Chapter 191, The Slow Fruit or the Nine-Tails Fox Fruit. Uchiha Yuri's choice, 5/5, please customize. Okay. Goodbye. Xianqing nodded, and immediately took Hancock away again. First went to Sky Island and other training bases. Took Hancock around in many bases. Then, took her to Shimotsuki Island base, introduced Mikoto, Kushina, Kuina, Nami, Perona, Koshiro, Tsunade, and others, let them get to know each other. Advertisement. Wow! Are you the future Pirates World's #1 beauty, Empress Hancock? You are really beautiful. And your personality is much better than your original future self. After hearing Xianqing introduce Hancock, Tsunade looked at Hancock with curiosity and enthusiasm, and laughed and teased. DB. Hancock blushed and said, the future me is different from me. She must have been influenced by her past as a slave and went to another extreme. Also, Sister Tsunade, you are also very beautiful. Yet. Mikoto and Kushina are also very beautiful. Tsunade, Mikoto, and Kushina smiled and responded modestly, no. No. At this time, Hancock noticed that Kuina and the others pouted and were a little dissatisfied, so he hurriedly said, oh. And Kuina, you are also very cute. Kuina and others. You might as well not say cute. But they also knew that Hancock's words were not bad, so they didn't want to continue to show her a bad face, so they hurriedly smiled and said, no. Sister Hancock is beautiful. Next, the girls pulled Hancock to talk. He threw Xianqing aside. Even if Hancock wanted to come over, he felt it was not good, worried that he would be Tsunade and the others rejected isolation, so they gave Xianqing an apologetic look and followed him directly. Tisk tisk. Xianqing, you are amazing. Another one. Sometimes I envy you. Unfortunately, I can't learn it. At this time, Minato, who was not far away, came over, glanced at Hancock and others who were going away, and smiled and teased Xianqing. After a few years, he already had someone he liked. That girl was a girl of the same age from the Uzumaki clan, and Xianqing naturally knew her. It can only be that Minato really has a special liking for the red-haired Uzumaki clan. You kid. Xianqing listened, glanced at Minato, and didn't say much. That day, Xianqing also took Hancock to Konoha in the ninja realm and took her to meet her mother and others. I didn't expect that little Hancock has grown so tall and so beautiful. Welcome to Konoha. Remember to come often in the future. Uchiha's Hilly saw after Hancock was invited, he entertained her warmly and gave her instructions. This girl is indeed the most beautiful woman in the future pirates world. Her current charm is amazing. She felt that even Mikoto, Kushina and even Tsunade could not compare to her. This should be influenced by the sweet fruit, right? Uchiha Yuri guessed secretly. After entertaining Hancock to sit down in the living room and chatting for a while, when talking about devil fruit, Uchiha Yuri couldn't help asking Xianqing, have you helped Hancock eliminate the defects and hidden dangers of devil fruit? In addition, is her sweet fruit really the hidden mythical beast Medusa fruit? Advertisement. She was also very curious about this. Del. Xianqing listened and nodded affirmatively, the defects and hidden dangers have been eliminated, and I have also explored deeply. This is indeed the mythical beast Medusa fruit. My previous guess was correct. When Hancock develops the ability of the sweet fruit to the awakening level, he can truly develop and awaken the power of the mythical beast Medusa fruit. By then, Hancock's strength will still skyrocket. Del. Uchiha's Hilly listened, nodded in understanding, looked at Hancock and said, Congratulations, Hancock, you have obtained a devil fruit that suits you very well. However, don't forget to work hard on health-preserving exercises, meditation methods and source chakra refining techniques in the future. The spirit is the real key. This girl will obviously not be able to escape from the palm of her son's hand in the future, and will definitely become one of her daughters-in-law. She naturally has to give more advice. Yet. Hancock blushed and nodded, I'll remember it, Masters Hilly, I'll work hard. In the future, I will help Xianqing overthrow the world government, slaughter the celestial dragons, and control the entire pirates world. Just ambition. Uchiha's Hilly smiled and encouraged, then I'll wait and see. By the way. Xianqing, regarding the devil fruit, I've thought about it. I'll take the Paramecia slow fruit. This seems to have been eaten by the silver fox Foxy. Xiao He had already discovered him when he lit up some maps on the south blue map. I'm going to go over and catch him, and then you help me extract his devil fruit ability. This is the choice she made after considering for a long time. She is not really lacking powerful means of attack at present. Susanoo itself has extremely strong attack capabilities. Recently, she has been looking for magic weapons and spiritual tools, and then she can also bless Susanoo to further enhance her Susanoo's attack power and even its limiting ability. In the end, she felt that her real problem was that Susanoo was too clumsy and couldn't hit the target. The slow fruit could solve this problem very well. Of course, if possible, she would naturally choose the top devil fruit of the slow fruit, the time fruit. Unfortunately, according to the information provided by Xianqing, this devil fruit has been taken by Yue Guangxi and brought to the future more than 1,000 years later. If you want the time fruit, you can only wait for Yue Guangxi for more than 10 years. Moreover, by then, there must be a means to limit Yue Guangxi's time ability, otherwise, she may run away if she is not careful. In any case, this is not something that can be obtained in the short term. Therefore, Uchiha's Hilly chose to settle for the second best and first chose to obtain the slow fruit to develop and absorb, and improve her strength and means. At the same time, it is also preparing for the future to obtain the time fruit. What? One person can only eat one devil fruit? Not to mention that the devil fruit that has been eliminated by Xianqing has no problem. After Suanking's optimization of the devil fruit, as long as a devil fruit is completely developed, it can be completely absorbed into the light of one's own mind, completely turned into a self-inflicted sin. By then, the devil fruit position will naturally be vacant again, and a new devil fruit can be eaten again. As long as you develop fast enough, in theory you can eat devil fruit continuously. In addition, even if you don't fully develop and absorb the core spiritual light represented by the optimized devil fruit, Uchiha's Hilly can let Xianqing take out the devil fruit in her body at any time, and she can just replace it with one. In short, no matter which choice you make, you won't lose. Slow fruit. Xianqing was slightly stunned and nodded, yes, but have you thought about it? Slow fruit is not that strong. Then there are many limitations on the ability, and you need to maintain a certain posture to activate it, right? In the future, more than a decade later, Silver Fox Foxy is just a small pirates with a bounty of 25 million. This is just what you remember. Uchiha Yuri listened and said without comment, you have taken the devil fruit yourself, so you should know that the so-called fruit development moves and specific actions are just based on the development and understanding of the demon fruit power itself, plus the development of the demon fruit power in previous generations. In my opinion, this is a very powerful devil fruit, but it was developed in a wrong way by the previous generations of ability users, and its true potential was not developed. Which of the abilities related to time is really simple? Perhaps it is because it involves time that the difficulty of developing this devil fruit is particularly high. I am confident that I can truly develop the ability of this devil fruit and make it my trump card, which will greatly increase my strength. Furthermore, the devil fruit that you have eliminated the defects and hidden dangers is different in itself. The influence of the previous generations of ability users will be completely eliminated, and it will also allow me to develop this devil fruit more freely. Fruit ability. Time is running out. She is now in a hurry to improve her strength to share the worries of her son. Otherwise, they have to be vigilant against the Sage of Six Paths that may appear at any time, which is too frustrating. Advertisement. That's right. Xianqing listened and nodded. My thunder fruit is actually the same. After eliminating the defects and the hidden dangers of will, it has become more handy to develop and control it. Moves, applications, etc. can also become more flexible and autonomous as I wish, which is much stronger than before the elimination and optimization. I am now looking forward to the scene where you develop the slow fruit into a god-level fruit. Knock him out as soon as possible and bring him back to the space of the master of the time and space gate. I will extract it when the time comes. By the way, do you know what devil fruit Hu Yinren wants to choose? Del. Uchiha Yuri listened and nodded. I'll go tomorrow. Today is Hancock's first time here, so I can't leave halfway. As for Mito, she also said that she wanted the nine-tails fox fruit of the mythical beast species. Hey! Xianqing was stunned and said, this devil fruit ability doesn't suit her, right? I remember that the ability of the nine-tails fox fruit is mainly to transform others, and it is more inclined to disguise and illusion abilities. It is more suitable to give it to Uchiha's illusion-type ninja. What does she think? Is it just because the nine-tails fox fruit can transform into nine tails, and the eye-tailed beast nine tails is more similar? The root is unreasonable. 3.8. Hehe. Uchiha's Hilly also smiled and said, I said so at the time, and then she said that shock fruit and impact fruit are also okay. These two are more suitable for her current combat methods. Uzumaki Mito's main fighting methods are adamant and sealing chains and supernatural powers. The former is not suitable unless there is a sealing fruit. As for the latter, it is just right for shock fruit. It can greatly enhance the power of her fists and feet. This is much more suitable. But don't think about shock fruit in the short term. Whitebeard is not so easy to deal with. Shock fruit can be expected. I remember that this devil fruit was eaten by Edward Weeble. If you find him, you can get this devil fruit. I will find a way. Xianqing nodded and pondered. Well, you can do it. If there are other powerful devil fruits, we don't mind replacing them. Uchiha Yuri smiled and nodded. Then he stopped chatting with Xianqing, and asked Suinkan to take Hancock to walk around Konoha and even nearby towns to get familiar with them. Until the evening, he kept after Hancock had dinner at home. Xianqing group sent her back to Nine Snake Island. They agreed to practice together every day in the future. Xianqing then returned to his home in the ninja world. Chapter 192, Uchiha Slow Fruit, Nico Robin is discovered, 1/5, please order it yourself. The next morning, after breakfast and morning exercises, Uchiha's Hilly immediately teleported to South Blue and found Silver Fox Foxy, who was still a complete minor character. She threw an illusion over and directly hypnosis him. Then, she was dissatisfied and hit him hard on the head, knocking him out completely. Uchiha's Hilly then teleported Silver Fox Foxy to the main space of the space-time gate. She sent a message to Xianqing through the communication space. Swish. Advertisement. The next moment, Xianqing appeared in the main space of the space-time gate, next to Uchiha's Hilly. Is this the Silver Fox Foxy? Although he looks a lot younger, he is still as ugly and shabby as ever. Xianqing couldn't help but comment when he saw the Silver Fox Foxy crawling on the ground. Then, without waiting for Uchiha Yuri to say anything, he grabbed the Silver Fox Foxy on the ground through the air, and the slowness fruit was directly extracted by him. Then, he didn't rush to optimize the slowness fruit, but with a thought, he used the space authority to twist Foxy's neck and killed him. With another thought, he threw his body out of the space-time gate space and threw it into an uninhabited sea area in the pirate's world. After finishing these, he focused his attention on the slowness fruit in his hand. With a wave of his hand, he extracted the sea curse and will from it and purified the slowness fruit. He threw the curse and will back to the pirate's world, and then waved his hand to inject the slowness fruit into his mother's body. It's okay. Mom, feel it. Okay. Uchiha Yuri nodded while digesting the changes in her body. Soon, she raised her hand and pointed at Xianqing. A pink slow beam of light hit Xianqing without Xianqing deliberately dodging. Suddenly, Xianqing felt that his movements became extremely slow. He tried to move, but the speed was very slow. After a while, he felt that the power faded, and his speed and time senses recovered. How do you feel? With your strength, can you break the influence of this power? Uchiha Yuri did not continue the experiment, but asked directly. No. Xianqing shook his head. Obviously, this kind of devil involving the power of time rules is not possible. The upper limit of the fruit's ability is very high, and I can't force it with my current strength. However, in that state, my 5 senses are normal, but my body is affected by this power. This fruit is indeed very powerful. But the premise is that it can hit. Mom, can you only use this power in the form of a beam? What is the maximum speed? Uchiha's Hilly heard this and immediately cried, at present, it can only be used in the form of a beam, and the speed can be 1 or 3 times faster than before. However, I believe that after my subsequent development, I should be able to expand the form of use, such as spreading it in the form of light waves, directly covering an area, etc. There is also a huge room for improvement in speed. This is obviously far from her development limit. That's good. Xianqing's eyes lit up slightly after hearing this. Once the development is successful, the hit rate will be greatly improved, and there is no need to worry about the enemy's speed being too fast and being dodged by this ability. This fruit ability has great potential. Haha. That's it. Uchiha's Hilly smiled slightly because of it. Satisfied with their choice. Next, the two of them left the space-time gate directly and ran to a Fierce Beast Island base, where they conducted some tests with many fierce beasts. Hey! Suddenly, Xianqing received a message from Xiao He through the communication space. He hurriedly checked and found that it was Xiao He who accidentally found Nico Robin, the target that Xianqing asked him to pay attention to, when he was running the map in West Blue. Xianqing couldn't help but exclaimed. Hey? What's wrong? Uchiha's Hilly, who had finished the devil fruit test, came over and asked curiously. Well, Xiao He found Nico Robin's traces when he was running the map in West Blue. I have to run a trip to West Blue. Xianqing immediately said to his mother. Oh. Uchiha's Hilly heard it and raised his eyebrows slightly and said, is it that poor little girl? Okay. Then you go. Her potential is still very good. It's better to save her as soon as possible and bring her back for training as soon as possible. In addition, if you go to Raftel to decrypt in the future, you will also need her. Bring her back soon, sign a contract with her soon. As for being targeted by the world government? Advertisement. That's not a big deal. They won't let Nico Robin run around in the short term. Given the remote location of the training base they chose to open, the world government will never be able to find and discover Nico Robin in their place in the short term. Even if they really find her, at most they can throw Nico Robin into the Xianqing pirates that are already preparing and take her out to sea. That way, there's no need to worry about the base being targeted. However, Xianqing probably doesn't have to do this in the short term. Even if someone in the world government is tracking Nico Robin, they can only search in West Blue, and they won't realize that Nico Robin was taken away from West Blue by him for the time being. Yet. That's what I planned to. Then I'll leave first. As Xianqing said, he teleported away from here with a thought. The next moment, he appeared on the back of Xiao He, who was flying over an island somewhere in West Blue. Hey! Xiao He, thank you for your hard work. Where is Nico Robin? Xianqing smiled and greeted Xiao He at his feet. At this time, Xiao He was several times bigger than a few years ago, and his wings were more than 30 meters long, becoming bigger and bigger. This was all due to the source chakra refining technique and health-preserving exercises. In addition, meditation also made its mental power and soul stronger, and its IQ became higher and higher. At this time, its intelligence was no different from that of ordinary humans. In fact, it was smarter than many ordinary people. Sensing the extra person on its back and hearing Xianqing's words, it immediately used its mental power to transmit Kaid. It's on the 3rd street from the inside to the outside on the west side of the island below, in the attic of the 9th house. But master, you have to pay attention, there are 2 groups of people on the island searching for her now. One group is the Mafia, and the 10th group is suspected to be CP people. Is that so? I understand. After hearing this, Xianqing nodded immediately. Directly unfolded the perception of observation and hearing, covering the island below with his own observation and hearing perception. Easily locked the position of Nico Robin and those Mafia DP. The main reason is that these people's clothes and behaviors are too special and obvious. Combined with the reactions of the people around them, Xianqing easily made a judgment. Then, Xianqing let go and took out a Flying Thunder God dagger and threw it at the attic window where Nico Robin was. Swish! In just a few seconds, Flying Thunder the God dagger fell on the windowsill of the attic window and pierced deeply into the wooden windowsill. I know the situation, Xiao He, you continue to run the map. Leave this to me. As he said, Xianqing disappeared on Xiao Hei's back with a thought. The ninja eagle Xiao Hei felt a lightness on his back, nodded, flapped his wings and flew away quickly from the island, heading for the next target. Before all the maps in the pirates' world were run, its main task every day was to run the map. Of course, it didn't do this 24 hours a day. It only worked 8 hours a day, and the rest of the time was either training, eating and resting. After get off work every day, it would teleport back to a training base to rest or practice and eat. Life was still very comfortable. As for Xianqing, the next moment, he teleported directly to the windowsill of the attic where Nico Robin was. With a wave of his hand, he opened the windowsill and walked in. He saw Nico Robin, who was just frightened by the sound of the flying thunder god dagger falling. Advertisement. At this time, Nico Robin was looking at Xianqing with a horrified face, and kept retreating. His eyes kept looking around, trying to find a chance to escape. At the same time, he asked tremblingly, "Who are you?" "Me." Xianqing listened, slowly stretched out his hand to pull out the flying thunder god dagger, and then smiled gently at Nico Robin. "I am just 10 kind-hearted people who came to find you and wanted to rescue you from the sea of suffering so that you would not be hunted down by the lackeys of the world government. So, you don't have to be too nervous, and don't be afraid. I won't hurt you, Nico Robin." Nico Robin's pupils shrank suddenly when she heard this, and her dark face turned pale. At this time, there was only one voice in her heart: "It's over. My identity has been discovered." As for Xianqing's words, she didn't dare to believe it at all. Because, in the past few years, she has seen too many intrigues and sinister people, and she doesn't dare to trust others easily. She has only one idea now, that is to escape. Xianqing naturally saw what she was thinking. The next moment, he came directly to Nico Robin and put his hand on her head. While she was trembling, he touched her rough hair and comforted her. "I told you not to be afraid. With my strength, if 983 wants to hurt you, you will not have a chance to escape. The Mafia and CP who are chasing you seem to have discovered the abnormality here. It's my fault that the way I appeared just now attracted their attention. Watch me obediently, I'll deal with them first." As he said that, Xianqing was moved and took Nico Robin back to the windowsill. Then, without waiting for Nico Robin to say anything, Xianqing stretched out his hand in front of him and directly used the transformation technique to become a stranger. Then, in the astonished eyes of Nico Robin, he rushed out of the attic. He came to the roof of the attic. He locked the Mafia and CP who were closing in on this side with his observation haki and spiritual perception. He took out dozens of flying thunder god daggers and threw them all out in just 1 second. Swish, swish, swish. In just a moment, the nearest Mafia members or CP were startled by the flying thunder god daggers. However, before they could make any moves, they felt a flash of black light in front of their eyes. At the same time, they all felt a pain in their necks, their vision began to sway, and soon they completely lost consciousness. Then, it was the Mafia members or CP members who were farther away. From Nico Robin's perspective, she only saw Xianqing suddenly turned into a black light, flashing from near to far between the daggers he threw out at an extremely terrifying speed. Then, the heads of those people were all cut off. But in a few breaths, she found another person around her. This person seemed to be emitting a trace of bloody smell that had not yet dissipated. Nico Robin turned his head with a stiff neck and looked. Then she saw the person before maintaining his transformed appearance, full of her gentle smile. "R." Nico Robin trembled slightly, and wanted to say something. At this time, her fear of Xianqing did not decrease at all. Although Xianqing killed the Mafia and CP who were chasing her, she also expressed goodwill to him. But Xianqing was too mysterious, she didn't dare to believe it at all. She was only afraid of Xianqing's terrifying means and strength. Chapter 193, Rescue Nico Robin, and achieve minor success in chakra condensation, 2/5. Please customize. No need to say more. I have already solved all your enemies. I know you don't dare to believe me yet, and you are only afraid of me. But that's not a problem. Time will prove that I have no ill will towards you, I really just came to save you. Come with me first. Advertisement. Although I have killed all the CPS here, I am afraid that this will attract more attention from the world government. Come with me first. Xianqing interrupted her directly, and after a while, he put his hand on Nico Robin's thin shoulder. Regardless of her trembling body, he took her away from the attic with a thought. The next moment, Nico Robin felt a flash in front of her eyes, and then she came to an unfamiliar environment. She couldn't help but look around and make sure that this was no longer the island before. The vegetation, wind direction, climate, etc. were all wrong. Combining Xianqing's space teleportation method shown by killing people before, she had a bold guess in her heart. This may not be the island before. It may not even be West Blue. Because the wind direction, climate and vegetation characteristics are all wrong. She is O'Hara's doctor, well read, and very familiar with the climate and vegetation characteristics of different regions in the world. At the same time, the escape life in the past few years has also given her a very deep control of judging the direction by wind direction. Where is this? She couldn't help but secretly glance at Xianqing and asked tentatively. East Blue, Shimatsuki Island, one of my training bases. After hearing this, Xianqing immediately released the transformation technique and said to her with a smile, "You're safe here. Let's go. I'll arrange your accommodation and then have someone take you to wash up. In the future, you will live here. After that, I'll have someone teach you some training methods. From now on, you will practice and become stronger with me and some of my companions. As long as you become strong enough in the future, so strong that even if the world government and marine see you and recognize you, they can't easily do anything to you, then you naturally don't have to be afraid of their pursuit." As he said, he waved to Tashiji who was looking over here not far away. Tashiji immediately ran over, looked at Nico Robin, and said to Xianqing, "Brother Xianqing, what do you want me to do? And is this Nico Robin?" After all, she was a person who had a contract with Xianqing, so she naturally knew the future of many pirates' worlds, including Nico Robin. Naturally, she recognized him at once. Nico Robin, however, was still in shock that he had come to East Blue from West Blue in the blink of an eye. He was slightly stunned when he heard Tashiji's words, and looked at the pretty and lovely girl in front of him with some surprise. He didn't understand why she knew him. It couldn't be Xianqing who said it, right? But they must have never met in the past. Yes. That's her. Hyunqing smiled and nodded to Tashiji, saying, "I just rescued her from West Blue. She will temporarily live here. Take her to settle down first, and ask the logistics manager here to arrange a suitable place for her to live, and equip her with all the daily necessities and clothes. Then, take her to wash up, and then bring her to the restaurant. I'll wait for you there." Hyunqing waved his hand. "Okay. Let's go. Robin-chan." Tashiji smiled and nodded immediately, then took Nico Robin's hand and ran away. At this time, Kuina and others also gathered around, and Kuina asked curiously, "Was that Nico Robin just now?" "Yes." Hyunqing nodded affirmatively, and then told about his experience of saving people. Everyone was full of emotion and pity after hearing this. It's really pitiful. Advertisement. Kuina couldn't help but sigh, "My hometown and relatives were once Marine was killed. Although Aokiji released her life, she has been living a precarious life on the run. Every day I have to go through all kinds of intrigues and dangers. This kind of life lasted for 6 or 7 years. If it were me, I might have died. Not everyone can survive all kinds of hunting and persecution at the age of 8. Indeed." Mikoto and others nodded after hearing this. They felt that they could not do what Nico Robin did. Especially Kushina, who used to think that her original future fate was miserable. But compared with Nico Robin, it was actually much better. Not to mention that her fate had been changed. "We have to treat her better in the future and let her come out of the shadows as soon as possible," Kushina said immediately. "I agree." Mikoto and others also nodded in agreement. However, they felt that it might not be so easy to let Robin let down his guard. Anyone who has been hunted for 7 or 8 years, and who has been involved in gangs, pirates, and other forces, facing all kinds of covetousness, betrayal, scolding, and danger, it is not easy to open up to others again. However, they have confidence in themselves. Anyway, they have never had any ill will towards Nico Robin, and they will not covet anything from her. They really just want to save her. Next, Xianqing and the others practiced for more than an hour until lunchtime. Tashiji brought the settled Nico Robin to the restaurant. Everyone had a meal with Nico Robin. During this period, everyone sincerely showed goodwill to Nico Robin. Although Nico Robin was extremely sensitive, it was precisely because of this that she could roughly judge that Xianqing and the others really had no ill will towards her. She had already learned to be smooth in dealing with people, so she felt much more at ease at this time. She responded positively to everyone's goodwill. However, these were just superficial courtesy for the time being. Everyone had a strong sense of perception, so they naturally noticed it. But considering the other party's experience, they didn't say much. After that, Nico Robin officially settled down here. On a daily basis, he would start to practice basic physical skills and kendo under the guidance of Xianqing or others. As for Suinking's magical skills? I'm sorry, people without contracts, even Nico Robin, who Xianqing sympathized with and favored, cannot be exempted. Otherwise, these skills would be in danger of being leaked. 3 days later. It's done. I completed another cycle of the Immortal Chakra condensation method, strengthened the Immortal Chakra in my Denshin, and officially perfected the Immortal Chakra condensation method to the small success level. Xianqing felt that the time was ripe, and he had already steadily integrated the weekly transportation into the Immortal Chakra condensation method. I felt that it had reached the standard for teaching, and immediately opened his eyes and murmured with joy on his face. At this level of the immortal chakra condensation method, the speed of absorbing and refining natural energy to convert and replace chakra will be greatly accelerated. However, with his huge amount of chakra and the amount of chakra that is still increasing and accumulating every day, it will take a long time to completely replace chakra with immortal chakra. Perhaps, when he perfects the immortal chakra condensation method to the great success or even the great perfection, it is possible. However, it is estimated that before that day, his source chakra refining technique will be upgraded to the great perfection again. At that time, he would definitely take advantage of the opportunity to break the limit to integrate the chakra condensation method into the source chakra refining method, and further break the limit to realize a stronger method that combines the two. Advertisement. At that time, the chakra condensation method would be eliminated by him. Of course, even so, this method is still of great value for others to practice. After all, the stronger the method, the higher the training requirements. Even if there is a stronger advanced method, it is impossible to switch to it without practicing the previous method to a certain degree. It's just like the health-preserving exercise and the longevity secret. I'm getting off topic. Because it was still night, Xianqing didn't rush to teach his mother and others the chakra condensation method that he had perfected. Instead, he continued to practice for 2 hours. He didn't stop to sleep until the endurance of his tendons and veins reached the limit of today. Wait until the next morning, when he had breakfast. Xianqing told his mother and others the good news. What? Has the chakra condensation method been perfected to the point where we can practice it? Everyone was delighted when they heard this. Great. Now, I can finally start practicing the chakra. Hehe. When the time comes, I will definitely give Jiraiya a good beating and return all his past taunts to him doubled. 014501216101112060. Tsunade waved her fist excitedly. DB. Xianqing was speechless after hearing this. Sister Tsunade, have you forgotten that it is not appropriate to leak this news to Jiraiya and mount my boka behind him for the time being? Tsunade. Damn. I really forgot this. Then I can't take revenge for the time being. Tsunade complained with a gloomy face. No way. Xianqing shrugged helplessly after hearing this. Who made us not have 6 paths level strong men to deal with Sage of 6 paths for the time being? Just bear it for a while. It will only take a few years. By then, your fairy arts must have been cultivated to a very profound level. Wouldn't it be better to take revenge on Jiraiya then? Yes, what? Advise Tsunade not to take revenge on Jiraiya? No way. Jiraiya should be stimulated and retaliated. This is all his own fault in the past. Besides, using this stimulation to stimulate him may help him improve his favorability towards Xianqing and make a contract earlier. Without the contract, Xianqing will never really trust him. Without the contract, Jiraiya's fate will never be completely changed, and he will be completely eliminated sooner or later. That's right. So be it. Tsunade listened and nodded without comment. This is the only choice. After breakfast, Xianqing, urged by Tsunade and others, raised his hand and tapped each of their eyebrows. A stream of light sank into the eyebrows of several people. Immediately, they received detailed training methods and some useful experience about the immortal art chakra condensation method. Everyone present has practiced the source chakra refining method and meditation method for at least 2 or 3 years. Whether it is mental power, Jotian transport experience or chakra quantity, it is very important to the control of chakra is sufficient. It is possible to practice it of course. So, after digesting this information, everyone began to try to practice this fairy art chakra condensation method under Suinking's protection. The first one to succeed was Uchiha Yuri, followed by Tsunade. It took only half an hour and an hour for the two to succeed respectively. Chapter 194, Teaching Immortal Arts Chakra Condensation Method, First Meeting with Daimyo, 3/5, Please customize. Is this Senjutsu Chakra? So magical, so high quality. No wonder the power of ninjutsu after the Senjutsu blessing is so strong. If I can replace all the chakra in my body with Senjutsu Chakra, then my strength will be increased by several times. In fact, I can faintly feel the nourishing effect of Senjutsu Chakra on body cells. Unfortunately, my current Senjutsu Chakra is too little, and the effect is extremely weak. If it weren't for my chakra control and my control over my body, I really wouldn't be able to detect it. Advertisement. Tsunade felt a little bit of the Senjutsu Chakra in his body, and after testing it, he opened his eyes and said in amazement. Haha. You are already amazing to be able to detect these so quickly. It seems that your life return has been cultivated to at least the minor success level, right? Uchiha Yuri, who had already finished his training, asked with a smile. This level of perception and analysis, if it is not the minor success level of life return, it is really impossible to detect it. Even if Tsunade has strong medical skills and knows the body very well. The main reason is that the effect brought by the little bit of Senjutsu Chakra that Tsunade just extracted is too subtle. Not bad. I feel that Life Return and 6 styles are very suitable for my combat system. I am also very talented in this aspect, so I usually focus on this aspect of cultivation. At present, my 6 styles have been cultivated to the major success, and Life Return has been cultivated to the minor success for more than a year. Give me another year and a half and I should be able to reach the major success. Tsunade smiled and nodded kite. When the life of the great success level returns, she feels that her control over her body will change qualitatively. At that time, maybe she will get some unexpected gains. This is his own feeling. Not bad. Keep up the good work and strive to break through the super shadow as soon as possible. Uchiha's Hilly nodded in understanding. Tsunade's talent has never been bad. It seems that they will need a long time. I will go first. Xianqing, you continue to watch. Uchiha's Hilly looked at the time, thinking that there are still many things to do today, and immediately said to Xianqing. Well. Mom, you go. I'm here. Xianqing nodded. He was actually doing 2 things at the same time while waiting here, and he was moving and refining the fairy chakra. The fairy chakra condensation method that has reached the small success level is enough for him to be in a dynamic state, and he can take care of continuous cultivation. This will undoubtedly greatly accelerate the condensation of his fairy chakra. Now the only thing that limits his cultivation time is the endurance of the tendons and veins. Of course, he had already assigned many shadow clones to handle Yi's affairs or complete various trainings an hour ago. Especially for reanimation jutsu, he would assign 2 shadow clones to practice and improve their proficiency every day. Yet, Uchiha Yuri nodded and left immediately. I want to leave too. There are still many things waiting for me at the hospital. Tsunade saw this and said goodbye to Xianqing and left directly. Another hour passed, and Mikoto also successfully mastered the chakra condensation method of immortal art. Minato followed closely behind, and finally Kushina. Advertisement. So far, all the workers have completed the training of immortal art. Xianqing sent them to the pirate's world to practice. He found Uzumaki Mito and spent more than half an hour to teach Uzumaki Mito the chakra condensation method of immortal art. As for Noeki, this kid's meditation method and source chakra refining technique have not yet reached a small success, there is still a distance, and he can't practice for the time being. Songneng's hard-working Kunta went to practice. Xianchu is really powerful. However, it would be better if the source chakra refining technique could be completely integrated with the Xianchu chakra condensation method. It can save a lot of trouble and can truly perfect these 2 cultivation methods. I can feel, BGCD, that the fusion of these 2 techniques is the true correct path of the chakra system. Uzumaki Mito said to Xianqing after he got started with the Xianchu chakra condensation method. Xianqing nodded affirmatively, your feeling is right. I have already figured out this matter. Give me a few more months and I should be able to complete this step. However, at that time, there will definitely be higher requirements for the proficiency of the source chakra refining technique and the fairy chakra condensation method, therefore, before that, you have to improve the proficiency of these 2 techniques as much as possible. Unlike the health-preserving exercises, he estimated that this would not require the source chakra refining technique and the fairy chakra condensation method to be practiced to the great perfection before switching to practice. But the 2 techniques still need to be practiced to a small success. Understood. I won't fall behind. Uzumaki Mito smiled and nodded. A few more days passed, and in the Fire City, 10 days had already arrived. The dignitaries and big businessmen of the Fire Country summoned by the daimyo finally arrived. Then, Senju Tobirama also arrived as scheduled and met with these people together with the daimyo. He distributed the investment attraction plan that he had shown to the daimyo before to everyone. After reading it, everyone immediately started to discuss it noisily. But the reactions were mixed. Some were very interested and wanted to participate. These people were basically big businessmen. Most of the dignitaries were on the sidelines, a few were opposed, and the rest chose to agree. And those who agreed had basically already discussed it with the daimyo and were on the daimyo's side. However, even those who opposed it did not dare to act presumptuously when they saw Senju Tobirama present. These people are not fools. Most people have actually witnessed how powerful and tough Senju Tobirama was when he was in power. They dare not confront Senju Tobirama at all. Moreover, this plan is suspected of making Konoha stronger and harder to control. But the daimyo doesn't care, so why should they care? No matter how powerful Konoha is, even if it replaces the daimyo in the future, it will not be able to do without the support of these powerful people. Otherwise, it will be impossible to govern the place. Therefore, in the end, when most people choose to agree, the remaining few people can only agree with the crowd. Very good. Senju Tobirama saw it, nodded with satisfaction, stood up and said, since everyone agrees, please move to Konoha next to discuss the matter thoroughly. As he said, Senju Tobirama took out a flying thunder god dagger and activated the spell inside. The next moment, Xianqing appeared in the conference room with a swish. He first looked at Senju Tobirama. After getting Senju Tobirama's nod of affirmation, he understood the situation. I immediately nodded to the daimyo and gestured. Then, while these powerful businessmen were stunned, he looked around and said, I am Konoha 4th Hokage Uchiha Xianqing. Thank you all for your support. Next, I will take you to Konoha to discuss the signing of the investment. Please wait. As he said, Suinking's mind moved, and he separated 4 shadow clone. Advertisement. They flashed to the 4 sides of the conference room, leaned over and stretched out their hands to press on the ground. Suddenly, a large number of sealing spells emerged from their hands, and a Flying Thunder God group teleportation array was quickly constructed on the floor of the entire conference room. What is this? The daimyo saw it and couldn't help looking at Xianqing himself and Senju Tobirama, with a questioning look. The same was true for other powerful businessmen. Flying Thunder God group teleportation array, so that I can take you directly to Konoha. Please rest assured, I am already very proficient in this technique, there will be no problem. You will be able to arrive in Konoha with me soon, and it will save time on the road. Xianqing explained directly. What? Flying Thunder God? Group teleportation? Can this kind of thing be done? We ordinary people can also teleport. Incredible. This 4th generation is so strong. A group of people couldn't help but exclaimed after hearing this. Senju Tobirama's eyes twitched slightly when he saw Suinking's indifferent expression in the rapidly formed group teleportation array. He was naturally familiar with this technique. The new version of Flying Thunder God technique that Xianqing taught him had detailed records and training methods. But even with his talent, it was difficult to master it in a short period of time. The main reason was that the sealing technique, spatial perception and chakra required a high amount. He estimated that even if he learned it, with his current chakra amount, he could only teleport 50 people to Konoha at most at one time. This was already the limit. Even for this kind of array, the longer the teleportation distance, the more people teleport at the same time, and the more chakra consumed. I really don't know how this kid developed this use of Flying Thunder God. Flying Thunder God technique was really developed by him and played with it. Senju Tobirama glanced at Xianqing and couldn't help but sighed and thought boldly. After more than 1 minute, the entire teleportation array was completely completed. Xianqing dismissed the 4 shadow clone directly, looked around and said to everyone present, please stand up and don't move. Also, please ask the daimyo to say hello to the people outside and arrange everything, then we can set off. Don't worry, it shouldn't take too long. Since everyone has agreed, I believe that the investment contract should be settled within an hour. After that, I will teleport you back. As he said that, he looked at the daimyo. The daimyo nodded and immediately explained to the guards and staff beside him. After sending them out, he also stood up and walked to Xianqing and said, I have explained it, we can set off. As he spoke, his face also showed excitement. Obviously, he was very curious about being able to experience the magical thing of space teleportation in person. At this time, other powerful businessmen also stood up as he said, looking at Xianqing with excitement, nervousness, or suspicion. That's good, let's go. Xianqing nodded and made a seal with his hands. Buzz. The next moment, the junk waves under everyone's feet all lit up. Swish. Xianqing disappeared in the conference room with more than 100 people. The next moment, he appeared in the square in front of the Hokage building with a group of people. I saw that an area of more than 1,000 square meters near the Hokage building was surrounded by Anbu ninjas, and no one else was allowed to enter this area. To avoid teleportation accidents. However, many villagers and even ninjas nearby were curiously paying attention to this place, thinking that something big was going to happen. As a result, the next moment, they saw Xianqing and the 2nd generation suddenly appearing here with more than 100 people. Wow! Suddenly, those who were paying attention were in an uproar. Chapter 195, 44.3 billion investment, Senju Tobirama daily spit on Sarutobi Hiruzen, 4/5. Please order. Is this Flying Thunder God technique? It seems so. Since when, Flying Thunder God technique can also transport people? And so many people? Yes. You are ignorant, right? This move was created by the 4th Hokage. He used this move on the battlefield. That time, the 4th Hokage transported more than 3,000 ninja troops at one time, which is much more than this time. Indeed, but the distance of the transport was definitely not so far that time, because I saw the daimyo among these people. Obviously, the 4th Hokage and his people were transported from the Fire City this time. Advertisement. It must be. I saw many Fire Country dignitaries in it. I saw them when I went to the Fire City to perform missions in the past. The Fire City? It must be at least 200 to 300 kilometers away from Konoha. Such a long distance, and it can transport so many people directly. How strong must the 4th Hokage be? Haha. Super strong. Do you know why Rock Shinobi chose to surrender to us? It must be because he was afraid of the 4th Hokage-sama directly took our troops to the Rock Shinobi village nest and carried out a surprise attack. Is there such a thing? No wonder. 4th Hokage-sama is invincible. For a while, these people talked a lot. After learning the truth from some ninjas who participated in the last Rain Country War, these people couldn't help cheering. The admiration and favorability of Xianqing soared. Xianqing saw it, smiled and waved to these people, checked their favorability towards him, and found that many people had directly reached the contract standard. It seems that after this matter is done, we should start to contract these qualified people in batches, as well as those who met the standards on the battlefield last time, and further expand the scale of training. Expand the base and power in pirates. Xianqing decided in his heart. Before, he was too busy and didn't have time to deal with this matter. This kind of thing can't be done by shadow clone, only the original body, which takes a lot of time. This is a contract for 2,000 or 3,000 people. It takes a lot of time just to summon them in batches. At this time, the daimyo and his group felt a flash in front of their eyes, and the surrounding scene changed drastically. They looked around in horror, and their faces showed shock. I know this place, it's really Konoha? The Fire City is 200 or 300 kilometers away from Konoha. In just a blink of an eye, we were all teleported here? Too amazing, right? Although this 4th Hokage looks too young, his strength is really terrifying. With such means, doesn't it mean that he can also bring a large number of people to appear instantly anywhere he wants to appear? So terrifying. With such a Hokage, it seems that this investment plan can consider investing more money. Indeed. With such a powerful Hokage in charge, the rise of Konoha is inevitable. For a while, these people couldn't help but talk about it. The look they looked at Xianqing also changed completely, and there was no longer the previous contempt and suspicion. Only respect and restraint remained. They all swore in their hearts that they must not offend the 4th Hokage, otherwise, their lives might be in danger at any time. Even though many of them were in high positions and were the dignitaries of the Land of Fire, this was no exception. With this kind of means, ordinary armies could no longer ensure their safety. Even ordinary ninja armies were no exception. Everyone, follow me. I have prepared a miniature model of the entire Konoha renovation and expansion, so that you can see the situation of Konoha after the renovation and expansion. After you have seen it, you can choose to invest in the entire project, or a certain area, a certain street, or even a specific building facade, etc. Advertisement. Please follow me. As he said this, Xianqing called on the daimyo who had recovered to walk into the Hokage building and came to the large conference room on the 3rd floor. At this time, a huge model of the project planning effect was placed in the center. At the same time, Narashikayama and others had been waiting here for a long time. As soon as these people came in, Narashikayama and others came up and began to explain the planning and construction effects of the entire project to these people in teams, and so on. At the same time, they answered some of these people's questions. After that, everything went smoothly. These people began to determine their investments one after another. For example, the daimyo and other powerful people directly chose to invest in the entire project. In order to gain a part of the voice in the future of Konoha. Businessmen are more interested in commercial areas, commercial streets, and storefronts. Most of them choose to invest in some limited storefronts and streets in these areas. The remaining small and medium-sized powerful people invest in commercial street storefronts and manor villas in residential areas, and even directly purchase them in advance. As these people's investments were confirmed, countless money began to flow into Konoha's pockets. After the last person was confirmed, the day was cooked. Naralushan directly reported the final investment results to Xianqing, 4th Hokage. The total investment received this time is 44.3 billion taels, of which the daimyo invested 10 billion to invest in the overall project. The Admiral Army invested 5 billion. The President of the Sanquin Chamber of Commerce invested 500 million to purchase the front half of the storefront of No. 1 Commercial Street in East District 1, and more. Hearing Naralushan's report, Xianqing, who was well prepared, smiled and said, "Haha. With such a large sum of money, Konoha will not be short of money in the short term. In the future, whether it is reconstruction and expansion construction or scientific research, education, and hospitals, there will be enough funds to complete the reform goals. Although the reform has already begun. But the money spent is not the money that the villagers can invest, but the money borrowed from Uchiha. Now, the loan can be repaid. As for the hole left by the 3rd generation in the past, it can be easily filled for the time being. Of course, these holes were all charged to Sarutobi and the other 4 clans, and they will have to work hard for the village to atone for their sins and pay off their debts. The village is just filling the holes for them for the time being." Indeed. Naralushan listened and nodded with a smile. God knows how much pressure he has been under recently. Many reform matters need to be implemented and government affairs need to be handled by government officials headed by him. These days, they are all busy and worried. There are too many places that need money. The main reason is that Suinking's reform is too big and the time is tight. But although they are tired, they are actually happy. Because they can clearly feel the benefits of these reforms to Konoha. At the same time, they can also enjoy the satisfaction brought by the power of the government department in this process. What's the big deal if they are a little tired? Compared with the third generation, the fourth generation has too much. Since the investment contract has been signed, then your government affairs department should first come up with a draft plan for the use of funds. I will convene a high-level meeting tomorrow to discuss this plan. Remember to let the government affairs department notify all departments. In this way, the use plan of the money can be implemented as quickly as possible. Once the money arrives, it can be distributed in an orderly manner, so that you don't have to know how to spend the money. Xianqing immediately instructed Naralushan. Yes. Naralushan listened and agreed immediately. Soon, he was sent away by Xianqing. Please give me flowers. At this time, the second generation on the side said, you have done a good job in the government affairs department. It has greatly reduced the government affairs burden of the Hokage, allowing the Hokage to free up most of his time to do big things or practice. It's good. Advertisement. The key is that it can also make the people of each family remember your kindness, and it can also make the village run better, and affairs can be handled more promptly and reasonably. Why didn't I think of doing this at the beginning? If I had also set up the government affairs department at the beginning, would the monkeys not be able to mess around like this? He could see that although Uchiha Xianqing was very young, he seemed to be born with knowledge of government affairs, power structure, power distribution, and checks and balances, and he was born with Grandmaster. The key is that he really doesn't love power and is willing to delegate more power without damaging the dignity and core rights of the Hokage. This is amazing. It's useless. Xianqing listened and shook his head helplessly and said, even if you came up with such a structure at the beginning, as long as the third generation wants, he and Danzo and others can still erode the authority of the Ministry of Political Affairs and other departments step by step. Step by step, these powers are taken back. In the final analysis, the power of the Hokage who holds absolute military power is still absolute. But if the Hokage is not allowed to hold absolute military power, the authority of the Hokage will be greatly weakened, and even become a puppet Hokage. That will be a bigger problem. The village will become a mess and the internal struggle will be more intense. It is also not beneficial to the development of the village. So, the division of power is important, but the wisdom of the Hokage is also important. There are too many examples of this in the feudal history of the previous life. Xianqing is standing on the shoulders of the giants of the previous life. In comparison, the power struggle in the ninja world is too immature. After listening, the second generation was slightly stunned, thought seriously, and nodded helplessly, indeed. Sure enough, Monkey and the others deserve to die. I was really blind at the beginning, and I actually fell in love with such a few bastards. Even, I was deceived by their true face. Power is indeed poison. Only people like Xianqing who have absolute strength and do not value power so much will not be easily corrupted by power when they become Hokage. Afterwards, Xianqing asked people to entertain the daimyo and his friends in Konoha for half a day, and then in the reluctant look of these people, he personally teleported the daimyo and his friends back to the Fire City again. Please prepare the investment funds within 5 days. I will come again at that time to receive the funds in person, is that okay with you? As soon as he came, Xianqing said to everyone. The reason why it is only 5 days is that most of these people's funds are gathered in the capital of destruction. In addition, with the existence of the exchange gold, it is much faster to mobilize funds than to rush to the Fire City. In fact, 5 days still leaves time for some people who may not have enough cash and need to sell assets, materials, etc. to make up the funds. No problem. Everyone nodded after hearing this. They also want to see the funds invested as soon as possible, so that Konoha can complete the project as soon as possible, so as to make real profits. At the same time, many businessmen have even set their sights on the project and are ready to get involved. Whether it is providing construction workers, building materials, furniture, wires, etc., many materials and products are a huge business opportunity. Very good. Let's do this for now. See you in 5 days. Xianqing nodded with satisfaction, and then teleported away directly. Only Daimyo and others were left with a sigh. Chapter 196, Flying Thunder God Technique, Great Perfection and Breaking the Limit, Advanced Space Teleportation. After returning to Konoha, Xianqing began to summon those ninjas who had a good impression of him in batches, and began to sign contracts with these people in batches. Without exception, these people all chose to agree directly. No one was stupid enough to refuse. Not to mention that refusing might offend the Hokage, they could not refuse the benefits after the contract. Even if Xianqing did not clearly state the specific benefits after the contract. Advertisement. For a time, the number of people who signed contracts with Xianqing began to increase sharply. After completing the contract, these people were all very shocked, followed by gratitude and ecstasy. They felt that they had made a lot of money and had a bright future. I didn't expect that Hokage-sama actually had such a big secret. No wonder Hokage-sama is so powerful. Other world. It's a world many times larger than the ninja world. It's so desirable. Devil fruit, there is such a rare thing. I really want to get one. Who said it wasn't? After eating a devil fruit, even the most rubbish Zoan devil fruit can make you many times stronger. Aren't the magical skills taught by Hokage-sama the most important and precious? Whether it is the source chakra refining technique that can improve the quantity and quality of chakra through practice accumulation, or the health-preserving exercises and meditation methods, they are all idiot good things that we couldn't imagine before. Now, even a Chunin like me has a great chance of becoming a Jonin or even a Kage-level existence in the future. I agree. These magical skills were actually created by Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama is indeed a genius of the demon level. I didn't expect that the Sage of Six Paths taught humans chakra actually had bad intentions and left a backup plan. Fortunately, we have been contracted by Hokage-sama now, and have obtained the source chakra refining technique, which can refine this chakra seed and completely get rid of this problem. Otherwise, it is really terrifying to think about it. Hehe. If we hadn't contracted with Hokage-sama, we wouldn't even know these truths, so how can we talk about horror? After leaving the Hokage building, these newly contracted people couldn't help but discuss privately in groups of 3 or 5. It took Xianqing a few days to contract all the Konoha shinobi who represented the favorability, and made corresponding arrangements. For a while, these people appeared in the dozens of bases established by Xianqing in the Herong world every day to practice. Their strength also began to increase rapidly quietly. Because of the sealing technique, for a while, no non-contracted people really discovered the abnormality of these people. 5 days passed in a flash. Xianqing teleported directly to the Land of Fire that morning and met the daimyo and others. Successfully collected 44.3 billion investment funds. Then, just as Xianqing was about to leave, the daimyo stopped Xianqing and asked, "That 4th generation, I heard from the 2nd generation before that you Uchiha have medicine that can warm the human body, heal all injuries and diseases, and even regulate the body to make people live 100 years. Is it true?" Oh. Xianqing raised his eyebrows and said, "This is indeed true. Why is Yunming very interested in this?" Yes. After getting a positive answer, the daimyo nodded excitedly, rubbed his hands and asked, "Can you sell me some of this medicine? I am willing to pay a high price for it." In order to regulate his body and further prolong his life, he doesn't mind lowering his posture or spending more money. Nothing is more important than his life. Yes, it's okay. Xianqing nodded and said, "Although these medicines are very precious and the annual output is limited. But daimyo, you are one of the most distinguished people in the Fire Country, and you have supported me so much in the previous investment, so I am naturally not a stingy person. I can supply you with 20 servings of warming medicine every month, priced at 1 million taels per serving, how about it?" The cost of this thing is actually not much money, but this does not prevent Xianqing from fooling daimyo to pay for it. Of course, it is cheap only because Xianqing's method of obtaining refining is extremely low cost. But its efficacy is beyond doubt. So, daimyo is not losing money, on the contrary, he has made a lot of money. Haha. Thank you 4th generation. The daimyo smiled happily after hearing this. This is really great. Advertisement. He thinks Uchiha and 4th generation are very good. Generation is really an honest person. Not only is it willing to sell the magic medicine to him, but it also sets such a low price. For a while, his favorability towards Xianqing increased greatly. But it is obviously still far from reaching the standard of the contract. In fact, it may never reach that level. However, Xianqing did not care much about this. He heard the words of the daimyo and nodded with a smile. In this case, the daimyo, send someone to Konoha to trade medicine every month. Or, I have someone send it directly to you and trade it face to face. The daimyo heard it and said without hesitation, trade it face to face. I am worried about sending someone to get it. This magic medicine is too important to him, and he does not want any mistakes. Okay. Then let's go. Tomorrow I will send Shadow Clone to complete the first transaction with you. Xianqing nodded without comment. Okay. The daimyo nodded with satisfaction. At this time, other dignitaries and businessmen present could not sit still, and they surrounded Xianqing, also wanting to buy this medicine. In the end, Xianqing met their requirements and ordered a total of 525 body-warming medicines. Then, he said goodbye to this group of people and teleported back to Konoha. That afternoon, a high-level meeting of Konoha departments was held. Discuss the allocation plan of the funds obtained before and the specific use plan. After an afternoon of fierce arguments and discussions, Xianqing and his team finally planned out all the spending plans. Then, Xianqing handed the money to the finance department and asked them to coordinate the situation between the various departments of the village. With so much money, many scientific research projects can be directly written and expanded. Orochimaru looked at the 10 billion funds he had won and murmured happily. Xianqing listened and warned, "This money is not all for you to experiment, you need to set aside a part to build various home appliance factories and production lines. I will let the business department connect with you for these, you have to prepare well. In addition, expand the production and cultivation scale of White Zetsu tenfold for me, is that okay? He needs more White Zetsu to contact reanimation jutsu. Otherwise, he thinks it is too cruel to use flowers from living people. Of course, he has used animals as sacrifices in the past. But that can only be used to revive ordinary animals or ordinary people, and the proficiency obtained from each practice is also the lowest, greatly affecting his reanimation jutsu training progress. It is better to use White Zetsu to revive powerful ninjas, and the proficiency given each time is the highest. As for letting Orochimaru cooperate with the business department to build various home appliance factories and production lines, it is naturally to add several industries to Konoha, so that Konoha can gain stronger money-making ability. Enrich Konoha's money-making channels. Instead of relying entirely on the support of the daimyo mansion or ninja missions. That is abnormal and wrong. Advertisement. That will only make it impossible for ninjas to get rid of their status as mercenaries and assassins. This is completely inconsistent with Suinking's reform of the ninja world. He naturally has to make changes from the beginning. 0145012116 Fila 1011125110. Understood. Leave it to me. These are not problems. Orochimaru listened and nodded in understanding. Whether it is the home appliance factory and production line or the expansion of White Zetsu production, Orochimaru has no objection. If the former is done well, he will be rewarded with more financial support in the future. This is something Xianqing has already discussed with him. In the future, the research department will be able to take half of the subsequent benefits obtained from the output. He can't ignore it. The purpose of White Zetsu production is not only the experimental needs of the research department, but also the needs of Xianqing to contact reanimation jutsu. He is actually looking forward to what kind of advanced ability Xianqing can comprehend after his epiphany on reanimation jutsu. If Xianqing really mastered the real resurrection technique, it would be interesting. Later, Xianqing gave some instructions and explanations to several other departments before announcing the adjournment of the meeting. 10 days later. You practiced Flying Thunder God technique once, proficiency plus 35, your Flying Thunder God technique proficiency is completely perfect. After completing the Flying Thunder God technique practice again, Xianqing received a prompt that his Flying Thunder God technique proficiency has reached the great perfection and can break the limit. He immediately flashed back home, opened the barrier in the room, and began to break the limit. The next moment, he felt that he was in enlightenment, and his whole thinking was being improved thousands of times. Countless inspirations emerged, and he began to combine the teleportation experience of the space-time gate and the teleportation ability itself to sublimate and transform the Flying Thunder God technique. A more powerful space teleportation technique began to take shape rapidly. More than an hour later, Xianqing withdrew from the epiphany. Then, the sight and hearing color unfolded. The next moment, he did not use the space-time gate to teleport, nor did he use the Flying Thunder God coordinates he had set up in the past. He used his observation haki as the coordinates and instantly appeared 26 kilometers away from the east of 5.1 Konoha. Then, he put away his observation haki, activated his spiritual perception, and then swish. Teleport to the top of a big tree 5 kilometers away. Haha. It's done. Now I can teleport anytime and anywhere without relying on the Flying Thunder God coordinates, using the range of my observation or mental power. No longer do I have to teleport because I don't have coordinates and it's not easy to teleport in front of some people. In addition, not only single teleportation, but also the difficulty and consumption of group teleportation have been reduced by more than half. The strategic significance is even stronger. I can even use this new technique to try to create various permanent space storage equipment. Although this is not very meaningful to the contractors, it will be a great thing for non-contractors. I can produce more in the future, and sell them not only to people in this village, but also to other ninja villages and daimyos of various countries at high prices. In this way, I will definitely make a lot of money. After Xianqing completed the test and confirmed the practicality and power of the upgraded Flying Thunder God technique space teleportation, Xianqing couldn't help but curl up his lips and laughed happily. Chapter 197, Making Space Storage Equipment, The Temptation of Space Teleportation, 1/5, Please customize. If you want to do it, do it. Xianqing continued to familiarize himself with the ability of space teleportation before returning to his home. In the basement laboratory at home, Xianqing took out some chakra-conductive metals, and then tried to make space rings, space bracelets and other space storage equipment. It's done. More than an hour later, Xianqing looked at the 2 storage bracelets and 2 storage rings that he had successfully made, and conducted some tests. After confirming that there was no problem, he smiled. The space of the 2 storage bracelets is 10 cubic meters, while the space of the 2 storage rings is 2 cubic meters. Advertisement. There is no way, the volume of the storage bracelet is much larger than the ring, and there are many more places to depict the spell, so the space is naturally much larger. It's a pity that there are no ores or gems with spatial properties, otherwise, it would definitely be possible to refine storage rings and storage bracelets with larger space. Xianqing murmured with some regret. However, speaking of this, he suddenly thought of something, and touched his chin and pondered, if we can get munch fruit, use it to devour various metals for experiments, can we make minerals with spatial properties? After all, in the original future, Wapol also made Wapol metal with excellent performance and became a super rich man. Even a fool like him can do it. If this fruit falls into my hands, it will definitely play a greater role. Of course, Xianqing may not eat this munch fruit himself or let others eat it. It is entirely possible to let objects or machines eat this munch fruit, and then use it as a special tool to devour various metals and create and synthesize super alloys with various properties. This may be extremely difficult for others to do. Currently, only Vegapunk has mastered the technology of letting non-living things eat devil fruit. But Xianqing 16 didn't need to go through so much trouble. He could just bring the devil fruit to the space-time gate, extract the fruit ability from the fruit, inject it into the corresponding object, and force the fusion with the space authority. Technology or something, no need at all. I wonder if munch fruit is on Magnetic Drum Island now? Let's go and see. Xianqing touched his chin and pondered. At present, Wapol is obviously far from the time to eat munch fruit, otherwise, things would be more convenient. Speaking of which, on Magnetic Drum Island, Xianqing has recently asked his contractors to increase their infiltration and control of all aspects of this country. At the same time, he also asked his mother to brainwash the old king with the illusion hypnosis, and gave him a longevity pill to extend his life by 50 years. I believe that this country will soon fall into his hands completely. Thinking of this, Xianqing put the 2 space bracelets and 2 space rings into the space minister of the space-time gate. The perception spread, and instantly locked onto his mother's position. The next moment, swish, he teleported and appeared beside his mother. At this time, his mother was holding a high-level Uchiha meeting at the Minami Kage Shrine, listening to reports on the various industrial benefits of Uchiha this month and the improvement of the tribesmen. Several elders were here. Seeing Xianqing suddenly appear, everyone looked over. Hey? Xianqing, why are you here at this time? Also, what you just did seemed to be Flying Thunder God. But it's very different from the ordinary Flying Thunder God. It seems that the spell coordinates were not used, right? At this point, Zhili's eyes somewhat surprised and guessed, did you get a new great breakthrough at the Flying Thunder God Hill? Xianqing has been brushing Flying Thunder God technique crazily recently, wanting to achieve great perfection and break the limit as soon as possible. She knew it. Unexpectedly, there would be results so soon. What? Flying Thunder God has another breakthrough. The several elders and even the guards present had been contracted, and they were also extremely shocked when they heard it. Then, there is curiosity and greed. They are currently learning Flying Thunder God technique. But if there is an advanced Flying Thunder God technique, they naturally don't want to miss it. Advertisement. As a contractor, everyone can improve their time and space talent by teleporting between the 2 worlds a few more times a day. They will naturally not miss the useful means of killing enemies and saving their lives such as Flying Thunder God technique. This ninjutsu has now become a must-learn ninjutsu for all contractors. Not only Uchiha, Senju, Uzumaki, but even Hitaki Sakumo, who has just signed a contract, is learning it. That is to say, because the first generation is not truly resurrected, traveling between the 2 worlds cannot give and improve his time and space talent. Therefore, he cannot learn this for the time being. It is worth mentioning that since Xianqing killed all the people on the front battlefield and became Hokage after returning, satisfying Uchiha's long-cherished wish for the position of Hokage, the remaining tribesmen who did not meet the standard of favorability towards him and were not contracted have all soared in favorability towards him and reached the contract standard. Moreover, they were all arranged by Uchiha's Hilly to be contracted by Xianqing at the first time. So, at present, there is no Uchiha who is not a contractee. Oh. No, there is still one, no, there are 2. One is Uchiha Madara, and the other is Uchiha Guang. These 2 are more difficult to deal with. Let alone Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Guang's 3 views and personality have huge flaws, which need to be slowly guided and corrected. During this period, Xianqing and Uchiha's Hilly have been working hard for this, and finally there are some results. But it will take a long time for Uchiha Guang to become completely normal and be contracted by Xianqing. We can only grind it slowly. This kind of thing can't be rushed. Hehe, you are really sensitive. Xianqi smiled and touched the back of his head after hearing this. I have indeed made a breakthrough, and I have created a time-space skill called space teleportation. This is much more powerful than the Flying Thunder God technique. I no longer need coordinates. As long as I am within the range of perception, I can teleport at will. You can reach the destination with just a thought. This is just the entry-level space teleportation. As the proficiency increases, the effect will continue to improve. I estimate that once you reach a minor success, you will be able to break through the limitations of the perception range and teleport over long distances. Not to mention the major success and perfection. In addition, it also has all the abilities of the perfect level Flying Thunder God technique, and has even been strengthened by more than 10 times. The most typical one is that you can use spiritual perception to carve the Flying Thunder God mark in the air. In addition, the consumption of group Flying Thunder God teleportation has been reduced by more than 10 times again. Everyone's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this. The second elder even licked his face and asked, "Then Xianqing, can you teach us this?" With this, who would still want to learn Flying Thunder God technique? As long as you are within the perception range, you can teleport directly. This is much more powerful and practical than Flying Thunder God. Yes. Yes. Several other elders also nodded and looked at Xianqui eagerly. Don't make trouble. At this time, Uchiha's Hilly interrupted them, then smiled and looked at Xianqing and said, "It must not be that simple. The more powerful the technique, the greater the requirements and restrictions of practice. The Chongsheng Ju you created before is also like this. So, I guess if you want to practice this space teleportation skill, you must first practice Flying Thunder God technique to the great perfection, right? Otherwise, it is hard to explain why the space teleportation ability can have the great perfection level of Flying Thunder God. All the abilities of the technique have been strengthened tenfold." Hey! The second elder and the others were stunned when they heard this, and then they all looked at Xianqing with inquiring eyes. Advertisement. If this is true, then they will not be able to learn this space teleportation in a short time. It is not possible to practice the Flying Thunder God technique to perfection in a short time. If it were not for the fact that every time they traveled between the two worlds, they could continuously improve their time and space talents. If it were not for the fact that the health-preserving exercises could continuously improve their root bone qualifications and extend their lifespan. Meditation can improve their understanding, memory, and even learning abilities. Even if they have obtained the time and space talents, they may not be able to practice the Flying Thunder God technique to perfection in this life. It can only be that everything is thanks to Xianqing. He gave every Uchiha unlimited possibilities. This is also the fundamental reason why all Uchiha's favorability towards Xianqing continues to improve and they are contracted. Haha. That's true. Xianqing listened and nodded with a smile. The more the higher the heaven-defying skills, the more demanding the learning requirements are, which is normal. But with the magic skills I provide, you will definitely have the opportunity to learn space teleportation skills in the future. So, don't worry. By the way, this is the practice method. I'll leave it to you, Mom. After reading it, you can put this copy into the merit pavilion of the clan for the clan members to exchange later. Speaking of this, Xianqing handed a scroll to his mother. It is impossible to give it to the tribesmen for free. In addition to the benefits given when the contract was signed, he was prepared to let the tribesmen consume enough elemental offering points to redeem the advanced skills and techniques that require a certain foundation to practice. Well, the Chongsheng Ju is temporarily excluded. This is an extra benefit for every tribesman, so that they don't have to worry about their lifespan and talent. Okay. Uchiha's Hilly took the scroll, nodded and put it into his storage space first, preparing to read it and then send it to the merit pavilion. Anything else? Uchiha's Hilly asked again. Well. Xianqing nodded affirmatively, turned his hand and took out the 2 space bracelets and space rings he had made before, handed them to his mother and said, "This is what I used some knowledge and information from the space teleportation skill, combined with the storage sealing technique for sublimation research, to space storage equipment made of chakra conductive metal. This storage equipment is permanent. After dripping blood to recognize the owner, people can collect materials at will, and there is no limit on the number of accesses. You all take a look." What? Uchiha's Hilly and others' eyes lit up when they heard it, and they all took a space equipment from Xianqing to try it. Xianqing quickly reminded, it is also possible not to drip blood to recognize the owner. You can directly use mental power or chakra to explore it and use it temporarily, but it cannot be kept secret and others can use it. It's just right for experiments. Uchiha's Hilly and the others stopped cutting their fingers and tried to use their mental power or chakra to probe into the space equipment in their hands. They immediately sensed the storage space inside. Then, they conducted some collection experiments. They all smiled with satisfaction. Uchiha's Hilly looked up at Xianqing and said, "This kind of treasure is nothing to the contractors, and it is not as convenient and safe as the storage space of the space-time gate, but it is better that non-contractors can also use it. It's very valuable. By the way, can ordinary people use it?" Chapter 198, The Power of Munch Munch Fruit, the heaven-defying place of the common people's fruit, 2/5, please customize. Xianqing listened and shook his head and said, no. It requires spiritual power or chakra or haki and other extraordinary energy input. Ninjas or haki awakeners in the pirates' world can use it. However, it's not impossible for me to design and manufacture space equipment that ordinary people can use. I'll spend some time to make a batch later. He felt that ordinary people did have a large market. Advertisement. Yet. Uchiha Yuri listened and nodded with satisfaction, that's good. Are you going to sell this thing to me? Of course I will sell it. Xianqing nodded affirmatively, my contractors don't need it much, so Konoha won't need it much in the future. But this thing is extremely valuable. It would be a pity if it is not sold to the outside world to obtain financial resources. However, the space capacity cannot be sold too large, and the number must be limited to 1 or 2, especially in the ninja world. Otherwise, it will bring us some troubles in the future when we unify the ninja world. This thing is definitely a key weapon in war, so it is natural to pay attention to it. Once the number increases and the capacity is increased, logistics can be easily solved and there is no need to worry about logistics. At the same time, it is also extremely useful for some elite teams performing special tasks. Must be prevented. Yet. Uchiha Yuri nodded in understanding, but it's only in the past few years. After these few years, our strength will be great breakthrough. By then, there is no need to care about these details. A mere space equipment can no longer determine the success or failure of the war. At that time, they can completely sweep the past with absolute strength. That's right. Then we can sell it freely at that time. Xianqing nodded in agreement. Next, Xianqing talked to Uchiha Yuri about the specific content of space teleportation, and then teleport to the magnetic drum island. Directly spread the perception of observation color, and soon covered the entire magnetic drum island in his perception. The next moment, Xianqing teleported again and appeared near the treasury of the palace. Then, the spiritual perception spread out, and directly took in the situation in the treasury. Sure enough, Munch the fruit has been in the treasury of the Iron Bucket Kingdom for a long time. I should have come to see it before. But it's not too late now. Advertisement. Thinking so in his heart, the next moment, Xianqing did not enter the treasury, but just thought about it, and used his mental power to store the Munch fruit and another devil fruit in his storage space. The next moment, he teleported into the main space of the space-time gate. He waved his hand and teleported the 2 devil fruits for analysis. Instantly, he saw through the essence of the 2 devil fruits. One was undoubtedly Paramecia Munch fruit, and the other was Zoan Niu fruit bison form. Then, Xianqing waved his hand and extracted the sea curse and demon wool from the 2 devil fruits, and teleported them back to a strange sea area in the pirates' world to let them return to the Alaya consciousness. Then, Xianqing teleported a huge metal ingot and directly took the Munch fruit from the devil fruit. Extract it from the fruit and put it in. Ong! Suddenly, the metal ingot seemed to come alive, with a huge mouth. Through the power of space, Xianqing instantly understood that by putting various metals into this huge mouth, various special alloys can be produced. Simple and convenient. Xianqing immediately took out many kinds of metals he had saved before and tried different combinations. Even, non-metallic materials would be put in when it looked. After several hours of attempts, hundreds of alloys with different properties were produced. There are also more than 10 useful ones. But the alloy with space properties has not been made yet, and it is obvious that there is no shortage of related materials. However, the memory metal with self-repairing ability and the special alloy with strong toughness, strength, and energy conduction were successfully produced by him, and the ratio was recorded. With this metal, it will be much easier to create energy conduction weapons in the future. It is not necessary to use chakra conduction metals that are high in purity, expensive, and rare in quantity. Only a small amount of chakra conduction metal or this kind of conduction metal from the pirates' world can be synthesized in large quantities. This is a good thing. Well, later, I can produce more of these 2 metals and give them to the clan or the village to make weapons to equip the contracted ninjas in the clan and the village who are loyal to me, to improve their strength. Xianqing pondered with a smile. For ninjas, having a powerful chakra conduction weapon can greatly improve their strength. But in the past, this thing was rare and expensive. If you were not a direct descendant of a big family, it was impossible to obtain it. Even in a big family, only a very few people could own this thing. For example, Sarutobi Asuma's flying swallow. Oh. Now the Sarutobi clan has become a sinner, and most people have to complete certain tasks every day to pay off their debts and atone for their sins. Asuma will never get any chakra weapons in the future. I seem to have sensed other devil fruit fluctuations on Magnetic Drum Island just now. I have to go check it out. Advertisement. After temporarily testing the ability of Munch fruit, Xianqing suddenly remembered some unexpected discoveries when he used his observation haki and spiritual perception to cover Magnetic Drum Island. Immediately, he thought, and returned to the Drum Island again, but this time he came to a forest in the east. After appearing here, Xianqing once again opened his spiritual perception and sensed seriously. The next moment, he disappeared from the spot and appeared on a big tree hundreds of meters away. He stretched out his hand, picked a devil fruit hanging on the tree, and sent it into the space-time gate. Extracted the sea curse and the devil's wool, and sent it to the distant sea to release a dragon. Then, Xianqing went to analyze and check the type of this devil fruit. It's you, Zoan human fruit ordinary man form. The next moment, Xianqing's mouth curled up slightly, and he couldn't help but complain in his heart. That's right, this devil fruit is the weird devil fruit that Chopper ate in the future, which was nicknamed human fruit ordinary man form. Human fruit ordinary man form. I always feel that this thing is not that simple. Let me take a look. With this thought, Xianqing carefully analyzed this devil fruit again, and the result was, sure enough, this level of spiritual light means that this devil fruit is definitely not simple. Some people in the previous life analyzed that the reason why Chopper will be so smart and talented in the future, can become a top doctor, can also create heaven-defying drugs such as Lanbo pills, and develop many transformation forms to fight, is because of the seemingly inconspicuous, like a chicken rib, ordinary person form of the human fruit. Some people think that this fruit is a seemingly ordinary, but actually heaven-defying devil fruit, because it represents the concept of human beings themselves. After eating this devil fruit and developing it, the user can have any possibility of human beings and become an almighty genius human being. You will learn anything quickly, your comprehension will be extremely high, and your physique can adapt to anything that humans can learn. I didn't quite believe it at first, but now I'm basically sure that the fruit is indeed heaven-defying. Thinking of this, Xianqing was a little entangled and said, in this case, this devil fruit cannot be disposed of at will, so who should it be given to? Besides, that's Chopper, right? The blue-nosed reindeer, for sure. If he doesn't take this human fruit, he will probably always be an ordinary reindeer, and there will be no good end in the future. Starving to death may be his only end. But it feels so wasteful to give it. Perhaps, you can find other human fruits for it to take? Or, make a contract with it first, teach it the source chakra refining technique and meditation method, and open the wisdom. The contract is definitely not possible for the time being. Because Chopper, who has not eaten the human fruit, has a certain amount of wisdom, but it does not meet the standard of the contract. I can only pass it some chakra, let it become a ninja beast, and after it improves its wisdom, we can make a contract and teach it the skills. As for this human fruit, keep it for now. Discuss it with Mom and the others first. With this thought in mind, Xianqing teleported to a blue-nosed reindeer dozens of meters away. The reindeer, Chopper, was frightened and tried to escape. But because of his injured leg, he fell to the ground. Don't worry. I won't hurt you. Chopper. Come with me. Seeing this, Xianqing quickly used telepathy to convey his kindness. This made Chopper calm down, but his eyes were still full of fear when he looked at Xianqing. Xianqing stretched out his hand and put it on it, and directly performed medical ninjutsu and healing techniques, and quickly healed Chopper's injuries. Then, without waiting for it to escape, he used illusion to hypnosis it and put it into a time-forbidden space somewhere in the space-time student space. Then, it teleported away from the pirate's world. That day, at dinner, Xianqing first announced the space teleportation skill to Mikoto and others. What? Xianqing, you actually suddenly realized and created Flying Thunder God's advanced technique? Too amazing, right? My Flying Thunder God technique is only at the entry level. Minato was shocked when he heard it. Suinking's progress was too fast, and he felt that he would never catch up. You kid, you really learned too fast. It's so discouraging. Tsunade couldn't help but complain when she heard it. Mikoto and Kushina both nodded. Hee. I can't help it, I'm just such a genius. Xianqing smiled and spread his hands when he heard it. Tisk. This made everyone look at him with contempt. Space teleportation is really strong. As long as you get started, you can teleport by perception, but the prerequisites for practice are too high. Don't think about it in the short term. Minato shook his head helplessly. Even though he felt that his time and space talent was very high, he was still improving his talent in this area by shuttling between the two worlds every day. In addition, his comprehension was also very high and he learned very quickly. But if he wanted to use Flying Thunder God, he estimated that it would take at least several years or even more than 10 years to cultivate the technique to perfection. This space teleportation skill can only be seen and thought about for the time being. By the way, today I also found Munch fruit, the Bulbul fruit bison form, and the human fruit commoner form from the magnetic drum island. Even, I found the commoner form who didn't eat the human fruit. Then, Xianqing told everyone about his experimental results on the Munch fruit and his analysis and speculation on the ability of the human fruit commoner form. Chapter 199, everyone fruit ordinary man form equals 10 times of understanding, increased talent, and blessings? 3/5, please customize. What? Munch fruit can be used like this? 2 super alloys were made so quickly. With this energy conducting alloy, Konoha will not lack chakra conducting weapons in the future. Even armor can be innovated. Tsunade was surprised when she heard it. This is a great thing. Advertisement. Almost. Later, I will let the village collect a large amount of various common metal minerals to produce these 2 alloys. At the same time, the village and the contractors will collect more minerals and even strange animal and plant materials from the 2 worlds to continue to try new alloy experiments. Xianqing nodded. Yet. Uchiha Yuri also nodded and said, I will also let the clan collect more materials, and then produce more of these 2 alloys for the clan. However, more importantly, the human fruit, the common people form, is it really as strong as you said? Can it really improve people's talents and understanding? If so, then the value is great. Mikoto and the others looked at Xianqing eagerly after hearing this. Want it? It should be. Xianqing nodded affirmatively, I have analyzed this point. However, to see how strong the specific effect is, someone has to eat it and try it out. Who wants to try it? Anyway, it can be extracted at any time, so there is no need to worry about other things. Me. And me. I can do it too. Kushina, Mikoto, Minato, and Tsunade all raised their hands. Who can resist such a good thing? The fruit is here, you can do it yourself. Seeing this, Xianqing directly took out the human fruit and put it on the table. It is not easy for him to choose at this time, so it is better to let them fight for it themselves. In the end, Minato was the first to choose to withdraw. After a fierce competition between Tsunade and others, the devil fruit was finally won by Kushina. She ate it without hesitation. 057. After a while. How is it? How do you feel? Do you feel like you have grown a brain? Tsunade and others looked at her curiously and asked. DB. Kushina listened and said with some doubt, there is no special feeling. I just feel that my perception and control of my body are stronger. In addition, my mind is indeed clearer, but other changes are not felt for the time being. She said, looking at Xianqing and said, Xianqing, are you mistaken? Impossible. Xianqing listened, shook his head and said, try to practice and comprehend the practice method first. What's the use of thinking and feeling directly? Advertisement. Since it is to improve the understanding and learning ability, it is natural to carry out relevant operations to reflect the specific effect. That's right. Kushina's eyes lit up immediately after listening, and she immediately got up and teleported to the backyard training ground and began to practice health-preserving exercises. Xianqing and others followed closely and teleported here, watching from the side. As a result, Xianqing, who knew the most about the health-preserving exercises, soon discovered that as Kushina practiced them over and over again, her understanding of the health-preserving exercises was rapidly improving. More than 10 times more than before? Hiss. It's really effective. Tsunade and Uchiha also noticed it and gasped. Mikoto and Minato were weaker and it was not obvious. After a while, Kushina felt that her body had reached its limit and had to stop. At this time, she looked at her hands with excitement and said, it's amazing. This feeling is just like turning on the cheat. Human fruit ordinary people form YYDS. This is definitely the most powerful devil fruit. I've decided, I'll have this devil fruit in the future. Bang. But the next moment, her head was knocked by Tsunade. Ouch. Kushina raised her head in pain and saw that it was Tsunade who did it. She immediately looked at her with resentment and pouted, Sister Tsunade, what are you doing? Het. I'm hitting you. Tsunade sneered, you actually want to monopolize this heaven-defying devil fruit? You are so beautiful. It's better for each of us to take turns to use it in the future. Apart from anything else, just this terrifying effect of improving her comprehension and learning ability is not something she can give up. With the blessing of this devil fruit, she believes that her Flying Thunder God technique, Immortal Chakra Condensation Method, etc., will definitely increase dramatically. Her speed of breaking through the super shadow will also be greatly shortened. Not to mention her, even Uchiha Yuri was not immune to this, indeed, it is too wasteful to use the effect of this devil fruit on one person. Let's take turns to use it as Tsunade said. After all, everyone has a limit to how much they can practice every day, so they can make mistakes. Of course, it's definitely not enough to arrange it in one day, but around every 2 days or even 3 days should be enough. What do you think? As he said this, Uchiha Yuri looked at everyone present. Okay. I think it's good. I agree. Everyone nodded in agreement. Finally, Kushina could only look at Xianqing with helpless eyes. Xianqing said helplessly, this is everyone's opinion, I can't do anything about it. Then take turns. All of us here, plus Lord Mito. There are exactly 7 people, how about not taking turns every day? He also wanted to experience it. As for the fact that he has already eaten a devil fruit and it has not been completely integrated, this is not a problem. He can temporarily extract the thunder fruit in his body, or temporarily seal it up. Even, because he has extracted the will of the devil fruit, even if he takes 2 devil fruits at the same time, as long as the 2 are isolated, there will be no conflict and cause the body to explode and die. He can completely incorporate the power of a devil fruit into the middle danshan instead of the heart. There is only one heart, which is the fundamental reason for limiting the upper limit of taking devil fruit at the same time. Okay. Okay. That's the only way. Advertisement. Others agreed. Seeing this, Kushina could only agree with regret. BGDC. At least, it can be used 1 day a week, right? What? Worried that the effect will disappear if the devil fruit is removed? But she uses it to comprehend other skills and improve her perception. What does it have to do with whether the devil fruit is removed or not, and whether the effect is lost or not? What you have learned belongs to you naturally. This is not just the development of devil fruit abilities. In addition, there is actually another benefit, that is, by combining the strength of several of us, in the process of using this devil fruit, its own power and effect will continue to be improved. This is more of a truth that devil fruit will continue to grow as it is developed from generation to generation. Xianqing spoke again at this time. Tsunade's eyes lit up when she heard it, so, as we continue to use it, the power of this devil fruit will continue to increase. Yes. Xianqing nodded affirmatively. Great. Everyone was happy when they heard it. This is a great thing. Next, at the request of others, Xianqing took a few people into the main space of the space-time gate, extracted the human fruit ordinary people form, and let several people experience it once. Even Uzumaki Mito was called to experience it once. Then he gave the right to use this devil fruit to Kushina and said to her, forget it today. It has already wasted a lot of time to rotate from tomorrow. In addition, I thought about it. Each of us actually spends less than half of the time practicing every day. It's a bit of a waste to give it to one person all day. Why not divide a day into 3 parts for rotation? In this way, everyone's actual utilization rate of the human fruit will be greatly improved. I can leave a shadow here in the space-time gate main space at that time clone stays here permanently to help extract the power of devil fruit. How about that? Everyone has to sleep every day, so the effect of devil fruit will be wasted. It is better to arrange the time and take turns. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard it. This is a good idea. It can maximize the use of time and the effect of devil fruit. Then let's do it. Seeing that everyone agreed, Xianqing immediately told everyone about the rotation time and confirmed the arrangement again. He also marked out a small space in the main space of the time and space gate and arranged a shadow clone to stay here permanently, and also arranged a training task for him. Of course, in order to avoid the memory impact being too severe, he will still come to remove this shadow clone every day and replace it with a new one. Otherwise, let this shadow clone exist here for 10 days and a half months before removing it. Even with his mental strength and sea of consciousness, the memory impact will not be easy. It is completely unnecessary. By the way, we have used the human fruit, so what about Chopper? Where is it? What should we do? At this time, Mikoto suddenly remembered this and couldn't help asking Xianqing. Obviously, she cares about this cute creature Chopper. She thinks it would be a pity if Chopper died like this. Yes. Kushina and others heard this and looked at Xianqing. Haha. I knew you would ask. Here it is. Xianqing smiled and waved his hand to teleport the sleeping Chopper over, explaining, I have actually been thinking about this. It is a bit unrealistic to return the human fruit ordinary form to Chopper directly. This fruit is very important to each of us. But if I don't give it to it, it will only become an ordinary reindeer with 5 different colors in the future. This is a bit cruel to it, so, I plan to use the source chakra refining technique to help it condense its own chakra seeds, let it become a ninja beast first, and open its spiritual intelligence first. After it has a complete spiritual intelligence, I will contract it and teach it more skills to help it further improve its intelligence and strength. What do you think? This is already the best arrangement he can think of. Not bad. Tsunade, Uchiha, and Minato nodded in agreement. I think Xianqing's arrangement is good. Mikoto and Kushina frowned slightly after hearing this. Mikoto said, if that's the case, Chopper still can't become the cute and smart Chopper in the future, nor can he change into that form, right? Chapter 200, The Possibility of Copying the Human Fruit's Ordinary Form, Konoha's Excitement, 4/5. Please customize. Indeed. Xianqing nodded affirmatively, so, to solve this problem, either return the human fruit ordinary man form to him, or find another human fruit for him, but, that won't be an ordinary human form, and the image and power given to Chopper will still be different from its original future form. There is basically no way to have the best of both worlds. Unless they are willing to give up the effect of using the human fruit ordinary form. But this is obviously impossible. Advertisement. Even if Mikoto and Kushina pity Chopper, they cannot make such a choice. Because the effect of this human fruit is too important to them. Unless one day the effect of the devil fruit is useless to them, that's fine. But this day is still far away. Especially, the effect of this devil fruit will continue to grow with the continuous use and development of them. X. Mikoto also showed hesitation and entanglement after hearing this. Suddenly, Mikoto's mind flashed, and she looked at Xianqing and asked, Xianqing, I remember that in the future information of the pirate's world, Fukagapanan successfully copied the Zoan devil fruit, right? Then is it possible to copy more of this human fruit? If not, what about the ability of the synchronized sharing ability user like the artificial seraph? She still hopes there will be a perfect solution. Well. Xianqing listened and pondered, Vegapunk does have the means to create an artificial Zoan devil fruit. But I don't know if he can copy the special Zoan devil fruit, the human fruit ordinary man form. But we can find a way to contact him and ask him later. It just so happens that I will meet Long in a few days, and I can meet Vegapunk through him then. As for the technology on the seraph, it is definitely not perfect now. If the method of copying the human fruit doesn't work, then we can only wait for this method. However, Xianqing thinks that with Vegapunk's ability, it should not be a problem to create an artificial human fruit ordinary man form. After all, this guy has successfully copied Kaido's Zoan mythical beast species fish fruit. Zoan is different from Paramecia and Logia, and the difficulty of copying seems to be much lower, even for mythical beast species. Is that so? Then ask. I hope it works. Mikoto said with bright eyes after hearing this. Xianqing nodded, thought for a moment, waved his hand and sent Chopper back to the previous time-forbidden space again, and said to Mikoto and the others, in this case, I'll place Chopper in the time-forbidden space first and let it continue to be in a dormant state. Let's talk about it after we meet Vegapunk. Okay. Everyone listened and naturally had no objection. Immediately, everyone left the time-space gate master space and returned to Xianqing's home to continue the dinner that had not yet been finished. By the way, should I tell Konoha about Chopper? Suddenly, Tsunade remembered something and couldn't help asking Xianqing. After all, Chopper will be raised as a son by Konoha in the future. She thinks Konoha also has the right to know about Chopper. Okay. Let's notify her after dinner. Xianqing naturally had no objection. He didn't think of hiding it from Konoha. Half an hour later, Xianqing and the others finished dinner. Konoha was notified as soon as possible. Did you really find Chopper? Where is he? Konoha teleported over the next moment and asked anxiously. Here. Here. Xianqing heard it, waved her hand, and released Chopper directly, landing in front of Konoha. She quickly caught Chopper and looked at the still sleeping Chopper. She stretched out her hand and used chakra to flow through Chopper's body, then raised her head with a frown and asked, what happened to him? Also, why didn't I sense any trace of the devil fruit ability in his body? Hasn't he eaten the devil fruit yet? Yes. Xianqing nodded affirmatively, I actually found him alone and injured in the eastern forest of Drum Island, but he didn't eat the devil fruit at the beginning. However, I did find the devil fruit in another part of the forest, but... But what? Konoha frowned immediately, feeling that the group relationship was not simple. Because if it was normal, Xianqing should have given this devil fruit to Chopper. This is what happened. Advertisement. Seeing this, Xianqing immediately told Liha about his discovery and experiment on the people's form of the human fruit. He even temporarily separated the devil fruit from Kushina's body and sent it into Konoha's body so that she could also try the effect, and then he took it out again and sent it back to Kushina's body. I didn't expect that this seemingly useless human fruit ordinary people's form would have such a terrifying effect. No wonder Chopper will be so smart and omnipotent in the future. Everyone underestimated the potential and power of this devil fruit. After the experiment, Konoha was amazed and couldn't help shaking her head with a wry smile. I understand why you are struggling with whether to give this devil fruit to Chopper. This is indeed a difficult question to decide. Having personally tried the effect of this devil fruit, she knew very well its preciousness. If Chopper had already eaten it, that would be fine, but the point is that before he ate it, this devil fruit had already been found by Xianqing. Even, Kunba himself was saved by Xianqing. She didn't know how to start for a moment. She knew very well that although Xianqing and his team seemed to be at ease in the ninja world, there was actually a potential enemy that could threaten their safety at any time. In addition, there were more powerful enemies waiting for them in the distant future. They really needed the effect of this devil fruit to accelerate their strength improvement. So, she couldn't ask them to give this devil fruit to Chopper. But if there was no such devil fruit, Naba's future would be completely different. Opening the spiritual intelligence is not a problem, Chakra can do it. But Konoha still hopes to see the lively, cute, shy Chopper in the future. Is there no other solution? Is it possible for Vegapunk to copy this devil fruit? Fruit. Konoha looked at Xianqing and asked. Haha. You think the same as us? Xianqing smiled and said, we actually have the same doubts. It just so happens that I will meet Long in a few days. At that time, let him find a way to introduce us to Vegapunk and ask him if he can copy it. It's the best if it can be done. If not, we can only find another way. For now, Chopper should be placed in the time-forbidden area of the main space of the space-time gate and let it continue to sleep. What do you think? Konoha looked down at Chopper reluctantly and nodded, it can only be done this way. As she said that, she walked forward and returned Chopper to Xianqing. After watching Xianqing send Chopper back to the main space of the space-time gate, she continued, speaking of Vegapunk, I actually knew him in the past and met him several times, please give me flowers. But later, because I didn't go out much, I lost contact. Later, I heard that he was killed by world government and forcibly took him away. When you go to see him later, be careful. It's best not to be discovered by the world government, otherwise, it will be very troublesome. It's the same for him and for us. The world government attaches great importance to Vegapunk and keeps a tight watch on him. They will not let Vegapunk go before they have squeezed out the value of Vegapunk. Of course, they will not let Vegapunk go after squeezing out his value. At that time, they will definitely kill him directly to prevent future troubles. Of course. Xianqing smiled and nodded, with the teleportation function of the space-time gate and my newly created space teleportation ability, it should not be difficult to avoid the eyes and ears of the world government and marine and contact Vegapunk. Advertisement. He has too many cheats, and things that are impossible for ordinary people are very simple for him. Well. I'm glad you have confidence. Then I'll wait for your good news. Konoha nodded in understanding, and chatted with Xianqing and the others for a while, focusing on the matters concerning the control of Drum Island, and then teleport away. Tsunade and others also chose to leave one after another. Xianqing, has Dalton of Drum Island reached the standard for your favorability? At this time, Uchiha looked at Xianqing and asked. Let me see. Xianqing was slightly startled after hearing this, and then used his talent to check it out. Kide, it has been reached. Del. Uchiha Yuri listened, nodded, and said, didn't you say before that you got the Bulbul Fruit Bison form this time? Why not give it to Dalton and make a contract with him? Then, let him serve as the Minister of Defense of Drum Island, help us train the army of Drum Island, maintain order here, and fight all pirates who make trouble. This guy is a talent, we should use him, he can be of great importance to us. People in the ninja world are still not used to doing this kind of thing. This is a problem of function and education, and it can't be changed in a short time. Okay. I just happened to I thought so too. Then let's do it. I'll go and deal with him now. As he said that, Xianqing said goodbye to several people, teleported to the magnetic drum island, and found Dalton. After some communication, he successfully got Dalton to sign the contract and completely became his own. From now on, you will be the Minister of Defense of the Iron Bucket Kingdom. Practice the skills I taught you well, improve your strength, help me train the army here, take care of this country, and maintain peace and stability here. In addition, this new fruit is also given to you. It was originally what you should eat in the future, and it's just right for you. As he said that, Xianqing Li took out the devil fruit and handed it to Dalton. When Dalton signed the contract before, he also got a lot of information about the past and future of the pirates' world. Naturally, he also knew his future fate and the fate of the Drum Island. Thank you, Master Xianqing. Dalton will never let you down and take good care of this country. He will never give the pirates, outsiders, and Wapol the opportunity to destroy this country. Dalton took the devil fruit with a serious face and swore to Xianqing. Chapter 201 Meeting Monkey D. Dragon, Prescribing the Right Medicine, Contracting the Dragon, 1st Update. Please subscribe. Very good. After hearing this, Xianqing patted Dalton's shoulder with satisfaction and said, I believe in your ability and loyalty. Good job. In the future, Magnetic Drum Island will become better and better. Eat this Nyunia fruit first. Yes. Advertisement. Dalton immediately obeyed the order and ate all the devil fruit in his hand in 3 or 2 bites. Although he had already known from the information in the previous contract that this was a devil fruit with defects and hidden dangers. But the sweet and delicious taste still surprised him a little. It is rumored that devil fruit is very unpalatable. I didn't expect that even the defects of taste were eliminated. It is worthy of Xianqing Tianren. It is really amazing. Dalton said with emotion. Haha. This is not worth mentioning. Xianqing smiled and waved his hand, saying, okay. Follow me to report to the old king, hand over the power, and then take office. Yes. Xianqing teleported to the palace with Dalton, met the old king, and asked him to order Dalton to be appointed as the Minister of Defense of the Iron Bucket King. After granting him military power, Xianqing left the pirates' world and returned to the ninja world. 5 days later, Pirates World, East Blue Shimatsuki Island, Ishin Kendo Dojo, in a living room, Xianqing and Koshiro sat opposite Monkey D. Dragon. 460. Dragon carefully flipped through the red book in his hand, and became more and more obsessed and excited the more he read. After a long time, after he finished reading the book roughly, he raised his head, looked at Xianqing with excitement and admiration, and said, "Teacher, your book is so well written. After reading it, I just feel that my previous ideas are still too superficial, and I will do better later. I didn't seriously prepare to form a revolutionary army to fight against the world government. My previous ideas were so naive, and there were so many mistakes. Without a complete and appropriate program, even if I formed a revolutionary army, it would be doomed to fail. Now, I see the dawn of overthrowing the world government and changing the world in your book." At this time, Xianqing checked through his talent and found that Long's favorability towards him soared to 89 points. It's terrifying. This is the power of faith and belief. Xianqing felt that it was worth his time to combine the actual situation of the pirates' world and copy and adapt this red book. Everything is worth it. If Long's favorability is raised to this level in one go, then he can make a contract. As long as the contract is signed, Long is a person who can be fully trusted, and his subsequent plans for the pirates' world can officially begin. So, as long as this kind of person with ideals, ambitions, and beliefs finds the right path, it is also easy to use favorability to brush. In fact, it is easier to brush than most people. Of course, this is also because Xianqing has the books written by the great man in his previous life. Otherwise, it would be hellish to brush the favorability of a person like Long. The mentor is over. It's just a summary of some ideas. After listening, Xianqing waved his hand modestly. Advertisement. No. Long listened, shook his head firmly and said, "This is not an ordinary summary of ideas. I can see that you have carefully considered, understood and thought about it, and then you can create such a great work. You deserve my title of mentor. In addition, mentor, I am forming a revolutionary army and want to overthrow the world government. Your book will become the ideological guidance book for me and the revolutionary army. I solemnly want to invite you to join the revolutionary army. I wonder if you are willing." If Xianqing can join the revolutionary army, he believes that with Suanking's ideological guidance and help, they will definitely be able to overthrow the world government in the future, establish a new order, and bring a happy and beautiful life to the people of the world. As for why Xianqing can write such a powerful and profound ideological book at such a young age, Long has nothing to doubt. There is no shortage of geniuses in this world. Moreover, Xianqing gave him a very dangerous feeling from the beginning. Obviously, Suanking's own strength is not simple. Even Koshiro, the friend he wanted to invite this time, is vaguely Suanking oriented. It can be seen that he is not simple. Let's not talk about this for now. Xianqing listened and nodded without comment. "I already know your ideals very well, and I support them. I also have long been disgusted with the corruption and chaos of this world and the corruption of the world government. So, I have been secretly planning to overthrow the world government and establish a new order in the future. In fact, I have achieved considerable results in secret. On this point, I agree with you. I think we can completely merge into one. Of course, before that, I hope you can sign a contract with me, so that I can completely trust you and work with you to overthrow the world government and establish a new order. This contract can bring you huge benefits and greatly increase the chances of our success in overthrowing the world government in the future, but at the same time, it will also restrict you to a certain extent, so that you can't do anything to hurt me. Teacher Koshiro and his family have actually signed a contract with me. This is also the fundamental reason why his strength has increased greatly during this period of time. What do you think?" Since the favorability has reached, he naturally does not want to miss this opportunity. Who knows if Long's favorability towards me will decrease again after the passion in his brain gradually cools down. This is very likely. Oh? There is such a magical contract. Long was also stunned when he heard it. Obviously, he did not expect Xianqing to say such a thing with such a purpose. He could not help but look at Koshiro. Koshiro saw it, smiled and nodded, "Yes. I have signed a contract with Xianqing, and the benefits I have obtained are enough to subvert my destiny. My recent strength growth is the best proof. If possible, I hope that you, Long, can also sign a contract with Xianqing, so that we can truly become like-minded people. In this way, your dream is more likely to come true. Because, this is also one of Suanking's dreams." Hearing Koshiro's explanation and persuasion, Long fell into silence. He thought quickly in his mind, and after a while, he raised his head and looked at Xianqing with determination. "Then let's try the contract. I believe that you will not harm me." After all, his high favor, faith and worship for Xianqing dominated his brain at this time, making him make such a choice quickly. But this choice did make Xianqing and Koshiro happy. "Okay. Believe me, I won't let you regret or be disappointed. Advertisement. Xianqing nodded immediately, condensed a mysterious rune directly from his brow and sent it to Long, and explained the contract method and the benefits and restrictions. Long touched the rune mark with his hand without hesitation, and a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. He chose to agree. Since the decision has been made, there is nothing to hesitate. The next moment, the rune mark followed his hand and sank into his sea of consciousness between his eyebrows in the blink of an eye, and landed steadily in the center of the sea of consciousness. At the same time, a large amount of information about the past and future of the pirates' world, and some information about the ninja world. More information about the Red Book's thoughts all poured into Long's brain Poseidon. Following that, there were health-preserving exercises, longevity techniques, source chakra refining techniques, meditation methods, and many other magical skills. Long was completely immersed in the wave of digesting this information. More than an hour later, Long opened his eyes again, took a long breath, looked at Xianqing and Kojiro with a complicated expression, and said with emotion, "I didn't expect that Tang Ran was like this. Teacher, you are not from this world, but from the ninja world. It's incredible. And those magical skills, each one is heaven-defying. No wonder Kojiro has improved so much in this period of time. It's not surprising that he has these magical skills. I feel like I owe you more, Master. These things are too precious. Not to mention, there are many Red Book ideas in the past and future of our world." Speaking of this, he paused, frowned and looked at Xianqing and asked, "Master, are those futures true?" "Of course." Xianqing nodded affirmatively, then shook his head and said, "But now, that information can only be used as a reference. Because my appearance has changed a lot of things, and there will be more changes in the future. But as a reference, follow the trend. It is still possible to deduce the future direction and make a good layout." Long listened and nodded, "Yes. With so much information about the past and the future, even if some places have changed because of your appearance, it is enough for me to make better arrangements and judgments. Alas! I didn't expect that without your future, the Revolutionary Army would have such a bumpy road. Even, I can't see the possibility of the success of the Revolutionary Army in that future. This is all because there is no unified and complete ideological program. The Revolutionary Army in that future can only be regarded as a small fight from beginning to end, and it will not be able to become a climate in the end. On the contrary, Luffy, that kid, didn't I expect that he is the lucky child of this era? Haha. It's really interesting. Unfortunately, it's too out of tune. I don't want to stop his dream, but 5.9 wants me to give my hope for the future to this brat. I think forget it. He really couldn't imagine what the world would be like if Luffy took the lead in overthrowing the world government in the future. That kid doesn't know how to govern a new world at all. He doesn't have any constructive ideas. He just acts according to his personal preferences. This is completely inappropriate for building a new ruling structure. So, to overthrow the world government and establish a new order, he and his mentor have to do it." Haha. Hearing Long's words, Xianqing couldn't help laughing and said, "Luffy's personality is really the only way. However, when he is a few years older, the necessary basic education and 3-view education still need to be carried out. Not only him, but also Ace and Sabo. At present, I have established schools in many bases such as Shimotsuki Island. In the future, when I form the emperors will establish a new country in the New World and expand this education. At the same time, various reform experiments will be carried out in that country to sort out the most appropriate administrative guidelines, so that after we overthrow the world government in the future, we can replace the old order with a new and better order and lead the world to a better future." Chapter 202, Marine Infiltration Plan, Loving Father and Filial Son Garp and Long, 2ND Update. Please subscribe. Oh. After hearing this, Long looked at Xianqing with shining eyes and said, "I didn't expect that you would think so, mentor. This is indeed a good idea. Using the name of the 4 Emperors group as a cover, even if the internal territory is reformed in this regard, it will not attract too much attention from the world government." Kong prepared for the possibility of success. The training and education of talents is indeed extremely important. Advertisement. We need to train more qualified companions who share the same ideas as us. Only in this way can we succeed. Sure enough, compared with your plan, my plan is still too naive and I took advantage of it. It seems that I should stop the formation of the Revolutionary Army and directly join your plan. Compared with Suinking's plan, Long felt that his so-called plan was simply a piece of shit. There is no comparison at all. After hearing this, Xianqing shook his head and said, "I have no objection to you joining me, and I even strongly agree with you. But you still need to form a revolutionary army. Even, according to the Red Book ideas I gave you, further improve the structure, establish the core program and ideas, and keep a high degree of consistency with the core program and ideas on my side. Then, continue to optimize according to your original future practices, spread into many kingdoms in the 4 seas, develop and cultivate more like-minded people, take civilians as the theme, and continuously expand and unite the group. Then, when the strength and power have developed to a certain extent, use 16 or more corrupt kingdoms as pilots, set off an uprising, overthrow the old corrupt kingdom order, and establish a new country according to our program and structure. I need you to lead the revolutionary army to attract most of the attention of the world government. And I will continue to send people to infiltrate marine, various kingdoms, and major forces. When our high-end strength is sufficient in the future, I will first instigate a rebellion and take down marine, turn them into our own people. At the same time, instigate several top pirates' forces and use them for my own purposes. After that, we completely turned from the dark to the light, gathered high-end combat power, attacked the Red Line in one fell swoop, destroyed Pangu City, destroyed Celestial Dragons, 5 elders and the real controller of the world government behind them, the person who established the world government, I'm. After that, we started to infiltrate the various major forces and kingdoms, and united with the revolutionary army and marine to overthrow those kingdoms, destroy the old order, and build a new world with our core program and ideas. What do you think? Xianqing spent some time and told Long in detail about his overall plan in the pirates' world. After listening to this, Long was shocked and said, "You are worthy of being a mentor. Your plan is much more complete and grand than my revolutionary army plan. Whether it is constantly sending people to infiltrate various kingdoms, or pirates, and even marines, I have not considered it before. Especially marine, do you really think marine can be turned over and won over?" Facing Long's gaze, Xianqing smiled and nodded, "Of course. Although marine is a dog of the world government and even celestial dragons on the surface. But its program and core ideas are actually to uphold justice. That is, the program adopted by the world government to cover up and confirm its own justice. But among the lower and middle levels of marine, most people still believe that they are really for the justice of the world, fighting crime, fighting pirates, and protecting the safety of civilians. Most of them choose to join marine with this idea. Advertisement. Even now, there are also people with such justice ideas among the top marines. In the future, the new regime we will build will naturally need them. As long as we can successfully turn over and win over marine, if we want to completely overturn the old order, establish a new order, and quickly stabilize the world order in the future, so that there will not be too much turmoil, marine is indispensable. Of course, there must still be a group of corrupt and evil people in the marines, and there are also a group of people who are sincerely working for the world government and celestial dragons. 10 hearts want to be the dogs of the celestial dragons for these tumors. When we recruit and revolt the marines in the future, we must eliminate them as soon as possible. After hearing this, Long's admiration for Xianqing became even stronger. He felt that Xianqing said it very well. Indeed, marine is definitely a target that must be strived for rebellion. He immediately said to Xianqing, "Teacher, I understand. You are right. It just so happens that you should also know that I am the son of Marine Hero Vice Admiral Garp. I have also worked in marine for a few years and have made quite a few good friends in marine. Can we start with these people and infiltrate marine? Even when the time is right, it is not impossible to win over my father." Long Zhu is about a loving father and a filial son. In his opinion, instead of staying in marine all the time, his father might as well work for the mentor in the future. He even wants his father to have a full impression of the mentor as soon as possible and be contracted by the mentor. In this way, his father can get all these magical skills earlier. Extend lifespan, improve and enhance root bone qualifications, raise the upper limit of personal strength, and become stronger. If his father can contract with Xianqing earlier, as long as he practices for a few years, with his talent, it is not impossible to crush the admiral level and beat him in the future. This is possible. Xianqing listened, nodded, and said, "You can try to infiltrate these people's minds first, but this can't be rushed. You have to do it step by step. If you do it too fast, it will only hurt some people. As for your father, it's even more so. I will find a way to get in touch with him more later, change my identity to join marine, and improve the favorability of him and Sengoku and others. Then make a contract. As long as this step is completed, marine will definitely fall into my hands smoothly and become my sharp blade." Although, he has prepared to let himself join his 4 emperors group and become the captain. But this does not prevent him from opening another vest to join marine, and attract the favor of Zephyr, Sengoku, Garp and others in the name of genius, and quickly increase the favorability of these people to more than 80. These 2 things can be done simultaneously. It can also further conceal your true identity. There is no way to open multiple vests. Things like improving favorability can only be easier and simpler if you stand on the stage and occupy a dominant position. Instead, you have to be contracted by him, so that the subsequent things will be much easier. Is that so? After hearing this, Long immediately looked at Xianqing with admiration and said, "You are still thoughtful, mentor. Indeed, this kind of thing can't be rushed. I will print some red books later and secretly give them to those who I have made friends with in the marine in the past, and start to influence them from this aspect. In addition, I strongly support your plan to join the Marine. It would be best if you could contract my father and others as soon as possible. Catching all the middle and high-level people in the Marine and contracting them all is what Long wants to see most. Advertisement. Although, this is impossible. There are also many factions in the Marine. You can't make every middle and high-level Marine like you. Standing in line is inevitable. 0145012116 Fila 1011322140. Yes. I will. Hearing this, Xianqing also smiled and nodded in agreement. Next, Xianqing and Long talked for a long time. From the ideological program to the details of many future plans, and so on. Mainly Long was asking and Xianqing was answering. In the middle, they also had 2 meals. They talked until late at night that day, and finally finished talking about what they should talk about at the moment, and went to rest. The next day, Long hurriedly left Shimotsuki Island and began to prepare to establish a revolutionary army and raise the banner of the revolutionary army according to Xianqing's plan. Of course, in the early stage, he also needed to gather like-minded people to join the revolutionary army, and let them receive ideological education, establish an ideological program. As for materials and money, Xianqing has promised Long that he will give him sufficient support every month in the future. To ensure that the revolutionary army can grow and take shape smoothly and quickly. Supply transmission does not even require Long to send people to receive it. Xianqing was going to transfer it directly from the storage space to Long. Quick, convenient, low cost, and safe. Of course, before Long left, Xianqing did not ask him about Vegapunk's whereabouts. Currently Vegapunk has been taken away by the world government and transferred to the secret base of the Science Egghead Island in New World. The defense is extremely tight. Not only are there marine masters, but also people from the CPO of the world government. Even I can hardly see him now. I can only communicate with him from time to time through some secret means. Why? Are you interested in him, mentor? Long directly told Xianqing the situation and asked. Del. Xianqing nodded affirmatively. Such a scientific research genius, I am naturally very interested. I want him to be my person and help me research and develop various technologies. Help me research devil fruit, etc. If possible, I want to meet him as soon as possible and have a good chat with him. Do you have a way? At present, what Vegapunk wants most is the research on devil fruit. He wanted to copy a few more Zoan human fruit ordinary man form as soon as possible. In this way, the people around him can each have one, without rotation, and improve their training efficiency every day. At the same time, he can also give Chopper a devil fruit, so that it can return to its original future to a certain extent and gain huge growth potential. If this little guy is trained well, it is not impossible for him to become a miracle doctor like Tsunade and Konoha in the future. Chapter 203 Contact Vegapunk, Uchiha Pirates Set Sail, 3 more. Please customize. After listening to this, Long pondered for a moment and said, it is really difficult to do it with only the contact between me and Vegapunk, almost impossible. But if combined with your strength and ability, it is not impossible. Please give me a month to contact Garpunk and make arrangements. When the arrangements are made, I will notify you and take you to meet Vegapunk, how about it? Advertisement. He can't contact Vegapunk every moment. It depends on luck and the situation on Vegapunk's side. No problem. Xianqing naturally agreed. He knew Vegapunk's current situation very well. When you have contacted, just tell me. Tell Vegapunk not to take risks as much as possible, just tell us the specific address, and I will find a way to meet. If nothing else, the ability to teleport and teleport can avoid many problems. It is true that the teleportation ability must be to a place that the contractor has been to. But he has also cultivated some special animals and even insect ninja beasts for contract. These animals and insect ninja beasts are small in size, but their wisdom and strength are not low. It is very suitable for lurking in a heavily defended base and opening a map. In addition, the space teleportation ability he mastered also allows him to easily sneak into many heavily defended places. There is a cheat, it is so invincible. I understand. I will tell him. Long also felt warm in his heart after hearing this, and nodded. The mentor is worthy of being a mentor. Always people-oriented, and pay more attention to people's life safety. He thinks this is very good. After that, Long hurriedly left Shimotsuki Island. After he sailed away by boat, Xianqing returned to the living room with Koshiro again and said to Koshiro, Teacher, Long's things are basically done, the pirate's ship has already been completed, and all preparations have been made. When do you think you will set sail? Time waits for no one. It takes time to build up a reputation. Tomorrow. After hearing this, Koshiro smiled and said, I have been preparing for this period of time. I will set off as soon as the dragon issue is resolved. My family has also arranged everything. Plus I can teleport home at any time every day, so there is not much to prepare. By the way, Xianqing, you are also going to join the pirates. Although you are just a shadow clone most of the time, will you use your real identity and appearance in the pirates? Change it. After listening, Xianqing shook his head and said, I need to lurk in the marine later. It is not convenient to use the transformation technique and the disguise technique there all the time. Moreover, these two things are also easy to be exposed for the master of observation Haki. It is better to use the real identity and appearance there. However, I will not participate in the marine as your disciple or the resident of the Moon Island. Instead, I will participate as a resident of the Kokoxia Island. It just so happens that I have already arranged my identity there. And here, the identity track is also concealed, so there is no need to worry about being involved and eliminated because of you. Advertisement. Obviously, he has been preparing for this day. The identity of the Kokoxia Island has Belmir, an old marine, as a witness, so there is no need to worry about being exposed. As for is Belmir trustworthy? Haha. Of course, she is completely trustworthy. Because, not only Nami and Nokago, but also Belmir has been favored by him to the required level over the years and has signed a contract. Therefore, Belmir is not only Suinking's die-hard fan, but also knows his plan to overthrow the world government and infiltrate the marine in the future. And, she fully supports it. Because she hates the corruption in the marine, hates the world government and celestial dragons. She wants to change all this. And Xianqing is the man who can change everything. She has been working hard to improve her strength in the past few years. She now has the strength of a colonel in the naval headquarters. She is no longer the same as before. It is no longer something that Arlong can kill. She has even been waiting for Arlong to appear. She wants to change her original fate and kill the people of the Arlong pirates with her own hands. She is even preparing to secretly and anonymously report Major Mouse in the future, that is, Marine will remove this tumor. If reporting it is useless, she will change her identity and do it secretly. In short, she will not allow a marine tumor like Mouse to continue to exist. Xianqing naturally agrees with this. In this case, I am relieved. Koshiro nodded in understanding and asked, when I go out to sea, you have to help me take care of my home. Even if you don't have time, arrange for someone to watch over it, so that we won't know if pirates invade here. He was still a little worried. Don't worry. Xianqing smiled and waved his hand, not to mention that I have built a training base here, and there are a group of people patrolling here every day. The strength of Kuina and others alone should not be underestimated. In East Blue, there are basically not many pirates who are their opponents. Not to mention the swordsman, Master's wife. So, don't worry. There will be no problem. For someone like Koshiro who has been staying at home for many years, he can understand that he has so many thoughts before leaving. Haha. That's right. I'm being long-winded. That's it. Remember to ask Hashirama to send a shadow clone tomorrow, and at the same time, ask Sakumo Uchiha Aota, Uchiha Fugaku, Uzumaki Chisato and others to come and set off together. Since it's a pirates group, it's impossible for Koshiro to set off alone. Xianqing also arranged for Koshiro to set off with him, including many elite ninjas such as Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Senju. In addition to himself and the first generation's shadow clone, this combination is top-notch in the New World, not to mention in East Blue. The next morning, Xianqing and his friends gathered early at the Shimotsuki Island base. After everyone arrived and said goodbye, Koshiro and his friends did not set off from here, but collectively teleport to a small island base more than 100 kilometers away from Shimotsuki Island. Then, they left the base and came to a port on this small island. And boarded the ship that had been parked here for a long time. On the Uchiha. Advertisement. They set sail directly towards the sea. Xianqing himself, Mikoto and others did not come to see them off. It was to avoid danger and prevent the marine and world government from finding out the details of Shimotsuki Island. After Koshiro and others set off, Xianqing and his team returned to the right track and began to busy themselves with their own affairs. In the ninja world, the reconstruction and expansion plan of Kunyi also began to accelerate. With the efforts of Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and many ninjas, beautiful and novel construction areas began to take shape rapidly. Every day was different, which amazed many villagers and even outsiders who were paying attention to the progress of these construction projects. On this day, Xianqing suddenly received a message from the communication space. He checked it immediately and found that it was sent by the Millennium Dragon. He chose to receive the message, and then he knew that it was the Millennium Dragon who accidentally found the traces of Germa 66 on the sea when he was running the map in North Blue. This is the target that Xianqing has been looking for. The Millennium Dragon in North Blue was running the map, so he was naturally paying close attention. Xianqing immediately stopped practicing, said hello to Mikoto and the others, and teleported back to his home in the ninja world. Then, he scanned his senses and teleported to a laboratory in the research department. As soon as he appeared, he was discovered by Orochimaru, the second generation, and his shadow clone who were conducting experiments, and they all looked over. Why did Xianqing come here today? Is there something? Orochimaru asked curiously when he saw Xianqing himself. He knew very well that every time Xianqing came over, it was for something important. And most of the time it was good things. He was looking forward to it. Not bad. Xianqing nodded affirmatively, looked at the second generation, and directly sent a telepathic message to Orochimaru. The Millennium Dragon found the location of Germa 66 in North Blue. I plan to take you there today. While forcibly conquering Vinsmoke Judge and the kingdom of Germa 66, I also want you to take over the scientific and technological achievements there. Hanyo, how about it? Are you free? Of course he can do it himself, but it will take too much time. Vinsmoke's scientific research data is bound to be a lot, and it will not be received in a short time. So, let Orochimaru do this. I believe he will like it very much. Sure enough, Orochimaru licked his tongue the next moment after listening, and said excitedly, you can't find talent. What are you waiting for? Let's set off now. As he said, Orochimaru directly made a seal to separate a shadow clone to stay here to cooperate with the second generation and Xianqing's shadow clone to continue the experiment. He nodded to the second generation, and then, with the second generation's undoubted request, he teleported away with Xianqing. Always mysterious, and I was told, it's really annoying. The second generation saw it, sighed and shook his head, and did not ask Orochimaru and Xianqing's shadow clone, and continued to experiment. He was obviously used to this situation. He also knew that Xian and even his elder brother and sister-in-law were sometimes deliberately hiding something from him. Even his elder brother and sister-in-law often said good things about Xianqing in front of him, trying to remind him to get along well with Xianqing. But they were unwilling to tell the reason, which made him helpless most of the time.